Chapter 1 What happened to the Konoha guard? Obito's brain is here anyway. The new semester has just begun. Teacher Oak feels that his teaching career has ushered in a challenge because on the first day of school there was a serious phenomenon of absenteeism. There were actually 5 students absent from class. Let me tell you about your situation first. At this moment Teacher Oak sat behind his desk looking at the 2 brothers with a serious look. According to the student file, the hedgehog-headed boy on the left is called Uchiha Obito, the younger brother. The short-haired boy on the right is called Uchiha Wakabe, the older brother. Brother, tell me first, why did you skip the first 2 classes today? Teacher, we encountered a special incident, the short-haired boy Uchiha Wakabe said seriously. Special incident? Teacher Oak frowned. We encountered several Hyuga classmates who were beaten. They were beaten badly. We did good deeds and sent them to the hospital. Classmates who were beaten. Good deeds sent them to the hospital. Sent them to the hospital. Teacher Oak narrowed his eyes, activated the skill Teacher's Eye, and looked up and down at the 2 brothers. The elder brother was fine and his body was clean, but the brother who was in a mess and had half a panda eye, combined with the other students who skip classes, the identity of the Hyuga clan in the file. Teacher Oak rubbed his swollen eyebrows. Ruohwo, tell the teacher the truth. Are you the 2 who beat up those Hyuga classmates? Teacher Oak emphasized the word Hyuga. Yes, Ruohwo answered very straightforwardly. Then the case is solved. The 2 big clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, have always disliked each other. The students of these 2 big clans have always been competing in school. It is normal to have friction. In the last graduating class just before graduation, the students of these 2 clans had an appointment to fight. It has always been the key task of all teachers in the ninja school to guide the children of these 2 clans to compete fairly in school and not to fight privately. But Teacher Oak never expected the first grade class that just took over this year on the first day of school could cause such a vicious incident. After dealing with the 2 brothers, Mr. Oak had to go to the hospital quickly. But the victim is Obito. Teacher, without waiting for Mr. Oak to speak, Wakahiro pointed at Obito's panda eyes and torn clothes. They hit Obito first and I had no choice but to defend Obito. But I didn't expect them to be so weak. So, Obito is the victim and I just sent the perpetrator to the hospital. Teacher. Wakahiro spread his hands and told the story. He forgot to bring his school bag halfway through his way to school, so he asked Obito to run errands to get it. But he didn't see Obito come back for a long time and Wakahiro felt something was wrong, so he went back to look for him. As a result, he saw several Hyuga beating Obito halfway, extremely brutally. How could he tolerate this? He is Obito's elder brother. So Wakahiro roasted several Hyuga with fire escape and then sent them directly to the hospital. Mr. Oak opened his mouth. So in this fight, the elder brother had to protect his younger brother. Although he defeated his opponent, he also knew to send him to the hospital, which is a good virtue. Bullshit. You beat him to the hospital and you still emphasize that your younger brother is the victim. Hey. Teacher Oak took a deep breath, stood up immediately and said in a serious tone, I'm going to the hospital now. You 2 must behave yourself in school. Understand? This is completely said to Wakana. Compared to his younger brother who looks a little silly, Wakana, as the elder brother, is obviously more difficult to deal with. Don't worry, teacher. Our Uchiha clan hates evil and the reputation of the Konoha Guard department is known to everyone in the village. I will definitely help you maintain order in the classroom. Wakana said seriously. My brother is right. Obito also straightened his chest, looking very proud. Teacher Oak felt a headache. You don't have to do anything. Just stay still. Teacher Oak finally couldn't help but scolded. This is a ninja school. There are no evil people here. You don't need to bring the Konoha Guard to school. As soon as Teacher Oak finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. It's not that there was anything wrong with what he said. He just wanted the 2 problem children to be more honest. It was mainly because of Wakaba's reaction. Teacher, what did you say about the Konoha Guard? Wakaba's expression suddenly turned cold and he took a big step forward and confronted Oak directly. Since the establishment of Konoha, the Konoha Guard has been committed to the village's security issues and has not dared to slack off for many years. Teacher, what do you think of the Konoha Guard? Or do you think of Uchiha? Wakaba's voice became louder and louder and his eyes became more and more dangerous. Other teachers in the office looked over and their expressions were a little surprised. This first-year student seems to be scolding the head teacher, and it's on the first day of school. Not to mention other teachers. Even Oki was confused at the moment. I will report this to the clan leader. As soon as Teacher Oki said a word, he was blocked by Wakaba. I will tell the clan leader that Teacher Oki, who is responsible for teaching students in the ninja school, has a very serious impact on the Uchiha clan. Prejudice. The teachers at the ninja school are all personally selected by the Hokage, right? So the other teachers are the same. So what is the Hokage's opinion of the Uchiha? Okay. Seeing that Wakaka was getting more and more outrageous, Omiya used his instant body to quickly cover Wakaka's mouth. Then he gave a look to several juniors in the office. The juniors understood nodded and hurriedly walked out of the office and closed the door. After confirming that the door was closed, Omyu looked at Wakaka. The boy's eyes were calm and serious, but Omyu, who had been dealing with the children of the ninja school for more than 10 years, saw the cunning in the depths of the boy's eyes. At this moment, Teacher Omyu immediately realized that he had been fooled. Those alarmist words should be just to cover up the serious incident of them beating people to the hospital. How could this kid be so scheming? So, they were beaten very badly by you, right? Omyu then let go of Wakaka and said with a headache, the victim is Obito. Teacher Rukeo emphasized, I know. Oki rubbed his brows again. You are brave and protect your brother. You are right. With the previous experience, how dare Oki say something like, no matter what, fighting is wrong. Unii-chan is super awesome. Unii-chan is right. Obito also agreed. Teacher Oki's head is even bigger. Anyway, you stay in school now. How will this matter be handled in the end? I will report it truthfully. Oki emphasized the word truthfully. In addition, there are some things that need Teacher Oki's help. Rukeo raised his hand. Teacher Oki raised his eyebrows. The kid raised his hand to speak now, and he looked a bit like a student. Our lunch was spilled by them during the fight. Please tell the other party's parents and ask them to compensate. Wakahiro said seriously. In addition, there are also Obito's beating fee, mental damage fee, my chakra consumption fee, and the rescue fee for carrying people to the hospital. As he said, regardless of the increasingly gloomy expression of Daiki, Wakahiro raised 2 fingers again. Please count the mental damage fee into 2 parts. I will let it go, but Grandma will definitely feel bad when she sees Obito like this. Grandma is the most important person to Obito and me. Even the head of the Fugaku clan respects Grandma. It's very expensive to make her feel bad. Chapter 2. The stronger the tribe, the better I am. Damage asked several colleagues to help keep an eye on the class while he was away, especially the 2 Uchiha brat. Then he hurried to the Konoha hospital. Rokuho and Obito followed a teacher and went to the school clinic first. The school nurse was a middle-aged woman, a few years older than Rokuho in her previous life. She had a beautiful face, a woman's unique charm, a plump figure, and a wedding ring on her right ring finger, which was one of the types that Rokuho liked in her previous life. But given her age, she was still growing, and there were a lot of tasks from the system, so Rokuho stood there honestly. At the entrance of the school infirmary, he waited with the teacher who was in charge of watching him. With nothing to do, Ruoho opened his exclusive interface for time travelers in his mind. The stronger the clan members, the better I am. System name Uchiha Ruoho. Gender male. Age 6.5 years old. Main plane identity number 1681314. Current plane Naruto Ninja World. Bound family Uchiha clan. Current family overall strength evaluation A. Family reward E. Fire escape genius. You can always quickly learn fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape ninjutsu reserve. The number can increase the level of this reward, and your fire ninjutsu will enjoy a 30% power increase. Family reward D. Obtained single Megatama Sharingan. Your Sharingan level depends on the strength of the family. Completing family tasks can unlock stronger blood limit, with the upper limit being the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Family reward D. Not obtained. Please complete the family task in the name of Uchiha. Become the top student of Konoha Ninja School and break the record of early graduation. Half a year. You need to prove that the Uchiha clan has the best talent. Family reward B. Not obtained. Please complete the family task. Promoted to Konoha Chunin. Although 10,000 years of Genin sounds awesome, but that is an evil path after all. Family reward A. Not obtained. Please complete the family task. Join the route/Anbu and obtain a position above the captain. Please infiltrate Konoha and shine for the family. Personal skill panel unlock. Need to complete C-level family tasks. Personal attribute panel unlock. Need to complete B-level family task. In fact, before crossing, Ruoho had the opportunity to choose. The options at that time were Senju during the Second Ninja War, Uchiha 5 years ago, and Hyuga in Konoha 48 years ago. Senju was too dangerous, and the plot during the Second Ninja War was a blank. If there was no Ten, the power of the ninja world will probably be gone. The Hyuga clan is too weak. What future can a clan with a caged bird carved on its forehead have? Although digging out the eyes of all the clan members can make up a reincarnation eye, why bother? He has to solve the caged bird problem and dig out the eyes one by one. He is not a pervert. Ruoho feels that the Uchiha clan is not bad at this time. The strength of the whole clan is on the rise, and the extinction of the clan is still far away, so there is a lot of room for operation. So he bound the Uchiha clan. The function of the system is the same as its name. The stronger the clan members are, the better I am. According to the overall strength of the Uchiha clan, every time you reach a stage and complete the stage task, you can get a reward. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan is rated as A. It includes 5 ratings. The tasks from C to A are a bit similar to those before Attack is Rebellion, and they cannot be completed for the time being. However, the lowest 2 levels do not require tasks to be completed. It means that Wakahiro Wakahiro has a pair of single Megatama at the beginning plus a buff of a little fire-style genius. It's a pity that I can't be older. I started as a baby. It's still a delay. The identity assigned by the system is an abandoned baby. At the age of 2 he was directly thrown into this world without any sense of responsibility. But Wakahiro was very lucky. Obito's grandmother went up the mountain to collect firewood and happened to meet him. The grandmother was kind and took Wakahiro home, raising him together with Obito, whose parents had died not long ago. Life was definitely a bit hard, but Wakahiro also felt the family love that he had never experienced in his previous life. In his previous life he had a father who was a director serving the people and a mother who was a strong woman and a business tycoon. The rabbit conquered the 7 continents. He grew up with his parents separated by the Pacific Ocean and he longed for family love since he was a child. However, Wakahiro liked to watch retro cartoons since he was a child, such as Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Bunny Bears, or some hot-blooded cartoons in Foot Basin City such as Dead Fire Sea. Especially in Naruto, the story of Black Zetsu saving his mother is so passionate, so I am quite familiar with the plot line of this world. The strength curve of the Uchiha clan should be the final peak in the 6 months after Shisui's death. Wakahiro thought to himself, 6 Manjiki should be able to have an S. In the original time and space after the night of genocide, it was the darkest period for Uchiha. There are only 2 left in the whole clan, but fortunately they are both males. Sarada was born more than 10 years later and the fire problem was saved. Of course, it is only 40 years since Konoha and 2 little bad guys who genocide the clan. One calls him Big Brother and the other is not born yet. There is still a lot of room for operation, and even if he doesn't care about the system task for the sake of his grandmother's face, Wakahiro will not let the tragedy happen. Well, if Madara recognizes Obito, then there are still 6 years left. 6 years, it's about the same. Now is the preparation stage for the early stage of the Third Ninja World War. In 2 years the warm-up phase will begin, a big fight among the major ninja villages. In another 2 years the official phase will begin. The entire ninja world will form a team to beat Konoha, and Uchiha will be able to appear. By then, at least Yugaku can open a pair of Manjiki. He will complete the tasks from C to A, and each task will only give him 1 Megatama, which is enough for a Manjiki. Can he barely reach S? After completing the S-level family task, the entire Eternal Manjiki should be enough to beat Age Spot. I just don't know if Fugaku will open his eyes in time, and the S-level tasks at that time, I hope they won't be too outrageous. Thinking this way, Obito has already walked out of the infirmary. The panda eyes have been cured, but the torn clothes on his body still make Obito look a little embarrassed. As the eldest brother, Wakaka feels more and more uncomfortable, so he turns his head to look at the teacher next to him. Teacher, can you lend me your vest for a day? This teacher is obviously a newcomer, a junior of Mr. Oki, who has just witnessed Wakaba's destructive power in the office. While he was hesitating whether to agree, Wakaba's combination punch had already arrived. Obito is a student of the ninja school. He experienced school violence, which led to his current miserable appearance. We value our Uchiha clan the most. Thank you, teacher. Remember to return it to me tomorrow. I just got a vest when I started working, the young teacher said weakly. Please rest assured, our Uchiha clan will avenge any grudges and repay any favors. Obito will repay the teacher's kindness today in the future. Wakaba helped his stupid brother put on the vest. It was a bit big and it looked like a coat. He simply didn't zip it up and it looked quite fashionable. After putting on the vest, Wakaba patted Obito on the back of his head. Why don't you thank me, teacher? Thank you, teacher. Obito bowed 90 degrees and shouted, no, it's okay. The teacher scratched his head and inexplicably felt a little sense of accomplishment. This pair of brothers doesn't seem that scary. By the way, teacher, Obito was beaten badly. Fortunately, the seniors in the school clinic have superb medical skills, otherwise there might be many problems left. The Hyuga clan may confront us in the next 2 days. Please help to testify at that time, Wakahiro said steadily. Of course, if the teacher is afraid of the Hyuga clan, he can also choose to pretend not to know. It's just that my Uchiha clan. Okay. The teacher was sweating. I will report everything that happened today truthfully. Okay. Chapter 3. From today on, I am the class monitor. I was late for the first day of school because of a fight. I was delayed because of going to the infirmary for treatment. When Wakahiro and Obito came to the classroom, the bell for the 4th class rang. The substitute teacher was the teacher who took the 2 to the school infirmary. Wakahiro and Obito followed the teacher to the podium. Because the teacher came late and the first-year students of the ninja school were all children, the classroom was in a mess. The young teacher had little experience, and it might be because he didn't wear a vest. He said quiet several times in a row, but it obviously had no effect. Wakahiro frowned. They, the Uchiha, hated this kind of chaos the most. Be quiet. Wakahiro slapped the podium with one hand. The effect of this shout was really good. The classroom was immediately quiet, and even the teacher next next to him was startled. Ryukyuo looked around the room and stayed on some acquaintances for half a second longer, especially the white-haired guy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Ryukyuo, and this is my younger brother, Uchiha Obito. We are both from the oldest ninja clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan. Obito's back straightened instantly. Sorry, Ryukyuo said suddenly. The sudden apology immediately made the classmates' eyes full of questions, and even the teacher next to him was a little confused. Is this guy also the type to apologize? I am very sad, because on the way to school today I met a few bastards who bullied my classmate and sent them to the hospital casually, which made us late. It's wrong to be late, but Teacher Oak praised me. Ignoring the weird expression of the teacher next to him, Ryukyuo said seriously, he also asked me to be the class monitor. Senior Oi didn't say that. He definitely didn't. The substitute teacher next to him looked at him and shouted wildly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word more. School violence is not allowed. We Uchiha clan hate evil and hate bullying the most. From today on, if you are threatened, please tell me as soon as possible. Ryukyuo waved his hand. As the class monitor, I will enforce justice to the end and protect the safety of my classmate. This impassioned speech instantly conquered the entire class of elementary school students, especially the girls. It's definitely not because Ryukyuo is too handsome. They just like this kind of class monitor who is willing to protect their classmate. So many classmates followed and supported. Class monitor, class monitor, class monitor. What kind of class monitor is he? The substitute teacher was almost crazy. He beat someone to the hospital and threatened Teacher Oi and me a total of 3 times. Didn't my classmates notice that he had taken my vest? Quiet down. Wakahiro pressed his hands down. Many classmates have already recognized this class monitor, especially the female classmate, and the classroom gradually became quiet. Teacher Oki asked me to arrange the seat. Please cooperate with me. This is my first task as a class monitor, Wakahiro said in a fake manner, and then pointed to a male classmate. That classmate? Yes, it's you, the little four-eyed one. You are nearsighted at such a young age. What should you do after becoming a ninja? You must protect your eyesight in school and try to adjust it before graduation. Come and sit in the front. There are still empty seats here. The little four-eyed one who was called stood up immediately and walked to the front very cooperatively. Obito, you go over there. Wakahiro pointed in the direction of Nohara-rin and said, although she is not the type that Wakahiro likes, Renlin is also very kind. It is just right to help Obito open his eyes. Uchiha Madara's plan is too evil, but the effect is good and the direction is right. Wakahiro has a new version of the eye-opening plan. One day in the future, it is a dark and windy night, and it is a day for murder and arson. Obito returned home and saw Nohara-rin being held in the arms of his own sister, her clothes disheveled and unconscious. My stupid sister, this girl is so smooth. Yes, isn't this a kaleidoscope on the spot? Obito trotted all the way and sat next to Nohara-rin. Nohara-rin just moved a little and gave Obito a smile, and Obito couldn't stand it immediately. A little face immediately turned red, and every hair on the hedgehog's head seemed to be shy. Hello, Obito-kun. My name is Nohara-rin. Please take care of me. Hello, hello. Obito sat down shyly. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows. I sent some benefits to the stupid brother Oyudaudu. Now it's my turn. Although they are both elementary school students, Ryukyuo is not such a beast, but the girlfriend training system seems to have a lot to say. Ryukyuo is a serious person. A serious person will naturally not let a cute girl be a widow. And it's unmarried and pregnant, so immoral. Then it's decided to be you. That guy who looks like the Sandame. Spit out the toothpick in your mouth first. You dare to hold a toothpick in your mouth now, and you dare to smoke in the future. Smoking in public. Do you still have a sense of public morality? Konoha Hospital. Teacher Oki didn't know that his class had turned into the shape of Wakaba. When he arrived, the corridor was full of Hyuga clan members. The leader, although young, had an extraordinary temperament. He just stood there quietly, but he had the aura of a superior. This should be the head of the Hyuga clan who has just succeeded. Teacher Oki was even more confused. Why did he even alarm this person? But at this point he could only bite the bullet and go to negotiate. But before he got close, Teacher Oki was stopped by 2 Hyuga clan members. Who is he? I am Aoba Oki, the teacher of the ninja school, and the teacher of those children. The attitude of the 2 Hyuga was a bit too strong, and Teacher Oki was a bit unhappy, but he could only be unhappy. After all, the Hyuga is a super big family in Konoha. Let him come over. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi, who was not far away, said lightly. The 2 Hyuga let him go. This is a hospital, not your Hyuga clan. If you have the ability, don't let the doctor come. Teacher Oki complained in his heart but still walked up. To be honest, the reputation of the Hyuga clan is not that bad, but thanks to a new student, Teacher Oki was not very smooth today, so he was not in a good mood. I am Hyuga Hayashi, the head of these children. When Oki approached, Hyuga Hayashi spoke. I have a general understanding of the situation. It was these kids who provoked first, and they were not as skilled as the others. brothers and they were sent to the hospital afterward. This is the negligence of my Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi paused. Please convey my gratitude to those two children. If they hadn't sent the people to the hospital in time, these children might have lost their qualifications to become ninjas in the future. As soon as the voice fell, a Hyuga next to him came over and took out an envelope full of banknotes. Judging from the thickness, it should be a lot, but these children will not go to the ninja school for the time being. When they recover from their injuries, they still need some special training to regain their lost dignity. I will inform you today, and please convey it to you as well. After speaking, Hyuga Hayashi walked past Oi. The Hyuga also left. Oi looked at the envelope in his hand, and his brows gradually frowned. After teaching for many years, he understands the style of these big families. What they don't allow the most is the family's dignity being challenged. Special training after recuperation. Looking at the closed door of the ward, Demue sighed, always feeling that for these children, it's a bit too cruel. Yes, the bigger the family, the more ruthless it is. In comparison, the difficult Uchiha brothers, on the contrary. Tisk. Demue shook his head. He was really too angry. He actually thought that the two brothers were not bad. Not bad at all. We have to go back to school quickly. But the two brothers don't seem to have lunch. Right. Forget it. Forget it. Bring a lunch. After all, it's time to grow up. I hope you can be more honest after eating the lunch brought by the teacher. Little devil. Chapter 4. You shouldn't provoke Uchiha. Little white hair. Wow, so much money. At noon, office. Looking at Obito, who seemed to be obsessed with money, Wakahiro suddenly remembered the classic saying of Edison. At that time, I was in my teens and 20s. Of course I thought I was very handsome. Wow, with so much money, I should buy a Ferrari first. And now I have a code name for joining the Anbu. Please call me Konoha Edison. This is what the Hyuga clan leader asked me to pass on to you. He said thank you for sending the person to the hospital. Teacher Oak also gave 2 bowls of ramen to Wakahiro. This is your lunch. Teacher Oak deliberately did not mention the matter of regaining dignity. As a teacher, he did not want to put too much pressure on the child. Let the Hokage decide. After all, this is the first time such a serious thing has happened. Wow, ramen. Obito next to him was excited again. Wakahiro took the lunch, but his expression was a little strange. So the Hyuga family master only paid for the cost of sending us to the hospital. What about the other expenses? My chakra usage fee, Obito's beating fee, and grandma's mental damage fee? That's enough. The frequency of Oki's defense breaking today even surpassed when he first became a teacher. Then he saw Wakaka's brows gradually frowning. Hey, taking a deep breath, Oki adjusted himself. Okay, you guys go eat first. Anyway, I will report this matter to my superiors. As for your request, I will also report it. Boy, if you have the ability, let the Hokage help you to ask for mental damages. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Wakahiro also knew where Oki's ability was, and this could be completely referred to Irika in the future. There is no need to make things difficult for him, so find a chance to defend his rights in person. He is Uchiha, the future leader of the Konoha Guard Department. Isn't it easy to defend his right? By the way, teacher, I am now the class monitor, and this was elected by my classmate. Before leaving, Wakahiro reminded, although I declined again and again, my classmates still think it is better for me to be the class monitor. Maybe everyone thinks that the Uchiha responsible for Konoha's security are more reliable. Oki teacher silently looked at his juniors. The juniors ate lunch in silence, ashamed to face him. There's more. Wakahiro suddenly remembered something. Since I'm already the class monitor, please let Mr. Oak announce as soon as possible that I'm the first-year top student. Why are you the top student again? Oak rubbed his increasingly painful eyebrows and said with his last patience, the top student needs to be assessed. You have to rank among the top in both practical and cultural subject to become the top student. It's only the first day of school. How come? Bang. Before he finished speaking, the person had already left. Oki sighed and looked at his juniors dimly. Noma, can you tell me how he got the title of class monitor? On the other side, Wakahiro and Obito came to the rooftop to eat the ramen that Mr. Oak brought them. Brother, my ramen has an extra egg than yours. This is for you, Obito said as he was about to put the egg into Wakahiro's bowl. Wakahiro's face darkened and he refused decisively. Suki, you are growing up. You should eat by yourself. Okay then. Looking at Obito slurping ramen into his mouth, Wakahiro always felt like he had a mentally retarded brother. Can you believe that this guy can become the number 3 boss in the ninja world in the original time and space? Let's be honest. Although there are not many plots about the young Obito in the memoirs, he doesn't feel so stupid. Could it be because there is a super handsome and cool brother in life? It can only be like this. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows and then looked at the other side, a white-haired man who was chewing on a rice ball and pretending that he didn't look here just now. Kakashi was also eating lunch on the rooftop. The current sea-level task, to put it bluntly, is to break Kakashi's graduation record and compete for the top student. In short, it is to defeat Kakashi and graduate directly. No problem. Hey, that little white-haired boy, were you peeking at me just now? Kakashi was choked. Little white-haired boy, what a weird name. Speaking of which, this class monitor seems to like to give people derogatory names. He called the classmate with glasses Little Four Eyes, called Asuma Little Butt, and now, doesn't he know that derogatory names are also a kind of school violence? But this guy seems to have a sense of justice. Although he called others Little Four Eyes, he also let them sit in the front row so that they can see the blackboard conveniently. Asuma likes to hold a toothpick in his mouth. It seems that he will develop into smoking in the future. Tisk, it's hard to evaluate this class monitor. I'd better go back and ask my dad tonight. Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you? Dead fish-eyed little white-haired boy, come here. Seeing that Kakashi didn't respond, Wakahi's voice became much higher. Seeing this, Obito didn't even finish chewing the ramen in his mouth. Come here. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Having trained with his father since he was a child, he had seen the world of elite ninjas early on, and he didn't want to bother with the two. But the staircase was relatively close to the two, and Kakashi felt that he might be blocked if he went downstairs normally, so he made a prejudgment operation. After finishing the last bite of the rice ball, Kakashi calmly put away the lunchbox, gave the two a standard middle finger, and then jumped lightly. He actually jumped directly from the rooftop of the 6-story building. Of course, Kakashi didn't jump off the building out of despair. He was light, first landing on the windowsill on the 5th floor, then jumping onto the water pipe, grabbing the water pipe with one hand, and sliding down. Don't say it, this silky action is a bit handsome. At least that's what Obito think. Wow, he's so handsome, big brother. When Wakahiro looked at Obito, there was a little more pity in his eyes. So all the ninjas in this world have stupid attribute, right? Don't move around here. Eat your ramen before going downstairs. Remember to take the stairs. Since Kakashi sent a challenge with his middle finger, how could Wakahiro not accept it? Wakahiro jumped onto the rooftop railing and leaped into the air. At this moment, Wakahiro was really, I experienced a sense of freedom that I couldn't experience in my previous life. It's different from skydiving, bungee jumping and other high-altitude sports that require equipment. This 6-story building is not low, but Waka is sure to land safely as long as she is close to the ground. Fire style, great fireball plus song. She spits out high-temperature flames from her mouth, and the powerful impact force reacts on herself for a short time. Waka forcibly slows down in the air and then lands steadily. At this time, Kakashi has just slid to the 2nd floor. Looking at Waka, who is ahead of the others after stepping on the waves of fire, his whole face is stunned. This guy, is he crazy? Little white hair, you shouldn't provoke Uchiha. After showing off his skills, Waka crossed his chest with his hands and said coolly, the practical class in the afternoon. Don't be a coward. Waka will never fight privately in school or block the door after school. That's what bad kids would do. As a righteous Uchiha, I say no to school violence. Starting with me. Chapter 5, Wakaba vs Kakashi. It was the first class of the afternoon in a blink of an eye. Practical experience class. The first day of school. The main focus is an experience. Teacher Oki led a group of children to gather in front of the wooden stake and gave each child a few shuriken to throw up. Here you can distinguish the difference between civilians and families. When children from the ninja clan draw lot, I'm afraid they will have shuriken in addition to detonating talisman. It's natural to throw it with ease. At least the hit rate is high. Children from civilian families will be happy for a long time if they can hit the target once, and they will most likely be cannon fodder in the future battlefield. It is worth mentioning that in this life, because Wakaba is very interested in cultivation, Obito has also been exposed to a lot of ninja knowledge since he was a child. All 5 shurikens were on the handle, and 2 of them hit the bullseye. Maybe this result can only be considered average, but it is much better than in the previous life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kakashi swung out several shuriken in succession, and all of them hit the bullseye. Wow, Kakashi is so amazing. All hit. Is the class monitor the only one left? I'm looking forward to it. If it's the class monitor, he will definitely hit all of them. Kakashi was the number 1 in appearance in the first year class of the Ninja Academy for 3 classes and received a lot of cheers. Then it was the class monitor's turn. The appearance of the Uchiha clan never disappoints. Although Wakaba's short hair is out of tune with other Uchiha, it is still cool and domineering. Brother, give it to me. Obito went to collect the shuriken, which he often did. Wakahiro didn't rush to throw, but looked at Kakashi. Since there is a huge gap between you and me, and my duty as the class monitor is to protect my classmate, so before the battle starts later, I will give you some information. Wakahiro played with the shuriken in his hand. Watch out, shuriken, shoot like this. Swoosh. 5 shurikens were shot almost at the same time, and even the sound of breaking through the air was almost the same, but there were slight differences in the direction of the shot, and these differences were magnified countless times after moving forward for a distance. The 5 shurikens collided with each other and changed their arc. Bang bang bang. After the second lock, all the shurikens finally hit the target, but they were lined up and hit every area accurately. Wow, as expected of the class monitor. So handsome. handsome. The class monitor's shurikenjutsu is amazing. It's a neat one shape. What should I do? There's Kakashi on the left and the class monitor on the right. It's so hard to choose. The sooner you open the Sharingan, the better. Although it only has a single Megatama, but Wakahata has already started throwing stones with the Sharingan when he was 2 years old. After practicing until now, even if he doesn't open the Sharingan, he can still hit whatever he points at. Wow, this brat. Teacher Oak smiled and shook his head. He was not surprised by Wakahata's shuriken skills. The unexpected time period has long passed. After this morning, Oak is also a teacher who has seen the big world changing the trajectory by colliding with each other. This requires careful calculations and precise control of strength. Kakashi frowned and looked at the target. He had been practicing with his father since he was a child, and he knew how difficult Wakahata's move was. It's not that he can't do it, it just takes a lot of time to practice. Since he started practicing with his father, the direction of his practice has always been Hatake swordsmanship. Looking at Wakahi again, Kakashi's eyes finally became more serious. Kakashi, who has not experienced darkness, is still a little boy after all. He still has a bit of a desire to win. What a coincidence. Although his soul is an adult, Wakahi, who enjoys this journey of time travel, has a mentality of a complete teenager. It is said that Kakashi in the early stage is definitely the template of the protagonist. Graduation in half a year, Chunin in half a year, etc. When they were Chunin of the same period, this guy was already a Jonin. Wakabi started with a single Megatama, and it took him 4 years to adapt and practice. It was a good opportunity to compare himself with this protagonist to see what level he was at. Okay, next is the actual combat training. Kakashi and Wakabi stay, and the other students spread out. Oki had noticed the tit-for-tat between the two brats a long time ago. Not only did he not stop them, he was also very tactful to help them. One is the son of Lord White Fang, the other is a gifted Uchiha boy. Both children are obviously geniuses. They compete with each other and promote each other. Maybe they can become companions in the future. It's a pity. Originally, there was a place for the 3 Hyuga students in this competition plan. I don't know how the Sandaime-sama will deal with this incident. Oki was thinking in his heart, and after seeing that the two had consciously formed the seal of opposition, he also gave an order. Begin. Whoosh. Teacher Oak left the venue in an instant, and the next second, whoosh, the two boys attacked at the same time, and their right forearms collided with each other. His strength is not inferior to mine. Kakashi made a quick judgment in his mind. His speed is faster than mine. Waka also found the problem. According to the position of the two when they collided, Kakashi did rush half a step more than him. It doesn't make sense. You usually catch rabbits with Tuzi, and you practice sprinting a lot. Waka was not very convinced. Even more so Kakashi. He has been practicing swords since he was a child, but his strength is not superior to his peers. What a joke. Kakashi, who was 20% crazy, attacked again and hit Waka with a knee. Waka, who was a little depressed just now, almost laughed. When he and Obito were usually the kings of the Uchiha district, Obito liked to use this move when fighting with others. However, the knee was just a feint, and Obito's real killer move was actually stepping on toes. Bang! Waka he pressed down with one hand, forcibly holding down Kakashi's knee, and then stretched out a small hook kick from the lower body, trying to disrupt Kakashi's balance. Kakashi did not sit still and wait for death. He used his free left hand to swing his fist at Wakahi, even if he would fall down in 0.5 seconds. Wakahi did not intend to be hit by an electric cannon. Kakashi was half a point faster than him, and seized the initiative. He was already in a passive position in this attack and defense. Then let fight again in the second round, and Wakahi's way of ending the round was also simple and rough. He hit Kakashi's nose directly with a headbutt while avoiding the swinging fist. This lunatic, the forehead is much harder than the nose. Kakashi exerted force on his knees again, and quickly retreated to avoid Wakahi's headbutt with the help of the reaction force. The two distanced themselves. Kakashi took out a kunai. Wakahi also showed his Sharingan. Teacher Oak was alert, fearing that the two little guys would get hurt. The scene was even more silent, and the students even forgot to cheer. The two handsome guys in the class were so awesome. It was still Obito who broke the silence with a shout. Big brother, burn him. Wakahi's lips curled slightly. Although Obito didn't look very smart, he grew up with him and dominated the Uchiha children's circle for 4 years. They really had this tacit understanding. He also had a kunai and even a shuriken in his ninja tool bag. But why not use it? That's of course to cast a seal and release a skill. Wakahi quickly cast a seal with both hands. Thanks to the pen spinning magic in his previous life, with the blessing of the Sharingan, Wakahi's hand speed has turned into an afterimage. So fast. Kakashi's eyes condensed. He didn't expect Wakahi to cast a seal so quickly. It was too late to interrupt. He could only retreat to gain buffer space while throwing away the kunai, and his hands also quickly cast a seal. Fire style, great fireball. 1 second interval. Earth style, earth flowing wall. Chapter 6. You don't even want to call me squad leader. The fireball and the earth wall collided collided as if destined by fate. It's just that Kakashi's earth wall has no dog head yet, and his opponent is not Obito. It's the man who has been called Big Brother by Obito for 4 years. Oh, great fireball technique, as Uchiha's first and only fire style ninjutsu that he has mastered so far. With years of practice and the blessing of the little fire style genius, Uchiha has already practiced it to the extreme. Perhaps due to the limitation of the body, the power of this technique is not that outrageous, but Uchiha, who knew that Kakashi would use earth-style defense, can change the form of the great fireball through subtle adjustment. The total chakra consumption remains unchanged and the overall power remains unchanged, but the range is expanded and it far exceeds Kakashi's earth wall. In a nutshell, Ruoho's fireball is hollow, so it can be spread out directly when encountering resistance and then bypass the earth wall and continue to rush forward. It's a motor. Teacher Oak cursed inwardly, almost forgetting the 3 Hyuga students. They were all burned into the hospital by the fire escape, but Oak's instant body was only halfway activated, and due to his vision, he stopped again. Wow, this young man, as expected, is he the son of Lord White Fang? He has been prepared for a long time. The fire wave engulfed the earth wall and hit Kakashi, but Kakashi's body turned into a branch. This is the knowledge that the ninja school will learn next week, the substitution technique. Kakashi had come to the branch of the tree behind him without knowing when, and broke off a branch to replace the weapon. There was no way. The only kunai he carried with him had been thrown away. Kakashi is a student now, and he can't put so many weapons in his ninja bag. As the son of White Fang, using a branch is too cheap, isn't it? At this time, Wakaka showed the demeanor of a strong man. He threw a kunai directly to Kakashi and picked up the one that Kakashi had dropped on the ground. Although Wakaka did want to have a fair fight with Kakashi to test himself, but in fact this wave was not a loss. The kunai he threw to Kakashi had been used for many years. The price of ninja tools is not low. He and Obito only have this one in their family. He has been using it all the time, and it is almost patinated. Kakashi felt something was wrong as soon as he got it. Why is it so light? Take a closer look. Wow, except for the handle, the whole kunai is obviously polished frequently, and it looks a whole circle smaller than a normal kunai. But Kakashi didn't say anything. The other party can throw the kunai to him, which is at least better than him using a branch. I apologize for my previous provocation, Uchiha Wakaka. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and said seriously, but no matter what, please be careful next time. Kakashi took an offensive stand. The single megatama in Wakaka's eyes locked Kakashi firmly. He hooked the kunai with one finger and spun it, looking indifferent. Don't you understand yet, Kakashi? The gap between you and me is not something that can be made up by a kunai. You don't even want to call me squad leader. Then I won't let you go next time. Just kidding. No matter how talented Kakashi is, can he avoid the dynamic vision of the Sharingan? Single megatama. He also has a Sharingan, right? Hey. Kakashi took a deep breath. At this point he couldn't say anything more. Let's fight. Swoosh. Kakashi rushed to attack, and Hotaki swordsmanship was most about taking the initiative. Wakahiro seemed relaxed, but in fact his attention was 100%. While locking Kakashi's movements with the single megatama, he secretly took a small. I wrote it down in my notebook. This is the Hotaki sword technique that has been handed down from generation to generation. When White Fang commits suicide and Kakashi shuts himself up, it will be lost. Every bit you can see is worth a look, and every bit you can learn is worth a little. Ping. Kakashi's attack is fierce, with the kunai at a 30 degrees angle to his forearm, flashing down horizontally. Wakahi's speed is not advantageous, but the Sharingan has the effect of seizing the initiative, and Wakahi sets up the kunai in time to block. Kakashi changes his moves from slashing to slashing, and at the same time adds a turning whip kick. Wakahiro saw the opportunity first, gave up blocking, and dodged perfectly by leaning sideways and bending his waist. Kakashi changed his moves one after another. Wakahiro responded again. The battle between the two completely turned into a contest of swordsmanship and Sharingan. Wakahiro was very comfortable. His single megatama was limited by the completion of the task, and he could only maintain a single megatama for 4 years. But the accumulation of experience, the adaptation, and proficiency of this pair of eyes were not limited by the system. He didn't consume much, which was the amount of catching rabbits at ordinary time. But Kakashi tried his best. Every time he swung his sword, his physical strength would drop sharply, and just when Kakashi had used up all his combos, he had no achievement and he was out of breath. Wakahiro's little notebook gradually recorded a set of swordsmanship with a general system. Obviously he is stronger than me, but why does he keep hiding? Kakashi temporarily pulled away, panting, feeling a little bad. Do you know why the Uchiha clan is the strongest in Konoha? Suddenly, Wakahiro said softly. Kakashi didn't want to bother talking, as that would disrupt his current breathing rhythm and affect his recovery, but he had to respond to show respect. Nodding was not appropriate, so he could only shake his head. This time, shaking his head also helped Wakahiro to successfully pretend to be a perfect bee, because in front of these eyes the enemy's weaknesses will be magnified without limit, and the enemy's strength will become nutrients for these eyes. Swoosh! As soon as the word fell, Wakahiro raised his kunao and rushed towards Kakashi, combining his blade and elbow, and slashed down from top to bottom. Kakashi's pupils shrank. This was clearly his move. He quickly raised his kunao to block, but Wakahiro changed his move again, changing from slashing to sweeping, and even the change was the one Kakashi had just used. Ping! Kakashi blocked this attack, but his eyes were extremely shocked. Ping! Wakahiro attacked again, and Kakashi could only block hastily. Ping! The knife was only half an inch away from Kakashi's neck. Kakashi blocked it with great difficulty, and a trace of fear had already climbed into his eyes. Not only did he see his own shadow on the other party, he even found that the other party seemed to deliberately slow down his movement as if waiting for him. Kinai Kakashi! Wakahi put away the kunao and put it directly into his pocket while making the seal of reconciliation. Kakashi was a little absent-minded. Looking at the smile on Wakahi's face, Kakashi exhaled and finally made the seal of reconciliation. I lost. Class Leader. Chapter 7 CBD 3 Brothers. Kakashi lost. Sakumo. Hokage Building. Hokage Office. The Sandame turned off the crystal ball and smiled at White Fang in front of him. Haha. White Fang was neither disappointed nor worried, but laughed out loud with an open-minded laugh. This kid usually looks like he has no desires, but he always thinks he is very powerful. I was just worrying about how to make him take the ninja profession seriously. Now it's all right. Haha. Ninja school is really a place to educate people. The Sandame also smiled. Nothing is more gratifying than watching the little guys in Konoha grow up. It's a pity that Asuma, that brat, doesn't know how to make progress. What do you think of Kakashi's opponent, Sakumo? The Sandame asked. You thought about Wakaka's performance just now, and paid attention to the Sandame's expression, and knew that the old man was not just talking about this battle. He is a genius, Bya commented, but he still needs correct guidance. Unlike other geniuses, this child is a member of the Uchiha clan. His talent is clearly visible, but the nature of the Konoha Guard and the way the Uchiha clan acts are a bit paranoid after all. But this child is different from most Uchiha ninjas. His companions in his eyes are not limited to Uchiha, otherwise he would not have sent those children to the hospital. Sir Sandame, I think this child has a promising future. White Fang gave a very high evaluation. The Sandame took a puff of cigarette, and after a while of puffing there was already a cloud of smoke in front of him. Yeah, these children are the future of Konoha. Brother, kunao is so expensive. Why doesn't Kakashi ask you to take it back? On the way home from school, Obito was playing with the new kunao and asked curiously, because his father has it. Because I beat him. Obito. Ruoho educated his stupid brother. This is how the world is. As long as your fist is big enough, others will be afraid of you. They will take the initiative to give you precious things to prevent you from hurting them. But if you promise to protect these people, then they will love you, and at the same time they will take the initiative to give you precious things so that they can have more of your protection and then bully others. Obito nodded in confusion, looking at his fist, not quite understanding, and then remembered something, pointing to the Hokage rock in the distance. Brother, if I defeat Grandpa Hokage, will he let me become Hokage? In both time and space, Obito's dream is to become Hokage. This question may be a bit complicated. Ruoho shook his head. I actually told you before that if you want to become Hokage, you have to defeat not only the Sandame, but the entire village. Ah brother, why is it so troublesome to become Hokage? Obito didn't quite understand. Did Grandpa Hokage also defeat the entire village to become Hokage? No. Ruoho shook his head again. The Sandame is very strong, but his ability to become Hokage has nothing to do with his strength. It wasn't him who defeated the entire village. He was just the one who stood on the shoulders of the giants to pick the fruit. The last sentence was said by Ruoho in her heart, but she was still a little prepared for eavesdropping. The first generation conquered the world, and the second generation worked hard to protect the family. When it came to the third generation, he was in charge of conspiracy and politics. The Senju disappeared, and Tsunade lost her home. Minato died in the war, and Naruto had a miserable childhood. This is what the third generation did. Ruoho didn't have much opinion on the third generation, but the development of the Uchiha clan has reached a critical moment, and it is bound to clash with Konoha. This is beyond doubt. Whether it is the original time and space or the present, the contradiction between Konoha and Uchiha is the legacy of the times. From the ninja clan to the warring states period, from Indra and Ashura to Madara and Hashirama, this thing cannot be reconciled. There are even deeper reasons behind it. Those who tried to change it, such as Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui, didn't they all die? In the original time and space, even if there was no Obito and Itachi, there would be a battle between Konoha and Uchiha. It's just that without the Nine Tails, Uchiha is unlikely to be Konoha's opponent, and the ending is likely to be extermination. But it's different now. Under his careful training, Obito will definitely be a noble Uchiha warrior in the future. Itachi hasn't been born yet, but even if he plans to join the third Hokage since his mother's womb, Wakaba is confident that he can suppress him with one hand. Don't ask, it's the confidence of the senior. As for Shisui, the senior brother Obito, you guys are finally back. As soon as he reached the gate of the clan, a little curly-haired man with snot bubbles ran over, holding 2 fishing rods that were several times taller than him. He fell down after running only 2 steps, but he didn't cry or make a fuss. He got up, patted the dirt, wiped his snot, picked up the fishing rods and continued to run. Obito greeted him. Come on, Shisui, brother will take you fishing. Brother Obito, can we catch rabbits today? I want to eat roasted rabbit. I want to eat too. Obito looked at their eldest brother. Ruohuo shrugged. Then let's go. But Obito, you have to go home first and give the money to grandma. Don't talk about fighting, just say that we are brave and righteous and others give us thank you money. Okay. Obito ran back home. Wakahiro looked at Shisui, who was less than 4 years old, and smiled like a senior. Let's go. While it's not dark, I'll take you to catch rabbit. Yes, this little guy with snot bubbles hanging from his nose and who could fall over after running a few steps was the future famous Shisui. He was also the number 2 younger brother that Wakahiro had just recruited not long ago, ranking 3rd, codenamed 3D Shisui. Big C Wakahiro, 2B Obito, 3D Shisui. Just these 3 brothers of Uchiha CBD, water, fire, and earth, grew up with 3 Gundams to lead the way. So why are they afraid of you, Konoha? Speaking of which, Shisui's life experience is also quite miserable. He had almost the same experience as Obito. He had never seen his parents since he was a child and was raised by the grandmother of the neighbor since he was a child. But Shisui in this time and space is obviously more fortunate because, like Obito, he also has a super handsome and invincible big brother. The key is that this kid is worry-free. Obito's eye-opening still requires Wakatsuki to plan and formulate a Kyurunryu eye-opening plan. Shisui doesn't need it. After developing on his own, he can become Shisui of instant body after stepping onto the battlefield for a short time. After returning to the village from the Kirigakure battlefield in a few years, he can become Kota Amatsukami Shisui. However, in this time and space, Wakatsuki doesn't plan to let Kota Amatsukami appear. This kid is stubborn. In the original time and space, he tried to use Kota Amatsukami on Fugaku, and the reason was also for the good of Uchiha. Shisui has no grudge against Fugaku. On the contrary, Shisui respects his own family leader very much, and Wakatsuki must be the clan leader. He doesn't want the brothers to turn against each other and kill their own relatives for the sake of justice. Chapter 8. The fate of Uchiha will be borne by me. It was not long after dark. The future Uchiha clan leader Wakatsuki and the future Hokage Obito finally returned home. Before she got home, Ruohuo noticed something was wrong. At this time, grandma usually likes to sit at the door to enjoy the breeze, waiting for the 2 children to come home and saving some electricity bills for turning on the light. But today, grandma didn't, and the lights at home were on. Are there guests? Ruohuo quickened his pace and walked a few steps. Just as he reached the door and hadn't entered the house, he heard grandma's voice. I'm old, and my mind is not very clear. If you have anything, just tell my 2 grandchildren. Come to make trouble. Which blind guy dares to come to Uchiha to make trouble? Ruohuo rushed into the house, but after seeing the figure in the living room, he immediately calmed down. It turned out to be the former clan leader and the former clan leader's wife a few years later. Auntie, you're joking. I see you're in good health. Mikoto smiled as she sat next to her grandma. Fugaku noticed the 2 brothers at the door and laughed loudly. Look, the 2 men in the family are back. Grandma just praised you for being sensible. Hello, clan leader, Aunt Mikoto. Wakahiro greeted obediently and patted Obito on the back of his head. Hello, clan leader, Aunt Mikoto. Obito followed suit. After greeting, the 2 brothers came to grandma and stood on the left and right. Grandma turned her head and looked at Wakahiro. Little Wakahiro, grandma heard from little Fugaku that you and Obito had a fight again today. Obito's whole body tensed up. Grandma hated them fighting with others the most. Every time after a fight, no matter whether they won or lost, they had to be beaten when they returned home. Wakahiro's eyes moved away from the 2 scrolls and gifts on the coffee table, nodded calmly, and said, well, a few Hyuga cataract wanted to bully Obito, and I used fire escape to send them to the hospital. You hit a Hyuga, it's okay. No one was killed, right? No, but he won't be able to get out of bed for 3 to 5 months. That's such a pity. Grandma shook her head in disappointment. Fugaku's eyes twitched. The old lady's way of education. Is there something? Be careful when fighting in the future. You are the older brother. Don't be too cautious when protecting your younger brother. Okay, I know, Grandma. Ruohuo replied obediently. Grandma stood up. Then you 2 can chat with little Fugaku. I'm tired and I'm going to rest first. Fugaku and Mikoto followed and stood up, respectfully escorting the old lady back to the house. When Grandma closed the door, the people in the living room were visibly relaxed. Well done, little guy. Fugaku spoke first. curse. I heard about what happened today. 1 against 3. You can send the opponent to the hospital after defeating him. You did a good job. Hyugaku did not hide his praise for Ruka, pointing to the 2 scrolls on the table. I heard that you can use fire escape today. Here are 2 sea-level fire escape. You can try to practice it. If you don't understand anything, you can come to the Konoha Guard department at any time. Even if I'm not here, the seniors there will be happy to teach you. The appreciation and support between Fugaku's words are very clear and undisguised. It is obvious that Fugaku is here to gain favor. Perhaps Shisui in the original time and space had the same treatment, so he accidentally met Itaka, who skipped class and became Itaka's real enlightenment mentor. However, ordinary little brats may quickly fall under this kind of sugar-coated bullet, but Ruohu obviously won't, because in Ruohu's opinion, Fugaku is not a qualified clan leader. Otherwise the Uchiha clan would not be exterminated. That's the whole clan being exterminated. Old people, children, women, and children. No one is left. Although Itaka did it, this responsibility is something Fugaku, as the clan leader, cannot escape. Let's not talk about whether Fugaku can stop his son. Even if he can't, you should at least be responsible for your clan members, right? Of course, even if Fugaku did that, he would be defeated by Itaki in the end. As long as the ending of Uchiha doesn't change, Wakahiro will still look down on Fugaku. Yes, it's not that easy to protect Uchiha, but if you don't have that ability, then you should come down. I will bear the fate of Uchiha. As for Uchiha Itaki, Wakahiro's eyes swept over Mikoto's belly. She wasn't pregnant yet, but Itaka should be there. Maybe it can be handed over to Obito in the future. Thank you, clan leader. Can I take a look? Ruoka Hana looked very curious. Although he looked down on the future former clan leader, ninjutsu was innocent. For various reasons, Ruoka Hana has only mastered one fire escape, the Great Fireball, so far. Although he has practiced it well, it is a bit shabby. A great opportunity like today must not be missed. Of course, Hyugaku raised his hand and said, "This is a gift for you. Don't be shy." Although it's just 2 sea-level fire escapes, but Hyugaku was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized that the little guy's expression was not right. Ninjutsu type sea-level fire escape, dragon fire technique, learning condition 3, sea-level fire attribute, chakra saturation, sea-level chakra control, sea-level chakra reserve. This ninjutsu meets the trigger conditions of fire escape genius, and the trigger is successful. Successfully learned ninjutsu fire escape dragon fire technique. The last time a similar prompt appeared was when learning the Great Fireball. After so many years, Ruohuo's skill pack finally has another fire escape, but Ruohuo didn't show much joy, but a little disappointed. Master clan leader, I already know this technique. Can I change it? Of course. Hyugaku didn't think there was anything wrong. It's just a sea-level fire escape technique. He mastered it at the age of 6 years old. He is indeed a little young, but this is a genius. Ruohuo then opened the second scroll. Ninjutsu type sea-level fire escape technique, Hosen fire technique, learning condition 3, sea-level fire attribute, chakra saturation, sea-level chakra control, sea-level chakra reserve. This ninjutsu meets the triggering conditions of fire escape little genius, and the triggering is successful. Successfully learned ninjutsu fire escape Hosen fire technique, current fire escape ninjutsu reserve 3. Your fire escape little genius has been upgraded to fire escape star. Fire escape star. The conditions required to learn and activate fire escape ninjutsu are reduced by 50%, and the increase in fire escape ninjutsu is increased to 60%. This time, there is more information, causing Ruohuo to miss the best time to show off. Hyugaku smiled and said, "Little guy, you won't be able to do this, right? But it doesn't matter. With your talent, it won't take too long to master this technique, so when you master it, you can come to the Konoha Guard department to find me. I can teach you more." Hyugaku's smile suddenly froze when he was halfway through his word. A flash of scarlet flashed in Ruohu's eyes. It was a single Megatama Sharingan. Hyugaku's face was full of astonishment. He opened his eyes at the age of 6. This is completely different from learning ninjutsu. Look at this unworldly look. Finally, enjoy your time as the clan leader in the past few years. Hyugaku, when I study and think, I like to open the Sharingan so that I can concentrate more. Ruohu made up for the beep that he hadn't finished just now, and super doubled it. I have already learned this ninjutsu. Master clan leader, what did you just say? Chapter 9 Tool Man Fugaku. Wakahiro, your eyes. Ah, this is the Sharingan. Fugaku was choked. Wakahiro, when did you open the Sharingan? This. Wakahiro thought for a while. Specifically, I forgot the time. It should be 1 or 2 years ago. Right. Obito was beaten, and he was beaten badly. At that time, I just felt red in front of my eyes, and then, although it would be more shocking to say that he opened his eyes at the age of 2, Hyugaku probably wouldn't believe it, but it doesn't matter. The effect of opening the eyes at the age of 4 and 2 is basically the same. You can tell from Fugaku's expression. Fugaku was stunned for a few seconds. His Adam's apple moved, and his eyes quickly became extremely extremely sharp and his face was also excited. Wakaka-kun, as expected. Grandma said the same thing. He is a reliable brother. It has been less than 10 minutes since Wakatsuki came home. This is the 4th time that Fugaku has changed his address tonight. First he called him the man of the family, then little guy, then he called Wakatsuki by his name, and now he has added a nickname. This means that in Fugaku's mind he has completely distinguished Wakatsuki from other kids of the same age. This is a genius who opened his eyes at the age of 4. Super genius. Thank you for the compliment, clan leader. Although he didn't like Fugaku very much, it didn't stop Ruoha from taking advantage of him. Apart from anything else, at least Fugaku's fire style reserve was a treasure for him at the moment. The fire style genius had been upgraded to the fire style star, and the panel attributes alone were scary enough. Learning conditions were reduced, the consumption was halved, and the power could be increased. If this was upgraded further, wouldn't it be easy for Uchiha Madara to roast the ninja coalition with a fire style? So did the clan leader prepare other ninjutsu scrolls? Ruoha blinked and said, it's best to have a little difficulty. I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. These C-level ninjutsu feel like school textbook which are too simple. Ruoha continued to act like a big shot. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Since they met, Fugaku has hinted to him twice that he should go to the Konoha guard department. Haha, it's just easy for you. Fugaku smiled and shook his head. Is C-level ninjutsu simple indeed? But if this is said by a 6-year-old kid, it's another matter. I'm sorry, I only brought 2 scrolls today, but it doesn't matter. As the clan leader, I naturally have no reason to refuse as long as you want to learn. Fugaku-ko, you're still in school, right? So, on weekends you can come to the Konoha guard department. There are all the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Not only fire escape ninjutsu, physical skills, illusions, and the correct use of the Sharingan. You can get the answers there. Ruokyo-kun, you have to know that our clan's bloodline limit is not just for learning and reading. A touch of scarlet flashed in Fugaku's eyes and 3 Megatama appeared on it. Wow, Obito exclaimed. Brother, the clan leader has the same eyes as you. Wakahi. Fugaku. Mikoto covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course, little Obito. We are all members of the same family, and Uncle Fugaku is the clan leader, which is equivalent to your head of the family. We all have the same bloodline limit, and when you open your eyes you will have the same eyes as your brother. Mikoto's words made Wakahi give her a +10. Isn't this a perfect assist? I know, clan leader. Wakahi patted the back of Obito's head. I will take Obito to the Konoha guard department for guidance on the weekend. This week there will be a test, and the test results will basically determine who will be the top student. If everything goes well, Ruoha plans to graduate directly and not stay in the ninja school for a day. This year's Chunin exam is in 2 months. If nothing unexpected happens after this Chunin exam, we have to wait until next year to wait for the next one. The Ninja World War is about to enter the 2nd stage, a melee among villages. With the reward of B-level family task, he will be more confident in gaining experience and merits on the battlefield. As for the qualifications to participate in the Chunin exam, as far as Ruoha knows, in addition to the approval of the guiding ninja, the big family seems to have the authority to recommend clan members before he officially takes over the authority of the Uchiha clan leader and leads the Uchiha to become bigger and stronger and create glory again. No matter from which angle you look at it, the Fugaku in front of him is a fully functional tool man. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the Konoha guard department. Ruoha-kun. Fugaku stood up and stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Ruoka-hana's short hair. Ruoka-hana wanted to refuse but did not dodge, and also stretched out his hand. Haha. Fugaku smiled and shook hands with Ruoka-hana. You will definitely become an excellent ninja, Ruoka-hana-kun. I think so too. Haha. Really confident? Not bad. It's getting late. I won't bother you. See you on the weekend. Take care. Clan leader. Take care. Aunt Mikoto too. Hubby, do you know anyone else who can open their eyes at this age? On the way home, Mikoto leaned on her husband and asked. Well, Fugaku thought for a while and said seriously, as far as I know, there is really one. Who? Why don't I know? Mikoto asked curiously. His name is Uchiha Itaki, also known as Uchiha Nanako. Opened the Sharingan when he was born, earlier than Wakana. Mikoto rolled her eyes, but the smile on her face did not diminish at all. She gently stroked her belly. Baby, did you hear that? Daddy is looking forward to you. That is, my son. He must be a genius among thousands. Fugaku said proudly. Why can't it be a girl? Nanako sounds so nice. Mikoto rolled her eyes at her husband again. A daughter is also a genius among thousands and a great beauty, just like her mother. Fugaku answered fluently. The young couple flirted all the way. So happy. By the way, husband, that child looks so precocious. I always feel that he is not a child, but his younger brother is. Genius. All like this. Fugaku smiled. But geniuses also need to grow up. I really hope that there will be more and more geniuses like this among the children of Uchiha. In this way, when I abdicate, I will not have let down the old clan leader's expectations. Chapter 10. You should recover cover. At night the stars are twinkling. The fire star is lying on the lower bunk and the upper bunk is Obito, who is eating ramen in his dream. Life will get better soon. Wakahiro thought he has a good foundation. With Sharingan as the core, all aspects are moving forward in parallel. Being able to defeat Kakashi proves that his first 5-year development plan has been successful. Next he will enter a period of rapid development. Graduation, Chunin, going to the battlefield and entering the Anbu. The journey of geniuses is similar. Itachi, Kakashi, Shisui all follow this path. Before Minato became Hokage, Uchiha should have reached S level. Right. The second 5-year plan is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. According to the known information, the one who opened the Manjiki the fastest was Byakugan Itachi. Of course, it could also be Shisui, and the way for Jako to open his eyes will be different. Joining the Anbu or the root will open your eyes. This is even simpler. As long as you can become a Chunin and become the most handsome guy on the battlefield, it will only take a few minutes to enter the Anbu. Minato succeeded to the throne at the end of Konoha 46, which is nearly 6 years. Enough. As for the root, noble Uchiha, don't be ashamed to cooperate with rats in the sewer. If Danzo really came to recruit, Ruoha would definitely agree without hesitation. Then after receiving the reward, he gave Danzo a middle finger directly. Turned back to Konoha Guard Department to report. Don't ask. If you ask, it means you look down on you. Do you dare to start a war? Uchiha is so evil. Don't let Uchiha go to the battlefield. I bet you don't dare. By the way, if Obito is not fooled by Madara to do pyramid selling, Nagato, maybe we can fight for it. I don't know if non-staff personnel can be counted as Uchiha's strength. Wakaho suddenly thought of this. The first generation of Akatsuki was tricked by Danzo and Hanzo. Hanzo's sickle was blunt and he was afraid that Akatsuki would affect his ruling position. If Danzo fanned the flames again, the two major organizations in the Land of Rain would no longer have the possibility of cooperation, and he only needed to descend from the sky at the most critical moment of Akatsuki and execute justice in the name of Uchiha. The vassal power module has not been unlocked yet. Please check the system panel after completing the A-level family task. The system suddenly popped up a prompt, almost scaring Wakaho. Really? Unlock after completing the A-level family task. Wakaho blinked. The system really has this function. Then maybe this 5-year plan can add more content. Develop Akatsuki into a branch of Uchiha Land of Rain. Hey, Akatsuki seems to have been a vassal of Uchiha Madara. He just took it and used it. There's nothing wrong with it. Perfect. Ryuohuo closed his eyes contentedly. He had a direction. Next he would try it in his dream. A week at school always passed slowly. As the class monitor, Ryuohuo had to lead by example, so he did not skip classes to practice. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he did not know how to create shadow clones. There was no other way, as shadow clones were at least a B-level ninjutsu. There were no scrolls at home, and his grandmother did not know how to do it, so he had no place to learn before. Finally, it was the weekend. All grades in the ninja school had a baseline test. The results of this test will determine the quota of the top student of the grade belongs to him. It is called the top student, but in Wakahiro's opinion, it is actually an alternative 3 good student. The quota will change according to the future test result. It is equivalent to issuing awards in advance and then encouraging other students to study hard. The competition is still a bit fierce. However, Wakahiro has lived 2 lives, so it is natural for such a small scene to be easy to handle. But in order to ensure that the quota of the top student is foolproof and to pave the way for early graduation, so Wakahiro went directly to Mr. Oak after the exam. Speaking of which, Mr. Oak has always said that he would report the fight to the Hokage. But it's been a week and Ruohuo hasn't received any news. Dong dong dong. Ruohuo stood at the door and knocked politely. It's Ruohuo. What's wrong? I'll help you mark the test papers, teacher. Teacher Oak thought about it but still refused Ruohuo's help. He would rather ask his shadow clone. Don't worry about this. Go to lunch first and the results will be announced in the afternoon. Teacher Oak waved his hand and took out a red pen to work overtime to mark. But before he started, he noticed that Ruohuo hadn't left yet. Teacher Oak felt a little uneasy and asked helplessly, anything else, class monitor? Teacher Oak slightly emphasized the word class monitor. The content of this exam is very simple, teacher. Wakahiro said coolly. I want to know, will all future exams be so simple? Just digest what is in the textbook and fill it in the test paper step by step. Teacher Oak was stunned for a moment and felt that what Wakahiro said was not wrong, nodded and said, in terms of actual combat, the teacher will also talk about some knowledge that is not in the textbook, so you still need to listen carefully in class. Speaking of listening carefully, Oak was quite surprised by Wakahiro's performance this week, because the first-year students of the ninja school mostly talk about basic theories which are not unfamiliar to the children of the big clans who have been trained. Wakahiro has shown strength far beyond his peers before, so Teacher Oak has always believed that Wakahiro is the young generation that Uchiha focuses on training. But even so, Wakahiro Waka-hiro is still very serious in class. It's quite unexpected, but I am already the strongest in the class. Even those senior Hyuga students have to take a detour when they see me. Waka-hiro spread his hands and said, "So, teacher, what can I learn in the ninja school?" They took a detour because their clan leader gave an order, and this is not something to be proud of. Okay. Teacher Oak's head was already a little painful. Don't be too complacent, Waka-hiro. Teacher Oak said patiently, "You are only in the first grade now, and there is still. I have read all the textbooks for the 6th grade of the ninja school." Teacher Oak was interrupted by Waka-hiro in a cold voice halfway through his word. "Excuse me, the knowledge theory taught in the ninja school is too basic for me, so I have always admired the teacher. Such a simple thing. The teacher, as a chunin, can still patiently explain it to the students over and over again. This is indeed something I can't do. Teacher, thank you for your hard work." After Waka-hiro finished speaking, he bowed 90 degrees, which made the corners of Oak's eyes twitch. "The teacher still likes your rebellious look. Can you recover a little? The teacher feels a little panicked if you do this." "Ruokyo, what do you want?" Teacher Oak tried. "I want to apply for early graduation." Teacher Ruokyo said his true purpose. "Time is not to be wasted. I want to become a ninja as soon as possible and serve my family and village. So please give me an application form and I will go back and ask my parents to sign it." Ruokyo looked directly into Teacher Oak's eyes. "Konoha needs me." Chapter 11. Kill this hateful spy. There is only one class on Friday afternoon. It was only 3:30 when school was over. The two brothers did not choose to go home but went straight to the Konoha security department, although Fugaku only invited him alone. "But how can you not call your little brother to get the wool of the sheep? He is the eldest brother. Don't be nervous when you meet the clan leader later. He's easy to talk to." "Okay." "Yeah, except for Grandma's cane and Big Brother's iron fist. Obito has never been afraid of anyone." When they were about to reach the Konoha guard department, the two saw Shisui sitting on a bench holding a ninja school textbook to study. Some people may not believe it. Shisui, who is not yet of school age, is actually Obito's after-school tutor. God knows how outrageous Obito's tail-end attribute is. Nohara-rin, who tied for first place in the theoretical exam, is his desk mate. There is also a little genius Shisui who helps with tutoring after self-study. Even so, Obito can still get 2 points less than Might Guy in the exam. "Well, you've seen it until next semester." Wakaka's expression was a little weird. "Ah, Big Brother, Obito brother, you're here." Shisui looked up. His little face was very excited. "CBD brothers have gathered. Today's task is to get Fugaku wool." Konoha Guard. As one of the landmark buildings of Konoha, it was built not much later than the Hokage building. It is also the only building of the Uchiha clan that has never moved with the clan members except the Nanga Shrine. The clan emblem of the Uchiha clan hangs high on it, and below it is the head of the Konoha Guard. The overall feeling of the building to Ruohu is not as grand as the Hokage building, but it is also solemn enough. The Uchiha wearing Konoha standard vest and shoulder straps of the police department come in and out, which really gives people a sense of copyright JVU of the Ninja World Police Department. Ruohu vaguely sensed a line of sight from the top of the building across a reflective window. "Let's go and learn ninjutsu from the clan leader." Ruohu gave an order and walked towards the security department with two younger brothers. At this time, a middle-aged man with a tired face but full of anger came towards them. He was still cursing and looking back every 3 steps as if he had a lot of opinions about the Konoha security department. "Isn't it just a little bit of wine? I didn't mean to make trouble, but I was detained for a whole night. This bunch of damn Uchiha. One day, sooner or later, I will burn this damn place." Ouch. The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to his feet, tripped and fell to the ground, screamed, and then looked at the little ghost next to him angrily. "It hurt. Damn little ghost, you don't have eyes when you walk." As soon as the voice fell, bang, Obito rushed and kneed and hit the middle-aged man directly on the forehead. The middle-aged man was beaten to the ground again before he could get up. Obito then suppressed him with the 7 castles, glaring at the guy as if he was under pressure. "Don't scold me. Don't look at Obito as a fool. He is really brave when there is something going on. Brother Obito is so handsome." Little Shisui beside him also waved his hands excitedly. Waka-hiro nodded secretly, very satisfied with the two younger brothers. It's worth his years of cultivation for Obito to have such awareness. "Okay, Obito, let go of this gentleman. He didn't mean it," Waka-hiro said lightly. Obito glared at the middle-aged man who hadn't recovered yet, and then he got up and walked away. Ruohu came to the man, half squatted down, patted his face and smiled and said with concern, "Sir, are you okay? My brother didn't mean it. He is still young. Can you not be so stubborn with him?" The middle-aged man calmed down a little and looked at the little ghost in front of him with horror. "Where was the arrogance before?" "No, it's okay," the middle-aged man said weakly. "Then tell me about my business." The smile on Ruohu's face disappeared. "You just kicked me and scolded us. My foot told me that it was in pain and needed 100,000 taels for medical treatment. My brothers are also very sad. If they don't have have 100,000 taels to see a psychologist. They will be traumatized. 100,000 taels plus 300,000 taels, that's 4 million taels. What? The middle-aged man was a little upset. Kid, your math is— Shut up, you haven't finished yet. Ruoho slapped the other party's rebuttal, pointed to the Konoha guard department behind him, and continued to accuse. Put these aside for now. I just heard you say some dangerous remark. For example, burning down the Konoha guard department. Is this what you said? The middle-aged man was still a little confused after just having a big fight, and nodded instinctively with fear. That's right, the Konoha guard department is an important organization to maintain the order of Konoha. The prisons inside are full of vicious criminals. Ruoho's expression suddenly turned cold. I now have reason to suspect that you are intending to destroy the order of Konoha and then launch a terrorist attack on Konoha. Swish! A strong light shone on the face of the terrified middle-aged man. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that this devil-like boy was holding a kunai. Hi! Damn spy! Sini! Ah! When people are in great panic, they will not remember to defend themselves. Screaming is the only reaction. It's a motor. Fugaku, who was watching the show in the office on the top floor, shrank his pupils. Why did he suddenly use a kunai? Hashido's sack. Several Uchiha rushed out with clear division of labor. One threw Ruoho, one protected the civilians, and one took the kunai from Ruoho. What are you doing? This guy is a hateful spy, and he was just insulting Uchiha. Rokuho turned into an angry child, struggling and resisting frantically. Let me go. Let my brother go. Let go of brother Rokuho. Obito entered a state of stress again, and Shisui also rushed towards the two Uchiha with a roar. The scene was extremely chaotic for a time. Rokuho did not forget to call the two younger brothers. Don't worry about me. Kill this bastard first. Kill him. Obito and Shisui decisively changed direction, but were lifted up by two big hands. Calm down. Fugaku, who jumped directly from the window, shouted. Shisui was frightened and immediately became honest. But Obito was never afraid. Let me go. My brother asked me to kill him. Obito struggled frantically and roared loudly. Kill him. Fugaku suddenly felt a headache, but just when he was about to help Obito calm down, the scarlet in Obito's eyes made Fugaku stunned again. No. Are all children nowadays open their eyes like this? Chapter 12. Fugaku is really a scheming boy. 5 minutes later, Konoha Security Department, the director's office. The three little ones sat side by side on the sofa, each with a carton of milk and some snacks in front of them, but the three of them didn't touch it, and they all looked at Obito. The single megatama in Obito's eyes had disappeared, as if it was a flash in the pan. But opening the eyes is opening the eyes. Now Obito is also a child with red eyes. How do you feel? Obito Waka asked. To be honest, Waka was really surprised that Obito could open his eyes at this age. 6 years old. At the same age, a certain Indra reincarnated and sacrificed his entire clan, but it seemed that he only had a single megatama. And Obito, so did his trick of Fugaku just now just stimulate Obito's eye-opening nerve. Brother, I feel great. When I opened my eyes, I felt like I could kill a cow with one punch. Obito said seriously. Waka pursed his lips. Well, Obito's talent is not weak. If he was weak, he wouldn't have had two megatama at the age of 12 in the original time and space, and then directly had a Mangeki. This version of Obito seems to have sacrificed his IQ. In that case, there's nothing wrong with opening his eyes at the age of 6. Well, the only thing missing is Shisui. At this time, the door of the office was opened, and Fugaku strode in. Looking at the three little beasts of the Uchiha, Fugaku chuckled and shook his head. You guys, I feel a little sorry for your ninja school teacher now. Fugaku joked. That guy is a drunkard. Don't bother with him. I've already sent him to the detention room to reflect on himself. But little Ruokoi, don't do that again in the future. Fugaku originally wanted to say that he was impulsive, but was Ruokoi really impulsive? It was obvious that Ruokoi wanted to teach this drunkard a lesson from the beginning, but before he took action, he at least accused him of being a spy. This has nothing to do with impulsiveness. The only thing that made Fugaku unsure was Ruokoi's behavior of pulling out the kunai. Is he trying to scare the other party, or does he really want to? Not that bad, right? Wakahiro did not respond to Fugaku's word, but took out a brand new application form from his pocket. Patriarch, please sign here in the parent column. Parent. Fugaku's eyes suddenly lit up, and he remembered Mikato's assist that night, and silently gave his wife a thumbs up. This is. Fugaku took the application form, and his expression gradually became strange. Early graduation application form. Wakahiro, are you preparing to apply for graduation? Fugaku was very surprised. If I remember correctly, the ninja school seems to have just started less than a week. Well, I studied the textbooks of the ninja school from the 1st grade to the 6th grade by myself. They are too simple. Wakahiro responded calmly. Teacher Oak said that he felt that he could no longer teach me anything, so he gave me this form. Oh, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I wanted to ask Grandma to sign, but she's old and her eyesight is a little blurry. Obito and I don't have any other elders at home, so so I can only ask the clan leader. Aunt Mikoto said that the clan leader is our head of the family. If he signs, Mr. Oak should agree, right? Hearing this, Fugaku straightened his back a lot. I am the dignified Uchiha clan leader, and he is a little chunin. How dare he not recognize my signature? Don't worry, Mr. Ruokahuo. Fugaku took a pen from the desk and signed his name neatly. Since the teacher of the ninja school said so, he naturally didn't need to ask any more questions. Little Ruokahuo is so upright he won't lie. Right, it's good to graduate early. Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. They all have their own paths to take. After signing, Fugaku felt that something was missing, so he went back and took out 2 seals and poked them up. The signature of the clan leader is the same as the signature of the parent. I am your head patriarch. I believe your teacher will agree. Fugaku returned the signed and stamped application form to Ruohuo. Ruohuo raised his eyebrows. Wow, this is the clan leader's private seal and the official seal of the security department. The private seal is understandable, but the official seal, what does it mean? Ruohuo was a little puzzled at first, but when he thought that this application form needed the signature of the Hokage to approve it, which meant that the Sandame would definitely see this application form, he was relieved. This is to stamp the Konoha security department's seal on him in advance. Hehe, Fugaku, this scheming boy. But this method is too crude, isn't it? The Sandame has seen all kinds of scenes. Can he fall for your tricks? If you really want to keep him, you can go to the Hokage building and tell him directly. What are you afraid of? Uchiha Ruoho is a reserve excellent talent of my Konoha security department and the candidate for the next Uchiha clan leader. Please respect yourself, Hokage. This is the posture that a clan leader should have. Thank you, clan leader. Ruoho thanked him obediently and quietly put away the application form. The top student is definitely his. The biggest competitor has already been defeated by him, and he is still willing to call him the squad leader. With this application form, the C-level mission is equivalent to being completed. The only uncertainty is his guidance Jonin. Could it be Minato? Wakaka thought secretly. He actually hoped that Minato could teach him so that he could use the Raise Nan properly. Yes, when Wakaka was able to refine chakra, he began to study the ball training method. When Jiraiya was teaching Naruto, he was there. When Sasuke was teaching Boruto, he also took a look. He had already learned this skill that could be used in the finale, but he never had the chance to use it. When the time comes, he can scare Minato and maybe even trick him into believing that he is the heir of Mayaboku Mountain. In a sense, the Sage Mode is not inferior to the Mangeki. Maybe the second 5-year plan can be completed ahead of schedule. Okay, although there are many official duties today, my shadow clone can still handle it. Children, if you want to learn ninjutsu, let's set off now, Fugaku said with a smile. Does Fugaku really have a lot of official duties? Maybe, but Wakahiro is more inclined to believe that Fugaku said this on purpose so that the 3 of them would feel that the clan leader had put in more effort for them. It's not Wakahiro's malicious speculation. The main reason is that Fugaku has shown his little tricks too many times in just a few contacts. If Wakahiro is really a child, it's fine, but Wakahiro has lived 2 lives, and in his previous life he had a father who was a director and a mother who was a strong woman. How could he not see this little trick? Thank you for your hard work, clan leader. Wakahiro cooperated with Fugaku's performance and patted the back of Shisui and Obito's head. Thank you for your hard work, clan leader. 2. Chapter 13. Can you teach me some proper fire escape technique? A small lake surrounded by mountains and water. On the bridge in the lake, Wakaho remembered that when Fugaku taught Ataka the fireball, he also taught it on a small lake like this one. He was not afraid of damaging the environment or causing a fire, but Wakaho always felt that he was taken advantage of. Of course, for the sake of ninjutsu, he could choose to forgive. Wakaho-kun, this technique requires a lot of chakra. If you can't learn it, don't force it. You have a very high talent. Remember the order of seals and the flow of chakra. Refine the chakra well. You will be able to use it sooner or later. Watch it. Fugaku gave a few instructions and then made a slow motion seal. Fire escape technique. Dragon flame song technique. Song. This is also a signature ninjutsu of Uchiha. The difficulty of learning is A level, and the lower limit of power is also A level. It can spray out 4 dragon head fire bombs in different directions, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge and can only bear it. Ninjutsu type A level fire style. Dragon flame song jutsu. Learning condition 3. A level fire attribute chakra property saturation. A level chakra control. B level chakra reserve. Trigger fire style light. The conditions required to learn / activate fire style ninjutsu are reduced by 50%. Successfully learned ninjutsu fire style dragon flame song jutsu. Relying on the light of fire style, Wakaba learned a new fire style. So my chakra reserve is currently only C level. Wakaba clearly realized this. He and Obito both tested it with chakra test paper and both started with pure fire attribute. With a single Megatama Sharingan, his chakra control level is naturally not low, but it is obviously not enough. But in terms of chakra reserves, due to his age, glitch. It is indeed a flaw. Sharingan is waiting for upgrade. Tailed beast. Curse seals. Hashirama cells. If it doesn't work, learn Yin seals or go to Mist Village to grab same Hada. Wakahiro quickly recorded it in his small notebook. Now, every step he takes may be a small step for himself, but it will become a big step for Uchiha in the future. There is no way who makes him such a responsible clan leader. I think I have learned it. Clan leader. Wakahiro deliberately paused for a while, waiting for Fugaku to relax and give a critical strike. Swish, swish, swish. Fire escape. Dragon flame song technique. Song. 4 flame dragon heads erupted. It's just that the scale and volume are a little smaller and the temperature is not as good as Fugaku's teaching version. Although the difficulty of this technique lies in chakra control, the consumption is indeed not low. But once it is used. No matter what, Ruoho knows it. In fact, if it is not for saving chakra, relying on the little genius of fire escape, if Ruoho wants to go all in, he can also use higher power. But why bother? I came here to get the wool today. I was directly withered after a wave of pretense. How can I get it next? Patriarch. After appreciating Fugaku's expression for 2 seconds, Ruoho frowned and said, Teacher Oak said that I can graduate early. So can the clan leader teach me some serious ninjutsu? Fugaku's eyes twitched. This is a genuine A-level fire escape. How can it be not serious? You kid, don't rely on your superior talent to wrongly accuse others. Mr. Wakaka, is there any problem with this technique? Fugaku asked with a strange expression. He felt that he understood the teacher of the ninja school named Oi a little bit. It's a bit flashy. Ruoho shook his head. Since you want to use 4 fireballs to block the enemy's evasive route, why can't you just use a large-scale fire escape? It won't be so troublesome to control. Haha. Fugaku was relieved. Ruoho-kun, your idea is right, but a larger-scale fire escape means more chakra consumption. Well, I'll show you, and you should understand. Watch it. Fugaku made hand seals again, still in slow motion, but this time there were obviously more seals. Fire escape. Great fire extinguishing song. High-temperature flames spewed out of Fugaku's mouth, sweeping across the lake like a wave of fire. The system immediately prompted ninjutsu type B-level fire escape. Great fire extinguishing. Learning condition 3. B-level fire attribute chakra saturation. B-level chakra control. B-level chakra reserve. Trigger fire style light. The conditions required to learn/activate fire style ninjutsu are reduced by 50%. Successfully learned ninjutsu fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Please note, fire style light is about to meet the upgrade conditions. The current upgrade requires B-level fire style 1. Only one missing. Wakaha's eyes lit up, but just as he was thinking about how to trick Fugaku into continuing his demonstration, Fugaku, the tool man, actually took the initiative to send warmth to Wakaha. Look, this is the effect you want to achieve. It does not require precise control, but the chakra consumption is more than twice that of the dragon flame song technique. There is no right or wrong in ninjutsu, only the timing of activation. The difference between the two ninjutsu actually lies in the number of enemies in front of you. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Even for him, launching 2 B-level fire escapes in a row consumed a lot of energy. But so what? He is the head of the family in the children's heart, the head of the Uchiha clan. In addition to the technique just now, there is another fire escape which also fits your idea. Watch out. Fugaku took a breath. Whatever I say today, I must establish an excellent image of the head of the family in the hearts of the children. At least I have to know a few serious ninjutsu. Right. Fire escape. Great fire extinction. There is only one word difference, but they are completely 2 ninjutsu. Great fire extinction is a covering fire escape which can spray a layer of ultra-wide-angle fire waves from the mouth when activated. In Uchiha Madara's hands, it was like a raging wave of flame, and Haohuo and Shi on the plane was more like a super pro Haohuo ball plus version. In Uchiha Madara's hands, with the height of Susanoo, he launched the ninjutsu from top to bottom, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. How is it? Fugaku calmed down the consumption. Looking at Wakaka's dull face, he suddenly felt very empty. Why, you are shocked and speechless, little genius. Really? Looking at the prompts from the system, Wakaka was really a little entangled. Successfully learned ninjutsu fire style Haohuo and Shi. Current B-level fire style ninjutsu reserve 3. Your fire style star can be upgraded. Please select the upgrade direction. Direction 1. Amaterasu's flame. Your fire style ninjutsu consumption is increased to 1000%, but it will be converted into Amaterasu's flame. Amaterasu flame, the final form of fire style with extremely high temperature. It will never go out before completely burning the target. Direction 2. Sun of flame. The consumption of learning/activating style is reduced to 30%. You can learn all styles, but all styles you have learned will be replaced by flame. Direction 3. Give up the choice. Please note, once the choice is confirmed, it cannot be changed. If there is no choice after 24 hours, it will default to direction 3. The question is, will all fire styles become Amaterasu, or will all ninjutsu become fire styles. Chapter 14. I have no interest in fire styles. There are 3 directions and there is also a give up option to make up the number. Of course, it is impossible to give up. Even if you choose the first 2 with your eyes closed, it feels worthwhile. Whether it is 10 times the chakra consumption, changing to full fire style Amaterasu, or 70% consumption reduction, changing all styles to fire styles. No matter how you look at it, it is worthwhile. It's just a bit tangled to choose. If the chakra problem is solved, the consumption of the full fire escape Amaterasu is not a big deal. But the Son of Flame seems to be quite powerful too. In the attributes of the Son of Flame, in addition to replacing the escape technique with the flame, there is also a very special entry. You can learn all ninjutsu. That naturally includes various blood ninjutsu including wood escape, fireman technique, fire dragon technique, thousand hands, fire Buddha. Ruohuo tried to use his imagination but found that both choices have their own merit. In the future, he will definitely solve the chakra problem, so the consumption can be ignored for the time being. Although Amaterasu is also called the fire of kindness, the more awesome the introduction is, the more sparse the record is. But the power of Amaterasu is indeed unique. Just imagine if Amaterasu is activated with the great fire extinguishing and released a few more times, wouldn't the ninja world be burned out? But if you choose the fire of Amaterasu, in his early stage he can basically say goodbye to fire escape. 10 times the consumption. His current chakra is yes, it can use a small fireball Amaterasu version, but what happens after that? After the chakra is exhausted, can you rely on physical skills? But it's not a big problem. After passing the Genin test, at most you can grow up for a while. Grow up and take the Chunin test when you are mature. But the second choice, Son of Flame, there are not so many restrictions in the early stage. Not only can you learn all ninjutsu, but the consumption is also reduced a lot. Although the power limit is not as good as Amaterasu, you may suffer a little when fighting against the big move, but it is not impossible to make up for it. Senjutsu and combining ninjutsu with a wind ninja are both good ways. The 2 choices are more like the choice of big move and small skill. One increases the power limit and the other increases the choice of attack, but the end point is basically the same. After the chakra problem is solved, Amaterasu can use the big move at will, and Son of Flame can also use the effect similar to a fire giant and can also use senjutsu to increase. But then again, Amaterasu, it seems that you can't burn the Otsutsuki, right? Wakahiro frowned. Kaguya was indeed a little afraid of Sasuke's Amaterasu, but she was just afraid. When it came to his haki, she absorbed it all. The power of Amaterasu is indeed considerable, but after reaching a certain level, there are certain limitations. The key is that Amaterasu seems to be 2 systems from senjutsu, and they can't be combined together. What a pity. It would be great if I could choose both. All ninjutsu become Amaterasu. Tut tut. Considering that I might have to fight the Otsutsuki in the future, the balance in Wakahiro's heart gradually leaned towards direction 2, and Wakahiro soon figured out another problem. Amaterasu is indeed very strong, but is conventional fire escape weak. Even without the blessing of senjutsu, the lethality of fire escape is not low. Didn't it take dozens of water-style ninjas to block Uchiha Madara's great fire extinguishing? If a fire-style giant came and dropped a hair casually, wouldn't it be a great fire extinguishing? At this time, seeing that Ruohuo had been thinking for a long time, Fugaku suddenly patted Ruohuo on the shoulder. You are still young, Ruohuo-kun. It is only time that limits you, and time is just a lock that cannot be locked. Practice well. I believe that one day you will definitely surpass me. As the clan leader, Fugaku felt that he needed to encourage this little genius, and it was these words that became the last straw that caused the balance in Ruohuo's heart to tilt. Clan leader, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Ruohuo looked at Fugaku expressionlessly. Fugaku was stunned, feeling something was wrong, but still curiously asked, you tell me, if this is all the clan leader can teach me, then I think that learning from the clan leader is no different from studying in the ninja school. As he said that, Ruokuo took a step forward. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fire extinguishment song. High temperature fire waves gushed out of Ruokuo's mouth. This is a complete technique. This is not over yet. With 70% of chakra consumption exemption, Ruokuo's current chakra consumption is not too great. Swish swish. He formed seals with both hands again. Fire style, great fire extinguishment song. A super large high temperature fireball spurted out and smashed out on the lake like a cannonball. I'm so good. Obito and Shisui were full of admiration. Fugaku's eyes widened and there was only astonishment on his face. Just watching it once. This is a B-level fire escape. Let's not talk about the difficulty of learning. Where does this kid get so much chakra? Master, you should teach me skills such as shadow clone and instant body technique. Wakaka exhaled. I have no interest in fire escape ninjutsu now. Fugaku's obsession index 120%. It was dusk when he left the lake training ground. After Fugaku used all his fire escapes. Then Wakaka copied it again on the spot. Fugaku's eyes obviously changed. Wakaka didn't hide his talent at all. Even if he drained his chakra, he had to show a relaxed look in front of Fugaku. What he wanted was talent to crush him. Since I have shown a talent that you can't understand, then when that day comes, I hope you can face the reality and take the initiative to roll down from that position. Uchiha, you are not a weak person who can lead. The only one who can save the fate of this clan is me. Fugaku has always wanted to label Wakaba as a member of the Konoha Guard, but how could he know that Wakaba had already been eyeing him as the head of the Uchiha clan? Brother, Shisui is asleep. Why don't we let him stay at our house tonight? On the way, Obito whispered, "Go tell Shisui's grandmother it should be okay. Goodbye, Obito." Wakaka, who was carrying Shisui, shook his head. Shisui's grandmother is not in good health. Don't let her worry too much. You go back to get the fishing rod first. I'll find you later. Okay. Obito ran away. Wakaka continued to walk forward with Shisui on his back, but a little old man who loved smoking appeared in his mind. The system made it very clear that all escape techniques would be replaced by flames in his hands, and the person who mastered the most escape techniques in the entire ninja world was the ninjutsu professor of the third generation. How can I pull a few beards from the professor? Wakaka thought about it again and again, and decided to rely on himself. Let's go directly to him. Chapter 15. Don't give face to the novice protection period. Right. Wakaka had a strange dream at night. The reason why it is strange, the reason is that he usually punches Hashirama and kicks Madara in his dreams, but tonight he met a few new faces. Kisame. Kisame didn't know what was wrong with him, and he had to fight with him for the ownership of Same Hata. Then they fought. Kisame started with Damn Water Shuha, supplemented by Water Same Bullet, and came fiercely. He directly copied it and made a Damn Kashuha and a bunch of Flame Shark. Then, the dream god, a strange thing happened. The third Raikage appeared out of nowhere and shouted, "Don't be so arrogant," and directly activated the lightning chakra mode, darted with a hand, and flew over with a whoosh. He was even more crazy, and directly used the fire chakra mode, transformed into a little fireman, and fought the third Raikage. This battle was so strange that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. In the end, he still won by one move and laughed at the end. But Terumi Mei and Ui Kurane appeared again. Only one of us can survive. You choose. The dream ended here. When Wakahiro opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Obito was still sleeping soundly, but his grandmother got up early and started cooking. After washing up, Wakahiro ran downstairs to chop wood with the Hotaki sword technique, practicing and working at the same time. When Obito got up from bed smelling the fragrance of the food, Wakahiro was already sweating. You go to find Shisui today, make up for your lessons, and practice the skills you learned from the clan leader yesterday. Although today is the official weekend, but Wakahiro is not going to Fugaku for the time being. As for Sharingan illusions, he only has one Megatama now, so there is no need to increase consumption. Okay, big brother, Obito asked again. Big brother, don't you come with me? I have to go to the Hokage building to submit my graduation application. Ruoho looked at grandma. When I become a ninja, I can do missions and get paid, and then I will buy you a big house. As long as you are safe, why change the house? Grandma's response was very plain, but the concern in her words overflowed. Ruoho smiled, finished her meal quickly, and left the house. It took more than 20 minutes to run from the remote Uchiha clan to the Hokage building. Learning ninjutsu and looking for Hokage, there is nothing wrong with that. Although Konoha has a rule that if you want to obtain ninjutsu, you need to make contributions. But don't forget that the final right of interpretation of Konoha now belongs to the third generation. The little tricks that Fugaku had written on his graduation application could not be hidden from the Sandame. Wakahiro had reason to believe that the Sandame would make the same choice, but at a higher level. At the main entrance of the Hokage building, two Konoha ninjas were standing very straight. There must be ANBU on duty in places that could not be seen. This was the safest place in Konoha, and it was impossible to force your way in. So Wakahiro strode over. Are you kidding? He is still in the novice protection period. Hey, Uchiha brat, what do you want to do? The two guarding ninjas ignored the so-called novice protection period and directly blocked Wakahiro outside the door. I'm looking for Grandpa Hokage. Wakahiro said seriously. I have something to do. Lord Hokage is not someone you can see casually. Go quickly. Go find your clan leader if you have anything to do. There is nothing wrong with this if you ignore the impatient tone and the two people's disgusted look. So the reputation of Uchiha is now shattered. Even children are going to suffer. Ruoho was about to argue a few words, but before he opened his mouth he saw someone passing by. A head of long and straight black hair, wearing a long robe and wooden clog, a pair of cataract-like eyes, and a smooth forehead confirmed the other party's identity. Hinata. Hinata is not a bird in a cage, and it's still so young. That can only be Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Hayashi ignored Ruoho at the door, and didn't even glance at him, and walked in directly. It's even more more arrogant than Uchiha. It's outrageous. The key is that the two guarding ninjas bowed. Why can he go in? Ruoho asked. That adult is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Of course he can go in, kid. The guard ninja on the left replied. Go find your clan leader and ask him to bring you here, and I'll let you go immediately. The tone was still impatient and contemptuous, but he didn't say anything excessive. Ruoho thought about it, took out the graduation application and spread it out. Open, pointing to the signature on it. No one is here. Can I sign it? There is also the official seal of the Konoha Guard Department. Maybe there is some regulation. Seeing the paper document with the seal, the two guard ninjas looked at each other, and the one on the right nodded. Show it to me. Here. Ruoho handed it over. Graduation application. The guard ninja frowned, and then looked at Ruoho with an even more impatient expression. Yet, Ruoho pretended not to see it. I just came to apply for graduation from Grandpa Hokage. Go away. Go away. Who cares what you are doing here? If you want to apply for graduation, go to your teacher. If you want to see Lord Hokage, let your clan leader come. The guard ninja threw the application directly at Ruoho. You want to graduate at such a young age? Do you Uchiha clan have problems with your brain? It has come to this point. If Ruoho doesn't do something, it will be really impolite. You don't want to give face to the novice protection period, right? Then please wait a moment. Ruoho silently picked up the application form on the ground, folded it carefully, and put it back in his pocket. Under the two guarding ninjas' mixed disgust and complacency, Ruoho had to leave distracted. But after walking a few steps forward, Ruoho suddenly stopped and turned around abruptly. I've seen something wrong with you for a long time. Ruoho shouted. Grandpa Hokage is so kind. How could he let you two idiots guard the door? Tell me, did you kidnap Grandpa Hokage? Ruoho's voice was so loud that it was immediately heard in the Hokage's office. At this moment there were quite a few people in the Hokage's office. They all heard the childish but angry voice downstairs, looked at each other, and felt a little funny. What happened? The Sandame was about to turn around to see. Even without the crystal ball, he could see everything at the door through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Little brat, I warn you not to. Are you feeling guilty? Don't be afraid, Grandpa Hokage. I'll rescue you right now. Someone in the office couldn't help but burst out laughing. Others didn't laugh, but they were also smiling. But soon, no one could laugh anymore. Will of Fire, please give me the power to rescue Grandpa Hokage. The childish voice suddenly shouted like a middle school student, and then, Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Chapter 16. Grandpa Hokage. Hold on. Song. The high-temperature flames swept through the entrance of the Hokage building. A scream was heard in the flame. The two guarding ninjas did respond, but subconsciously, who would think that a little brat could use such a powerful technique? It's probably a D-level basic ninjutsu, and at best a C-level ninjutsu. B-level. Is he fully developed? Is there so much chakra? Hyugaku, I thought so yesterday. So the two of them responded by walking 2 steps forward. At this distance they can take the person down with a flash. Why hide? We are guarding the gate of the Hokage building. We represent the Hokage's image. How can we be scared away by a little Uchiha? What a joke. Then the two of them used their faces to catch the fire escape. Ruoho actually let him go. What is his current behavior equivalent to? A 6-year-old child rushed into the township government with an AK in one hand to rescue the village chief. The key is that in addition to the two guard, there is also a group of Anbu, assassination tactics special forces, equivalent to special police, the kind with a big sniper. But these special police in the Anbu will definitely not sniper a little kid. The novice protection period, especially the novice protection period of the Uchiha clan during this period, is still somewhat useful. Konoha is indeed excluding the Uchiha. If he wasn't afraid, why would he exclude him? Killing a genius from the Uchiha family in the village probably requires preparation for war. However, that's what I said. Pretending to be young is fine, but Ruoho wasn't stupid enough to kill someone in broad daylight. An AK is fine, but it must be a water gun. So Ruoho only used the minimum amount of chakra, and the focus of ninjutsu was on scale, lowering the quality. Don't you say that practicing a ninjutsu hard is also good? Practicing the great fireball to the extreme. Most of the experience you have can also radiate to other ninjutsu. But no matter what, this is a fire escape after all. You can hide, block, and even raise your hand to disperse the force like Might Guy saved Rock Lee in the Chunin exam. You can take it with your face. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. The two guarding ninjas flew out backward, fell to the ground, curled up, covered their faces, and screamed in pain. It's a motor. Ruoho's heart skipped a beat. Have these two always been so brave? Face-to-face fire escape, not dead. What? The Sandame's eyes twitched. Can the will of fire be used like this? Ikusaku. The Anbu in the dark attacked in full force, and the Hokage building was attacked. Where is the enemy? In broad daylight. How dare they attack the Hokage building? Did Kumagaku sneak in again? Are these useless people from the barrier class blind? Kid, did you see any suspicious people? Where did you go? The captain on duty of the Anbu guard of the Hokage building shouted shouted loudly. To be the captain, the strength of this Anbu ninja is beyond doubt. Although he was looking in another direction just now, he was able to rush to the scene of the crime in the first time. Then immediately a subordinate flashed to his side and reported the real situation in a low voice. This subordinate was a little panicked when reporting. He saw the whole process, but he didn't expect that this kid would dare to, and he really used a B-level fire escape to bomb the Hokage building. Suspicious people, I think you are very suspicious. At this point, Ruohuo can only go all the way to the end. I tell you, don't think I'm afraid of wearing a mask. We Uchiha men are fearless. Hand over the kidnapped Hokage. Hiss, you stinky brat. After hearing the report, the captain of the Anbu team was furious. He moved instantly and raised his hand to pick up Wakana. This scene was just like the scene before the guard department yesterday. It's a pity that Obito and Shisui were not there, otherwise Shisui might have opened his eyes. Let me go. Fight me one-on-one. Be honest. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Do you know where this is? Ah, will of fire. Give me strength again. Let me defeat this guy. Hokage grandpa. Hold on. The Sandame sat in the Hokage's office and witnessed the end of this drama through the French window. When the laughter in the office became smaller, Orochimaru, I've sent the clone there, teacher. Orochimaru responded with a smile. Kids nowadays are so energetic. The Sandame sighed, and they are indeed a little courageous. White Fang laughed. My kid doesn't have that courage. Haha. This is also the result of lack of education. Sakumo-senpai. Hinata Hayashi was the only one who didn't hold back his laughter. He said in a serious tone, if this child continues like this, he will become a ninja sooner or later and cause a disaster. He is still young. Hayashi. White Fang waved his hand. Dong dong dong. The Sandame knocked on the table. Okay, let's continue. Everyone. Compared to this kid, Uegakure and Kumagakure are obviously more dishonest. I've already said it. Lord Hokage is not kidnapped. He is in a very important meeting. Little brat, don't look at me like that. Do you know how much trouble you have caused today? If you weren't young, you would have been dead by now. Lord Orochimaru, you are here. Yeah, the arrival of Orochimaru interrupted this legal education. The sealed Wakaka, who was tied up, immediately became honest. Why did this guy Orochimaru come? I can't pretend anymore. It's too much. By the way, didn't Orochimaru at this time lead a scientist? He hasn't started human experiments yet, and he hasn't evolved into a lazy snake. As the only one of the three ninjas who lives in Konoha, Orochimaru now seems to be a hot candidate to succeed Hokage. Leave this child to me first, Orochimaru said lightly. Yes, the Anbu agreed respectfully and closed the door when he left. It seems that you know who I am, child. Can you rest assured now? Orochimaru smiled and untied the rope on Wakatsuki in a few seconds and took out the cloth from Wakatsuki's mouth. Wakatsuki nodded without saying anything. Orochimaru's smile became even bigger, like Jin-san's teacher before he awakened, with a gentle attribute Mak. But after awakening, task tisk. I just learned some information. You want to graduate early, right? Wakatsuki nodded again, still without saying anything, and then took out the application form. Orochimaru didn't take it. You can give it to Hokage yourself, and then confirm with your own eyes that he has not been kidnapped. Orochimaru reached out and wanted to touch Wakatsuki's short hair. Wakatsuki instinctively avoided it. Anyone? No one can touch his head. Orochimaru put his hand in the air, but he was not annoyed. Relax, kid. You didn't hurt anyone, and you didn't cause much damage. No one will blame you. Let me tell you a secret. Orochimaru took his hand back and smiled again. In fact, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Wakaba believed this. Chapter 17. Hot-blooded Wakaba. Teacher Oak felt that his career was really coming to an end. His student did something very serious. Dropping school, fighting, not doing homework. Had that little guy bombed the Hokage building. That's where the Hokage worked. After receiving the notice, Teacher Oak rushed to the Hokage building. Looking at the dark wall, Teacher Oak was sweating profusely. It was fire release. That's right. When I came to the Hokage's office, I heard a familiar voice before I entered. That technique was taught to me by the clan leader yesterday, and I just learned it. That voice was Wakaka. That's right. So all this is not a prank. The meteorite in Teacher Oak's heart finally fell. Perfect. 12 years of teaching career finally came to an end today. Oh, so you shouted Will of Fire before launching the ninjutsu. Was it also taught by clan leader Fugaku? That's not the case. It was Teacher Oak who taught you. A question mark crossed Oak's mind. Did he teach it? Teacher Oak said that the Will of Fire is the source of power passed down from generation to generation by the Konoha ninjas. As long as there is the Will of Fire in the heart, Konoha will be invincible. Yes, he seems to have said this. It's not seem, it's certain, because this is the first lesson in the compulsory course of the ninja school. History of Konoha. Teacher Oak is right. The Sandame's tone was very satisfied. Teacher Oak suddenly felt that his teaching career seemed to be salvageable. In fact, I thought that Teacher Oak was a liar at first. The corner of Oak's eye twitched. It wasn't until I used the fire release on the two spies today that I really felt the power of the Will of Fire. That technique is super difficult. I only learned it after opening the Sharingan. I had always been reluctant to use it before. When facing the enemy, I found that my chakras seemed to have increased and the seals became faster. And then, spy enemy. Teacher Oak was wondering, didn't Wakahiro bomb the Hokage building? How did it become facing the enemy? The Sandame also asked Oak's doubt. But little Wakahiro, why do you think those two ninjas are spies? It can be heard that the Sandame is also puzzled. Why is this kid so persistent in the matter of spies? So what happened? Because they are very hostile to Uchiha. Wakahiro's voice became much higher. The Konoha Security Department is an important organization to maintain the stability of Konoha. The Uchiha's duty is to protect Konoha. Those two guys thought they were hiding well, but when I showed them the application form, they still showed their chicken feet. Under normal circumstances, seeing the signature of the clan leader, they will definitely report to Grandpa Hokage. Right. The Sandame responded thoughtfully. That's right. Teacher Oak also responded in his heart. But they didn't. Ryuohuo said excitedly. They told me to leave quickly and wouldn't let me in no matter what. This must be a sign of guilt. They must be doing something bad and afraid of being discovered by me. I, Uchiha, hate evil. When I encounter such a situation, I must move forward like a fire escape infused with the will of fire. Although Grandpa Hokage was not kidnapped, they must be bad guys. Grandpa Hokage, don't worry. Wait until I go back to report to the clan leader and take them to the Konoha Guard Department. I will definitely be able to torture them out of information. The Sandame was silent. This kid's logic is impeccable, but I always feel that something is wrong. No, this kid seems to be wrong in everything except logic. Just say that the Hokage was kidnapped in the Hokage building. Without a little imagination, I'm afraid I can't come to this conclusion at all. Moreover, the Sandame has reason to suspect that there seems to be something wrong with this child's understanding of the will of fire. Can we only say that he is still a child after all? I am old and can't keep up with my thought. Dong dong dong. Teacher Oak finally knocked on the door of the office. Come in, the Sandame replied. Teacher Oak walked in and found that in addition to Wakana and Hokage, Orochimaru was also there. Hokage, Orochimaru. Oak bowed. Hello, Teacher Oak. Wakana greeted him obediently. Okana, I asked you to come here because I want to know about this child's situation. The Sandame went straight to the point in a gentle tone. This child wants to apply for graduation early. What do you think? Okana was stunned. So didn't the Hokage want to hold him accountable for his dereliction of duty? Wakahiro has excellent grades in all aspects. Duke organized his vocabulary a little and reported yesterday's baseline test. Wakahiro ranked first in the class. In the usual practical test, Wakahiro also ranked among the top, and his basic ninja skills are very solid. Wakahiro is also the monitor of the first year class, and his classmates trust him very much. But if he wants to graduate early, Teacher Oak paused. I think we still need to ask Wakahiro's parents for their opinions. Duke's answer was very formulaic, and Wakahiro felt that if he said more about class popularity, wouldn't that be a plus? Is that so? The Sandame glanced at Fugaku's signature and private seal and official seal on the application form. This parent seems to have a strong desire for Wakaka to graduate. Okay, then arrange an early graduation assessment for little Wakaka, the Sandame said. Yes. Teacher Oi took the order. Come this way, Oi Chunin. Orochimaru raised his hand and took Oi out of the Hokage's office. The Sandame looked at Wakaka. The little guy still had a serious look on his face. The Sandame seemed to see an old friend when he was a child. They are both very serious types. The Sandame instinctively wanted to take a puff of cigarette, but considering that the child was still in the office, he pursed his lip and decided to hold back. Little Wakaka, the Sandame put down his pipe. Can you tell Grandpa that applying for early graduation is the clan leader's idea or your own? It's my own decision, Grandpa Hokage. Rukeo answered. I have learned all the textbooks of the ninja school by myself. Teacher Oak has nothing to teach me. I went to ask for help from the chief of the Fugaku clan. After he taught me all the fire escape ninjutsu, he couldn't give me much guidance. My talent is really good, Grandpa Hokage, Rukeo said seriously, so I think it's time to become a ninja and shine for the village. Konoha needs me. Oki, I've heard that. Wow. At this moment the Sandame was really surprised by Rukeo's passion and faith. Although he has entered old age, who hasn't chased the scorching sun and run in the sunset? Little Rukeo, you make Grandpa a little passionate. Chapter 18 Master and Disciple. When leaving the Hokage building, Ruoha was a little depressed. A lot of things happened this morning. He dealt with two guard ninjas who looked down on others. Because of the novice protection period, they have not been held accountable. The early graduation has also been implemented. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have double Megatama on Monday. But I came here to get some money. Ruoha turned his head and looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the Hokage building. Did I not perform well enough, or did the Sandame compromise with Fugaku's trick? He hinted so clearly that Fugaku didn't have fire escape to guide him. You, a dignified ninjutsu professor, shouldn't you show your appreciation? But it's okay. You'll be grateful if you take advantage of others. Since there is no mercy at all, I don't have to think about the old relationship when we meet on the battlefield in the future. Wakahiro continued to walk forward expressionlessly, but soon he realized a problem that he had to consider. By the way, who will be my guiding ninja? I didn't see Minato today. Well, it can't be Orochimaru, right? Hat. Wakahiro smiled and shook his head. If Orochimaru really becomes his guiding ninja, it will be a lively scene. Lesson 1 on the development and use of curse seals and Hashirama cells. Lesson 2 on the efficient way to collapse Konoha. Lesson 3 on the succession of the 4th Hokage. What do you think of this child, Orochimaru? In the Hokage building, the Sandaime asked, puffing on his cigarette while watching the young man shaking his head and walking away. He is very alert and talented, but he lacks some common sense. Orochimaru also looked at the figure with interest in his eyes. Don't you often say that common sense is the prejudice formed by a ninja over time? That's right, teacher. Orochimaru smiled meekly. What this child did today may seem a little childish in both results and process, but I won't deny his starting point. The Sandaime didn't respond, took a puff of cigarette and motioned Orochimaru to continue. This child has a strong sense of justice. It should be related to the environment he grew up in. The Uchiha clan is in charge of the Konoha Guard department, and their style of doing things has always been clean and neat and can even be said to be inhumane. This child is influenced by his surroundings and has the shadows of his clan members in his mind. He is very vigilant and decisive. Today's incident seems to be the child's mischief, but if the scene is changed, this child's mischief may really prevent a tragedy. The Sandaime blew a puff of smoke, and the smoke obscured his eyes, and even the reflection of the mirror could not be seen clearly. At this moment no one could guess what the Sandaime was thinking, until a short silence. I am very happy to hear you praise the younger generation again, Orochimaru. Then I will hand this child over to you. Teach him well. I have a hunch that this child may become the key to change the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha in the future. Just like the rope tree back then. The Sandaime kept the last sentence in his heart. At that time, the Senju, because of one of the Hokage, once had a quarrel with the village. Very stiff. The rope tree became the hope for the reconciliation between the Senju and the village. He handed the rope tree to his best disciple Orochimaru, hoping that one day everything would be restored to the way it was. Unfortunately, the sunny child died on the battlefield after all. Since then, Orochimaru has undergone some changes. To this day, the Senju clan disappeared, and the conflicts of the past became a thing of the past. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village gradually became tense, and the gap has always been there, and it is getting deeper and deeper. I hope this child can also help Orochimaru get out. The Sandaime exhaled a puff of smoke. This will be a complementary process. The will of fire in this child is a bit too hot, but this is exactly what Orochimaru lacks. Don't think that you can get the position of Hokage by simply agreeing with my ideas, Orochimaru. Do you think that you can prove that you are the most suitable person by saying such words? I know, teacher. At this time, Orochimaru's rank was still one level lower than the Sandaime. Although he hid his joy very well, he didn't know that the teacher had already seen through everything. The key to reconciliation between Uchiha and the village. If he can solve this problem perfectly, the teacher should pass the Hokage to him. Right, master. I caught 2 spies today. After leaving the Hokage building, Wakahiro went straight to the Konoha Guard department. After all, he is the head of his own family, so he still has to report, and it can save a meal. Spy sitting by the small lake, looking at Wakahiro who was finishing his lunchbox. Hyugaku had an ominous premonition. Yesterday's incident was still vivid in his mind. Wouldn't this kid meet a drunkard again and fight with him? Well, what kind of spy are you talking about? Is it a ninja? Or, after asking this question, Hyugaku also felt something was wrong. Although attacking civilians may be serious, it would be more dangerous if this kid met a spy ninja. Right, of course it was a ninja. Clan leader Ruoho said with a rice ball in his mouth, but his brain is not very good. I used the ninjutsu you taught me yesterday, the not so serious Huo extinguishing, to subdue them in one go. So he really met a spy ninja. Hyugaku became excited. Where did you meet them? Are you alone? Did they run away? You are not injured. Clan leader, you underestimate me too much. I said I caught them. How could I let them run away? Ruoho said unhappily. There were many Anbu present at the time, and they were sent directly to Konoha Hospital. I'm fine. Is that so? Hyugaku was a little disappointed. It's a pity that Ruoho is not a member of the Konoha Guard department. Doesn't the Konoha Guard department lose a merit for nothing? So where did you meet the spy nin? Ah, in the Hokage building. The Hokage building. No wonder the Anbu's actions are so. Hyugaku paused. His face stiffened. Which Hokage building? The place where Grandpa Hokage worked. Ruoho said as a matter of course, and took a piece of rice ball. By the way, the 2 spies disguised themselves as guards of the Hokage building, but I saw through them. I thought they kidnapped Grandpa Hokage, so I roasted them with fire escape. Grandpa Hokage praised me, but those uncles from the Anbu kept saying that I was in trouble. unusual, which is really strange. Fugaku was silent. Ruohwa was consuming the rice ball while admiring Fugaku's expression. Let's be honest, if this continues, it feels like Fugaku may resign in the next few years. But at this time, they are right. If you can be more proficient in fire style, you will really get into trouble. Wakahiro-kun. A voice appeared behind the two of them. Hoarse and charming. Senior Orochimaru. Fugaku stood up and nodded as a junior. Long time no see, Patriarch Fugaku. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. I am here to find this kid. He has applied for early graduation and I will be his examiner. And if he passes the assessment, he will also become my disciple. Now, it was Wakahiro's turn to be silent. Chapter 19 Fiery Wind Style. Why is this the case? Why? Kakashi graduated early and the ninja instructor was Minato. He became Orochimaru. He showed such a high talent. Is he not as good as Kakashi? Ask Kakashi yourself, who is the number one in the first grade. Wakahiro really doesn't understand what the Sandame is thinking. Do you think Orochimaru can't destroy Konoha, so you let Uchiha help? Oki-chunin told me that you have solid theoretical knowledge and you got a perfect score in the basic test. So I suggest that you skip the theoretical knowledge test and go directly to conduct a practical assessment. Waka-kun, are you confident? Orochimaru stood in the training ground with his hands behind his back. Fugaku, who had only eaten a small rice ball for lunch, was a spectator. Waka pursed his lips. Although he knew that Orochimaru had not yet awakened, he was definitely not as gentle as he looked. Orochimaru was good at disguise, and now his biggest goal is to become the fourth Hokage. Are you planning to use the power of Uchiha? But if you get too close to Uchiha, it will be disadvantageous to the election for Hokage. Right? Is it the intention of the third generation? Then what am I? A tool, a double face, a triple agent? Waka took a breath, temporarily threw away the distracting thought, raised two fingers and made the seal of opposition. Very confident, Waka-kun. Orochimaru smiled and formed the seal of opposition in a cooperative manner. Just when Fugaku was wondering whether he should help to call the start, Wakaka moved. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several shuriken were shot, and at the same time, the 10 fingers of both hands moved and formed seals quickly. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Zing. High temperature flames spewed out of Wakaka's mouth, and with the shuriken formation, the attack was fierce. Orochimaru's eyes were full of interest. Look at the scale of this attack. Even the shuriken technique is so excellent, and there is a bullet hidden in the blind spot of vision. You seem to have held back today, kid. Orochimaru retreated half a step, dodged the hidden shuriken, and formed seals with both hands quickly. Wind style, great breakthrough. Whoosh. The wind howled. Boom. The flames collided with the wind. Wakahiro immediately felt the pressure. Orochimaru would definitely not take the test seriously, but this little bit of the iceberg was an unprecedented challenge for him. You know, when this guy gets ruthless, he can scare Kakashi with just one look. But in this situation, Wakahiro suddenly felt happy, because the system prompted again under the capture of the Sharingan. Ninjutsu type, sea-level wind escape, big breakthrough. Trigger the effect of Son of Flame. You can learn all escape technique, but the escape techniques you launch will be replaced by flame. Successfully learned ninjutsu. Fire escape, big breakthrough. After upgrading from Fire Escape Genius to Son of Flame, the learning conditions seemed to be cleared directly, and even the system prompts were simplified a lot. If you didn't get anything out of the Sandame, then get something out of your disciple. Ruohwo grinned and stopped releasing the dragon fire technique. While moving quickly, he formed seals with both hands again. What is this seal? Fugaku was shocked again. This was the seal that Orochimaru had just used. Has this kid learned it again? Wind style, breakthrough. Ruohwo released the ninjutsu in a proper manner, but what came out of his mouth was not a gust of wind, but a blazing flame. Fugaku was shocked again. Why was this wind style so angry? Did he deliberately call it wrong tactic? But the seal was correct. Interesting. Orochimaru's eyes were more interested. He could see it clearly. With those eyes, the kid successfully copied his technique with just one glance, but the same seal became a fire style ninjutsu. Whoosh. Orochimaru did not respond this time, but chose to dodge. He had to observe this technique carefully, and even more so this child. Temperature, form. This is indeed a fire escape, and it also retains the speed and impact of wind escape. Little guy, you're a little scared now. In Orochimaru's eyes, the wind escape that Wakaka just released is definitely no less than a combination ninjutsu. If this child really released a combination ninjutsu, Orochimaru would be surprised. How strong a talent must this be to have such a difficult chakra control technique at this age? But the truth is even more terrifying than this. This child used a wind escape seal, but released a fire escape ninjutsu while retaining most of its characteristic. This is Orochimaru's blind spot in knowledge, and exploring the unknown is also the most dazzling mark in Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru looked at Wakaka again, but saw that the child was also puzzled. He glanced at Fugaku's reaction again, and was also surprised and suspicious. Is it the first time to discover it? Orochimaru pursed his lips. It seems that we have to change places. Whoosh. whoosh, Orochimaru disappeared, and when he appeared again he was already next to Wakaka. Can you use the technique again, Wakaka? Wakaka turned around and kicked Konoha's big whirlwind. Bang! Orochimaru blocked it with one hand. His eyes were a little confused, but Wakaka retreated directly after failing to hit him. After landing, he took a breath and looked serious. Orochimaru immediately understood. What a persistent little guy. Congratulations, you have passed the test, Wakaka-kun. I don't believe it. Wakaka was unmoved. It's not that easy to become a ninja. You must want me to let my guard down. Lord Orochimaru, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. This tactic is useless to me. The smile on Orochimaru's face froze. But soon he thought of something, smiled and shook his head, then took off the forehead protector, raised 2 fingers and made a seal of reconciliation. I neglected it. Wakaka-kun, this is your forehead protector. Wear it and you will be a ninja of Konoha. Looking at the expression on Wakaka's face that was obviously relaxed, Orochimaru suddenly felt that he had gradually mastered the correct way to communicate with this little genius. But what Orochimaru didn't know was, ding, family mission. See, under the name of Uchiha, become the top student of Konoha Ninja School and break the record of early graduation, half a year. Get C-level family reward. C-level main skill slot 1. Main skill slot. C-level, select a C-level skill and bind it to the life skill slot. The skill can be greatly enhanced and obtain exclusive characteristic. Pre-test available. Every time a family mission is completed, the main skill slot of the corresponding level can be unlocked. Personal skill template has been unlocked. Click to view. Your Sharingan has been upgraded to Double Megatama Sharingan. Chapter 20. I don't have the ambition of senior brother Rope Tree. Orochimaru has come over. Wakahiro didn't rush to see the reward content, took the forehead protector and put it on his head. From today he is a glorious Konoha ninja. Congratulations, Wakahiro. Fugaku also came over with a friendly smile on his face. Since the establishment of the ninja school, you may be the fastest student to become a ninja. To be able to become Mr. Orochimaru's disciple. To be honest, I envy you a little bit. Wakahiro sighed, not looking very happy. Fugaku, although it's just a polite remark, you don't have to be so cheap, right? Fugaku is not much older than Minato. From the perspective of age and seniority, Orochimaru can indeed be Fugaku's teacher. But you are the head of the clan. What kind of clan leader are you without some character? Ruoho can understand Fugaku's current attitude. The popularity of Orochimaru in Konoha is very high. Before Minato became the Golden Flash, Orochimaru, the cold-hearted Sannin, was really the hot candidate for the 4th Hokage. Fugaku must have valued this relationship. Think about it. If Orochimaru became the Hokage, with him as the Hokage disciple as a bridge, wouldn't Uchiha become a family of the Hokage lineage? But when did Uchiha need to become a subsidiary family of the Hokage lineage? The position of Hokage is there. Why don't you try to grab it? Okay, given the current situation and overall strength of Uchiha, it is understandable that Fugaku is a little more tactful. But let's be honest, brother Fugaku, Wakao said seriously, thank you for teaching me those ninjutsu. Without your guidance, I might not be able to pass the test today. Thank you. Fugaku was a little confused. What did you just call me? Brother Fugaku. Wakao shrugged. Lord Orochimaru is my teacher, and you are my teacher's junior, so aren't we equals? If you want to become a disciple of Master Orochimaru, you have to call me senior brother in the future. It doesn't seem appropriate to say that. Wakao seemed to be thinking about something. Fugaku's face darkened. You still know it's not appropriate. I am your clan leader. When you asked me for an autograph yesterday, you called me the head of the family. So, let's talk about our own things. I call you big brother, and you call me senior brother. When I am on a mission in the future, I will leave my grandmother and 2 younger brothers at home to brother Fugaku. Fugaku was silent. Why didn't I realize before? How could this brat be so hateful? Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. You should still call me the clan leader, Wakaka-kun. Fugaku shook his head. Also fine. Wakaka nodded. After 2 more years, it will be your turn to call me the clan leader. Okay, Wakaka-kun. There are still many procedures to go through after passing the assessment. While there is still time, let's do it all today. Orochimaru finally spoke. Okay, teacher. Wakaka changed his word quickly. Fugaku still looked a little depressed, but he still patted Wakaka's shoulder and said in the tone of a patriarch, you must study hard with Mr. Orochimaru, and don't get into trouble again. Understand? I understand, brother Fugaku. You must call me the clan leader. I understand, brother clan leader. Following Orochimaru all the way forward, the Uchiha clan's land is far away from the Hokage building, but the Konoha Guard department is not that remote. Wakaka was a little strange. If you insist on saying that there is a process to become a genin, isn't it just a matter of getting a ninja certificate? But looking at the direction Orochimaru is walking, why does it seem like a cemetery? It really is. Coming to the entrance of the cemetery, looking at the neatly arranged tombstones from afar, Ruoho suddenly wanted to turn around and run away. Let's say, Orochimaru at this time time should not have awakened yet, right? But Ruohuo still resisted the urge to run away, because he probably knew Orochimaru's purpose. You just mentioned my senior brother. I think it's necessary to introduce someone to you. Come with me, Ruohuo-kun. Walking left and right, Ruohuo followed Orochimaru and stopped in an area where all the names were preceded by Senju. As Ruohuo expected, on the tombstone in front of him there was a photo covered with glass. It was a boy in his teens smiling brightly and sunny. It was Tsunade's younger brother, the second generation Naruto, Senju Noeki. This person was also Orochimaru's first disciple. He is your senior brother who died in the Second Ninja World War. Orochimaru squatted down and wiped the dust off the photo of Rope Tree with a handkerchief. Say hello to your senior brother, Wakatsuki-kun. Hello, senior brother. Wakatsuki bowed in a standard way. After thinking for a while, he took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag and placed it in front of the tombstone. This is our first meeting, so I didn't prepare any gift. This is the most valuable thing on my body. Please keep it, senior brother. Orochimaru looked at the kunao in front of the tombstone and smiled. Your senior brother Rope Tree has always had an amazing dream. He wants to become a Hokage, to be someone who can protect Konoha like the third generation. Orochimaru looked at Wakatsuki. Wakatsuki-kun, what is your dream? Is this a self-introduction? Wakatsuki pursed his lips, and his mind inexplicably remembered the self-introduction of Kakashi and Team 7 when they first met on the rooftop. This is almost the same. It's just that the location is not on the rooftop but in the cemetery. Teammate or something. One sacrifice. One is temporarily determined to become a Hokage. I don't have the ambition of my senior brother. Ruohu thought for a while and responded. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Dreams and ambitions. Although they are just the same concept in his eyes, they are still very different to others. However, considering that everything here may be in the teacher's sight, Orochimaru still decided to correct his new disciple. I just want to become the head of the Uchiha clan, and by the way, serve as the head of the Konoha Guard Department to protect the peace of Konoha. Ruohuo paused. But it is definitely not enough for Konoha to be stable, otherwise there will not be wars all the time. So I also want to make Uchiha bigger and stronger, create glory again, go out of Konoha and benefit the ninja world. Ruohuo became more and more excited, not giving Orochimaru a chance to speak. The reason why there are so many wars in the ninja world is that there is no recognized order. If there is a set of ninja laws that everyone can abide by, violators will be arrested directly and illegal villages will be burned directly by the will of fire. Then this ninja world will definitely be stable. Anyway, Orochimaru is not a serious person, so what's wrong with speaking out? This is also Ruohuo's third 5-year plan, the Ninja Guard Department plan. Becoming a Hokage is too boring. The system of ninja villages should not exist. A group of ninjas gather together all day long. What else can they do except fighting more children, more blessings? It is better to establish a set of rules and let the whole ninja world abide by them. Be civilized, orderly, fair, just, harmonious and healthy. Of course, the final right of interpretation belongs to Uchiha Wakeha. Chapter 21. I have always been in a competitive relationship with Fugaku clan leader. Orochimaru was silent. He did not forget what he wanted to correct Wakeha before, but after Wakeha said his grand dream in the most naive tone, Orochimaru found that he didn't know how to start. Become the head of the Uchiha clan and protect the stability of Konoha. This sounds normal, and perhaps it is the dream of every Uchiha boy, but lead the Konoha Guard to the ninja world. Establish the laws of the ninja world. Maintain the stability of the ninja world. Child, you may not know, your dream is actually no different from ruling the ninja world, and the dream of ruling the ninja world is probably something that every village shadow has in mind, and the act of taking Uchiha out of Konoha seems to be a betrayal of the village. To put it mildly, it may be said to be leaving the ninja village, but the high-ranking officials will not think so. Kid, what interests Orochimaru the most is Wakahiro's interpretation of the will of fire. Those who violate the law should be burned to ashes by the will of fire. So this is what you meant when you shouted the will of fire before launching the ninjutsu. I have to say, your dream is really surprising, Wakahiro-kun. Orochimaru asked. I'm curious, have you mentioned it to the chief of the Fugaku clan? Conquering the ninja world, is this the child's naive idea, or is it the reflection of the ambition of the young chief of the Fugaku clan? Even if he did not clearly sense the teacher's gaze, Orochimaru, who has already designated himself as the fourth Hokage, is indeed acting with the thinking of the Hokage. Indeed, compared to inheriting the teacher's will of fire, he is more interested in inheriting the Hokage and having the highest authority in Konoha. But this does not affect his becoming a competent Kage. No. Wakaka looked at Orochimaru seriously. I have always been in competition with Patriarch Fugaku, but his will of fire is much stronger than mine now. I can't reveal my ambition before I am sure to defeat him. Orochimaru was choked. Such an answer was something he never expected. Well, this answer can be traced. After all, this kid was just trying to discuss each other with Fugaku. Orochimaru decided decided to change his way of thinking, otherwise he felt a little out of step with this kid's brain circuit. Teacher Orochimaru, can you help me keep a secret? Wakaka suddenly said. Of course. Orochimaru responded after a brief hesitation. I'm glad that you can tell your dream to the teacher. As a teacher, I certainly support your dream and will keep it a secret for you. Mr. Wakaka, I'm looking forward to the day when you become the head of the Uchiha clan. After all, this child is still young. Once he recognizes the reality, the declaration of dream may also change. As for the child's misunderstanding of the will of fire, Orochimaru thinks that it seems not bad. After all, the will of fire also needs warmth, doesn't it? I feel relieved to hear that the teacher supports my dream, Wakaka said with a breath. Orochimaru smiled back. Then please help me submit the application for the Chunin exam. Orochimaru's smile froze slightly. Chunin exam? Yes, becoming a Chunin will make my will of fire stronger. Orochimaru was stunned. What did he hear? Wakaka looked at his fist and said seriously, I have learned all the fire escape techniques of the Fugaku clan leader. If I get the fire will of the Chunin, I can challenge the Fugaku clan leader. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. As long as I can become a Chunin, I have a 20% chance of defeating the Fugaku clan leader. There was a long silence. Orochimaru found that it was not easy to follow the child's brain circuit. Just take the strange setting of the fire will. So how did the Chunin Oi teach? Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru felt that it was necessary to correct the misunderstanding of Wakaka's thinking, otherwise it might be troublesome to communicate. The will of fire is a spirit, a heritage. Not, I know, teacher Orochimaru. Wakaka interrupted as if it was a matter of course. The will of fire is the source of power for Konoha ninjas. The stronger the will of fire is, the stronger the ninjas will become. That's true, Orochimaru said patiently, but the strength of the will of fire depends on the heart. It cannot be quantified and it has nothing to do with whether you become a Chunin or not. Orochimaru said patiently, look, you just graduated from the ninja school and received the ninja forehead protector. Are there any particularly obvious changes? Of course there are. Wakaka raised the volume. Teacher, I have clearly felt the changes. My will of fire has indeed become stronger. Orochimaru had a headache. But teacher, look. Wakaka presented the fact and directly showed two megatama. After I became a ninja, I clearly felt that the will of fire has improved a lot. Even my eyes have become stronger. Looking at the double megatama in Wakaka's eyes, Orochimaru suddenly felt a little unconfident. He remembered that Wakaka just had a single megatama Sharingan, which was in the stage of just opening the eyes. How come after wearing the forehead protector, it evolved? Thinking of Wakaka's learned wind escape during the assessment, he used the fire escape which he had not had time to explore. Is this kid right? Orochimaru suddenly had such a thought in his mind. Could it be that the quantifiable will of fire that Wakaka believed in really exists? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. So what exactly is this unknown power? Is it a blood limit other than the Uchiha Sharingan? Or is it a special ability of the Sharingan? If only I could study it carefully. An inexplicable impulse quietly grew in Orochimaru's heart. Teacher, Wakaka's voice, which had not yet been noticed, became weaker. If you think I can't defeat the leader of the Fugaku clan, I can challenge him later. But becoming a Chunin is the fastest way for me to obtain the will of fire now. So teacher will help you. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru suddenly interrupted with a smile. As the teacher said, the teacher will support your dream. And now it was Wakaka's turn to be a little confused. So easy to talk to. No, teacher, just talk. Can you not stick your tongue out so long? Chapter 22 Orochimaru's Awakening Progress 10%. Wakahiro felt that he had opened Pandora's box, and he had evidence. Orochimaru first took him to the training ground. Wakahiro, use your Sharingan to observe carefully. Orochimaru made a seal in slow motion but did not fully activate it, nor did he say what technique it was. But the system responded. Ninjutsu type C-level wind style wind cutting. Trigger the effect of Sun of Flame. You can learn all styles of style, but all styles of style activated will be replaced by flame. Successfully learned ninjutsu. Fire style wind cutting. An ordinary wind style of style ninjutsu. Wakahiro knew that Orochimaru was going to start observing his talent of everything is fire style. Everyone who has been to school knows it. Observe first, then study. Compare multiple items and test repeatedly. Look, isn't this the most basic process of seeking knowledge for scientists? Wakahata naturally accepts everyone who comes. He doesn't even want to hide his buff of being able to learn ninjutsu in seconds. He is the heir of the will of fire, the next head of the Uchiha clan and the head of the Konoha Guard department and the future head of the Ninja Guard department. How can it be justified if he doesn't have some talent? Swish, swish, swish. It didn't come out of his mouth like other fire escapes, but several flaming blades appeared out of thin air one after another, cutting through the air in front of him with high temperature. Wind escape, wind cut, fire escape, fire blade. Orochimaru didn't hide himself either. He took out a small notebook thoughtfully, recorded quickly, then pursed his lips and showed Wakahata a brand new seal. However, this time there will be a little more seals, and Orochimaru only demonstrated it and didn't use it. This technique may require a little chakra. If you can't learn it, don't force it. Okay teacher. Wakahata is very positive. Yugaku also said something similar, and finally showed all his fire escape technique. Orochimaru is a cold man, and he is taught by a ninjutsu professor. Even if he doesn't have all 5 escape techniques at this time, and he has a lot of snake ninjutsu, it should be enough for him to grab for a while. Right. Ninjutsu type B-level water escape technique. Water dragon bullet. Trigger the effect of Son of Flame. You can learn all escape technique, but all escape techniques will be replaced by flame. Successfully learned ninjutsu B-level fire escape technique. Water dragon bullet. 20 seals are not missing, and Ruohuo is also a little looking forward to it. What will the effect be when using water escape technique with fire escape technique? Song. The air became extremely hot, and a giant flaming dragon appeared out of thin air. It didn't attack the target but hovered around Ruohuo. The scene was very cool. It's just that the temperature seems a bit high. Wakahiro was a little disappointed. The water dragon bullet did turn into a fire dragon bullet, but it seemed that he couldn't fly freely on the fire dragon like Mei Terumi. On the other side, Orochimaru's expression became even weirder. He took out his small notebook again to quickly record. After recording, Orochimaru was not in a hurry to teach ninjutsu again, but took out a shuriken. Wakahiro, I will teach you a very practical ninjutsu next. It will be very helpful to improve your will of fire. Okay. Wakahiro also wanted to take out his small notebook to record Orochimaru's awakening progress 10%. He has started to fool people. He feels that he is getting closer to the sly snake in his impression. Ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. Orochimaru shouted this time, and the thrown shuriken instantly split into 2 and 2 into 4, and soon formed a shuriken curtain, just like learning shadow clones before. Because it is not a ninjutsu, the learning buff of Son of Flame was not triggered. This time, the system did not pop up any prompt, but Wakahiro has the Sharingan. This seems to be an A-level ninjutsu, right? The learning difficulty should not be too high. After all, Orochimaru learned it right after graduation. The learning conditions can be hand seal speed, chakra reserve, shadow clone technique, shuriken throwing technique. Oh, and you need a shuriken. Wakahiro took out a shuriken from the ninja tool bag, swung it in front of him, and quickly made hand seals at the same time. Although it does not benefit from buffs, Wakahiro's talent is not entirely given by the system. Since Orochimaru was able to learn it when he was a child, he should be able to meet the conditions. Ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. Swish, 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 swish. A shuriken shot out and quickly split into countless shuriken in the air, forming a dense curtain of shuriken. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows. He is indeed a genius. Oh. Orochimaru pursed his lips and took out a small notebook to quickly record. Wakahiro did not move, standing there well behaved, waiting for Orochimaru to take the initiative to offer wool. And this scene became a microcosm of the relationship between the master and the apprentice in the future. Facts have proved, whether before or after awakening, Orochimaru is a very qualified teacher. Under the training of Orochimaru, the strength of the second pillar has increased. Advance by leaps and bounds. For Wakana, Orochimaru is indeed the most suitable teacher for him. Although he has not yet awakened, Orochimaru's ideal has always been to learn all the technique, find the truth of the world, and gain eternal life. This goal was born after Orochimaru witnessed too many deaths. It was only after he failed in the election for Hokage that he was infinitely magnified, and he was willing to learn forbidden techniques to overcome his fragile life. And now, by chance, Wakana, who showed his talent wantonly, seemed to have opened the shackles in Orochimaru's heart invisibly. Although not much, it was indeed effective. In the following days, Orochimaru kept demonstrating the ninjutsu within his authority to Wakana, trying to find the boundaries of Wakana's ability, and Wakana naturally accepted everyone who came, and madly improved his ninjutsu reserves. Of course, Orochimaru couldn't teach every day. As the only 3 ninjas left in Konoha, he was not even much freer than the teacher of the Hokage, but Orochimaru can do shadow clone. In addition to basic teaching and ninjutsu teaching, Orochimaru has never missed any of Wakahashi's genin missions. This makes Wakahashi's ninja life very fulfilling. Every day when he gets up, he first runs 20 kilometers to the Hokage building, receive today's tasks and try to complete them in the morning. In the afternoon, there is special training for the Chunin assessment, consolidation and learning of ninjutsu, and teaching of basic ninja abilities. Well, although it is teaching, it is the teacher who takes note. Classes end in the evening, just in time for Obito to finish school. After training Obito and Shisui, and supplementing nutrition with grilled fish and game, he goes home and falls asleep. Occasionally, Orochimaru gives him a day off, and Wakahashi will go to the Konoha Guard department to learn from the seniors, especially in the area of illusion, which will be of great use in the future. Life repeats itself efficiently and richly. Days pass by. Finally, on this morning, Wakahashi she gets up, looks at the circle marked on the calendar, and smiles confidently. I've been training for so long. It's time to improve my will of fire again. Yeah, some lies, if you keep telling them, you will believe them. Chapter 23. Let's go to the Chunin examination. Orochimaru, are you sure you want to do this? It was a sunny morning. The Sandaime put down the Chunin examination application in his hand and looked at Orochimaru at the desk. Orochimaru had his long hair tied up today, wearing a green vest, carrying a long sword and hand guards and leggings. As the teacher of this child, I think he is ready to become a Chunin teacher. Orochimaru's answer was flawless, but the Sandaime shook his head and said, this is a special period. You should know what it means to become a Chunin. This child has a special identity, and he has unprecedented fire escape skills. Are you sure you want to do this, Orochimaru? The same question, with a deeper meaning. War, battlefield. In just 2 months, the fire left over from the Second Ninja World War was quickly ignited like a prairie fire. After 10 years of recuperation, all countries and villages have restored their military strength. A new round of Ninja World War has broken out. It is foreseeable that this war will be even more tragic, and no ninja village can survive on its own. At this time, becoming a Chunin. As the teacher of this child, I think the child is ready. Teacher. Orochimaru used the same words as an answer. For Wakaka-kun, continuing to perform the genin mission is a waste of his talent and a loss to Konoha. This evaluation is not low, especially from Orochimaru. The Sandaime was a little surprised but soon relieved. Wakaka can release the partial learned escape techniques other than fire escape techniques in the form of fire escape technique. This is not a secret among the top leaders of Konoha. After all, no matter how high Orochimaru's authority is, it is not enough to teach Wakaka so many ninjutsu privately. This requires the authorization of the Hokage. God knows how surprised the Sandaime was when he learned that Wakaka had this ability. Using fire escape to launch other escape technique, it can still retain certain characteristic. This situation has never been seen before. Once it can be mastered, it may bring changes to the entire ninja world. So the Sandaime approved it directly at the time and authorized Orochimaru to observe the child's situation to see if he could find this new way to launch ninjutsu. It's a pity. According to Orochimaru's observation, the child's ability should come from his bloodline limit Sharingan, because every time the child launches this mutated fire escape, it will cause a burden on both eyes and cannot keep the Sharingan open for a long time. Orochimaru calls this phenomenon mutated Sharingan, mutated bloodline limit. Obviously, this child situation is 1 in a million. Even in the Uchiha clan, it is unheard of, and because of this, the child has become a hot genius in the Uchiha clan. Once an unexpected situation occurs on the battlefield, let me think about it again. The Sandaime waved his hand and still did not agree on the spot. Anyway, he has only graduated from the ninja school for 2 months. It is still a bit too early. I know, teacher. Orochimaru raised 2 fingers. But if possible, please give that child a chance. That child really wants to become a Chunin. As a teacher, I always support him. As soon as the voice fell, Orochimaru's body turned into a white smoke and disappeared. It was a shadow clone. The front line has already started. As a disciple of the Hokage, Orochimaru is going to perform an S-level frontline mission this time. Since it is an S-level mission, the danger is naturally needless to say. You choose to say this at this time. Haha. The third generation smiled and shook his head. All along, Orochimaru has been his most proud and the best disciple. It was him who fulfilled Orochimaru's talent and taught him to be what he is today. The third generation had long thought of letting Orochimaru succeed as Hokage. If it weren't for his personality, perhaps. It seems that this child is indeed influencing you, Orochimaru. The Sandaime looked at the Chunin exam application form again. In the photo of the candidate above, the boy had a serious face and his big eyes were clear and firm. Okay, as your teacher, I will always support you, Orochimaru. Ha! The official seal of the Hokage was stamped on it. Are you going to take the Chunin exam? In the Konoha Guard Department, Yugaku held the Chunin exam admission ticket in his hand, and the surprise on his face could not be dissipated. Well, Orochimaru thought I was ready, so he submitted the Chunin exam application for me before the mission, and Grandpa Hokage passed it. If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon become a Konoha Chunin. Ruoka-hana replied lightly. Just as he said, everything went very smoothly. Orochimaru supported him in the competition for the leader of the Uchiha clan, and after 2 months of special training and observation, he helped him submit the application. The Sandaime really agreed. Of course, if he disagreed, Ruoka-hana also had a plan B, which was nothing more than exercising the power of the clan leader in advance and using Fugaku's official seal. With the qualification for the Chunin assessment in hand, Ruoka-hana felt that various rewards were already waving at him. 3 Megatama of the Will of Fire, B-level main skill slot, and B-level family task reward. The family rewards are unknown, but based on the previous reward, it should not disappoint people. Especially this, the improvement of the main skill slot can be said to to be a complete transformation, even a leap forward. Because of a good teacher, Ruoho now has 25 C-level ninjutsu reserves, which is really a bit too much. Due to the characteristics of fire escape, most of these ninjutsu have overlapping functions and only a few can really be used as conventional weapon. The main skill slot has a pre-test function and Ruoho tried them one by one. Basically, they are all to reduce consumption, increase the power. But there is an exception, that is the fire style that Wakahata has mastered for the longest time and is the first to master. Great Fireball. Main skill 1. C-level fire style. Great Fireball. Main skill increase. Power 200%. Consumption 50%. The minimum chakra consumption is 10%. Main skill characteristic. Absolute control. In addition to the activation method, you can control the form of this ninjutsu at will. Control the form of ninjutsu at will. To be honest, according to Wakahata's experiment, this characteristic alone is enough to replace most fire styles. Of course, variant fire style is excluded. Although she doesn't mind showing her talent in front of Orochimaru, Wakahata is not stupid enough to be unreserved. In addition to pretending to consume a lot of energy and pretending that he couldn't learn this operation, Wakaka often affects Orochimaru's observation records by reducing the power. The true power of most variant fire escapes far exceeds Orochimaru's evaluation. Add to that the illusion he learned in Uchiha. Orochimaru's evaluation of his strength is at least 70% behind. It's always right to keep a hand when walking in the world. Okay. Fugaku returned the admission ticket to Wakaka and patted Wakaka's shoulder. Come on, Wakaka-kun, don't have any pressure. You are now the pride of the entire Uchiha. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Safety first. Fugaku's words are sincere. As a clan leader, he is really concerned about his juniors. Especially this junior is the current #1 genius of the Uchiha clan. By the way, you don't seem to have teammate, right? Wakaka-kun. Fugaku finally found the problem. Don't worry, clan leader. Wakaka stood on tiptoe and patted Fugaku's shoulder. Fugaku's face darkened. I am Orochimaru's disciple and the #1 genius of Uchiha. I don't need teammates at all, Wakaka said confidently. An Orochimaru teacher has conducted 2 months of special training for me in the Chunin exam. During this period, I have found a 100% efficient way to pass it. Maybe by this time tomorrow, I will already be a Chunin. Chapter 24. Is this the difficulty of the Chunin exam? Early the next morning, Obito and Wakaka got up early, helped Grandma with work. When sun clocked in, Grandma had already prepared 3 servings of rice balls. These rice balls are all very big, and normal adults can be full with 2 at most. Brother, does it take many days to take the Chunin exam? Why do you need to bring so many rice balls? Obito, who was helping Wakabi pack, asked in confusion. Normally it takes a week, plus the subsequent assessment it may take 10 days. Wakabi thought for a while and replied, during this special period the scale of Konoha's Chunin exam will be much smaller. There will definitely be no joint exam, and all the participants are Konoha's genin. There is only 1 day of rest between the second and third exams, which Orochimaru told him before he left. So long? No. Obito's eyes widened. Brother, what you brought must not be enough. Take mine too. No need, Obito. Wakahiro rubbed Obito's hedgehog head. To be on the safe side, Wakahiro did intend to pass the test at the speed of light, and to prevent accidents such as defeating the opponent but being evaluated as not having the strength of a Chunin. Wakahiro was actually preparing to eliminate all opponents in the second round. If there were no opponent, he would have been able to advance automatically. Right. The location of the first exam venue was a bit off. Starting from the Uchiha clan's territory, it basically spanned the entire Konoha and came to the other side of Konoha. The exam venue was a flat building that looked like an abandoned factory building with a forest behind it and a temporary sign in front. Chunin exam. It really feels like taking the college entrance exam in my previous life. But Wakatsuki, who thought she had been admitted successfully, definitely had no psychological burden. Kakashi passed the exam at the age of 6. Itaki even passed the exam alone. With his current strength, he is not afraid even if these 2 guys come together. The one guarding the gate is Hyuga Tisk, and he has his Byakugan on. Then plan A won't work. Perhaps because of the war on the front line, Wakatsuki saw many Hyuga clan members at the entrance and inside the exam room. They all have their Byakugan on, scanning back and forth in all directions, perhaps to prevent spies from sneaking in. The Chunin exam is indeed equivalent to the Ninja World version of the college entrance exam in a sense. Now is a special period, so it is normal to be strict. Fortunately, I didn't choose Hyuga at the beginning, otherwise I would have been a security guard. Wakatsuki muttered as he walked into the exam room. He originally wanted to use the transformation technique to disguise himself as Orochimaru. He went in and found an excuse to send them away, saying that the location of the examination room had changed, or just announced that these guys were eliminated. Anyway, with Orochimaru's current status, few people in Konoha dared to disobey. It didn't matter if he was discovered, it wasn't a violation. examination. But with so many cataracts watching him, Ruohuo thought it was better to forget it. Anyway, he had a plan B. Entering the classroom-like examination room, the examiner was not there. Ruohuo looked around and found that there were quite a lot of people. Most of them were teenagers aged 11 or 12 in their prime and considered freshmen. There were also uncles who looked to be in their 30s with watermelon head, eyebrows, and big eyes. What the hell? Ruohuo's eyes jumped. Isn't this Mighty Dai? Why is this guy here too? That's right, as a 10,000-year-old genin with the buff of never giving up, it should be his style to fight again and again after repeated defeat. A talent like this may become a loyal partner of my Uchiha clan. Then plan B may be changed. Ruohuo found a seat and sat down and began to think. Plan B: seize the exit in the second test and eliminate all candidate. Might Dai will definitely resist, and this guy is definitely not a match for his illusion. After all, Might Dai does not have a lifelong enemy with the Sharingan, but the 8 gates of ninjutsu and various steel fist taijutsu on this guy are still very valuable. When he becomes the clan leader, he can popularize this practice method in Uchiha. Let the Uchiha clan members who are not talented enough also have a certain combat power. Uchiha is so lucky to have a clan leader like me in the future. Ruohuo thought. The examiner has not appeared yet. The candidates gradually lost their restraint. They are all ninjas from Konoha, and many of them know each other. They whisper to each other, and the examination room gradually becomes noisy. Hey, Uchiha! A young ninja approached Ruohuo. Why are you sitting here alone? Where are your teammate? I don't need teammate, Ruohuo replied coolly. The young ninja's expression suddenly became strange. Hey, I thought you were the type who didn't grow tall, but from the sound of your voice, how old are you? Ruohuo glanced at him and carried through the Uchiha clan's aloofness to the end. None of your business, you little brat. The young ninja was about to explode, and suddenly at this moment, a burly examiner walked in. Be quiet. The examiner's voice was also very rough, the type that could scare a child to tears. The entire examination room suddenly became quiet. The burly examiner swept the whole room with his fierce eyes and looked at Ruohuo for 2 more seconds as if he was a little surprised that there were candidates so young. Distribute the test papers now. The test time is 10 minutes starting from now. As soon as the voice fell, the whole examination room suddenly exclaimed, 10 minutes? It should be a quick answer question, right? Damn, why is it different from last year? There are also people who ask Might Dai for advice. Mr. Dai, you have participated in so many tests. Do you have similar experience? Might Dai scratched his head. Sorry, I was basically eliminated in the first round, so tisk. Ruohuo sat in the front and got the test paper first, and the content of the test paper also surprised him. Except for the column for filling in personal information, the entire test paper was actually a blank paper. Other candidates also discovered this soon. No test questions. How to write this? Damn, is this the difficulty of the Chunin exam? Have the test questions appeared in places I overlook? I know, this must be an illusion. Solve it. I'll solve it again. Looking at the candidates in a mess, the examiner finally grinned cruelly. The moment you step into this exam room, the exam has already begun. The content of this exam is to test your intelligence collection ability. Only in this exam room, including me, write down all the information you can collect, including your name, blood type, and ninjutsu you are good at, on the test paper. Your information is in the examiner's hands. 1 point will be added for each correct answer and 1 point will be deducted for each wrong answer. Only teams with a total score of more than 20 points can participate in the next exam. After explaining the rules, the examiner deliberately paused, looked at his watch, and grinned. Now, you only have 8 minutes left. Chapter 25. Why do you give me 0 points? Monkey, why did you change the test questions I gave you without authorization? In the Hokage's office, Danzo, who was watching the test scene in the crystal ball with the Sandame, asked. It didn't change much, Danzo. The Sandame took a puff of cigarette and said calmly, what kind of information is name and blood type? You also lowered the total score by half. Danzo frowned. There is also a deduction for information exposure. Why didn't you add it? This is a Chunin exam, Danzo. The Sandame was also a little unhappy. Your set of standards is too strict and it is not friendly to candidates from big clans. This is the risk that big clan ninjas have to take. Danzo argued. Okay, I won't argue with you. The Sandame waved his hand. Didn't I shorten the assessment time? The effect is almost the same. Such an assessment is meaningless. I think it's better to cancel it directly. The Sandame didn't say anything and continued to smoke and watch the live broadcast. Danzo stared at the Sandame coldly for a while, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. A minute passed. You didn't delete my rule that allows interrogation of intelligence on the spot, right? Danzo asked coldly. There is this rule. Now it was the Sandame's turn to get restless. Why didn't I see it? Does this need to be written in deliberately? Isn't it normal to torture intelligence under extreme conditions? You're too much, Danzo. They are all children of Konoha. You let them torture their companion. You are too weak, monkey. This is the world of ninjas there are no companions, only missions. I am the Hokage, Danzo. I disagree. You will regret it sooner or later, monkey. After a fierce confrontation, the two glared at each other for 30 seconds and then sat down again tacitly and continued to look at the crystal ball. Fortunately, in the examination room of the crystal ball, there was no situation where candidates tortured candidate, and what made the Sandame very happy was that even so, there were actually a few candidates who started to hand in their papers early. These children all understand the importance of intelligence. Not bad, not bad. The Sandame took a puff of cigarette happily, and the unhappiness just now seemed to have never happened. Danzo snorted. The Sandame switched the screen to another examination room. The situation here was somewhat special. Little Wakaba. The Sandame looked at the figure in front of the podium, always having an ominous premonition. Uchiha. Danzo also stared at the figure, recalling the information about this Uchiha kid in his mind. In the examination room, Wakaba looked at the examiner with a serious face, and every hair on his short hair was shouting in dissatisfaction. Why do you give me 0 point just because I am an examiner? The burly examiner shouted. You wrote 20 Konoha ninjas on the test paper. What kind of information is this? Why is this not considered information? Wakaba also raised his voice. Aren't they Konoha ninjas? Could they be ninjas from other ninja villages? Wakaba argued. On the battlefield, isn't such information important? Don't you need to identify the enemy before you take action? You should give me 20 points. I advise you to go back and rewrite it immediately, otherwise the whole team will be eliminated directly. Ruohuo's voice is loud, but the childish voice is inexplicably funny to this examiner. This little guy. The third generation laughed and shook his head, his face full of wrinkles like an old chrysanthemum. It seems that Orochimaru is destined to be disappointed. Such an answer obviously cannot pass the first test, but it's okay. Although the current war is tense, Konoha is far from needing children to go to the battlefield. It's no harm to let such a little guy stay in the village for a few more years. However, I think this Uchiha kid is right, monkey. Danzo suddenly said. The third generation was stunned for a moment and looked at Danzo with a puzzled look, and then gradually became sharp and his expression became serious. He is still a child, Danzo. The Sandame said in a deep voice. You'd better not have any dangerous thought. Old friends for many years. You know my strength and weaknesses, and I know your depth. The Sandame, who probably knew what Danzo was thinking, immediately warned. And he is Orochimaru's disciple. It's not your turn to interfere. I'm just talking about the fact, monkey. Danzo's expression was indifferent, and he was completely different from the previous irritable old man. This Uchiha kid is right. On the battlefield, before launching any action against the enemy, at least the identity of the enemy must be confirmed. His answer should indeed be scored. Danzo narrowed his one eye and said, this is also your negligence, monkey. Under my rules, candidates who are written with intelligence will lose points, so even if every candidate writes such an answer, they will not get an extra point. You changed my rules without authorization, resulting in such a loophole. You are fully responsible. Danzo's words were well reasoned and his logic was very clear, but the Sandame remained unmoved from beginning to end. He looked at Danzo with sharp eyes, two eyes facing each other, constantly putting pressure on Danzo. I say again, he is still a child and a disciple of Orochimaru. Danzo, you'd better not think about him. This is the rule. Danzo was also unmoved and retorted, monkey, what are you afraid of? Is it me or Uchiha? You are too weak, monkey. Danzo shook his head. I am the Hokage, Danzo. The Sandame raised his voice. Danzo stood up. You will regret it, monkey. Is this okay? In the crystal ball, Ruohuo's childish voice appeared again. The two old men in front and behind the desk were stunned for a moment and looked together, only to see that the examiner's expression was already full of surprise. Since you know so much, then why did you answer the question like that just now? The examiner immediately reacted as soon as he finished speaking. Did you just see it on the podium? You didn't put the roster away yourself. Can you blame me? Ruohuo's nose turned up. You said it yourself. All the information is in the examiner's hands. If I don't ask you for information, who should I ask? The roster was written quite neatly, with name, blood type, constellation, ninja number, and even the guiding ninja. Ha, not bad. You can even fool me. The examiner sneered and took back Ruohuo's test paper. Congratulations, kid, you passed. Ruohuo adjusted his forehead protector, ignored it, and walked out coolly. The examiner looked at Ruohuo's back, snorted, looked at the time again, and grinned at the examinees in the room. Only 1 minute left. Examinees. Chapter 26. The evil Uchiha is not worthy of being a chunin. The first test is not the same as what Wakaka remembers. Come to think of it, it is impossible to use the same test questions for decade, right? However, the content of the test is similar. For example, if you master cheating, or more precisely, the method of collecting intelligence, you can score point. In Wakaka's opinion, the last question about humanity at that time of Naruto would definitely not appear in this period. What a joke. The Third Ninja World War. The most dangerous time for Konoha was when they were beaten to Kikyo Mountain at their doorstep. step. In this case, when selecting people who can participate in the war, humanity is still given priority. What about the death of White Fang? White Fang. Wakaka touched his chin. At this time, White Fang should also go to perform that mission, right? If there is a chance, he can talk to Fugaku and support Bui. The system has responded clearly. After completing the S-level mission, it seems that the relationship module can be unlocked, which should support the creation of several vassals. Although I don't know if there will be more missions after the S-level mission. SSSSS. Anyway, having more helpers will definitely not be a disadvantage. Well, let Bui find a widow in Uchiha and marry into the family. It should be impossible, right? Uchiha Sakumo Uchiha Kakashi. This name is a bit long. It feels that Bui will not agree. After all, the Hitaki clan is the only one left. I don't know if Fugaku has the courage. If it doesn't work, I can only appear in person. Ruohuo thought to himself. It was also walked to the second examination room. This exam should be similar to the future ones. Looking at the forest in front of him, Ruohuo felt stable. What he didn't know was that the two old men in front of the crystal ball were arguing over him. This is cheating, monkey. This evil Uchiha. He doesn't deserve to be a chunin. But you just said he complies with the rules. That different. Danzo slammed the table. He's violated the rules now. Cheating is not allowed and he should be disqualified from the exam. The Sandame was furious. This exam itself is a test of intelligence collection capabilities. What are you talking about, Danzo? He is today dare to cheat in the test and dare to peek at Konoha's confidential information for Uchiha tomorrow. This is the bad nature of Uchiha. They are born evil. Monkey. He is still a child. Danzo. Monkey. You disappoint me so much. Have you forgotten the teacher's teachings? How many times do you want me to say it? He is still a child. Danzo. But he has the evil blood of Uchiha flowing in his body. You are too much. Danzo. You are too weak. Monkey. Such a kid is not worthy of being a ninja. I am the Hokage. You will regret it. Don't you say that the physical fitness of ninjas is good. Even after such a quarrel, no one has a high blood pressure, heart disease or something. This time, the two old men glared at each other for a full minute and no one gave in this time. The third generation didn't even pay attention to the results announced by the examiner in the crystal ball. In the examination room where Ruoha was, except for him, only 2 teams passed the examination. The pass rate is less than half. Among them, Might Guy relied on his many years of assessment experience and genin experience to write more than 30 pieces of intelligence by himself. These included several candidates who had taken the assessment last year but failed, as well as the detailed identity information of the examiner himself. Yes, this examiner was Might Guy's former teammate. More than a decade ago, they were still students in the same class of the ninja school. Anyway, he has passed the first assessment. The Sandame sat back in his seat, relit his pipe, and said in a deep voice, in the next second round, this kid has no teammate. No teammates. Danzo narrowed his one eye. Then why did you approve him to take the assessment? After Danzo finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. I almost forgot that Monkey didn't seem to want this kid to graduate from the beginning. Then what about the two of them just now? Orochimaru came to ask me before he carried out the mission. He is very optimistic about this kid. The Sandame took a puff of cigarette and after calming down, he realized how unnecessary the argument just now was. They are used to quarreling after so many years. When Danzo starts, he always gets into the state. Time is tight. There is no time to match teammates for this kid, and there are no separate candidates this year. The Sandame said in a deep voice, I don't want the kids to be promoted too quickly. This Chunin exam is just an experience. The Sandame has set a flag. Danzo snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. A 6-year-old kid wants to pass the Chunin exam alone. Danzo narrowed his eyes. The monkey may do something stupid, but based on his understanding of Orochimaru, that guy is different from his teacher. Does Orochimaru think that this kid really has the ability to pass the Chunin exam? If that's the case, what are you thinking about? The Sandame suddenly asked. I was thinking about the kids cheating just now, Danzo said coldly. Although he violated the test regulations, I have to say that he found loopholes in the test twice in a row. Finding loopholes does not mean violating the rules, Danzo. The Sandame was still smoking and staring at Danzo. It doesn't matter. What I value is his spy talent. After saying that, without waiting for the Sandame to say anything, Danzo shook his head in disgust. It's a pity that he is an Uchiha, otherwise the root can consider training him. The Sandame continued to smoke and stared at Danzo for a long time before returning his gaze to the examination room. If Jing is still alive, Danzo, you will disappoint him. If Jing is still alive, he will restrain Uchiha. Monkey. Speaking of old friends, the two old men tacitly chose silence, but Danzo knew this round of confrontation he won. In the crystal ball, Ruohuo and the other remaining candidates stood in front of the second examination room. He already had an extra scroll in his hand. The examination will end at the same time 7 days later. All you have to do is to collect the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth in the examination room by any means. Then go to the tower and you will be deemed assumed to have passed the examination. Pay attention, if you cannot hold on during the examination or encounter danger, you can open the scroll immediately. But it will be regarded as giving up the test. The female examiner described the rules similar to those in Ruohuo's memory. It's a pity that she didn't wear fishnets and her figure was not as hot as the future Hongdu. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Xiaohong for a long time. I don't know if this girl misses me. Ruohuo, who silently recorded all the candidates in his mind, thought secretly while chewing on a rice ball. Chapter 27 Take Off. Pleasant goat, lazy goat, boiling goat, red wolf, grey wolf. Stepping into this primitive and dense forest, listening to the chirping of insect and bird, Ruohuo felt much better. I suddenly remembered several childhood friends. They did not live in the forest but on the green grassland. It is said that they have lived for 100 years. It is normal for a 100-year-old goat to become a spirit. They all have unparalleled wisdom, and Ruohuo has learned a lot of life principles from them. For example, the sheep controlling skills of the scheming beautiful goat. Another example is the research and development spirit of the macho grey wolf, or the management policy of the squad leader Nuan Yang Yang. As you grow older, you may feel childish when you look back, but these life principles do affect Ruohuo's growth. We are so lucky that we can meet this Uchiha kid. 3 ninjas jumped out of the bushes. One of them was the young man who came to cause trouble before the exam. All 3 were civilian ninjas, but they obviously did not have Minato's talent. Seeing Wakana, who was alone, everyone's face was filled with excited smiles, as if the Chunin vest was already waving to them. Little boy, don't say that the brothers bullied you. Hand over the scroll quickly, otherwise don't blame the brothers for beating you. Wakana didn't say anything, just raised 2 fingers. The young men were stunned at first. Isn't this the opposition seal before the battle between elementary school students in the ninja school? Little boy, didn't your parents tell you this is the Chunin exam? It's a battlefield. No one will cooperate with you to do the tricks in the ninja school. Not everyone is as tolerant as Orochimaru. Several young men rolled up their sleeves and prepared to teach this junior a lesson. Tisk. In front of the crystal ball, the Sandame shook his head. These kids are too eager for quick success. Although it was an assessment, little Wakaba was also their junior. If they met a lone junior, it would be fine if they didn't help him, but they wanted to rob the scroll. Danzo glanced at the Sandame. Rarely did he refute, but stared at the small figure. Do you know that before I graduated, I was the monitor of the first-year class in the ninja school? Wakaba still had the seal of opposition, but his chakra was ready. Monitor. Several young men were amused. This kid, why didn't encounter such a good thing in the assessment in previous years? I was still a student on duty. Several people immediately rushed towards Ruohuo, but at this moment something strange happened. Fire style, great fireball song. High-temperature flames spewed out of Ruohuo's mouth, but they sprayed in 2 directions, one on the left and one on the right, and gathered into 2 fireballs, which turned into 2 fire fists. This is not over yet. The fire fist was spread out immediately and turned into a giant flaming palm. Before the 3 genin could react, they saw that the giant flaming palm had already slapped them fiercely. Scatter quickly. The team leader shouted and dodged hurriedly, but his 2 teammates did not react. The giant flaming palm enveloped the 2 of them and slapped them like slapping flies. Boom! The screams of the 2 came and went quickly. When the giant palm of fire disappeared, the 2 were charred and had lost consciousness. Don't you know that only those with abundant fire will are qualified to be class monitors? If you don't have enough fire will, how can you protect your classmates in the class? Ruohuo looked at her with contempt. I really don't know how you got the qualification for the assessment. Grandpa Hokage is really old, and he is as soft-hearted as my grandma. Do you think Xingqing grassland is so easy to get along with? If Nuan Yang Yang hadn't been born with supernatural power, how could he be a class monitor? How could he manage other sheep? In front of the crystal ball, the 3rd generation had a cigarette stuck in his throat, unable to move up or down. He has completely mastered the changes in the form of fire chakra, and has also simplified the seal of this ninjutsu, and even has the spare power to control the power. Danzo had a blank expression on his face, and his one eye was cold. It seems that Orochimaru has developed his ability well. In a place where the Sandame couldn't see, Danzo clenched his fist. I was careless. During this period, I have been busy clearing out the enemy village spies inside the village, and I actually ignored the growth of this Uchiha genius. Orochimaru really won't do useless things. Now it seems that this Uchiha kid does have the ability to become a Chunin on his own. A Chunin Uchiha who is less than 7 years old has such a talent. Danzo restrained himself from looking at the Sandame and quickly weighed a choice in his mind. This Uchiha, can he stay? What will he become? After going through that special stage for Uchiha, will he become the 2nd Uchiha Madara? If he leads Uchiha to revolt, can Konoha bear the loss? What if he unites other ninja villages? Danzo, don't think too much. The Sandame was sensitive to Danzo's abnormality and warned him lightly. Danzo didn't respond this time. In the crystal ball, do you have the scroll? Hand it over, or you can choose to eliminate yourselves. Anyway, the scroll will be mine. Ruohuo still raised his 2 fingers. At this distance he has at least 15 fire escapes to sniper the last enemy. He doesn't even need to make a seal. Family reward. Little fire god. You can learn any escape technique, but it will be replaced by fiery flame, and the power 100%, the activation speed 200%, and the consumption 80%. The lower limit of consumption is 10%. You get 90% immunity to high temperature. After accumulating so many ninjutsu, the Son of Flame has been upgraded. The attribute of Little Fire God has an additional activation speed, which is to simplify the seal. With the main skill slot, various buffs can be said to be directly maxed out. The consumption exemption is directly maxed out. 1/10 of the chakra can use 300% of the power and can change the form freely, and the key is that it can be released in seconds. Ruohuo has now officially renamed the Great Fireball Fire God's Hand, which can be easily hammered at medium and short distances. The most important thing is that Little Fire God also gave a buff of high temperature immunity. In addition to other people's fire escape, Grandma no longer has to worry about him being burned to death by her own fire escape. Damn, Uchiha brat, don't underestimate me. I don't know where the obsession came from. The young ninja's face was pale with fear, but he still took out the kunao and bravely rushed towards Ruohu. But the next second, song, another high-temperature fireball swept over, and the young ninja was about to dodge, but found that his body could not move. Illusion. The young ninja finally reacted, but it was too late. Bang! Ruohu knocked the man unconscious with a knife. There was no fireball, it was just a Sharingan illusion. Your courage is commendable, but your will of fire is a little weak. Go back and practice for a few more years. You are not worthy of the will of fire at the level of Chunin now. Ruohuo first made a cool declaration of victory. Clicking on the crystal without saying GG is like walking in the night in brocade clothes. Then he searched the young man's body and got some ninja tools and a scroll of earth. In this shortened Chunin exam, the second round only had scrolls of heaven and earth, but no man, and what he got was the scroll of heaven. It seems I can save a meal of rice balls. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows, made a symbolic seal with both hands, and chanted. A fire dragon appeared out of thin air. The fire dragon crawled at Wakahiro's feet. Wakahiro took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser leg, and then stepped on it like a fire king. If Wakahiro were to rank all the ninjutsu he had learned in the past 2 months, then this fire, water, dragon bullet would definitely be the number 1 in Wakahiro's heart, let alone the power. At least this technique can make Wakahiro take off. It's a pity that the clothes and shoes are not immune to high temperatures. Ruohuo rode the fire dragon and flew into the sky, flying towards the central tower. Wherever he passed, he left spark which fell into the forest and soon rose into wisps of black smoke. Ruohuo glanced down from above. The entire death forest was generally quiet. Everyone was very cautious, and only small-scale battles broke out in a few places. Then let's end this boring assessment. Ruohuo raised his 2 fingers again. Plan B. Forced promotion plan. Start. Chapter 28. Bombardment. Personal skills 48. Main skill 1. See fire escape. Great fireball technique. Click to view the main skill characteristic. Fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape dragon flame song technique. Fire escape dragon fire technique. Fire escape great fire extinguishment. Click to view. Water escape ninjutsu. Released with fire escape. Water escape fire bullet technique. Water escape fire prison technique. Water escape fire dragon bullet technique. Click to view. Earth escape ninjutsu. Released with fire escape. Earth escape fire land return. Earth escape yellow spring swamp technique. Earth escape fire dragon bullet technique. Click to view. Lightning escape ninjutsu. Released with fire escape. Looking at the virtual interface in front of him, Ruohuo began to select the skills to be cleared next. Setting fire to the mountain is definitely immoral and illegal. It is condemned by conscience and morality. It will be sent to a small black room. 3 generations cannot go to college and take the high-speed rail. But this is the ninja world. Just now, the seniors also said this is the Chunin exam, and the exam room is like a battlefield. The battlefield is a fight for life, and the exam is second and safety is first. From the perspective of emergency avoidance, how to burn the coolest. Ruohuo swept the skills one by one. Because of the characteristics of Little Fire God, all escape techniques have become fire escape, and there are bound to be many overlapping ninjutsu functions. For example, the range of wind escape and fire escape. Wind escape big breakthrough and fire escape great fire extinguishing is the difference in chakra amount, but mutant ninjutsu also has its advantages. Using fire escape to launch other escape techniques can retain certain characteristics. This is a hidden term. For example, the cutting attribute of wind escape, the burst speed of lightning escape, the controllability of water escape, and the ninjutsu concentration of earth escape. Although not much is retained, it is at most an extra layer of buff, but using fire escape to launch other ninjutsu does give a sense of combined ninjutsu, or even blood limit, and the higher the level of ninjutsu, the better the effect. For example, the technique that Wakahata has chosen now, it can came from the second generation, and the scroll was handed over to him by Orochimaru. At that time he pretended not to have learned it. Now he uses it, which is like drawing an open card from more than a dozen cards. Wakahata raised 2 fingers, then looked up at the sky and suddenly spit out a ball of high concentration flames. Fire style! Heaven's cry! The high temperature flame ball came into the air and then quickly split into sparks, smashing to the ground with scorching temperature like a rain of fire. The rain of fire sprinkled in the forest. The weather was dry, even a little spark could cause a fire, and now it was raining fire all over the sky. This is the benefit of learning from Orochimaru. From Orochimaru to the 3rd generation, from the 3rd generation to the 2nd generation. This is the inheritance of ninjutsu, and even the alternation of the will of fire. Bursts of black smoke soon rose up, and within the range of the fire rain, trees began to burn, and the resin and flames blended perfectly. In a moment a sea of fire rose around the tower. The range is still not enough. If the 2 fingers of Ruohuo did not fall, chakra continued to mobilize. Fire style is not without high range and large-scale technique, like Uchiha Madara, who extinguished the ninja coalition with one hand. This is the representative masterpiece of fire style AoE, but that requires more chakra. With the consumption reduction and power increase of Little Fire God, Uchiha can play the role of a member of the Senju clan when he only uses fire style, but that's too arrogant, and without Susanoo, it always feels a little less interesting. Let's be a little low-key now. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Song, a flaming dragon head condensed in the air with only the dragon head but no body. It is a variant of Earth style, Earth dragon bullet in the dragon series of ninjutsu. This is also a technical problem that Uchiha has not yet overcome. Water dragon bullet, great fire dragon, and earth dragon bullet can be integrated in theory. After all, they are all fire style now. According to Uchiha's idea, the ideal form of these 3 techniques should be take off with water dragon bullet and launch great fire dragon with earth dragon bullet, which can simulate the H20, but his current chakra control is not in place, and the bonus of the double megatama is still not enough. After obtaining the will of fire of the Chunin, I can give it a try. Now I can only make do with it. I will use the howitzer and play with the parabola. Well, I am at the origin. The current fire range is about 100 meters, so if you want to achieve the effect you have to shoot at least 120 meters. Ruohuo gave a thumbs up and blinked back and forth to measure the distance. 0, 100, 0, y. Considering the gravity factor, then the central axis is a little forward and set at 60 y2. The height of my tower is about 10 meters, so this angle. The former 3rd grade class teacher seemed to appear in front of me. Take his triangle ruler and draw a function graph on the blackboard. After estimation, combined with the conventional range of the fire earth dragon bomb is up to 20 meters. Ruohuo wants to reach the designated position through the inertial parabola after getting the second half of the cannonball. But there are always more solutions than problems. Ruohuo soon thought that he could fire a second round to accurately hit the first round and provide it with additional kinetic energy, thereby increasing the upper limit of the launch height and lengthening the parabola distance. This is not too difficult. With the Sharingan's distance measurement, it is no different from throwing a shuriken, but considering that this process may not be domineering enough, let's learn from Grey Wolf and be a pragmatic person. Ruohuo then removed the fire earth dragon bullet and summoned the fire water dragon bullet. Ruohuo stepped on the dragon head again and flew into the sky. Fire style dragon fire technique. Song. Ruohuo first flew around the tower holding his shoes with one hand and burned an absolutely high temperature zone with high temperature flame. Isn't that too arrogant? After all, I'm just afraid that someone will sneak through the level. Ruohuo raised his eyebrows, controlled the fire dragon to continue flying forward, flew over the fire zone, and then sprayed fire ninjutsu wildly below. After Ruohuo's efforts for 2 minutes, the fire became much bigger. There were also unlucky people who tried to block people in the tower from the beginning, but before they got there, they found that the tower was surrounded by flames. They wanted to retreat but found that there was also a huge fire behind them. There were also water ninjas among these unlucky people, but seeing the natural disaster after the sea of fire, he still decisively opened the scroll, including the team that Might Day was in. This guy is definitely poisonous. Ruohuo noticed that Might Day was eliminated and he was very disappointed. He was ready to let Might Day pass the level. How could he still be eliminated? As expected of a 10,000-year-old genin, he couldn't even help him up, but this doesn't seem to be a solution. Ruohuo flew in the air, watching the guys retreating to the edge of the forest, and his brows gradually frowned. Can't look for them one by one, so he locked his eyes on the tower again. As long as I meet the conditions for passing the level, I can destroy this place directly. It should be fine, right? That's what Ruohuo thought. He did the same. Then, as ninjas rushed into the examination room one after another, water ninjutsu after water ninjutsu rushed to the fire. This Chunin examination was urgently stopped. Chapter 29 Konoha is my battlefield. There is a fire in the southwest that is about to spread. Team 2 will take over first and blow it back to me with wind ninjutsu. Northeast. Team 5 has created a buffer zone with earth ninjutsu. Put out the fire as soon as possible. Captain. The last team is hiding underwater in the middle of the forest river. What? The rescue team is on standby. The rest of you follow me. Damn it. Did the enemy village ninja get in after all? Everyone, work harder and defend our forest. Konoha, which has the highest vegetation coverage in the ninja world, has its own emergency firefighting team. It is mainly composed of water ninjas supplemented by wind ninjas and earth ninjas and equipped with a medical team and an emergency search and rescue team. It is worth mentioning that the firefighting team also has the shadow of Hinata. Although they don't use ninjutsu, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can detect the location of the trapped very well, and the advance office Kaiten can also deal with some emergencies. These are all things that Wakahashi didn't know before, so when the Sandame popularized these knowledge for him, he listened very carefully. I know, Grandpa Hokage. The Konoha Fire Department is as reliable as the Konoha Guard Department. They are all worth learning from. Wakahashi's official serious face. The Fire Department would never have thought that this fire that could accidentally ignite the entire Konoha came from the little boy in the Hokage's office. Real little boy. The Sandame glanced at the pipe on the table and he really wanted to take a big puff now. Little Wakahashi, can you tell Grandpa why you set the fire? The Sandame still restrained his urge to smoke. Compared with this temporary decompression, he valued the education of the little guy in front of him more. When a child has mastered extraordinary power, if he is not properly taught, disasters like today will definitely not be the last. Fire? What fire? Ruohua widened his puzzled eyes. Grandpa Hokage, what are you talking about? Looking at those clear and innocent eyes, the Sandame hesitated for a moment and pointed to the thick black smoke in the distance outside the window. You used fire escape to burn a large area of forest during the exam. The firefighting team and the Jonin and Chunin teams were basically all dispatched, but the fire has not been put out yet. Little Ruohu, your behavior is very dangerous. Somehow, the Sandame recalled Danzo's previous words in his mind. If he dares to cheat today, he will dare to steal Konoha's secrets tomorrow. If this little guy dares to set fire to the mountain today and is not educated well, then in the future, the Sandame missed his disciple a little. At least when Orochimaru was in the village, this child was always normal. But those two seniors told me that the examination room is a battlefield. Rokuho said seriously. Grandpa Hokage, did I overestimate them? But I have left them room to escape. The Sandame was choked. Escape space. If I hadn't stopped the examination in time and asked the rescue team to go to support quickly, this fire would have burned my office now. You call this escape space? Where to escape? Back to Konoha. What made the Sandame most depressed was this little guy really didn't lie. He also saw clearly how Rokuho performed in the examination room. If it was really mainly about destruction, then based on Orochimaru's assessment of Rokuho's strength, this little guy would definitely be able to do something more outrageous. But why did you destroy the end of the examination? The Sandame rubbed his eyebrows and said, because I don't want them to advance. Ryuohuo said, as a matter of course, although it's not a real battlefield, I can't let my opponents have too much fun. They are all my predecessors and I can't really hurt them, so I can only eliminate them. Is there something wrong? No problem. I can't kill all the candidate, right? The Sandame was stunned and looked into those clear big eyes. In a trance, he seemed to see Danzo when he was young. At that time, Danzo still had a pair of clear and bright big eyes. He was also very serious and unsmiling. He always said some dangerous words seriously. Will take action. The Sandame even had an absurd idea in his mind at this moment. Wakaha seems to be quite similar to Danzo. The Sandame exhaled deeply. Calm down. This little guy is actually not wrong at all. Even if the examination room is not a battlefield, the examinee must be an opponent. Wakaha's behavior seems to be excessive. It is indeed excessive, but his starting point is not wrong. On the contrary, if this is really on the battlefield, then no one in the village will criticize Wakaha's behavior except the trembling enemies. This little guy seems to be quite suitable for the battlefield. It's a pity that Wakaha can't hear. Otherwise, he will definitely give the Sandame a thumbs up and announce on the spot, yes, I was born to belong to the battlefield and I have regarded Konoha as a battlefield. Hey, after thinking about it, the Sandame finally exhaled. This child thinking is quite special. It's not dangerous, but it's too straightforward. This is not a bad thing. After all, he is still young and with the guidance of his teachers and family, he can always get on the right track. But the key is that this child has extraordinary abilities and amazing talent. At a young age, he has already mastered powerful power. He also has a special blood limit. This is a bit of a headache, but it's okay. He still has a group of old friends who can discuss how to deal with it next. He also has an excellent disciple who can control this little guy. As for Konoha's loss this time, Hyugaku should be able to understand it. Right, you go back first. Little Ruka. The third generation waved his hand exhausted. Have a good rest. Next, the third generation paused. Although the Chunin exam exam was stopped according to the rules. This child seems to have no opponent in the third exam. Grandpa Hokage, when can I wear the Chunin vest? I have promised my grandma. Ruka will definitely not give the third generation a chance to fool around. He was still waiting to open the 3 Megatama, and then he would study his dragon roaring technique, stepping on the fire dragon, bombarding the enemy. Just thinking about it is exciting. By the way, when can he find a way to get the wood escape technique? It seems that it is not easy for him, an Uchiha, to bring up this matter. How about ask Orochimaru for help? But if he can ask Orochimaru for help, then those other forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God seem to be very attractive too. This, I still need to discuss it with other elders. Little Wakaba. The Sandame did not give a clear answer after all. You go back first and wait for the notice. Wakaba waited for a week. During this week he went to the Konoha Guard department many times to ask for advice on physical techniques and illusions, but Fugaku rarely appeared. He only saw Fugaku a few times and found that he suddenly became very tired. His whole body was out of spirit, very haggard, and felt that his body was hollowed out, and he often hesitated to speak, and he didn't know what happened specifically. Until a week later, Wakaka received a notice to participate in the third assessment, and on this day, Orochimaru also came back. Chapter 30 Water-Style Ninja Wakaka. Konoha Cemetery. The Third Ninja World War had just broken out, and Konoha's list of heroes had increased a lot, including Orochimaru's subordinates who were on this mission. A total of 6 people all died. Although this S-level mission was successfully completed, the price was also very heavy. Orochimaru is back, but he is the only one who came back. Life is fragile, Wakaka-kun. In front of the tombstone, Orochimaru said softly. The people who came to mourn were not only Orochimaru and his apprentice, but also the third generation and the relatives and friends of the victims. The atmosphere was a bit sad, but Wakahiro had reason to suspect that Orochimaru came to mourn just to show off in front of the Sandame. I can feel their will of fire, teacher. After all, she was Orochimaru's disciple, and Wakahiro was also very good at this. They sacrificed themselves for the future of Konoha. I will take the will of fire of my predecessors and become a qualified Chunin. Orochimaru smiled and put his hand on Wakahiro's shoulder. The reason why he didn't touch her head was because Wakahiro would hide 100%. At noon, the last round of the Chunin exam. There are shady things in any exam, and the Chunin exam is no exception. Looking at those familiar faces and thinking of the funeral in the morning, Wakahiro suddenly understood the Sandame a little. The war on the front line became more and more tense. Although Konoha's war reserves are still sufficient at this stage, it has to consider the near future. Some of these genin candidates do have the strength of Chunin, although according to the rules they should be eliminated, but the maker of this rule obviously needs more Chunin to appear. So might die. How did he offend the Sandame? After scanning the area, Wakabi complained when he could not see Might Die. In the future, he can turn the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures. If he does not open the 8 gate, does he really not even have the qualifications to be a Chunin? Let him be. First round. Uchiha Wakabi. Yes. Hyuga Ayakawa. Examinees, please take your seat. When Ryokyo walked into the examination room, his opponent was a 12 or 13-year-old Hyuga clan member. There is no name for this guy in the original book, so he should be a small fish, but it has come to this point. In order to ensure that the qualification of Chunin is foolproof, Ryokyo decided to let him off a little. Well, show more of his combat IQ and the will of Konoha Liuhuo to reassure the third generation. Ryokyo made the seal of opposition. Hyuga Qingchuan also made the seal of opposition and said in a cold tone, finally I have waited for this moment. Although the clan leader has repeatedly ordered me not to fight with you privately, this is the Chunin examination after all. So no matter what I do next, the clan leader will not care about me. Uchiha Ryokyo. Ryokyo frowned. Are you serious? Did the fire in the forest of death also inspire your Hyuga flowing fire will? Do you have to fight to the death with Uchiha? However, Ryokyo soon understood the reason why Hyuga Qingchuan was full of hostility. My poor brother still can't get out of bed, and as a brother, you can't do anything. You can't understand my feelings at all. Ryokyo shrugged. You can actually accompany him more. Begin. The examiner gave an order, ending the part of threatening words, and then withdrew from the range of the battle. White eyes. Hinata Aikawa immediately entered the fighting state. Veins around his eyes were dense, and he attacked Wakaka. Wakaka was not careless. He knew that this test was controlled by humans, including the results and the opponent. In other words, Hinata Aikawa was specially arranged for him by the Sandame. They were twice as old, but they both had powerful bloodline limits and powerful sophists. So in Wakaka's opinion, this guy should be more durable. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Fire God's fist. Wakaka spewed out flame, turned into fist, and smashed at Hinata Aikawa. This kid fire style has become stronger again. In the stands, Yugaku, who was holding hands with his wife, exclaimed. Yugaku had never seen the form of the great fireball changed to this before, but it is quite suitable for Wakaka-kun's age. Husband. Mikoto, who was already pregnant, smiled gently. Don't you think this technique is cute? Haha. Fugaku smiled. Cute? His opponent wouldn't think so. On the high platform in the distance, the Sandame also made a similar comment. He's still a child after all, but his control over the form of ninjutsu is really amazing, worthy of being a genius of Uchiha. Ruohu-kun's talent in fire escape ninjutsu may exceed our cognition. Teacher Orochimaru, who was standing behind the Sandame, said in a hoarse voice after discovering his special ability, I have repeatedly overestimated his talent, but the fact is that Wakaka-kun is still far from fully developing his talent. Glancing at the teacher's thoughtful expression with his peripheral vision, Orochimaru smiled softly. He is not the only one who underestimates Wakaka-kun's talent. Isn't the teacher the same? Otherwise he would not try to let this child of the Hyuga clan defeat Wakaka-kun with a sophist. It is true that under the age limit, physical skills and chakra volume may be the only shortcomings of Wakaka-kun now, but how can the blazing light on this child be covered by age? Boom! The flaming fist hit the ground, and Hyuga Qingchuan had already retreated to the edge of the examination room. This should be the limit of your technique, right? Hyuga Qingchuan's expression was solemn. He could not get close to Uchiha Wakaka, and his strength could not be exerted to a large extent, but Hyuga Qingchuan obviously thought too much. As long as my attack is reasonable, it should be okay, right? Ruohu raised his eyebrows. Although the last assessment was an elimination system, the victory or defeat was not the key to whether one could become a chunin, but winning was definitely better than losing, but it had to be won brilliantly and gloriously. Then let's start the show. Ruohu raised his two fingers. Fire style, fire, earth, dragon bullet technique. A flaming dragon head condensed beside Ruohu, opened its bloody mouth, and then a fire bomb was sprayed at Hinata Qingchuan. Tut 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 tut, not good. Hinata Qingchuan's expression condensed, took a deep breath, and put chakra on both hands. Sophist method. 8-stroke bagwazang. Bang 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 bang. The first batch of fire bombs were chopped down by Hinata Qingchuan one after another. But it's not over yet. The second batch of attacks has arrived, and this time it is more intensive, with twice the number of the previous ones. 16 bagwazang. Hinata Qingchuan's movements were standard. His chakra flowed smoothly, and he chopped down again with his sophist. This Hinata has already lost. In the stands, Fugaku shook his head. Although I don't know why Ruohu is so cautious this time, viewed in Fugaku's eyes, Hyuga Qingchuan had already lost the moment he was forced back by the fireball at the beginning. Of course, even if Hyuga Qingchuan could get close, Fugaku didn't think Ruohu would lose. This kid fire escape has a temperature that makes the Uchiha clan pay nearly 1 million taels. How can a mere Hyuga bear it? 8 trigrams 32 palms. Bang 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 bang. Hyuga Qingchuan is still waving his palms, and this time he hits down exactly 32 fireballs. Hey! Hyuga Qingchuan panted. The sophist method is supposed to hit the enemy's acupuncture point, making the enemy unable to use chakra. He has not yet mastered the stronger 64 palms, and 32 palms are already the limit. But Uchiha Ruohu's chakra should be almost used up, right? Hey! Hyuga Qingchuan frowned. Where are the people? Except for the examiner and a pair of shoes. Why is there no one in the entire examination room? Behind. Hinata Qingchuan was shocked and turned around suddenly, but found that there was only a wall behind him. Looking back again, he found that the examiner was looking up with a look of astonishment, and there was a silence in the audience. What happened? Hinata Qingchuan raised his head, and his expression gradually became dull. It was a fire dragon burning with blazing flame, hovering in the air, so dazzling, so hot. The huge dragon head stared at him coldly. Just looking at it made people palpitate. And on the dragon head of the fire dragon, the barefoot boy raised 2 fingers, and there was no expression on his face. Alas! Ruohu stepped on the fire dragon and looked at the third generation in the distance with helplessness. Who said I only know fire escape? I have let it go so much. That little chunin vest, it should be given to me. Right. Chapter 31 Indra Chakra. Once, in the Warring States period before Konoha was established, fire escape was once synonymous with Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, who possessed the blood limit and Sharingan, turned many enemies into ashes with their powerful fire escape technique on the battlefield. In the vast ninja world, only the Senju clan could fight against them. Later, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan put aside their prejudices and established Konoha together. The ninja world ushered in a new ninja village system, and the ninjas also ushered in a new living environment. With the passage of time, Konoha experienced 2 ninja world wars, and the third ninja world war just started not long ago. The old and the new, ancient, powerful, and the powerful clan of Konoha are still the labels of the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan, who had moved their clans several times in Konoha, has become the role of Konoha's guard. And today, when the fire dragon hovered over the examination room, when the Uchiha boy raised his 2 fingers, he seemed to be hesitating whether to burn his opponent to death. The fear of the ancestors towards the Uchiha clan that was dormant in the depths of their souls. How could it be felt by only Hyaga Chuan? Can fire style still be used like this? A member of the Akimichi clan finally couldn't hold back his inner astonishment, even forgetting the potato chips in his hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Is this the Uchiha?" Fugaku didn't express any shocking words, seemingly calm, but Mikoto, who was holding his fingers with him, could feel her husband's excitement the most. Gently stroking her belly, "Child, you have a very powerful big brother." Orochimaru, wearing a bamboo hat, the Sandame, who had witnessed Wakaka's move in the crystal ball, took a puff of cigarette, and there was not much joy on his old face. No one knew what the old man was thinking, including Orochimaru, who was closest to him. During the second Chunin exam, this kid used this technique to circle the forest of death and set a large area of the forest on fire. I had no choice but to stop the exam. The fire took the rescue team 3 hours to put it out. I've heard about it, teacher. Orochimaru added a serious tone. This is my negligence. I still underestimated the kid's talent. His current strength has far exceeded the limit of what the Chunin exam can bear. I should have expected it in advance. Orochimaru took the responsibility on himself, but how could the Sandame hold him accountable? Not to mention that the Uchiha had already borne Konoha's losses this time. The Sandame's purpose at the moment was not to hold him accountable. Another gifted Uchiha. Danzo's worries were not unreasonable, but he was more inclined to follow his teacher's example. Keep this child with you from now on, Orochimaru. Don't forget my instructions to you. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Got it, teacher. The key to reconciliation between Uchiha and Konoha. Orochimaru has not forgotten the child's dream that day, to become the clan leader, to protect Konoha, to go to the ninja world, to become bigger and stronger. In Orochimaru's view, the things that the teacher is worried about are undoubtedly unnecessary. The child has not yet been exposed to those things, and the Konoha high level only need to give up some prejudices. Why do they need any bridges? In the dark corner, Danzo stared at the figure coldly. The sunlight could not shine on the old man, and no one could see his expression clearly. Elder, the insect squad has arrived and intercepted the White Fang's emergency call for help. A root ninja appeared, bent down, and reported quietly. Notify the insect squad to leave the battlefield, remain silent, and prepare to execute the mission of strangling Uchiha. Danzo still stared at the boy above the examination room, and continued. Give the information about Uchiha Wakaka to the mice hiding in Konoha, and make sure they can be sent back to their respective villages. If the plan fails, I must also make sure that this kid will die in the attack of other ninja villages. Yes. The root ninja disappeared. Danzo's fingers tapped the armrest rhythmically. Although he had prepared a lot in advance, he felt that such an action was still not safe. The talent of the Uchiha kid was clearly visible. Danzo was born in an era protected by the first generation, and that era still had the residual power of the Shura of the ninja world. Although I don't know if this Uchiha brat is qualified to be compared with Uchiha Madara, but Danzo doesn't want to, and doesn't dare to let time verify. What if this brat can become the second Uchiha Madara? There is no second first generation in Konoha who can compete with him. If Orochimaru is willing to cooperate, that would be the best. Danzo closed his eyes and thought about the possibility of this matter. According to his understanding of Monkey, the position of the fourth generation Hokage is absolutely impossible to be passed to Orochimaru. Even if Tsunade has been devastated since the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya has no intention of succeeding the Hokage. Once there is a more suitable candidate, Monkey will not consider Orochimaru. This guy is too ambitious, but if he can use this ambition, maybe. Hinata Aikawa finally failed to help his beloved brother avenge. The examiner announced the winner, but Hinata Aikawa is indeed the most powerful one among these candidates. After that, Wakahiro was given a bye in the semifinals. Then he met another opponent who gave up voluntarily and entered the finals without even moving his butt. But just as he was ready to go through another process, his final opponent gave up the final battle because he was exhausted in the semifinals and his chakra and physical strength were both in a state of emergency. Wakahiro won the first place without even breaking a sweat and felt that he had participated in a lonely way. So far, the Chunin exam was declared over. The overall time of this exam would be shorter. If there were no urgent changes to the rules and a few candidates were retained by other means, it would actually be shorter. But the scene of Wakahiro stepping on a fire dragon and appearing above the exam room was spread by word of mouth by the Konoha ninjas in the audience. It was not to say that they talked about it with relish, but they all expressed their admiration for the emergence of such a genius in Uchiha. The Sandame finally announced that a total of 4 people were promoted to Chunin. There were Wakahiro and 2 civilian ninjas who performed well in the semifinals. Because the source of the novel cannot be verified, if the resource infringes your right, please trace the original disseminator and notify us to delete it in time. Thank you. And the last one turned out to be Wakan's opponent in the first round, Hyaga Aikawa. Well, being able to persist 2 ninjutsu in Wakan's hands is enough to be proud of. As for what Hyaga Aikawa himself would think, Wakan Yin was too lazy to guess because he had more important things to do now. Ding. Family mission. Be promoted to Konoha-Chunin. Obtain B-level family reward. Indra Chakra. Indra Chakra. Your chakra will be blessed by Indra, the ancestor of ninjutsu, and gain the power of reincarnation Yin. Power of reincarnation Yin. Your spiritual energy is greatly improved. When you obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the power of reincarnation Yang, you can obtain the Eye of Six Path. You have obtained one B-level main skill slot. Personal attribute interface has been unlocked. Click to view. Your Sharingan has evolved into a 3-Magatama Sharingan. Wakaho digested the information. Did something incredible happen? Chapter 32. I'm thinking about challenging the chief of the Fugaku clan. After receiving the vest, Wakaho sat on a bench in the park not far from the Hokage building and read the system prompt again. Is it really Indra Chakra? Take another look and feel it. I feel a lot more energetic. Is this Indra Chakra? Feeling it carefully again, Wakaho's expression gradually became strange. Indra Chakra. That's it. Indeed, except for the first time, it felt like mustard hitting the head, and it seemed that there was really no change. Will you only give me a Samsara Eye synthesis ticket? This is too. Wakaho paused and suddenly realized whether he was too greedy. Although it is not a reward for immediate combat power, this kind of late-stage prop is often hard to come by. Okay, at least the Samsara Eye is settled. The endurance of the 3-Magatama Sharingan should be no problem. Wakaho still found the second hidden reward. With the improvement of spiritual attribute, the Sharingan will last longer. Wakaho's eyes swept to the subsequent rewards of other level tasks. B-level main skill slot. Wakaho frowned but still didn't rush to use it, although he does have several powerful B-level variant ninjutsu now. From Wakaho's perspective, there are actually more suitable ones. It's just that he hasn't learned it yet. Now he is also a 3-Magatama Uchiha, and the copy attribute is maxed out, so it's not too late to wait. Let's take a look at the attribute first. Wakahiro clicked on the personal attribute column. Personal attribute 3. Personal buffs are not included. Constitution 3, Strength C, Speed C, Recovery C, Overall Rating C, Genin, Spirit 4, Eye Strength S, Illusion B+, Illusion Resistance B, Recovery B, Overall Rating A+, Elite Jonin, Ninjutsu 4, Chakra Reserve C+, Chakra Control A, Chakra Quality A, Fire, Saturation 100%, Yin, Saturation 100%, Seal B, Overall Rating A, Jonin, Overall Rating A, Special Jonin. Is he just a special Jonin? He's still better than Kakashi and Ataki. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows. The system's evaluation is generally reasonable, but if the little fire god buff is included, it's a different concept. Although it doesn't improve the attribute, the minimum 90% regular consumption exemption is equivalent to him getting 10 times the amount of chakra. With the 200% power increase, if he saves some chakra, it will be doubled again. This is 100 times, and it is no problem for him to play a guest role as a little senju. At least he should have an A and evaluation, right? Then add them together, and there is, well, the constitution is still a shortcoming. The constitution attribute is indeed a bit weak due to age. I don't know how Uchiha Madara practiced in the past. Chakra seems to be endless. He fought with Hashirama with a 9-tailed fox. He fought for several days and night but only lost one move in the end. Don't you say that Hashirama and Madara are true love? If Madara burns his boats and fights Izanagi with Danzo style, the outcome is really uncertain. Congratulations, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru's voice suddenly appeared beside Wakaka. Wakaka thought it was just like a god. He turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru, and his eyes were calm. I looked at the mental attribute again. The illusion ability that has not been fully developed has reached B, and because of the 3-Magatama Sharingan. Hello, teacher. Ruoho responded and continued to think. The 3-Magatama is in hand. Neck. As long as he joins the Anbu/root, the Manjiki will not be far away. The personal attribute template is unlocked, allowing Ruoho to roughly understand the calculation method of the system. The overall level of the Uchiha clan is A at present. It may be A, or it may be A+. It doesn't matter. He will take action, and if Hashirama cells and curse seals are done, there is really nothing to be afraid of. The key Hashirama cells and curse seals have to be developed by Orochimaru again, and the current Orochimaru, forget it. Even if Orochimaru awakens on the spot, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to complete the research. So Ruoho thinks that it is still necessary to start from the most basic. Let Uchiha develop its own strength. It doesn't seek to restore the status of the Warring States period, but at least restore the status at that time. Can it be done if you can only pretend but don't have the ability to pretend? At least they can't be destroyed by Obito and Ataki, right? Wait until the end of the Third Ninja World War, when Fugaku opens his eyes, plus the 3 pairs of Manjiki of the 3 CBD brothers. When the family reaches S level, it should be stable. This requires a certain say in the family. What are you thinking about, Wakaka-kun? Seeing Wakaka return to silence again, Orochimaru asked curiously. Wakaka glanced at Orochimaru and pursed his lips. I'm thinking about challenging the Fugaku clan leader. Wakaka said seriously and showed his 3 Megatama. I have obtained the will of fire of the Chunin and it's time to fight the Fugaku clan leader. Indeed, I still remember that Wakaka-kun wanted to become a Chunin in order to challenge Fugaku-kun and become the clan leader. Right. Orochimaru was just a little surprised, then smiled slightly and regained his composure. After 2 months of contact, he has seen too many things in his students that he never dared to imagine before. 3 Megatama Sharingan. It's quite normal, isn't it? Yet, Wakahiro was also calm about Orochimaru's calmness. I'm ready, teacher. I'll go after Obito finishes school. Do you want to go and cheer for me? Speaking of Obito and Shisui, I forgot to call these 2 little fans to the Chunin exam and I always felt that there was a lack of cheers. But I was in a hurry today. I went to the funeral with Orochimaru first and then went to the exam room. I didn't have time to call them. Then I'll make up for it when I fight Fugaku later. Anyway, he will definitely not lose. After all, he can fly. But as for whether he can win, it's hard to say. He is not afraid of chakra reserve. With the blessing of little fire god, he only uses fire escape, so he is not afraid of consumption. But in other aspect, illusion, physical skills, and there are many practical technique. It doesn't matter. He can fly anyway. Having air superiority, he is so arrogant. When Konan faces Jiraiya, he can fight if he wants and run if he wants. That's the reason. Wakaka-kun, if you don't mind, you might as well listen to the teacher's advice. Orochimaru smiled gently, giving Wakaka a feeling that he is now a second in command. Teacher, please speak. Wakaka was not afraid at all. If it doesn't work, challenge the 3 ninjas. Anyway, he can fly. The initiative is in your hands, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru smiled. You can choose to challenge the clan leader at any time, and there is no need to rush. After all, clan leader Fugaku has the fire will of a Jonin, and his fire will is not weaker than Wakaka-kun. So the teacher suggests that Wakaka-kun might as well accumulate it a little bit and challenge it after obtaining the fire will of a Jonin. Wakaka was silent, while secretly marking Orochimaru as 30% awakening. I suddenly thought of an old otaku. Let's just say, transplanting wood release cells is not without precedent. If Uchiha Madara's body is given to Orochimaru for research, this guy should be able to find the direction quickly. Right, let's take a step back. If we can get control of White Zetsu. So, teacher, do you want to help me submit an application for the Jonin assessment? Wakaka asked. Just a suggestion, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru smiled and took out a scroll. It's not that easy to become a Jonin. It requires a lot of mission experience, but the will of fire that can be obtained by becoming a Jonin is exactly what Wakaka-kun need, isn't it? Wakaka took the scroll, opened it and took a look. It was a B-level rescue mission. B-level, not impossible. Chapter 33. Inform the chief of the Fugaku clan and ask him to prepare and meet the challenge in the best condition. So if I complete this task, I can obtain the will of fire of the Jonin. Wakaka held the scroll and asked again. He is not in a hurry to become the chief of the clan. Although the chief of the Uchiha clan is not as good as the Hokage, the age of 7 is too abstract. Gaara next door was still 10 years old when he became the Kazekage. In comparison, he is more curious about Orochimaru's purpose. That's not the case. Orochimaru shook his head. Becoming a Jonin is more demanding than passing the Chunin examination. In addition to the ability to complete high-risk tasks independently, the requirements for all aspects are very high. One mission is definitely not enough, but this mission will be the starting point for Wakaka-kun to become a Jonin. Is that so? Wakaka nodded thoughtfully, then stood up and made a seal. Then let's set off quickly, teacher. Orochimaru was a little surprised. Based on his understanding of this child during this period, he thought that Wakaka would not be so easy to persuade. After all, Wakaka has always been very persistent in challenging Fugaku and becoming the clan leader. He glanced at the direction of the Hokage building obscurely. Orochimaru was about to say something but saw Wakaka's shadow clone appeared with Wakaka's thoughts from the previous second and said, I will inform grandma and brother. Do you want to issue a declaration of war to the clan leader Fugaku? Of course, Wakaka said seriously. Saving people is a big deal. Wait until I complete the task first and then come back to challenge the clan leader Fugaku. The shadow clone nodded. Okay, then I will let the clan leader Fugaku prepare first. Practice hard and let him try to welcome you in the best condition. The shadow clone ran away expressionlessly. Wakaka looked at Orochimaru. Every minute and every second of the rescue time is precious, so let's go quickly, teacher. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment but still smiled and agreed. Okay. In the crystal ball, Orochimaru and Wakaka had already started heading towards the exit of the village. The Sandame then looked at the 3 elders. You also saw that Orochimaru did not give any hints throughout the whole process, but the child still chose to set out for rescue as soon as he received the mission. I said, although Wakaka is still young, the will of fire in his body is very strong. The Sandame slowly filled the pipe with tobacco leaves, condensed the chakra on his fingertips into flame, lit it, and took a beautiful sip. But This child's interpretation of the will of fire doesn't seem normal, right? Uchiha Koharu frowned. What Chunin Jonin? It sounds too ridiculous. Because I didn't understand. I felt it was ridiculous. This is the normal thinking of the superiors. Midaman understood. Maybe it's a tacit understanding between Orochimaru and this child, just like when a child completes a goal, the parents give rewards or something. I have also educated my children in this way. Uchiha Wakaha is too young after all. It's quite normal for Orochimaru to do this. Uchiha Koharu frowned. Will Orochimaru hint to Uchiha Wakaha through this tacit understanding? Koharu. The Sandame knocked on the table lightly and interrupted. You're worrying too much. After saying that, he felt something was strange again and looked at Danzo. Danzo didn't say a word today. He had been squinting his eyes and resting since he entered the office. He was really too quiet. Sensing the Sandame's gaze, Danzo half opened his eyes and said coldly, my attitude has not changed from the beginning. No one in the Uchiha clan is qualified to be promoted to Chunin, especially this kid who passed the exam by cheating. He also seriously damaged the exam room in the second exam and almost caused harm to Konoha. Such an Uchiha. My suggestion is to revoke his Chunin qualification, at least let him return to the Konoha Guard department and keep him under surveillance to prevent. Okay, Danzo. The Sandame interrupted with a slightly higher voice. You are too extreme. This is how I act, and it is also the original intention of the establishment of the root. Danzo stood up directly and looked at the Sandame coldly. Monkey. Uchiha is different from Senju. You will regret it sooner or later. Orochimaru and Wakana set off directly, but suddenly stopped shortly after leaving Konoha. Three masked ninjas caught up. Lord Orochimaru, this is the supplies you just requested. A ninja handed over a space-time scroll with both hands. Thank you for your hard work. Go back first. This mission doesn't require too many people. Yes. Orochimaru was still careful. When he set out, he used his clone to inform his subordinates to come and deliver the equipment. This way, he didn't waste time and didn't have to go to the battlefield barefoot. The space-time scroll contained some ninja tools, long sword, kunao, shuriken, and flash smoke detonating talisman. There were also some soldiers' rations and plums for saliva wrapped in wax paper. They were of good quality and large enough to fill your stomach. They were the best choice for traveling as a monk and killing people. The quantity was not too much or too little, enough for 2 people. No matter what the mission is, preparation is very important. Wakahiro-kun. Orochimaru distributed equipment to Wakahiro and taught him, as you said, every minute and every second of the rescue time is precious, but if the mission fails due to insufficient preparation, then the time gained will be wasted. I know, teacher. Wakahiro kept putting things into the ninja tool bag. Although there was a high probability that they would not be used, they could be sold for money. He now has old and young people at home, and in the future, whether it is changing houses, getting married, having children, or leading the tribe to rebel, all these require money. It would be great if I could find an investor. Wakahiro thought secretly, and it can't be someone from the village. It's better to be a wandering guy like Kakuzu. The Sandame's surveillance is too shameless. Wakahiro had made a slight assessment of Orochimaru's abnormality today. It was found that the lying and fooling indexes were less than 30%. In addition to the theory of the will to promote the flow of fire proposed by Wakahiro himself, Orochimaru seemed to be giving him suggestions. There is no flaw or purpose. Combined with the sight he vaguely sensed when he showed the 3 Megatama, Ryokyo has reason to suspect that this mission is most likely a test of the Sandame. After all, rescue missions like this can best reflect a person's moral character. That's why Ryokyo set out in such a hurry, highlighting his excellent moral character. Isn't it just a rescue mission? He is the successor of the will of fire, and he is not afraid at all. What a coincidence. Orochimaru also thought so. Just after completing the S-level mission, he was given a B-level rescue mission. Although the teacher said on the surface that he should take this opportunity to educate Ryokyo, but Orochimaru knew that the teacher was warning him that 6 Konoha ninjas had sacrificed in his previous mission. It's just a B-level rescue mission. Just try to bring people back to Konoha alive. What's so difficult? Chapter 34 Attacked. After crossing this forest, we will leave the border of the fire country. Ruohuo-kun, take a rest first. The leaves blocked a lot of moonlight and the dense forest was pitch black. The evening breeze occasionally blew over the forest, bringing a rustling sound. Teacher, don't move here. I'll be back soon. Ruohuo disappeared with a whoosh. It was pitch black around, but Ruohuo was not lacking in vitamin A, and with the increased vision of the Sharingan, he could maintain sufficient mobility in the dark. The closer to the border, the less human breath there was. The forest was full of game, and Ruohuo couldn't wait. Whoosh! A shuriken, an unlucky hare, went to the Pure Land to report. Ruohuo dealt with the rabbit neatly, but just when he was hesitating whether to braise it or beg for food, something strange happened. Swoosh! It was a 1000 blade hidden in the dark, cutting through the air without making too much sound, and heading straight for Ruohuo's neck. Does this rabbit have an accomplice? Ruohuo was keenly aware of the danger, and the 3 Megatama quickly locked onto the Senbon and raised the rabbit to block it. Poof! The Senbon pierced 3/4 of the way into the flesh, but it was the rabbit meat that pierced into it. Ruoho noticed the green color at the place where the Senbon pierced, which was obviously highly poisonous. This rabbit was obviously inedible. I am here to avenge you. Ruoho stood up and locked onto the direction of the Senbon. This was obviously an encounter, and the enemy was in the dark while we were in the light. The designated location of the mission was within the territory of the land of Earth, and they were now at the border of the 3 countries of Fire, Rain, and Earth, and the enemy was likely to come from these 3 countries. So which side's ninja would it be? Reason told Ruoho that the enemy's identity was most likely Uegakuer, because the land of Rain didn't play a big role in the Third Ninja World War, and Uegakuer was currently harassing Konoha's defenses. Plus, they hadn't noticed any signs of being followed along the way, so the attackers were most likely not their own. But intuition told Ruoho he had shown too much talent in Konoha, and some rats in the gutter should be unable to sit still. While thinking, the enemy's second wave of attack had arrived. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, shuriken cut through the air, including kunai connected to detonating tag, which shot from all directions. The enemy had obviously surrounded him. So many people. Ruoho frowned. Just catching a rabbit, could he encounter such a scene? Fire style, fire array wall. Ruoho used 2 seals to activate the ninjutsu, and a flame spurted out of his mouth and circled around, quickly spraying an airtight wall of fire around. This was originally a B-level defensive water jutsu. When activated with fire jutsu, the defense would inevitably be weaker than the water jutsu with mass, but Ruoho has found a solution, which is to let the flame flow like water, replacing mass with kinetic energy to strengthen the defense. Puff 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 puff. The fire array blocked the shuriken from all directions, and even the gap caused by the explosion of the detonating talisman was quickly filled by the flowing flame. Ruoho was very satisfied with the effect. It turns out that with the high temperature immunity of the little fire god, the fire jutsu, which is famous for its power, can also have the ability to defend. It's a pity that the clothes are not immune to high temperatures, otherwise I would have used the fire prison technique directly and saved some chakra. Ruoho raised his eyebrows. At the same time, the enemy also killed them. Wind style, big breakthrough. A roar came from 3 directions at the same time, followed by a strong wind that swept in without blind spot. This is to blow Wakahashi's firewall directly to Wakahashi's face. Wakahashi can ignore the high temperature and can temporarily ignore clothes and other things, but he can't be immune to the impact of wind style, and he also has to consider the suffocation effect. And Wakahashi's solution is also simple and crude. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. The fire dragon quickly condensed under his feet and directly pushed Wakahashi up to the sky. From the trajectory of the shuriken launch, there are at least 6 enemies, 3 of whom can use wind style. Could they be from Sand Village? Wakahashi frowned all the way to the sky. It's hard not to associate it with the poison 1000 books and wind style, but soon Wakahiro gave up this idea. Sand Village had just lost the 3rd Kazekage, and the entire defense line was in chaos because of the search for their own Kazekage. In addition to the attack by Kumigakuer, how could they have time to trouble Konoha? It can't be a ninja from the Rain country. Wakahiro muttered, looking at the forest under his feet where the fire had spread, and he believed more in his intuitive judgment. Although there is no rule that Uegakuer ninjas cannot use wind escape, but compared to the identity of this team as an invader, Wakahiro is more inclined to the statement of backstabber. Is it you, Elder Danzo? Wakahiro made seals with both hands, and the Sharingan locked the most concentrated position of the enemy. Fire escape, dragon fire song. The high temperature flame broke through the blockade of branches and leaves in a straight line, like a dragon's breath, and went straight to the enemy. At this stage, Wakahiro is very clear about his strength and weaknesses. He can only use fire style, and with the blessing of Little Fire God, he is definitely at the level of an elite jonin. But other than that, his physique, speed, and strength are obviously shortcomings. With 3 Megatama, he may be able to operate in a 1v1 situation, but in a 1v situation like this, it is better to be a fire style magician. Disperse. The enemies immediately dispersed, distanced themselves from each other, and avoided Wakaba's first counterattack. Wakaba did not stop the technique, and the Sharingan locked the slowest unlucky guy and controlled the dragon fire to spray over. Although the distance was not close, the speed of fire style was obviously faster than the speed of this unlucky guy. Help me stop him. Feeling the burning heat getting closer, the ninja was obviously a little panicked and hurriedly called for support from his companion. But what was waiting for him was a ruthless order. Take advantage of this moment to knock him down. As soon as the word fell, a ninja quickly formed seals with both hands and aimed at Wakaha. Water style, water wave, boom. A huge stream of water gushed out of the ninja's mouth with a strong impact straight towards Wakaha in the air. Sure enough, it's heading for me. First the wind style and then the water style. The only thing missing is the darkness. Facing the water that was about to reach him, Uchiha gritted his teeth but did not stop the dragon fire and killed one first. The screams were so piercing in the night sky that the fire dragon under Ruohuo's feet was also hit at the same time. This water escape was powerful. Ruohuo lost the opportunity to dodge and the fire dragon under his feet was almost dispersed. But Ruohuo was ready when he made up his mind. He simply gave up the fire dragon. When the water wave was about to reach him, his chakra was ready. Fire escape, great fireball. With the blessing of the little fire god and the main skill, this most basic sea-level fire escape has 5 times the damage on the initial panel. What's more, Ruohuo used up all the chakra. The flaming fist smashed into the water wave, crushing the water escape directly in a crushing way, and then fell from the sky. The fist swelled more and more and smashed into the water escape ninja like a meteorite. What's more, the water escape ninja was horrified. With such a large-scale ninjutsu and such a scorching temperature, he didn't even have the idea of evading. Are you confused? Are you dumbfounded? With the reaction force, Wakabi's face rose instead of falling after the fire dragon disappeared, and he looked ferocious in excitement. This is not the Chunin exam, you bastard. Chapter 35 Will of Fire. Great Fire Realm. Orochimaru had already set off when Wakabi activated the fire array, but 2 figures suddenly stopped him. The 2 men were of different shape, both wearing hood, one wearing a mask with root patterns and the other wearing only sunglasses. Ryoma-kun, Haruto-kun, I didn't expect to see you 2 here. Orochimaru still smiled gently. The moment the 2 men appeared, he knew what happened. So the mission given to you by Elder Danzo is to stop me. Orochimaru raised 2 fingers. The 2 immediately felt unparalleled pressure. Standing in front of them was the strongest disciple of the Sandame, one of the 3 ninjas, Konoha-Lengjun. Orochimaru. Danzo-sama didn't mean that. Orochimaru-sama. Yamanaka Haruto shouted immediately, and the 2 bowed down together, entering a state of high alert at the same time. We have no intention of being enemies with Orochimaru-sama. We just want to convey a few words of Elder Danzo's instructions. Really? The smile on Orochimaru's face remained unchanged. Then I have to thank Elder Danzo. After all, it is very tricky to face 2 of you at the same time. I wonder what Elder Danzo has to say. Danzo-sama wants to reach a cooperation with Lord Orochimaru. Yamanaka Haruto spoke quickly and said anxiously, Elder Danzo is willing to support Lord Orochimaru in the election for the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and he glanced in the direction behind the 2. The fire lit up the night sky, accompanied by bursts of black smoke and the sound of detonating talismans exploding. This is really a flattering news. Orochimaru smiled and put down his 2 fingers that were making seals. So, Elder Danzo, what do you want from me? Hearing this, Yamanaka Haruto and Aberame Ryoma breathed a sigh of relief. Yamanaka Haruto took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Orochimaru. Here are all the records of the wood release experiment from the 2nd Hokage period to the present. Of course, only a part of it. This is the sincerity of Lord Danzo. If Lord Orochimaru is willing, Lord Danzo wants Lord Orochimaru to help restart this plan. Lord Danzo is willing to provide Lord Orochimaru with all support, including running for the 4th Hokage position. And Lord Orochimaru only needs to wait here for a while. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He did not open the scroll, nor did he doubt the authenticity of the scroll. Orochimaru did not doubt Danzo's promise. Danzo's support was indeed a great help for him to succeed as Hokage. Orochimaru looked up at the sky again. The fire had illuminated half the sky, and his students were obviously fighting fiercely. Orochimaru knew that child was also one of the conditions for Danzo to cooperate with him. The mission of these 2 people was just to stop him. When everything was over, the root would naturally forge enough traces and help him stay out of it. It's just, this cooperation doesn't seem very fair to me. The 2 of you. Orochimaru smiled again and walked straight past the 2 of them, but did not return the scroll. That child is my student. I have invested a lot of effort in him. Even the teacher is full of expectations for this child. I am full of sincerity to Elder Danzo, but Elder Danzo doesn't seem to care much. Boom, boom, boom. Wakaka was doing 2 things at once. While keeping the fire dragon bomb flying in the air, the great fireball switched its form again and turned into a fire bomb, bombing the area below. The absolute air advantage allowed Wakaka to always control the right to attack. The absolute control of the great fireball, coupled with a full 500% power increase, allowed Wakaka to maintain absolute suppression of the enemies on the ground. No, it's too noisy. This kid is beyond the range of my ninjutsu. What should I do? Why hasn't his chakra been used up yet? There are at most 3 minutes left. If this kid doesn't come down, we must retreat too. Prepare to take the bodies away. No evidence can be left behind. The masked ninjas communicated quickly while dodging. In the sky, Ruohuo has completely entered rampage mode. Come out and confront me head on. Ruohuo holds the tiger seal with both hands. Most fire escapes end with this seal. Under the buff of Little Fire God, 200% ninjutsu activation. Ruoho can use at least 20 fire escapes with this seal, but he only plans to use the most basic Great Fireball now. If you don't plan to come out, then turn to ashes with the entire forest. Ruoho accumulated enough chakra and injected 50 times the chakra into this basic sea-level ninjutsu to increase the scale. The consumption is equivalent to 5 normal full-power Great Fireballs, but it is 5 times the power and 50 times the scale. The Will of Fire, Great Flame Realm. This is a giant fireball that is as dazzling as an artificial sun. The night was completely ignited and the whole forest was illuminated by the light of the flame. Boom! The artificial sun smashed into the forest. With such a high temperature and such a scale, there is nowhere to hide and you can only face it head-on. If the second Hokage Senju Tobirama was here, perhaps in this waterless place he could forcefully use the unparalleled water escape to resist. But with such an oversized fire escape, even the second Hokage would have to choose to use Flying Thunder God to avoid it if there was no necessary reason. What's more, it's just a few rats in the gutter. What is this? Abarame Ryoma and Yamanaka Haruto, who did not participate in the battle, stared with wide eyes, watching the huge fireball falling like the sun, with dull expressions, and even forgot to think for a while. Retreat quickly, don't get affected. Abarame Ryoma was the first to react, warned his colleague, and then ran back without hesitation. What kind of monster is this to be able to use such a large-scale fire escape? What kind of technique is that? Uchiha also mastered such a fire escape, a forbidden technique. This must be a forbidden technique. This can only be a forbidden technique. No wonder Orochimaru was willing to stay for a while even though he had already seen through their intentions. Such a monster. All the plans that Danzo had arranged a week in advance were not enough to destroy this Uchiha brat. Unless Orochimaru took the initiative to take action, it would be impossible. But would Orochimaru choose to cooperate with Danzo? Watching the blazing light fall, the heat in Orochimaru's eyes did not diminish at all, and he calmly took up the seal, ready to deal with the impact of this heat wave. Is this the limit of your will of fire, Wakakun? I gave up a shortcut to becoming Hokage for you. Chapter 36. Teacher, can I burn those rats to death? Tisk. If it was Fugaku, what would he use to block this move? Looking at the charred ground, the once dense trees became bare, with only the trunk still burning with flame. This is why Waka feels that he may not win against Fugaku, but he will definitely not lose. He can use his air superiority to easily use his big moves in the sky. Fugaku on the ground can only take the attack and dodge. Uchiha and Senju really can't get along. Fire escape is too destructive to the environment. What a sin. Waka stepped on the fire dragon and fell down, and found several corpses in the thick ashes. After all, the Great Fireball is a sea-level ninjutsu, and the basic damage is a bit lacking, otherwise it would not be called Fire of Kindness. But even the most basic ninjutsu, after the quantitative change leads to qualitative change, will not be the same concept. If you put the Great Fire Annihilation into the main skill, the scale will be 50 times. Well, it is estimated that it cannot be used. After all, the basic consumption of the two skills is not the same concept. This is really a terrifying scene. Orochimaru's body emerged from the ground next to him, his hoarse voice full of praise and a hint of surprise. You seem to have turned this place into purgatory, Wakaka-kun. Purgatory. It is really an appropriate description. If the B-level main skill is still fire release, maybe this name can be used. Wakaka glanced at Orochimaru and found that there was no mucus on his body. I don't know if he hasn't undergone the software transformation and can't use it, or if he secretly washed his hands. He just saw Orochimaru rushing over at the last minute. They said the teacher had been assassinated by their people. Although I don't really believe it, I'm still a little angry. Ruoka Hana said expressionlessly, these people are really abominable. Even the ninjutsu they use is the type I hate the most. Fortunately, I got the fire will of the Chunin, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hold on until the teacher comes. I couldn't hold on until I came. Who couldn't hold on? Orochimaru reserved his opinion on this question. Compared to these, he was more curious about what Ruoka Hana revealed in his word. This child seems to have sensed something. Oh, what ninjutsu did they use on Wakaka-kun? Water escape and wind escape. Although they don't have the earth escape that I hate the most, they always like to launch sneak attacks like rat. Wakaka said with a look of disdain. They obviously don't have the will of fire, but they have a very dark taste, like rats in the sewers who only dare to run around in the dark. Orochimaru held back his laughter. Rats in the sewers who only dare to run around in the dark. For that elder, it is really an apt description. So this child is so sharp in this aspect. If it weren't for the fact that Wakaka knew nothing about Danzo's roots for the time being, Orochimaru would even suspect that Wakaka was hinting at something. The will of fire is hot and bright. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru guided. There are many things in this world that are mutually opposed and mutually dependent. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is sunshine, there is shadow. If you inherit the will of fire, then naturally someone will inherit the will of darkness. You are destined to be enemies. Wakaka tried not to laugh. He used this sentence when he was educating Obito before. Unfortunately, Obito didn't quite understand it, but little Shisui was stunned for a long time. So, is Orochimaru giving him a psychological hint let him fight Danzo in the future, or is he reminding him that there is an old sly guy named Danzo in Konoha who will target him? It's a bit interesting. If they are enemies, can I burn them to death at any time, teacher? Wakaka asked straightforwardly. Orochimaru smiled slightly, as if he had expected Wakaka to have this question. Of course, since he is your enemy, you must let him feel the warmth of the will of fire. You did not burn the enemy to death but purified the world. I am really looking forward to it. If Ruokawai becomes the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, will he retreat again and again in the face of suppression from the top, especially the leader of the Will of Darkness, Elder Danzo? Under the will of the teacher, he has been walking in the darkness of Konoha for so many years. Any existence that is regarded as a threat will be eradicated without hesitation, even if it is a Konoha ninja. The Senju clan, including the child Nawaki. That year, Nawaki stepped on a trap during the mission and was killed by the detonating tag. Today, Ruokawai had just left the village and was attacked by rat. Oh, how can there be so many coincidences in this world? Compared to cooperating with those rats, Orochimaru is more optimistic about this child with a bright future. And after Konoha ushered in a new era, those dregs of the old times no longer have any need to exist. I understand, teacher. Ruoho nodded thoughtfully. If I meet these rats again, I will directly purify them with the will of fire. Did the bug team fail? Danzo received a report from the guards that night. Abarame Ryoma's bugs brought back the information as soon as possible. Forbidden level fire escape. A giant fireball as hot as the Sunday. Why haven't I heard of Uchiha having such a forbidden technique? Danzo frowned. Abarame Ryoma couldn't have lied to him, but the information he brought back was too exaggerated. The Uchiha clan's fire escape ninjutsu was handed over to Konoha as early as when Uchiha Madara was buried. This was taught by the teacher himself. Did the Uchiha clan secretly hide some forbidden technique since then? But if that's the case, why is there no mention of Uchiha Madara in the record? Danzo was puzzled, but the bugs of Abarame Ryoma are still waiting for instructions, and now is not the time to explore these things. The point is Orochimaru. Abarame Ryoma recorded Orochimaru's response word by word. The most important part is the word sincerity. Not killing Ryoma and Osamu is your sincerity to me. What else do you want? Danzo frowned. Orochimaru is more greedy than he thought. He has already given him those precious experimental records, and this guy is still thinking about asking for them. Danzo thought about the chips in his hand. Military merit and forbidden technique. What Orochimaru wants now are only these two things. One is the position of Hokage that he has been seeking but cannot obtain. The other is what he desires the most. Maybe it's time to make a choice. Chapter 37. There must be some misunderstanding here. Wakahashi has not been able to find a rat that can be purified for the time being, but he met a real Iwagakure ninja. It was a team of 3 people, all wearing Iwagakure forehead protectors, who met in the forest and launched a surprise attack on Wakahashi as soon as they met. Attack. There is only one kid from Konoha. Take him down. Move quickly. There may be a ninja from Konoha behind him, so make quick decisions. Leave this kid to me. I like this kind of tender little guy the most. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment gather. With 20% consumption and twice the power. After the fire spurted out the sea of fire, the 3 Megatama locked the 3 Iwagakure ninjas, who retreated decisively and changed the seal again. Fire style. Fire shock wave. 3 more flame shock waves spurted out from the sea of fire, accelerating twice and heading straight for the 3 Iwagakure ninjas. Ugh. The 2 Iwagakure genin were unable to respond and were hit by the fire shock wave. The high temperature flames smashed them against the trees and the ground with a strong impact. After a scream, there was no movement. The remaining Iwagakure was also a genin. For a 3-person team like this, without a guiding ninja, there should be at least one chunin leading the team. This is a battlefield. What's the difference between deploying all genin and sending head? But Iwagakure doesn't take this route. The Iwagakure, who are full of soldiers, play with numbers. Earth escape, earth and land return. The Iwagakure genin mobilized the land under his feet and used the earth wall to block the impact of the flames. Just when he was about to check the situation of his companions, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He lowered his head and saw a kunai with hot blood piercing his chest. Your progress surprises me, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru took back the kunai, shook off the blood on it, and praised Wakaka not far away. Can you use the fire to launch a secondary ninjutsu? This is not the first time they have encountered an enemy. The danger level of this mission has obviously exceeded the B-level judgment of the mission itself. Orochimaru intends to let Wakaka adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield, and the ability and imagination shown by Wakaka are constantly refreshing Orochimaru's cognition. Based on the fierce fire extinguished by Huo, the second launch of water fire rush wave is more like what water ninjas often do. I've been thinking about how to release multiple ninjutsu at once, teacher. teacher. Wakahata neatly looted the spoils from the 2 corpses and responded, when I use special fire escape, the burden on my eyes will be very large. If I can't quickly deal with the enemy, the situation will soon become unfavorable to me. My competitor is the leader of the Fugaku clan. He has the blessing of the fire will of the Jonin and the fire will of the clan leader. He will definitely find my weakness. I must find a way to overcome it. Orochimaru actually wanted to say to Wakahata, child, your fire will can only be used by yourself. Although your clan leader is a Jonin, he does not have the so-called fire will blessing. He is just a normal person. But Wakahata's worry is not unreasonable. At such a young age, if you want to challenge the head of a clan, there are always a lot of disadvantages. You are on the right track, but I suggest that after completing this mission, you can ask for help from the Sandaime-sama. The Sandaime-sama has the title of Ninjutsu Professor. He will definitely be able to give you better advice on combined ninjutsu. Orochimaru smiled and handed the last ninja tool bag to Wakana. Okay, teacher. Wakana took it, took out the time-space scroll and put it away, and then took out the mission scroll. But then again, teacher, we have been searching in this area for so long. Why hasn't the team that needs assistance come out? Hey. Wakana suddenly entered combat mode again. Teacher, be careful, there are still enemies. Swoosh. As soon as Wakana finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared, one with a mask covering his face but with orange hair, and the other wearing only sunglasses and a hood full of killer aura. It was Aberame Ryoma and Yamanaka Haruto, the 2 bodyguards of the root leader Danzo. Lord Orochimaru, your mission has changed. This is the new mission content. Aberame Ryoma stretched out his hand, and a scroll wrapped in insects flew towards Orochimaru. Please choose whether to carry out the mission. Once confirmed, please go to Konoha in 2 days. Uchiha's little devil, what do you want to do? Aberame Ryoma, who noticed that Wakaka suddenly began to make hand seals, shouted loudly, 2 rats in the gutter. I can feel the dirty dark will in you even with my eyes closed. Wakaka took a deep breath. Fire style, dragon fire. This is the fastest move in Wakaka's medium-range ninjutsu reserve. Disperse. The 2 of them each launched a flash body to disperse, but how could Wakaka let the 2 do what they wanted? The 3 Megatama locked onto Yamanaka Haruto from the beginning. This guy's hair color exposed his identity as a member of the Yamanaka clan. Wakaka would never let him move. Spouting the flame of dragon fire from his mouth, he chased Yamanaka Haruto and sprayed him. Uchiha brat, are you going to disobey the village's order? Ryoma Aberame shouted as soon as he landed, and at the same time formed a seal to release the insects to attack Wakaka. But before he could make any move, a strong killing intent suddenly enveloped his body. Ryoma Aberame was startled and looked at Orochimaru fiercely. Ryoma-kun, be patient. Orochimaru took the scroll, raised his 2 fingers, and smiled at it. To Aberame Ryoma, Wakaka-kun is usually docile and well-behaved and won't attack anyone easily. Today he reacted like this. There must be a reason. Ryoma-kun, why don't you wait and see, and let me ask this child? Then you should ask quickly. Aberame Ryoma cursed inwardly. What's going on with Orochimaru? He took the scroll but didn't open it. Is he going to cooperate with Danzo-sama? Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru kept smiling and looked at Wakaka. Wakaka really stopped attacking, but his hands didn't stop moving. He's hiding. Teacher, give me 2 minutes. I'll go purify him now. Fire style, fire dragon bullet song. A flaming dragon appeared out of thin air, and Wakaka didn't even take off his shoes. Jumped forward, landed steadily on the head of the fire dragon, and then soared straight up into the sky. Seeing Wakaka flying higher and higher, it was obvious that she was going to launch a range fire attack on this area again. Aberame Ryoma was anxious, but Orochimaru was still calm. Wakaka-kun, Wakaka-kun, teacher has something to say to you. Wakaka-kun, fire escape dragon flame song technique. 4 dragon head fell from the sky and bombarded Yamanaka Osamu's location. Orochimaru smiled even more, looked at Aberame Ryoma again, and spread his hands. Ryoma-kun, I'm sorry. This kid is a little busy now. How about you wait a little longer? Chapter 38 Shipborne Machine Guns. Lord Orochimaru, Aberame Ryoma said in a low voice, why don't you take a look at the conditions offered by Lord Danzo first? Lord Danzo has shown enough sincerity this time. He can eliminate a competitor for you and provide you with a glorious military exploit. Such conditions are already very generous. Are you really not going to consider it? Ryoma-kun, this is not the you who can remain calm at that moment in my impression. Orochimaru looked at Wakaka, who was flying farther and farther away, and then looked at the unopened scroll in his hand, chuckled and shook his head. Look, am I not considering it? Orochimaru played with the scroll in his hand and didn't need to look at it. Through what Aberame Ryoma said just now, he had roughly guessed something. Lord Danzo wants to cooperate with me. In addition to showing enough sincerity, he must at least show enough strength, right? Otherwise, why should I give up the oldest ninja clan in Konoha and cooperate with Lord Danzo at such a big risk? Aberame Ryoma was shocked. Orochimaru actually plans to cooperate with the Uchiha clan just because this brat is his disciple. Let's make a bet, Ryoma-kun. Orochimaru looked into the distance. I remember that Haruto-kun became the personal guard of Elder Danzo 3 years ago and was selected from a group of special jonin. If he can hold on for 5 minutes in Wakaka-kun's hands, I will open this scroll in front of Wakaka-kun. How? The bombing of the dragon flame song technique did not work. Yamanaka Haruto ran out of the flames. Using the big tree as a cover, his figure kept flashing. Wakaka made seals with both hands and the 3 Megatama locked Yamanaka Haruto in the air. The technique he wanted most now was actually Senju Tobirama's water style, water break wave. It has a fast attack speed and strong penetration, which can be called a high-pressure water gun. If it is launched with fire style plus various buffs, it may be a high-temperature laser. If it is used as a sniper rifle, it might be able to ignore the cover and blow up the head of this Yamanaka root ninja directly. Dear teacher, Orochimaru has already said that when he encounters a guy with the dark will, he can choose to take action directly. This is not killing, this is purifying the world. At that time, Wakahiro was still thinking whether he could find an opportunity to implement the teacher's teachings after returning to Konoha. Unexpectedly, he got the opportunity to take action so soon. So Orochimaru really doesn't intend to stop me at all. Orochimaru will be fully responsible for killing Yamanaka Osamu here. Wakahiro kept his distance and didn't intend to give this guy the opportunity to use the Yamanaka secret technique. Took the time to glance in the direction of Orochimaru and Aberame Ryoma and found that neither of them chased after him. Wakahiro was not unfamiliar with the combination of these two. In the original time and space, after Orochimaru failed in the election for Hokage, he defected to Danzo and became Danzo's personal guard and was a colleague of Aberame Ryoma. But at this point in time, Wakahiro discovered that Orochimaru seemed to still be stopping Aberame Ryoma. Interesting. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Wakahiro put his hands on the dragon head, injected chakra suddenly, and the flaming dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth. After possessing the 3 Megatama, several dragon ninjutsu can also be tried to merge. What Wakahiro has to do now is to merge the fire, water, dragon bullet and the fire, earth, dragon bullet first and install the shipborne machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. Wakahiro kept a certain distance and aimed the fire dragon under his feet at Yamanaka Osamu. Just keep firing fire bombs. This damn brat. Yamanaka Haruto gnashed his teeth. Wakaka in the sky was beyond the range of the secret technique. He had no room to counterattack and could only passively take the beating. The speed of flying is always faster than running on the ground. Yamanaka Haruto soon discovered this reality. He used the big tree as a cover to dodge continuously, performing a standard tactical evasion for Wakaka. Spin, jump, never stop. Yamanaka Haruto didn't dare to stop at all. If he hesitated for a moment, he would be bombarded. Is this brat crazy? The landing point was predicted by Wakaka in advance. Seeing that he was about to be hit by countless fire bombs, Yamanaka Haruto cursed inwardly and escaped with a substitute technique. The body shape changed. The offense and defense were briefly alternating, and Yamanaka Haruto quickly formed a seal and aimed at Wakaka. Ninjutsu. Heart. Damn. Before the secret technique was launched, Yamanaka Haruto saw the sky full of fire bombs rushing towards him. Do you still want to play these little tricks under the gaze of these eyes? You rats in the gutter, who gave you the courage to deceive the teacher and dare to compete with me? What the hell? Ruoho controlled the fire dragon to fire at full power, and the fire bombs were as dense as if he had used multiple shadow clone. But this is in the dense forest after all. Yamanaka Haruto immediately locked onto a towering tree. As long as he could avoid this wave of attacks, he still had a chance. Whoosh! Yamanaka Haruto rushed instantly. Ha! Ruoho clapped his hands. Yamanaka Haruto finally rushed to the tree, and the first fire bomb had exploded not far from him. Ninjutsu. Yamanaka Haruto did not dare to stop and formed a seal in advance to prepare to launch the secret technique. This might be his last chance, but when he aimed at the boy riding the fire dragon again, fire style, double dragon fire prison, the 2 fire, water, dragon bullets bypassed the tree from the left and right and finally hit Yamanaka Haruto. At the moment of impact, the 2 fire dragons changed their forms again and turned directly into a fire cage. Fire style, fire, water, dragon bullet and fire style, fire, water, prison technique. Just as Orochimaru said, Ruoho did not change the forms of these 2 ninjutsu but used the power of fire to launch the second ninjutsu. Just like a water style ninja creates a large amount of water flow out of thin air in a waterless place and then uses the water flow to launch ninjutsu again. Ugh, let me out, my eyes. Ah, I am Danzo-sama. In battles between ninjas, victory or defeat often only takes a moment. The fire prison lasted for a minute, but Yamanaka Osamu only lasted less than half the time. When Orochimaru and Aberame Ryoma arrived, all they had left was a charred corpse. Another enemy, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru ignored Aberame Ryoma Ryoma's expression and smiled. This is the 15th enemy you have killed. In theory, this has exceeded the danger level of an A-level mission. I will explain the situation to Hokage-sama after we return to Konoha. Beside him, Abarame Ryoma's expression turned very ugly. It will be the 16th soon, teacher. Wakaka made a seal with one hand and held his fist in front of his mouth. Just now on the way, I had an idea that the dragon fire technique is a high-temperature musket. If a beamer is installed on the musket, maybe it can be used as a sniper within 10 meters. The beamer is not difficult to find. With his 90% immunity to high temperatures and the protection of his own chakra, it is not a problem for him to suppress the gun with his bare hands. Fire style Dragon Fire Spear. Chapter 39. Teacher, has the enemy already hit us? Rokuho's assumption was correct. By pressing the spear with bare hands, the convergence state of dragon fire was forcibly increased by about 3 meters, and the speed of diffusion was not that fast afterward. The key is that after the pressure came up, the speed of the spray was also much faster. The insect clone of Abarame Ryoma didn't even react before it was burned to ashes. Tisk, it turned out to be a clone. Rokuho curled his lips and looked at Orochimaru, not very happy. Teacher, let him run away. There will always be a chance to meet again, Mr. Rokuho. Orochimaru smiled. If it doesn't work, we can start chasing him now. Let's save him first, teacher. Rokuho was moved for only a second before giving up the idea of chasing. Although he didn't know why Orochimaru was also targeting Danzo, he didn't intend to become Orochimaru's sword. Just kill one. It's not easy for Elder Danzo to train his subordinate. Compared to eradicating rats in the gutter, the people waiting for rescue are more important, Wakaba said seriously. Indeed. Orochimaru smiled and took out the scroll from his arms and threw it to Wakaba. This is also a rescue mission. The danger level is higher, and it is likely to be a trap. Wakaba, why don't you make your own decision? Wakaba opened the scroll, and his expression gradually became strange. It is indeed a rescue mission, but it would be more appropriate to describe it as a support mission. Another team encountered danger while performing the mission, and sent out a distress signal and called for support. And this mission, he is really familiar with it. The mission requires that it is to strike an extremely important line of fire on Iwagakure. The supply line of materials, and destroy the Konoha bridge. Wakahiro was a little confused. Why is it this mission? At this time, shouldn't White Fang be carrying out this mission? How did it end up in Orochimaru's hands, and was it given to him by Danzo? It always feels a bit mysterious. The mission location is here, Wakahiro-kun. Orochimaru took out a map very considerately and pointed out their current location on the map, the location of the Konoha bridge. Considering the high probability of Iwagakure ninjas appearing on the way, it will take us at least 20 hours to reach this place. The journey itself is not short, plus the dangers that may be encountered on the way. 20 hours is reasonable, but the key is, this mission was given to the teacher by those mice, right? Wakahiro looked directly into Orochimaru's eyes. Although it was wrapped in insects at the time, I saw it with my Sharingan when I left. This is the scroll, teacher. Let's be honest, if Wakaka still doesn't know what happened, then he would be really sorry for the soul genes of his father, the director, and his mother, a strong woman. That's right, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru didn't mean to deny it. This mission originally belonged to another team in Konoha. They set out only a week earlier than us, and I can be sure that they didn't return to Konoha before we set out. Orochimaru looked at Wakaka. At this point, Orochimaru was ready to popularize some of Konoha's dark knowledge for Wakaka. For example, the people killed by Wakaka the night before, and the charred corpse on the ground, belonged to what kind of organization? Orochimaru wanted to know more. What kind of reaction would this child have when he knew all this? Perhaps this would be a bit cruel for a child, but for a ninja, especially a ninja with big dreams, some things are better known as early as possible. At least I can live longer and not die in a trap at a young age. So, what the teacher means is, those rats have actually infiltrated the village. Ruokuo frowned and said seriously, they have even infiltrated the village's upper echelons and have gained a lot of power. Ruokuo became extremely excited again. I said that the two gatekeepers at the Hokage building are not right. The smile on Orochimaru's face froze for 2 seconds. Ruokuo-kun, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about the two guarding ninjas again? Haven't they been burned to the hospital by your fire escape? I have always been confused. They are obviously spies, but Grandpa Hokage, the teacher, and the uncles in the Anbu all said that they are fine. Wakahiro said passionately, now I understand. They are the people of that gang of rat. It's just that I didn't get the firewall of the Chunin at that time, so I couldn't sense the dark aura on them. Damn it. Wakahiro slammed the scroll to the ground. Konoha, has it been infiltrated by these rats like this? Orochimaru was silent. Orochimaru was silent for 2 minutes. Orochimaru couldn't help it. Wakahiro-kun, we have to save people, teacher, Wakahiro said suddenly. Orochimaru still couldn't keep up with Wakaba's train of thought. Save people. Yes, we must save people. Wakaba pointed to the scroll on the ground, his face full of seriousness. Teacher, don't you realize that this is their conspiracy? Conspiracy? Orochimaru was confused again. You found it? What did you find? Yes, it's a conspiracy, Wakaba said firmly. From the beginning, our rescue mission was to support this team, but they changed the mission content. They didn't want us to support, and they kept sending people to attack us to delay time. Seeing that the time is almost delayed, then give us the real mission content to erase the traces of their modification of the mission, and in the end this mission will fail. The people we want to rescue may also be sacrificed, and these rats will have the last laugh and continue to erode Konoha. After listening to this, Orochimaru's thought suddenly became smooth. Is that so? To be honest, if he didn't know the truth, Orochimaru really couldn't find any fault. I see. Orochimaru nodded. I see, Wakaka-kun, you're right. Orochimaru really figured it out. If he wanted to follow Wakaka's thinking, the first thing he had to do was to forget the so-called truth. This kid has a unique perspective which seems absurd, but his logic is rigorous and there is nothing wrong with it. From another perspective, Danzo and his subordinates, those rats, aren't they the spies who have infiltrated the upper echelons of Konoha? Then we don't have time to waste. Teacher, Wakahiro took off his shoes. He didn't have time to take them off during the battle just now. Although his soles were covered with a layer of chakra, the soles were still softened a lot. This made Wakahiro feel bad. He had a feeling for these shoes. He had planned to pass them on to Obito first and then to Shisui. Snap! Wakahiro put his hands together and suddenly formed a seal. Fire style. Great Fire Dragon song. The fire dragon appeared out of thin air and Wakahiro stepped on it barefoot. Teacher, come on up. We have to get to that bridge in the shortest time. Orochimaru took half a second to consider whether to ride the fire dragon. The answer is that his physique may not be suitable. The journey is too far, so don't consume too much chakra. Wakahiro. Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. Chapter 40. What? They want to surprise attack the hidden rock village. Orochimaru, it's you again. You want to borrow my power? Are the 100 sacrifices ready? A huge snake with purple stripes appeared. It was the snake of the Ryokai cave. Manja. As a representative of evil summoned beast, Manja asks for sacrifices every time it is summoned, but its strength should not be underestimated. It can be said that the reputation of the three ninjas is so great, and a large part of the reason comes from their respective summoned beasts. Of course, Master Manja. Orochimaru responded calmly. I have prepared enough sacrifices for Master Manja, but I need to trouble Master Manja to help me get on the road first. This is a battlefield, the place with the least shortage of sacrifices. Is that kid also my sacrifice? Manja raised its huge head and looked at Wakaka in the air. Then, it faced Wakaba's three Magatama Sharingan. Teacher, I also feel a strong dark aura on it. Lord Manja is from Ryokai Cave. I have a contractual relationship with Ryokai Cave. Mr. Wakaba. Orochimaru tried to reconcile the two to the edge of the acceptable range. Those eyes. Orochimaru, I changed my mind. This kid can replace 4 sacrifices. Let me eat him. Manja said so and did so. What sacrifices does it want to eat? Why does it need Orochimaru's consent? Orochimaru was indeed a little helpless. He was about to end the summoning and change a snake to ride, but suddenly heard Wakaba's provocative voice. Talk about it when you can catch me, Baka said. Wakaba directly controlled the fire dragon to fly away. Damn stinky kid, wait for me. Manja immediately squirmed its huge body to chase Wakaba. There are rocks ahead, Master Manja. Orochimaru stood on Manja's head calmly, smiling and reminding him to avoid them. The two men and the snake set off just like that. The destination was the not-so-far Kenmubi Bridge. The scheduled journey would take 20 hours, but with Manja and the flying ability of fire, water, dragon bullet, it would obviously be much shorter. This is the way to rush. It's inevitable that it would be a bit arrogant, but arrogance is arrogant. To stop this pair on the road, you often need enough courage. A flaming fire dragon flying in the sky. An oversized python chasing the fire dragon and trying to attack it from time to time. Wakaka controls the direction of the fire dragon. The fire dragon controls the direction of Manja. Manja's huge body crushed everything along the way. The Uegakuer ninjas encountered on the road had to look at Wakaka and Manja's faces to escape, not to mention stopping them. What's up with that giant snake? How come it's so big? Did Orochimaru of Konoha lead the Konoha ninjas to launch an attack? No. Look up in the sky. Orochimaru's target is not us, but that Uchiha. Konoha's Uchiha. The communication team should report to the third Hokage, Tsuchikage. Oh no, the direction they are heading is wrong. They seem to be heading. Their target is Uegakuer village. Are they crazy? They want to launch a surprise attack on Uegakuer village like this. The third Hokage, Tsuchikage, has an order. Support will arrive soon. Try to intercept them. There is a giant dragon flying in the sky and a giant snake chasing below. This scene is not something you can easily see. In addition to being shocked, the Uegakuer ninjas finally discovered the purpose of the master and apprentice. If they continue in this direction, the destination will be Uegakuer village. The Uegakuer ninjas were all furious and their morale was high. Orochimaru is is too arrogant. Is he really planning to rush to their homeland like this? Do you really think that the Iwagakure men, are weak and can be bullied? So more and more Iwagakure tried to intercept this master and apprentice with anger. At first, Ruokoi basically didn't bother to care. Just control the 10,000 snakes and let them crush them directly. The 10,000 snakes also didn't bother to care. This stinky brat actually dared to provoke Master 10,000 Snake. He must be swallowed. Orochimaru was even more lazy to care. Looking at the figure in the sky, Orochimaru was faintly looking forward to it. Ruokoi, it seems like you get along well with Master Manja, right? However, as more and more Iwagakure ninjas came, including those chasing behind and blocking in front, Rokuho was basically moving in a straight line, and his intention was too obvious. The Iwagakure ninjas directly established a temporary defense line and raised a huge wall tens of meters high together. But how could a mere wall stop Rokuho? Rokuho first increased the chakra of the fire dragon under his feet, soaring up hundreds of meters, crossing the Iwagakure blockade line, and did not forget to leave a fire escape heavenly cry. The sky was raining fire, but the Iwagakure ninjas could only be furious and vent their anger on Orochimaru riding Manja. To be honest, if Manja ended his summoning at this time and forced his way back to the Ryokai cave, then Iwagakure might have to take one of the three ninjas as a prisoner. Fortunately, although Manja was evil, he still had professional ethic. A wave of burrowing underground forced a hole, and then even more arrogantly drilled out directly from the top of the city wall, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a few unlucky guys to replenish its physical strength, and finally continued to chase Ruoho, looking at the flaming dragon in the sky and that shameless Nate. In addition to cursing, the Iwagakure were more certain of one thing: they were going to attack the Iwagakure village. After breaking through the temporary defense line, the obstacles in front of the master and apprentice were basically useless. One can fly and the other can burrow underground. How to stop them? The Iwagakure ninjas saw it in their eyes and were so angry that their teeth itched. The key is that the master and apprentice moved at an incredibly fast speed, and they didn't want to fight at all, and they just wanted to rush forward. They didn't give them a chance to fight at all. Too arrogant, really too arrogant. Far away in Iwagakure village, the third Tsuchikage of the Tsuchikage building, the 2-day scale Onoki was furious. The disciple of that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you really think that my Iwagakure is weak and can be bullied? That junior named Orochimaru. Do you think you are Uchiha Madara? Call Han and Yukari to me. Today, this junior must know what the power of Iwagakure is. Lord Han has set off for Konoha Bridge. Lord Sandame, a female ninja from Iwagakure, rushed in. She was Onoki's secretary and daughter-in-law. What is he doing there? The third suddenly realized something, flew to the edge of the map and compared it with the route sent by the communication team. Lord Han said that the destination of these two people may be Konoha Bridge. He went to take a look. Chapter 41. Please call me a war hero from now on. The land of Earth is surrounded by mountains with solid rocks as natural barriers. This gives the land of Earth and Iwagakure a strong defensive advantage in military terms, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The strong defensive advantage is not built by Iwagakure itself, but is a natural condition. Being able to resist foreign enemies will also lead to information blockage and inconvenience in the flow of resources. After the Third Ninja World War, Onoki would hire forces from other villages to keep up with current events in the ninja world and complete some secret activities, but at this time, it is obvious that Onoki chose a simpler and more brutal path: starting a war. The essence of war is plunder. Plunder land, plunder resources. Anyway, I, Iwagakure, am not afraid of war. At most, I will retreat into the land of Earth and fight a defensive war. What impressed Ruoho the most was not the warlike attribute of Iwagakure. It was the super tactics of Iwagakure, the violent war mode. It is said that the third Raikage fought against 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas by himself and died of exhaustion after 3 days of bloody battle. He is really a hero. However, Iwagakure was able to dispatch so many ninjas in the late stage of the war when it was fighting against Konoha and Kumagakure on two fronts. This is also strange enough, but it is also because of the tactics of the rush of troops. The more ninjas there are on the front line, the greater the demand for supplies. Konoha launched the destruction mission of the Konoha Bridge twice because of this. It's really such a big bridge. Ruoho stood on the top of the mountain, chewing a soldier's food pill, looking down at the rock bridge between the two mountains, and was somewhat amazed. The whole bridge seemed to be embedded between the two mountains, and below it was a turbulent river with turbulent and fierce water. I am afraid that even the ninjas of Kirigakure would not dare to step on it casually. There are many Iwagakure ninjas guarding both sides of the bridge. Some of them are still wrapped in gauze, and the bridge surface can still vaguely see traces of previous battles. It seems that White Fang should have retreated and returned to the village to be scolded. Did he choose to give up when he saw that his teammates could not hold on halfway through the fight? Quite courageous, Wakaka murmured during high-altitude reconnaissance. Compared to the mission performed performed by Minato. Iwagakure only has 3 jonin guarding here, and because of the lack of information, Kakashi is mistaken for White Fang, which leads to a series of stories. The war has just started, and Iwagakure has sufficient manpower, so it is naturally well guarded for such a strategic location. White Fang's mission to blow up the bridge is naturally a bit difficult, but no matter whether it is the mission performed by Minato or the mission performed by White Fang, if you want to sneak into this place, destroying this bridge is definitely not that simple, unless the attacker can fly and has enough detonating tags on him. I didn't expect the task of blowing up the bridge would fall into my hands. It's a pity that I can't use the water to break the wave, otherwise I can basically get this war hero for free. Ryuohuo raised his eyebrows. The old thief Danzo wanted to kill him, and tried to persuade Orochimaru to join the glorious action against Uchiha. Orochimaru temporarily rejected Danzo, and borrowed his hand to burn to death a root ninja of the same level as Abarame Ryoma. Although it seems that Orochimaru doesn't want to cooperate with Danzo now, but Ryuohuo knows that once Orochimaru fails in the election for Hokage, the two of them will probably wear the same pants in a minute. At that time, his knife will naturally become a sacrifice. Orochimaru and Danzo are actually chess players playing a big game of Hokage competition and eradication of Uchiha. Ryuohuo only wants to develop, not play chess. His current idea is to be the best chess piece. As the future head of the Uchiha clan and the 4th generation direct disciple of the Hokage, he may not be as good as the best, but if he add Konoha War Hero and Konoha White Fang Redeemer, that's another story. Tisk. It seems that we can't take these detonating tags back to sell for money. Ryuohuo counted the detonating tag, including the ones given by Orochimaru and the ones seized along the way, a total of about 20. It's not a lot, but if the explosion site is found, it will be enough to make the bridge fall, and he can take all the credit for the war. Because Manshi is too big a target, he rushed here in advance, and before leaving he used the great fireball to simulate the fart of the fire dragon bomb and mocked Manshi. At this moment Manshi should only have to drill through a few mountains to reach the battlefield. Going by land, coupled with Manshi's violent temper, it will definitely cause a lot of noise on the road, and many Iwagakure ninjas should go to support him. It was just like Minato's tactics in the future. Minato made noise to attract firepower, and Kakashi's team was responsible for blowing up the bridge. The difference was that Minato's tactics were reversed due to human errors by Iwagakure and Uchiha Madara, and this situation did not exist at all for him and Orochimaru. Will there really be no one who would leave Orochimaru, the dignified 3 ninjas of Konoha, the 4th Hokage's provisional successor and the future Uchiha clan leader, teacher, to his death and protect this bridge? No way, no way. Ryuohuo rubbed his hands. The chakra consumption was almost replenished. Although the travel time was shortened to less than an hour, the great fire dragon was maintained all the way, and the high altitude airflow had a great impact on this technique. It was a high power travel, and the continuous consumption was indeed not low, but it was not a big problem. The continuous consumption was offset a lot by chewing the Bing Liang pills all the way, and it was almost recovered now. The noise not far away was getting louder and louder. The Iwagakure ninjas on the bridge have already set out, and the ordinary people who are transporting supplies are urgently retreating. In less than 5 minutes, about 70% of the ninjas on the bridge have disappeared, and they all went to the front line to block Orochimaru. Only a small number of them maintained basic vigilance. It's finally time for this big bad wolf to appear. Ryuohuo grinned, stepped on the fire dragon, adjusted his stance to a surfing posture, lowered his dragon head, and then dived. Little ones, I'm big bad wolf again. Awoo. The fire dragon rushed down, and when the height dropped to parallel with the Konoha bridge, it forced a turn, drilled under the bridge to the other side, and finally returned to the leftmost end of the bridge, which is the exit end of the Iwagakure for transporting supplies. Where did this kid come from? Why does this kid seem to have come down from the sky? What creature is under him? Why does it look so much like a ninjutsu? This kid has the Uchiha clan emblem on him. He is a ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Obviously, even if Iwagakure is out of touch with the news they know about Konoha and Uchiha, this has to start with a certain ninja world Shura driving Susanoo and bullying a boy named Onoki. Listen, the ninja who destroyed this bridge is called Uchiha Wakeha. Wakeha made hand seals, and the fire dragon under his feet also circled to his side and opened his bloody mouth. Fire style dragon fire double spray song. 2 dragon fires, one on the left and one on the right, covered the entire bridge. What a crappy name. It's better to call it a double-barreled flamethrower. The original body really doesn't know how to name it. The shadow clone was hanging on the bridge, silently sticking detonating talisman, but just when the shadow clone was almost done, what the hell? The original body on the bridge suddenly screamed. What's wrong? The shadow clone jumped up from under the bridge after sticking the last detonating talisman. Then he saw a burly figure wearing red armor, steam coming out of his body, and carrying and saving several Iwagakure Uegakure ninjas. Uchiha Wakaha from Konoha. Very good, I remember your name, boy. The burly man in armor put down the Uegakure ninja on his body and waved to him. You guys retreat first. Leave this to me. I will avenge the two victims. Pa pa pa. The shadow clone clapped his hands one after another, turned his head to look at the original body and pointed to the bridge under his feet. Okay, we have found the hidden boss, but there should be no boss reward. Come on. Puff. The shadow clone disappeared. Chapter 42. Which Uchiha is afraid of Jinchuriki? Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. He is extremely powerful and made countless contributions to Uegakure during the Third Ninja World War. He is also known as the Steam Ninja for his boiling ability. He is indeed a boss. The shadow clone made the right choice. Facing such an opponent, he does not need Naruto's human sea tactics, so he can naturally recover some chakra. So why did we meet the Five Tails Jinchuriki in this place? I shouldn't have left the teacher alone. Alas. Wakahiro gathered chakra under his feet and prepared to retreat. In addition to a little panic, the information fed back by the shadow clone also included a countdown for the detonating tag. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, whoosh. Ruohuo retreated suddenly, and Han was steaming all over. He was about to chase him, but suddenly stopped and retreated. The next second, boom, the broken stones flew and the dust rose. The simultaneous explosion of 10 detonating talismans was enough to split the mountain and crack the rock. A huge gap suddenly appeared on the stone bridge at the end of Han's feet. Only the hardest parts on both sides were barely connected. This is not over yet. Ruohuo's fire dragon bomb went around under the bridge at the moment of the explosion and forcibly activated the detonating talisman with high temperature. Boom. It was another targeted explosion, but the effect would be slightly worse this time. There were still many rocks supporting the bridge connection. Without waiting for Ruohuo to evaluate how much effort it would take to completely destroy it, Han on the other side was already covered with white steam and launched a surprise attack. I can't let you continue to destroy the bridge, young man. Han shouted in his magnetic baritone voice very fast, and the steam pulled a long white curtain behind him. Who are you trying to scare? Ruohuo clapped his hands. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. 4 flaming dragon heads blocked Han's escape space from 4 angles. Ruohuo's 3 megatama locked Han's every move, but Han did not hesitate, crossed his arms in front of him, steamed all over his body, and put on a layer of red-tailed beast chakra coat, and he actually withstood this ninjutsu. In fact, he only withstood a quarter of it. After all, he only needed to withstand one of the 4 fireballs. This is the disadvantage of this technique, and it is also the reason why Ruohuo felt that this technique was not serious at the time. It can be used to bully weaklings, but when encountering tough guys, it is not as practical as his great fireballs. Fire style, fire fist. Wakahiro blew out a huge fireball and condensed it into a huge flaming fist, smashing it fiercely at Han in one-tail mode. Don't you want me to get close? Han didn't plan to take it hard this time. Even with the tailed beast chakra coat, it didn't mean he could ignore the high temperature of fire style, and if this fire style hit the bridge deck, it might cause an impact on the bridge. There were many gaps in the bridge joints on both sides, and Han didn't dare to take the risk. Whoosh! In a flash, Han rushed to the edge of the bridge, supported himself with one hand and crossed to the side of the bridge, his body parallel to the bridge surface, and killed Wakahiro from the side. Wakahiro didn't plan to take it. He immediately stopped releasing the huge fireball, then clapped his hands, rushed to the other side of the bridge, and jumped suddenly. Oh! A huge flaming dragon condensed under Wakahiro's feet, lifted Wakahiro up and flew directly into the air. Air supremacy, get it? When Han returned to the bridge, he saw Ruohuo standing in the air with his feet on a fire dragon. He frowned for a moment and began to think about what to do next. Ruohuo looked into the distance. Manchi and Orochimaru should have met the Uegakure ninjas who came to intercept them. Shouts and roars came through the Uegakure's fortifications. The teacher is almost here. Hold on tight. Ruohuo didn't intend to let Orochimaru take away the credit, whether it was the Konoha bridge or the boss of this level. Five-tailed Jinchuriki. Which Uchiha would be afraid of Jinchuriki? He immediately formed seals with both hands, and chakra condensed crazily. Last time facing a few rats from the root because the other party had been hiding, Ruohuo used 50 times the chakra and created an artificial little sun. Thinking about it now, I was still impulsive at the time. How could I consume so much to deal with a few rats? That technique is so cool. At least it should be reserved for opponents like the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Sorry, I consumed a lot of chakra on the way here. Otherwise you might be able to see a bigger Sunday. Ruohuo muttered. Then his eyes became hot and his chakra was vented crazily. Fire style, great fire, great flame realm. This time it is 70 times the amount of chakra, 5 times the basic power increase, 70 times the scale of the ninjutsu increase. Sea level fire style, great fireball once again ushered in a highlight moment. This time the target is Konoha bridge and Five Tails Jinchuriki. Boom! Too late. Han's pupils contracted and he gave up resistance at the first moment. This was not his current state. A technique that can withstand it. He immediately gave up guarding the bridge and flashed directly to the rock wall of the mountain next to him, running all the way, using the mountain to resist this super large fire escape. Boom! The fireball that looked like an artificial sun hit the bridge. The rock bridge on both sides, which was already shattered, could no longer withstand it. With a loud bang, the bridge collapsed and fell into the roaring river below. The Konoha bridge fell, but Ruoho did not stop. After a slight hesitation, he controlled the fire dragon to dive and rushed directly towards the falling fireball. What is he doing? After avoiding the initial killing time of the fire escape, Han immediately turned back, and this time the tailed beast chakra coat on his body was more intense, and 2 chakra tails appeared behind him. 2-tail mode. Although this state may not be able to withstand the fire escape of that scale, Han did not think that the boy could use it twice in a row. The Konoha bridge had been destroyed, and how to save this important supply line was not something Han had to consider. What he had to do now was to defeat the enemy. Looking at the Uchiha boy diving towards the fireball, Han made a quick decision and accumulated strength in his leg. Although he didn't know what the boy wanted to do, Han thought this was the best time for him to capture and kill the enemy. He had no flying ability, and once the boy left, the difficulty of chasing him would increase significantly. The Uegakure ninjas couldn't stop the boy, otherwise he wouldn't have attacked all the way here and blown up the Konoha bridge. Boiling escape. Han's chakra began to boil, all concentrated in his leg, and with a sudden kick he actually kicked out a big pit from the mountain, and the whole person rushed towards Wakatsuki like a cannonball. At the same time, the armor on Han's left arm began to emit steam, and the chakra condensed during the sprint. If this punch could hit Wakatsuki, life and death would be unpredictable. But I'm an Uchiha, Mr. Five Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing Han's fist about to hit him, Wakahiro, who was holding the 70 max fireball with one hand, suddenly turned his head and grinned at Han. At the moment when Han's fist hit him, the Sharingan illusion was activated. Huff! Wakahiro's body turned into flame. It's not a shadow clone because the shadow clone has no flame effect. It's not a fire clone because the fire clone can't use the full power Sharingan illusion. It's just a simple substitution technique which comes from the 70 max fireball controlled by Wakahiro, which only buys Wakahiro less than 1 meter of distance. At this moment, Wakahiro is already standing on the fireball. Han temporarily lost control of his body, and his body crossed the flames under inertia and was still rushing forward, but he was already locked by Wakahiro's 3 Magatama Sharingan. Snap! Wakahiro put his hands together and controlled the flames under his feet. On the fireball that was previously infused with most of Wakahiro's chakra, fire dragons emerged one after another and then rushed towards Han. Fire style Flame Dragon Charge Formation. Chapter 43 King Mew. Take a good look at who I am. At this time, Orochimaru was on his way riding a snake. Boom boom boom. Fire dragons were born from the fireball and launched an endless bombardment on Han. Wakahiro drew out the chakra contained in the 70 times greater fireball without wasting any of it and smashed it all on Han. Boom boom. Fire dragons rushed towards Han. Han had been forced to regain consciousness when he encountered the bombardment for the first time, but he had no room to dodge, so he could only curl up his body and try his best to mobilize the tailed beast chakra for defense, but it was all a drop in the bucket. The tailed beast chakra coat does have a strong defensive ability, but under this scale of fire jutsu bombardment, Han, who was only in the 2-tail mode, could not hold on at all. Boom! Wakahiro controlled the remaining flames and turned them into 2 huge fire dragons, making the final bombardment. After the bombardment, he once again used the remaining power of the fire dragon to launch a ninjutsu, condensing a high-temperature fire prison. After this sea-level water jutsu and water prison jutsu mutated into a fire jutsu, it was no longer a trick to trap the enemy. It turned into an offensive ninjutsu like an incinerator. It's a bit weak. Looking at Han in front of him, who was covered in flames and suspended in the air, Wakahiro panted slightly and stuffed a soldier pill into his mouth. This soldier pill was provided by Orochimaru. It was non-toxic and had a very good effect. After completely digesting one pill, it could restore about 20% of his chakra. So the so-called steam ninja is only a kid who can only activate the 2-tail mode at this time. If he is brought back to Konoha like this, he should be qualified to join the Anbu, right? Han is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Han at this time seems to be able to mobilize the power of the tailed beast only to a limited extent. Ruokuo himself did not expect that it would be so easy to subdue this Jinchuriki. Uchiha is indeed the nemesis of ordinary Jinchuriki and tailed beast, so this is the suppression power of the sage's eye on the tailed beast. He has already begun to consider his Manjiki. What kind of ability could it be? The original plan was just to be a war hero. After all, he also supported White Fang from 1,000 miles away and completed the S-level mission that White Fang failed to complete. The military exploits were all his alone. Orochimaru was at most an auxiliary to attract firepower, but now he has killed a hidden boss and captured a 5-tailed Jinchuriki. with Wakaba's political vision. If he is a superior like the Sandame and Danzo, then now we can consider whether this Uchiha poses a certain threat to Konoha. There is a high probability that he will be wary of him, and recruiting him into the Anbyo should be just a basic operation. Hey, I plan to gain more experience on the battlefield. Are you going to open the Manjiki so soon? This is not a worry I should have at my age. Wakaba touched his chin. By the way, should we find a way to hide this guy? If an Uchiha clan member becomes a Jinkriki, the system should also judge him as a clan member, right? Wakaba raised his eyebrows. Don't mention it. It seems to be true, but it won't work this time. He doesn't know how to extract the tailed beast chakra, and it's not realistic to go to the rain country to find Nagato now. It would be a good idea to release the five-tailed beast directly, but he doesn't know how to break the seal now. Let's switch to military merit this time. Maybe I can have Manjiki soon. Hey. Wakahiro blinked. He found that white smoke had begun to rise from the fire prison. Oh no, it's not white smoke, it seems to be steam. This explosion progress bar is too long. Wakahiro muttered and controlled the fire dragon bullet to retreat quickly. Just as Wakahiro expected, Han in the fire prison had lost consciousness, and the five-tailed King Mew, who sensed the danger, obviously didn't want to die with the Jinkriki, so he fought back on Han's behalf. Boom! The hot steam dispersed the fire prison, and the five-tailed Jinkriki Han lost consciousness and entered the three-tailed mode, but his body began to fall continuously. Boom! Han in the three-tailed mode fell into the water, splashing a lot of water, but was not washed away by the rushing water. Instead, he stood on the water and roared at Wakana in the air. Roar! The roar resounded through the sky. Wakana had a blank expression on his face, but he suddenly missed his little brother Tsuki. If Obito was here, he would be scared to tears or roar back. It's great to have a loud voice. Wakana's three Megatama locked onto Han in the three-tailed mode again, or more precisely, Mu Wang in the three-tailed mode. Now Han's body is temporarily controlled by Mu Wang. The tailed beasts are powerful. They are used as war weapons by major villages and have unparalleled destructive power. At the same time, the tailed beasts are also weak. Wakana had heard a saying in his previous life: the tailed beasts are the divided 10-tailed chakras with only will but no soul. So the Sharingan illusion is accurate with one hit. I have the power of Indra. Can these tailed beasts recognize me? Ruohuo suddenly thought of such a question, but the next second, roar! The King Mew in the three-tailed mode roared again, and faced with an aerial unit like Ruohuo, he immediately came up with the best battle plan by instinct. Opened his mouth, charged up Chakra 3 to 7, and the tailed beast Jade began to charge. But Ruohuo was not panicked at all. No matter how powerful the tailed beast Jade was, it would be useless if it could not hit. He dived directly, and while the tailed beast Jade had not yet condensed, he closed the distance and prepared to launch an illusion, and also shouted, "Take a good look at who I am." The other party did not respond and fired a tailed beast Jade. Good guy. Ruohuo quickly controlled the flying direction of the fire dragon and narrowly avoided this shot. Boom! The tailed beast Jade hit the mountain on Ruohuo's body, causing a violent explosion, and countless rocks began to slide down. Ruohuo just glanced back, and suddenly his heart was alarmed again. Looking back suddenly, he saw that King Mew in three-tail mode had already started a sprint and charged over. Ruohuo hurriedly controlled the fire dragon to pull up. King Mew in three-tail mode missed and landed heavily again, then raised his head and charged the tailed beast ball again. Is it because he only has the instinct of a beast now and no reason? Ruohuo pondered for a while, then decisively chose to pull away and began to browse his B-level ninjutsu reserves. Originally, he planned to save more ninjutsu in the future, and then select the most suitable B-level main skill according to the specific situation. But now this five-tail is a bit irritable. If he wants to get close and launch an illusion, he can't bear it if he is hit. So in order to help King Mew calm down, it is also good to recognize his chakra logo. Ruohuo feels, in order to complete the experiment here, he needs to determine the B-level main skill in advance. Chapter 44 Main Skill Shadow Clone. Five Tails Unsealed. Wakahiro's B-level ninjutsu reserve is not too much, and most of them are original fire escape, and they are all quite practical. Naturally, original fire escape is naturally known for its power. The fire, water, dragon bullet he has been using now is also a B-level skill, so it's just a matter of choosing between the great fire extinguishing and the water dragon bullet. Although it was chosen in advance, Ruohu didn't want to lose too much. Great fire extinguishing is known as the most awesome B-level ninjutsu, largely due to Uchiha Madara's record, and fire, water, dragon bullet is Ruohu's current flying vehicle, and it is currently equipped with shipborne machine guns and shipborne flamethrowers, and shipborne rockets are still under development. It's a pity that these two have no special entries. Like the first two terms of the C-level main skill Great Fireball, both increase power and reduce consumption. Even the amplification ratio is the same, increasing power by 300% and reducing consumption by 90%, which is the basic amplification of the main skill. It can be done done by using 1.5 times more chakra. It doesn't seem necessary. Uchiha was not very willing. Without the amplification of fairy art, the upper limit of fire escape is Amaterasu, which he had given up once. He will be able to solve the chakra problem sooner or later, and this amplification will become insignificant to him sooner or later. In contrast, the special terms that can be triggered by the main skill are what Uchiha is most concerned about. Uchiha quickly switched to other B skills. It's all Orochimaru's fault, so anxious to bring him out to do the task. I really forgot to confirm it on the way. The key is that there are no other technique. I still have too few B-level ninjutsu. Hey, Ruoho blinked, and he really found a small treasure. B-level main skill shadow clone technique. Preliminary test: create a shadow clone with a physical body which can share memories with the main body and fight on behalf of the main body. Main skill enhancement 1. Shadow clone's ability to resist attack 300%, can share buff bonus with the host, and when the main body is hit, 80% of the damage will be borne by the shadow clone. Main skill restriction 1. After upgrading to the main skill, the upper limit of the skill will be locked to 1 and enjoy a 1-minute cooling effect. Main skill restriction 2. After upgrading to the main skill, the maximum amount of chakra that this skill can carry is 20% of the host. Why didn't I find you earlier, dear? 3 entries, 2 restrictions, but they can be ignored. After all, he can also learn the multiple shadow clone technique. Ruoho almost decided on this technique without hesitation. Not only did he decide on this technique, but a series of tactics also popped up in his mind. For example, you can save up 100 or 80 shadow clones first and then go out and play around. Or you can use various shadow clones to explore the way. After all, it is a 300% resistance to attack. Sure enough, the terms are the essence of the main skill. Ruoho was very excited. Even if the shadow clones could not share the buff amplification, the other 2 terms alone could be called a magical skill. Is it because the shadow clones cannot increase their power, so they are given so many terms? Whoosh! A black-tailed beast ball passed by Ruoho's left side, raising a gust of wind, and finally on the mountain not far away. Boom! The power of the tailed beast ball never disappoints, and the explosion shook the sky. Ruoho calmed down a lot in an instant, and there was a runaway tailed beast following him. Then let's find a way to calm this guy down first. Ruoho looked back and found that Han had completely turned into a half-tailed beast. His skin had been replaced by black and red chakra, and 5 tails had appeared behind him. He was rushing along the rock, chasing him like 1,000 snakes and at an incredibly fast speed. This is it going to break the seal? Ruoho had a strange expression. If the tailed beast in the body of the Jinchuriki broke the seal, the Jinchuriki would die directly. This is also the risk of becoming a Jinchuriki, and it is the only way for the tailed beast to escape the bondage of life and Jinchuriki. King Mu is the 5 tails. Han is obviously not a perfect Jinchuriki, and his relationship with King Mu is probably not very good now. King Mu saw the hope of breaking the seal, so he would naturally not show mercy. Although Han can still be seen in human form now, judging from the 5 tails behind him, it should only be a matter of time before King Mu breaks the seal. It's a good time to test the strength of the shadow clone. Ruoho raised his eyebrows and immediately formed a seal to use his treasured shadow clone. How does it feel? Well, you'll know in a moment. The shadow clone pinched his arm and looked at the half-tailed beast man who was chasing him relentlessly. By the way, do you want to try practicing the 8 gate? The shadow clone suddenly said. 80% of the damage is transferred, and it feels like it's okay to open the 8 gate. That makes sense. You go first. Ruoho kicked the shadow clone off the fire dragon. Then his muscles tensed up, ready to welcome the painful memory that was about to return. The shadow clone was ready to die in midair, adjusted his body, shrunk as much as possible, and used his knees and elbows to block the vital parts as much as possible. Then, the half-tailed beast man in the runaway state slapped it casually. Swish! Bang! The shadow clone was directly embedded in the wall next to it, but it didn't disappear. The triple resistance to attack allowed the shadow clone to even with such a blow. He still stood firm. He even gave a thumbs up. There's something. A shadow clone that's stronger than the original body. Ruoho swallowed his saliva. Although the shadow clone was limited to 20% of the original body's chakra, but when his chakra limit is raised in the future and he builds a thick layer of armor for himself, then the shadow clone won't it be able to walk sideways. Roar! Suddenly, the half-tailed beast man who was chasing suddenly stopped and let out a deafening roar. This roar was still angry, but it was filled with excitement and satisfaction that burst out of the sky. Roar! Another roar, but the sound was not as hoarse and rough as before, and it no longer sounded like an irrational human roaring in anger. The beast part of the voice was clearer. Ruoho kept moving forward, looked back, and his eyes jumped. I saw Han, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast on all fours with his head facing the sky and scarlet chakra gushing out of his 7 orifices, gathering a huge creature that looked like a dog or a colt in front of him. Wakao had seen this scene. The blackened version of Suka had done the same thing to Kushina. Finally, the Nine Tails regained its freedom for a few episodes and was split in two and sealed again. Roar. Another roar, but only the joy of seeing the light of day again. The Five Tails King Mew broke out of the seal completely, but it did not immediately look for the figure in the sky, but turned its head to look behind it. There, Han's body was motionless, obviously dead. Bang! King Mew stepped on it and crushed it several times. It feels bad to be sealed, right? Wakao's voice suddenly appeared. Follow me in the future. The ninja world of this era is too chaotic. Bang! King Mew stepped down again, directly stepping the shadow clone into the soil. But the shadow clone did not give in. He even made a seal. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. The high temperature impact on the solace of his feet made King Mew stagger, and in his anger, he ignored another dragon-riding boy who had already rushed in front of him. Look into my eyes, King Mew. Have you forgotten who I am? Chapter 45. Teacher, this is my new partner, the Five Tails. Bang! Following Shadow Clone number 1, while King Mew was completely unsealed, Shadow Clone number 2 summoned by Ruohuo was also stepped into the soil. Ruohuo flew in the sky, staring at King Mew, and suddenly felt a little tricky. He didn't have much chakra to begin with, and Shadow Clone number 2 only had enough to activate one Sharingan illusion. But the effect, is it because I haven't opened the Mangeki yet? Wakaha frowned, suddenly raised his 5 fingers to the sky, and silently said in his heart, I am willing to join the route of Konoha, and from now on I will only serve Master Danzo. It's useless. I am willing to join the Anbu, and from now on I will shine for Konoha. Okay, it's useless. It's obviously impossible to open the Mangeki temporarily. If Orochimaru is present, he might be able to try, but will King Mew wait with him? Human, why do you know my real name? Just when Wakaha was hesitating whether to go all in, King Mew suddenly turned around and looked at Wakaha in the sky. At this moment, the one-tailed beast and the human looked at each other. This is a perfect opportunity. Wakaha had always wanted to activate the Sharingan illusion to control King Mew, and at this moment King Mew gave Wakaha this opportunity, but Wakaha didn't want it. Don't ask. If you ask, this Indra is disdainful. It seems that the power I have awakened now is too weak. Look into my eyes, King Mew. Ruohuo crossed his arms, looking down, maintaining the arrogance that an Indra should have. Do you really not remember anything? King Mew did not respond. Of course he did not launch the tailed beast ball. It stared at Ruohuo's eyes with doubts in its eyes, as if confirming something. Ruohuo just waited like this. Unless there is a human who can make the tailed beast recognize and tell it in person, no one knows the name of the tailed beast. That's what he thought before, thinking that King Mew would give him face after unsealing. Unexpectedly, Shadow Clone number 2 was directly slapped into the soil, but now it seems that being able to call King Mew's name is obviously still useful. At this time, boom, the restlessness in the distance is getting closer and closer. From the time he destroyed the Konoha bridge to the time he completely unsealed King Mew, it didn't take long, but it was enough for Orochimaru to break through the blockade and rush over. King Mew was still in deep thought. Ruohuo felt that he needed to give him a hint. I recognized your chakra, King Mew. I didn't expect that people in this era would steal your power in this way. How pathetic. Hearing this, King Mew's eyes finally relaxed a little. Those long-lost memories were finally awakened, and looking into the eyes of this human boy, the familiar feeling became clearer. You are Indra. It was me. Ruohuo couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the five-tailed King Mew. Was about to say something, but heard King Mew asked in confusion, but why didn't you grow up? Ruohuo's face darkened. No, I remember you grew up. We all grew up, but you. As King Mew recalled and spoke, Ruohuo's expression gradually became a little strange. King Mew's memory seems a little confused. Is it because it was just unsealed? It doesn't matter, as long as I can recognize Indra's chakra. King Mew, look into my eyes, Ruohuo shouted, and the 3 Megatama operated at full power. 3 Megatama suddenly appeared in King Mew's eyes, and the Sharingan illusion was officially achieved. I am Indra, awakened from the cycle of reincarnation. You must listen carefully to what I say next. King Mew, you and I are from the same era. I saved you, so you should work with me to re-establish order for this world. Ajura is wrong. His weakness will only plunge the world into chaos. Only I can bring light to this world. Before I recover my strength, you stay by my side and help me keep the secret. Do you understand? While King Mew had just lifted the seal and was still in a certain state of confusion, Ruohuo took the opportunity to launch a mouth escape supplemented by Indra's chakra and Sharingan illusion combined into the other heaven's mouth with remarkable result. You are Indra, the child of the 6-path sage. I remember everything. Have you awakened from the cycle of reincarnation? Indra, you saved me. King Mew seemed to be much more awake, especially after feeling the power of Ruohuo's Sharingan. This is personally certified by Indra Chakra. Absolutely genuine. Ruohuo breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is to slowly convince King Mew and let him serve Uchiha with peace of mind. Although it would be more convenient to control with the Sharingan, but a perfect Jinchuriki is definitely stronger than a runaway tailed beast. I just don't know what the high-level people will think after King Mu returns to Konoha. No matter what they think, now is a war period. Do these guys dare to go to war with Uchiha? By the way, Ruohuo suddenly thought of something and continued to launch the Kotobuki, saying, King Mu, after my observation of this world for some time, I have found the locations of the other 8-tailed beasts. Most of them are sealed in human bodies, among which the Jinkriki who seals the 9 tails is the most powerful. When I am not with you in the future, you must pay attention to some people, especially the 9 tails Jinkriki. She is the descendant of Ashura and is good at sealing. Don't mess with her for the time being. At this moment, Orochimaru is still on his way to the Konoha bridge. If fire can fly, it can cross most terrains. Although the snakes can drill into the ground, the closer they get to the destination, the harder the rocks on the ground become, which greatly inconveniences the snake's ability to drill into the ground. And these damn humans, can't they line up and obediently deliver themselves to the mouth of the snake master? Boom! Another detonating talisman. Why do these damn humans always throw it into its nostrils? The sound over there seems to have stopped. Orochimaru looked into the distance, his eyes slightly worried. Sakamokun's distress signal was sent 2 days ago, and the support has not arrived yet, so he should have left. He didn't know what the child was doing, but he was sure that the loud noises must be related to the child, and these Uegakure also heard those noises, but they had no intention of returning to defend. Were they confident enough in the defense of the Konoha bridge, or did the Uegakure high-level officials give them the order to stop themselves? We can't delay any longer. Orochimaru made a decision. Although the child has the ability to fly, it should not be difficult to get away. But Orochimaru was not sure whether Uegakure had any countermeasures. At least in the information Orochimaru knew, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of Uegakure also mastered the art of flying. Lord Manja, I'll leave this to you for the time being. Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword and stretched out his long tongue to lick his cheek. Konoha Lengjun, ready to kill. You only need to hold on for 10 minutes. Next time we meet, I will give you double. Orochimaru hadn't finished speaking when he saw a huge monster suddenly appear on the rocky mountain in the distance, running towards this side with 5 tails swinging behind him. This size, 5 tails. Orochimaru's pupil shrank, so the movement over there just now was created by the 5-tailed Jinchuriki-tailed beast ball. Orochimaru's heartbeat quickened, and more than 30 escape plans instinctively appeared in his mind. At the same time, he immediately realized a problem. The 5 tails Jinchuriki appeared, and then Wakaka-kun. Look, it's the 5 tails. It's Master Han who's here. The Sandaime-sama actually asked Lord Han to support us. Leave 2 squads with me to restrain Orochimaru. Everyone else disperse. Just leave the battlefield to Lord Han. Manchi also noticed the huge figure. Is that the 5 tails Jinchuriki? The main reason is that the image of the 5 tails running wildly is too shocking. It is so huge and fast, with sand and stones splashing behind it and white steam spraying from its nostrils, and the incomparable chakra is hard not to notice. Although I didn't get to eat what I wanted most, I have eaten enough tribute today. Orochimaru. Manchi's tone was a little cruel. Orochimaru immediately realized that this evil summoned beast was preparing to escape. Indeed, running all the way here, he had to drill through hard rocks from time to time, and Manchi's chakra was already consumed a lot. Besides being besieged by these Uegakure ninjas for so long, Manchi is almost at the limit. In this state, it is obviously unrealistic to expect it to deal with the 5 tails, but Manchi still has professional ethic. Before I cancel the summoning technique, I can try to send you out of the battlefield, but next time we meet you need to prepare 500, no, 1000 sacrifices for me. How about it? There are moral principles, but not many, and Orochimaru didn't have time to think about it. The 5 tails Jinchuriki of Uegakure joined the battlefield, and they were able to achieve such a high degree of compatibility with the 5 tails. In addition to retreating, he had no other choice. Not good. Man Snake suddenly roared, and without saying a word, he rushed to the hole he had just drilled with Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also shocked, and saw that the 5 tails suddenly stopped halfway up the mountain, opened its bloody mouth and faced the sky, and chakra condensed crazily. Hey, Orochimaru, these humans are from the same force as the 5 tails Jinchuriki, right? Man Snake ran away frantically, and did not forget to ask. Indeed, Orochimaru also felt that it was a bit absurd. If he wanted to launch the tailed beast ball, he should at least wait for the Uegakure ninja to withdraw. Right, just ignoring the life and death of the ninja from the same village. He wanted to blow him to death. Why did he go this far? Boom. The tailed beast ball was finally launched and landed on the battlefield, but it blew up the Uegakure ninja together with the Uegakure ninja, and blew up the Uegakure's fortifications. Many snakes did not dare to stop and rushed all the way to the hole they had drilled when they came. These holes have now become the escape route for it and Orochimaru, but many snakes are still a little slow. After rushing all the way, he was already a little exhausted, not to mention that the 5 tails King Mu was good at rushing and sprinting. It seems that I have to change a contractor. Orochimaru, looking at the 5 tails that fell in front of him and blocked the way forward. Many snakes said cruelly, but before it could release the summoning, "Teacher, I finally caught up with you." A familiar and hateful voice sounded. I saw Ruohu jumping up from the neck of the 5 tails, standing on the head of the 5 tails, holding the horns of the 5 tails with one hand and holding a corpse in red armor with the other hand. "Teacher, let me introduce. This is my new partner, the 5 tails." Chapter 46. It is a peace-loving tailed beast, not very willing to attack human. The appearance of King Mu is excellent. The whole body is snow white like a dog or a colt, with a slender and agile body, and the appearance can be ranked in the top 3 in the world of tailed beasts. The height also reached 6'5 m, which is taller than any building in Konoha. Ruohu stood on the head of King Mu and had to look down to talk to Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked up, looking from a distance at the student who was sentenced to death by him 2 minutes ago. He was now standing on the head of the 5 tails, and the former 5 tails Jinchuriki was held in his hand. So, what happened? This question occupied all of Orochimaru's thought. This kid can fly, and he flies pretty fast. He flies over the mountains and over the defense line, deep into the Uegakure area, and then looks back. How did he come out riding the 5 tails? And he is carrying the body of the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Did this kid defeat the 5 tails Jinchuriki? How did he do it? Could it be that the information about the 5 tails Jinchuriki is wrong, and he is actually an old man who is terminally ill? It can't be that he committed suicide in front of this kid. And once the Jinchuriki dies, shouldn't the tailed beast also? Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru was too shocked and had too many questions, but he just opened his mouth. Roar. The 5-tailed King Mu roared at Orochimaru, enough to shake the mountain. Puff. The snakes immediately lifted the summoning technique and turned into a white smoke to escape back to the Ryokai cave. Bang. Orochimaru was also hit by the sound wave that was as real as substance, flew backward and smashed on the rock 10 meters behind him. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Orochimaru's mouth, and 2 blood marks flowed from his nostrils and ears. Facing the roar of the 5-tailed King Mu head-on, Orochimaru, who was unprepared, was seriously injured. All right, it's impolite to roar again. Ruohu called for a stop with his mind. The roar stopped only after he saw King Mu. Teacher, my new partner has just finished the dark ceiling time, and he is still a little uncomfortable now. Ruokuo said to Orochimaru, don't worry, the 5 tails has no ill intentions, it's just a little panic. Teacher, say hello to my new partner quickly, and it won't roar at you anymore. Orochimaru stood up in a panic, holding on to the rock, and looked at Ruokuo from a distance with a complicated expression. He didn't hear what Ruokuo said clearly. The distance was already very far, and his ears were buzzing again, and his eardrums must have been broken. But Orochimaru was the top student of the ninja school back then, and he had a solid theoretical foundation, including the skill of lip reading. Although he couldn't hear, Orochimaru still understood what Ruokuo meant. Ruokuo-kun. Orochimaru spat out another mouthful of blood foam, and felt a blockage in his chest. Your new partner is very strong. Orochimaru held the rock with one hand and raised his other hand to give a thumbs up. He lowered his head and took a short break, and then he calmed down a little. He raised his head again, barely regained half of his elegance and composure, and smiled at the 5 tails. Hello, 5 tails. Orochimaru smiled reluctantly. I am this child's teacher. Orochimaru, I am glad that you can become this child partner. The 5 tails king blew a breath from his nostrils, which was considered a response. Indra, why did you change your name? The voice of the 5-tailed King Mu appeared in Ruohuo's mind. And this human, he is hypocritical. I don't like him. He has the potential to become the only wise man of this era, which is very important to my plan. The development of every era requires smart people. King Mu. Ruohuo responded with his mind. Beside, I didn't change my name, but awakened a part of my memory in reincarnation. The former Indra is me, and the current Uchiha Ruohu is also me. Don't be too entangled. King Mu. The 5-tailed King Mu was silent for a moment. It seems that the long reincarnation has changed you a lot, Indra. This is complete belief. After having a certain chakra connection with Ruohuo, the 5-tailed king has completely recognized the Indra mark in Ruohuo's chakra. So although Ruohuo and the Indra in the 5-tailed king's memory are different, they can still accept it subjectively. It's like a childhood friend. No matter how much they change after growing up, once their identities are confirmed, they will feel it is normal. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru interrupted the communication between the man and the tailed beast and pointed to the dark figures on the other side of the mountain. It seems that we have to leave. The ninjas of Uegakure will not welcome us too much. After saying that, he looked at Wakaka again and smiled. Can your partner fire another tailed beast ball? I think it will be happy to do so. Hearing this, Wakaka was really tempted. Look at the dark Uegakure ninjas. How many soldiers will be cleared with this tailed beast ball? Will the war merits be so high? No, teacher. Wakaka suppressed the idea of clearing soldiers, frowned, shook his head and said, my partner is a peace-loving tailed beast, and it is not very willing to attack humans. The land of Earth was also its former habitat. habitat and it does not want to destroy the environment. War merit, to put it bluntly, are just part-time work performance. Iwagakure is the enemy of Konoha, not his Uchiha. What does it have to do with him? The Ninja World War will last for several years, so Wakaka has no intention of letting Iwagakure surrender. Isn't this a bargain for Konoha? Orochimaru was silent. What about the tailed beast ball just now? However, as soon as this question came out, it was blocked by Wakaka, and it was just rescued by me, and it is still a little weak now. Just now I saw that the teacher was in danger, and for my sake it reluctantly used a tailed beast ball with the smallest power to help the teacher out. This also makes it weaker now, and the condition is not very good. Orochimaru fell silent again. He didn't think so. A roar shook his internal organs and made him deaf. You call this weak? However, the hair-tailed beast ball did fall on the Iwagakure position, which Orochimaru had discovered before. Then we can't stay for long, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru didn't hesitate, and the smile on his face returned to 8 points of calmness. Okay, then teacher, please call your partner out as soon as possible. Wakaka said, it didn't catch up with me just now. I can give it another chance. The calmness on Orochimaru's face returned again. Chapter 47 Boiling Release Super Strength Little Amaterasu. Orochimaru finally changed to a white big snake as a means of transportation. Manzo ignored him. Orochimaru also gave up the idea of riding the five-tailed with Wakaka. Wakaka rode the five-tailed directly and ran away. This will be the second scenery line that appeared on the battlefield today. The boy rode the snow-white five-tailed dog horse and ran wildly, crossing the mountains and the sea of people. Orochimaru relied on the ground where Manzo had drilled all the way. The cave was a shortcut, although he was quickly thrown away, with the five tails attracting the attention of the Iwagakure ninjas. Orochimaru's escape journey was quite leisurely. The five tails appeared, but the Jinchuriki was not Han. This bad news was quickly passed back to the Iwagakure village. Onoki, who was floating in the air studying the map, fell down on the spot. Waste, gently, gently, gently. Finally, the ninja who was summoned helped him up, and Onoki felt a little dizzy again. What did you just say? Say it again, Onoki said weakly. The five tails appeared in the mountain in front of the Konoha bridge in its complete form, attacked the ninjas who intercepted Orochimaru, and is now fleeing towards Konoha. The ninja who sent the message gritted his teeth and said angrily, Lord Han, it has been confirmed that he has died. Onoki's eyes went dark. Sandame-sama, cheer up. Someone come. Medical team. Sandame-sama has fainted. Unaki was so angry that he fainted temporarily, but soon, the Iwagakure Frontline Combat Command Center took over the Tsuchikage building, and Unaki's son Huangtu made a prompt decision and issued the highest order to all units on the Iwagakure battlefield. The Iwagakure on the Kumagakure side suspended operations and returned to the rear to enter defense mode to prevent the Kumagakure invasion. The Iwagakure ninjas on the Konoha side were intercepted at all costs and must retrieve the five tails before it escaped to Konoha. Even if they had to kill it, they would not hesitate to let Konoha snatch the five tails away. The four tails Jinchuriki was ordered to leave the village and rushed to the battlefield. This order was decisive and resolute, and no matter from which angle you look at it, it is undoubtedly correct. While doing everything they can to intercept the five tails, they also prepared for the possibility that the Cloud Village would raid the land of Earth, and tried their best to recover the losses while not being taken advantage of. But can the Rock Village really recover the losses? Wakao did not comment. Anyway, his current gains are indeed quite big. After establishing a chakra link with the five tails, in addition to gaining the ability to communicate with the mind with the five tails, Wakao just received another system prompt. Your chakra reserve attribute has been raised to a temporary bloodline limit. Boiling escape activated. How to obtain chakra gift? Trigger the passive of the little fire god. All your escape techniques will be replaced by flame, and the attribute fusion is successful. Your flames can attach corrosion effect. Need to be activated through the five tails chakra. Corrosion effect. Your fire escape can continue to cause damage after hitting the target, and the duration depends on the amount of five tails chakra. Obtain S-level skills. Boiling escape. Strange strength. Boiling style. Super strength. Raise the five tails chakra to boiling point, which can temporarily increase the overall quality attribute by a huge amount. There is such an effect. Wakahiro was happy. He didn't expect that the blood limit and little fire god would have such a fusion effect. Corrosive effect. Isn't this what Amaterasu means? Fire style is direct damage, burning the target with high temperature to cause damage, and the strongest form of fire style, Amaterasu, has the highest temperature and can attach to the target until the target is burned out. And his boiling style of fire style, rounded off, is knotted a little Amaterasu. And find a way to get the Sage mode, Amaterasu's flame artificial version, isn't it here? Boiling style, super strength. No wonder humans want to get the tailed beast. Wakahiro was happy, but also a little sighed. Humans are really greedy. Sealing the tailed beasts into the body to gain power is definitely not the cooperation method of humans and tailed beasts at the beginning. The normal plot should be that humans and tailed beasts have a honeymoon period for a while. The tailed beasts are willing to lend their power to humans and help humans, but humans who have gained power want to monopolize the power of the tailed beasts, so gradually, the five-tail is coming this way. Pay attention to hiding. Listen, try to delay for a while. Support will arrive soon. Wait for it to get closer. Now, when the five-tail was about to pass through a canyon, accompanied by a roar, the Uegakure ninjas who were ambushing here suddenly appeared. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The Uegakure ninjas jointly used earth escape to create a super large earth wall, first blocking the direction of the five-tail and then sealing the entrance to the valley. Relying on the terrain and the high mountains on both sides, the Uegakure ninjas actually built an oversized earth escape cage for the five-tail. This is not over yet. Boundary class. Another roar. There is still a barrier class. Ruohua was a little surprised. Uegakure really can't bear to part with the five-tails. Hold on, Indra. The five-tails King Mu whispered a reminder in his mind connection, and his speed increased instead of decreasing. He snorted and blew steam, lowered his head slightly to reveal the four horns on his head, and ran straight to the earth wall. Boom. This seemingly tall earth wall was right in front of the five-tails. As fragile as thin paper. The five-tails rushed out of the blockade directly, and the barrier class didn't even have time to activate the barrier. I hope Orochimaru teacher won't take this road later. Wakaho glanced behind him and thought secretly. It seems that it is impossible to find an Uegakure to experiment with Amaterasu on the road. The five-tails King Mu doesn't seem to want to give him this opportunity, but it's almost the border of the land of fire, right? I don't know what they will think when they see the five-tails rushing over. Wakaho raised his eyebrows. Will they attack directly? Don't say it. It seems possible. Anyone who sees the tailed beasts from the enemy village rushing towards their own village will quickly resist. Then will he take emergency shelter or self-defense or eliminate the spy organization according to the law? It's so hard to choose. Hehe. But Wakaho obviously thought too much. Orochimaru is the disciple of the third Hokage, the man who will inherit the fourth Hokage. How could there be no emergency remote communication method between the Hokage building and Jiraiya? Jiraiya still has a little frog. At the moment when Wakahiro rode the five-tails to charge towards Konoha, a small snake had already crawled out of Orochimaru's mansion, passing through the streets and alleys, avoiding the hunting of wild cats and dogs as well as the big feet of humans. Finally, it crawled onto the desk in the Hokage's office. The Sandame, who was working with a crystal ball, suddenly looked nervous. This is bad. Is something wrong with Orochimaru? Chapter 48. When the news returned to Konoha. This is Orochimaru's emergency contact method. Only in extremely urgent special circumstances will he be contacted in this way. Whenever Orochimaru performs a high-risk mission, the Sandame will try to stay in the Hokage's office. Even if he has to leave for something important, he will let the Anbu wait here to prevent missing the information sent back by Orochimaru in an emergency. Or maybe it was a distress signal. The Sandame quickly cleared the table and pulled out a scroll that had been prepared long ago from under the desk and unfolded it on the table. The little snake immediately climbed onto the scroll, and after a few squirming movements, it left several special traces on the paper. White Fang has been rescued. Encountered Five-Tails Jinchuriki. The Sandame's heart skipped a beat. How did Orochimaru get involved with White Fang's mission? Isn't that a B-level rescue mission? Five-Tails Jinchuriki encountered. But now was not the time to let him be surprised for too long. The Sandame shouted to the air. Quickly notify Inoshikajo and the Minato team. Quick. No one responded, and a figure quickly left the Hokage building. The little snake continued to squirm, and the Sandame's eyes followed him closely, staring at him intently and deciphered at the same time. Wakaka-kun captured the five-tails. The Sandame was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes and looked again, but still didn't understand. He quickly took out his glasses and found the code book with Orochimaru. Compared quickly and deciphered again. The content was still the same. Little Wakaka captured the five-tails, so the dangers Orochimaru encountered were already a little unconscious. The child was only 7 years old. How could he capture the five-tails? This must be a distress signal. The five-tails Jinchuriki couldn't act alone. Orochimaru might have been surrounded by the five-tails Jinchuriki and the Uegakure ninjas. What on earth does this kid Orochimaru want to tell me? Because of his concern, the Sandame really couldn't understand what Orochimaru's concise and clear information meant for a while. In fact, it means literally quick support in the direction of Uegakure. This time the Sandame understood, but only half of it. I understand that they need to provide quick support, but what about the coordinate direction to Uegakure? Where exactly is it? Forget it. The Sandame waved his hand. Notify the Jonin squad to assemble. Chi, an onomatopoeia for the call of an eagle. For details, refer to the first step of the Chunin assessment. As soon as the signal for the Jonin to assemble was sent out, several ninjas had already rushed to the Hokage's office, but they were not here to assemble but to report quickly. Xander, A large number of Iwagakure have launched a surprise attack with the number exceeding 5,000. Sander. Iwagakure has sent out the Jinkriki with 5 tails and has crossed the border. Sander. Iwagakure has sent out the Jinkriki with an unknown number of tails and is approaching Konoha. One after another, urgent battle reports exploded in the Hokage's office. What surprised these ninjas was that their Sandame was already dressed in military uniform, wearing the armor of that era. As expected of the Sandame, he had already noticed the movements of Iwagakure. Explore again, the Sandame shouted. Figures gathered quickly, and in just a few minutes all the jonin on standby in Konoha village had gathered. The battle report from the front line and the emergency message from Orochimaru were completely echoed at this moment. Obviously, Orochimaru sent the message in such a hurry just to remind Konoha. As for whether Iwagakure's hasty and sudden attack was also related to Orochimaru, and whether Orochimaru was in trouble now, the hope of peace was completely torn apart by Onoki. The Sandame, the third generation, suppressed his worries and shouted loudly, he must act tough now. He is not only Orochimaru's teacher but also the shadow of Konoha. The front line of Iwagakure has dispatched more than 5,000 ninjas led by the Five Tails Jinchuriki and has crossed the border of the Land of Fire. Uniki obviously wants to take the opportunity to break through Konoha, but he underestimated our will. The third generation raised his arms and shouted, we will defeat all the invading enemies and drive the ninjas of Iwagakure back. Yes, there was no extra response. The ninjas of different styles knelt on one knee, clearly divided. On the left was the senior ninja class and on the right was the Anbu guards of the Hokage. And among the ninjas who gathered urgently, there was not even a single figure with the Uchiha clan emblem. The entire army of Iwagakure has been attacked and the Five Tails is almost rushing to the door. Of course the third generation must lead the way. Team Minato, the Sealing Squad, join me in facing the Five Tails head on. The Sandame gave the order. Yes. Minato accepted the order. Yes. The captain of the Sealing Squad accepted the order. Shikaku. Hi. The Sandame shouted. Yes. 2. Set up a defense line in the shortest possible time. Bypass the Five Tails and rush to the front. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The situation was urgent and Shikaku immediately led a large number of ninjas to the front after accepting the order. Except for the Anbu and the Sandame, there were only 4 people left at the scene. They were the 3 members of Minato's team, Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Choza, and Abarame Shiwei. The configuration is based on the Lost Tower. A red-haired woman. Hokage-sama. What about me? The red-haired woman looked very excited. The Sandame was silent for half a second. Kushina, you are Konoha's last line of defense. If I can't stop the Five Tails, Konoha, please. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Sandame set off with his subordinate. The red-haired woman stamped her feet. It's the same rhetoric again. So annoying. Facing the large-scale raid of Iwagakure, Konoha's ninjas went out one after another. Shikaku used the shortest time to plan 13 routes for the Konoha ninja troops. Each route bypassed the Five Tails route and referred to the speed of the Iwagakure army to ensure that Konoha could reach the front line in the shortest time and block it as soon as it arrived. And the diffuse advance can also prevent the surprise attack of the Iwagakure team to the greatest extent. The hairline of the Nara clan is generally backward, and there is a reason for that. The Sandame even led the way, personally leading a group of Anbu and the Minato squad, Sealing Squad, heading straight for the Five Tails. Is Onoki crazy? The 3 elders were stationed in the Hokage's office. The Sandame Hokage went to the battlefield and they needed to defend the rear of Konoha. An attack of this scale, with all the Jinkriki dispatched, this doesn't look like a feint. All of them are ninjas who have lived from another era to the present, and the 3 elders are still very calm. And at this moment, the initiator who directly caused all these events suddenly stopped on the way back to Konoha. Hey, the white-haired uncle in front, are you going to Konoha too? We're just on the way. I'll take you. Chapter 49. Oh, such a strong illusion. I'll solve it again. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. White Fang has just experienced the most important choice in his life: mission and companions. In the world of ninja, there is a set of rules. Every content of this set of rules is written with the 4 words mission first, but he chose the latter. Give up the mission and rescue companion. The price may be great, but White Fang does not regret it. He can still feel the heartbeat of his companions, which is very important to White Fang. He is very happy. At least it was like this 5 minutes ago. White Fang never expected that Iwagakure would be so crazy as to send the Five Tails Jinchuriki to chase him because of his attempt to destroy the Konoha bridge. It seems that you have to walk the rest of the way by yourself, boys. White Fang finally stopped. He did not plan to return to Konoha. To be honest, it's my honor to carry out this mission with you. Although we failed, it doesn't matter. We still have a chance. White Fang drew out his short knife and looked at the huge monster running behind him with a sharp look of determination. Go back. Leave this to me. I will buy you enough time. One day you will complete the task we failed to complete. Blow up the bridge and then let my son scatter my my ashes on it. Promise me. At this moment, even though he was exhausted physically and mentally, White Fang could feel incomparable power. Looking at the backs of his companions who were reluctant to leave, White Fang smiled with relief. I'm sorry, Kakashi, if you want to defeat that little brat from the Uchiha family, you may have to rely on yourself. White Fang made the final break with the only softness in his heart. The huge monster was getting closer and closer, and the earth trembled with every leap. Gudong. The tired White Fang did feel some pressure. 5 tails. Is this the pressure of the 5 tails? White Fang tightened the knife in his hand. His knife was very sharp and could easily cut the enemy's throat, but facing such a big guy. Hey, the white-haired uncle in front. A childish voice sounded in the shaking of the earth. It was a bit vague and not very clear, but White Fang was suddenly startled. Is there anyone else nearby? Ordinary people. White Fang looked around and quickly searched for the figure. He didn't want ordinary people to die in the aftermath. Are you going to Konoha too? We are just on the way. I will take you. The voice sounded again. White Fang's expression gradually became strange. He heard it clearly this time, but the key point is the voice seemed to come from above the 5 tails. Looking carefully, there is indeed a little thing on top, standing next to the 5 tails horn. If you don't look carefully, you can't really see it. And this voice seems quite familiar. He seems to have heard it not long ago. Yes, in Konoha, in the Hokage building. It was the Uchiha kid who shouted the will of fire but used fire style to send the Konoha building's guard ninja to the hospital. How could he stand on the 5 tails head? Is it an illusion? I see, it can make me fall into it without knowing it. Is this the 5 tails ability? White Fang sneered. How could he, who had experienced many battles, not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion? You use this to confuse a father. What father can't stand your confuse? At least he has to change into Kakashi's appearance. Remove. White Fang closed his eyes. It's useless. Had such a strong illusion. Remove it again. What is this human doing? Indra 5-tailed was a little confused. Is he preparing some ninjutsu? No, he is saying goodbye to his past self. Ruohuo patted the horns of the 5 tails to signal the break. The 5 tails used all 4 legs to forcibly stop the powerful inertia of its body, plowed 2 clearly layered gullies on the ground, and finally stopped steadily in front of White Fang, and the dust raised covered White Fang's face. White Fang, who did not feel the killing intent, was very confident in his judgment and was still trying to remove the illusion. Soon he was choked and coughed and was about to open his eyes and retreat, but he saw that the huge 5 tails had already crouched down and lowered its head. The copper bell-like eyes looked straight at him, and white steam came out of his nostrils, hitting his face. Gudong. Even White Fang felt a little dry in the mouth at this moment, and at this time, it turned out to be you, Kakashi's parent uncle. Ruohuo looked like he had just recognized him. I saw you on the first day of school, uncle. Are you going back to Konoha too? This. White Fang was a little confused. He really didn't feel the killing intent. Isn't this an illusion? How could this Uchiha brat? You are Wakaka-kun, the first-year class leader who defeated Kakashi. White Fang's intelligence was indeed a little behind. He had been performing missions on the front line for the past 2 months. Yes, but I'm a chunin now. I just came back from a rescue mission. Wakaka pointed to the 5 tails under his feet. Let me introduce you. This is my new partner, the 5 tails. I met this guy during the mission. He wanted to stop me from destroying the Konoha bridge, so I defeated him. Then the 5 tails ran out and became my companion. He mentioned Han's body and hinted wildly that he helped destroy the Konoha bridge. Only then did he realize that the characteristics of the body. How come it seemed to be the 5 tails Jinchuriki of Uegakuer? Unlike Konoha, the information about the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha was top secret. The Sandame never let that person leave the village, and the information was tightly protected. But Uegakuer and other villages were obviously much more relaxed in this regard. Although they did not publicize the information about the Jinchuriki, they frequently sent them to the battlefield in an attempt to create a repressive local advantage. He recognized Han's identity as the 5 tails Jinchuriki, and he was more and more certain that he must have been hit by an illusion. A kid who had not yet graduated from the ninja school destroyed the Konoha bridge in such a defense, killed the 5 tails Jinchuriki, and obtained the 5 tails. Is it worthy of being a tailed beast? Such a ridiculous illusion, but I can't find a way to solve it. White Fang tilted his head and chuckled with some sarcasm. Then let's get rid of you, the little devil, in the illusion first. A cold light flashed in White Fang's eyes, and he was about to move. The next second, roar. The 5-tailed roar shocked the sky like a real sound wave accompanied by billowing white smoke, directly sending White Fang and his sword flying. Damn human. 5-tailed's voice was filled with disgust. Indra, are you sure he can be useful to you? Ruohuo was silent for half a second. I think so. He's just not very smart. Well, people who choose to commit suicide are basically not very smart. Everyone has the responsibility to care for life. Chapter 50. I won't let you hurt my companion. Ugh. White Fang clenched his teeth and covered his ears tightly while enduring the scorching heat brought by the high temperature steam. But soon, White White Fang felt his body being caught again, and then after a flash he landed steadily on the ground. Are you okay, White Fang Sr.? Minato asked with concern. Minato. White Fang felt his ears ringing but still recognized Minato's voice. Not too long after the sonic shock. I didn't expect to meet you here, White Fang. The old voice with a little coldness gave White Fang an unparalleled sense of security. Hokage-sama, why are you here? White Fang was shocked and touched. As expected, Konoha received his call for help, and even the Sandame came to support him. Now is not the time to talk about this. The Sandame stared at the huge monster in the distance. Let's deal with the Five Tails Jinchuriki first. We can't let the Five Tails Jinchuriki threaten the village. Yes. White Fang stood up and patted Minato's shoulder to indicate that he was fine. Looking at the Five Tails who had stood up again, White Fang gritted his teeth secretly, moved his shoulders and said, I just fought with the Five Tails and found some new information. The Five Tails Jinchuriki may have mastered some illusions. Although the content of the illusion is outrageous, the effect is realistic. Although I found it just now, I can't get rid of it. White Fang looked very serious. Everyone, please be careful. Everyone's expression was stern. The Five Tails Jinchuriki also mastered such a powerful illusion. Even Senior White Fang was helpless against this illusion. This is a problem, Minato thought. Instead, the usually taciturn Abarame Shiwei stood up. If it is an illusion, I can help. I have recently cultivated a new species of insect named illusion-breaking insect which need to be attached to you. Small private setting. Abarame Shiwei stretched out a hand and an adult dung beetle-sized insect appeared in the palm of her hand. The insect will absorb a small part of the chakra. If you feel that you are under an illusion, the insect will forcibly disrupt your chakra. It may be a little painful, but it is definitely effective. Be careful, Indra. I feel the malice of these humans. The Five Tails tone was still disgusting. Yeah, I feel it too. Wakahiro silently formed a seal and called out a shadow clone. Although the reality is right in front of us, it is often difficult for people to believe if it is beyond their understanding. What's more, this world also has the setting of illusion, which can find a better safe haven for people's ignorance. But it seems a bit outrageous that a 7-year-old can kill the Five Tails Jinchuriki and capture the tailed beast alone. Wakahiro scratched his head and suddenly understood White Fang's mood a little. He gave up the mission and took great risks before he could barely rush back to Konoha with his companion. As a result, a classmate from Kakashi's class appeared halfway, riding on Five-Tailed, holding the Five-Tailed Jinchuriki, telling him that the aftermath has been taken care of. The Konoha bridge has been blown up. Don't worry. Except for Orochimaru, it seems that no one will not think that this is not an illusion. But the system has given me so much. What can I do? 3 Megatama and Super Fire Escape buff. Han is not a complete Jinchuriki. This, to be honest, even if my grandmother comes, she can win. As for the Five-Tailed, this is the mount he got by his strength, and the Five-Tailed is Indra's chakra. What can he do? They are coming, Indra. The Five-Tailed Mu Wang reminded and began to increase the temperature of the chakra. Steam kept coming out of his nostrils and he officially entered the combat date. Then let's have a big fight. Mu Wang Huo clapped his hands and his eyes became more and more excited. As long as the other party takes the initiative to attack, he can defend himself. Roar. The Five Tails roared again. Everyone, it's time to attack. The Sandame formed a seal with one hand and the monkey demon pushed forward. Grow. The monkey demon stretched out hundreds of meters and stabbed the Five Tails like a javelin. Get out of the way first, Ruohuo ordered. The Five Tails King Mu immediately gave up the idea of using his horns to push the monkey demon away and began to rush to the left. Don't try to run, the Sandame shouted, waving the monkey demon to sweep towards the Five Tails, and shouted, Minato. Yes, Minato was already ready with his left and right hands on his two teammate, and the Flying Thunder God was activated, appearing directly at the head of the monkey demon. Although Minato is not the famous Golden Flash now, he is only short of the enemy's fear. At least the Flying Thunder God technique is already in his hands, and they are now. The purpose is to temporarily restrict the Five Tails and then let the sealing squad seal the Five Tails and the Jinchuriki forcibly. Don't let them come up. King Mu, sprint, Ruohuo ordered again with his mind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three people just transferred and launched the instant body, trying to land on the huge body of the Five Tails. But the Five Tails suddenly charged its leg and then accelerated again to avoid the three people. Hold me tight. Minato immediately threw out a Flying Thunder God kunao engraved with Sword of Ninja Love, and the kunao barely caught up with the Five Tails and then launched Flying Thunder God again. Swoosh. Minato's team flashed again. This time they had come to the sky behind the Five Tails. Minato grabbed the Flying Thunder God kunao and Akimichi Choza grabbed two teammates and swung them at the Five Tails below. Go. Secret technique. Insect pest. Abarame Shiwei released a large number of parasitic insects with both hands, rushing towards the Five Tails like black smoke. Minato's attack was simple and crude. Chakra condensed in his hands and expanded rapidly. Spiral super wheel dance, breaking the sky divine strike. Isn't this the big ball raise Nan? Ruohuo's eyebrows twitched, but he didn't dare to be careless at all. Although the name of this technique is a bit childish now, the power is still good. If it hits the five tails hard, I won't let you hurt my friends. Shadow Clone number 1 rushed to Minato and vowed to protect King Mew to the death. Why is there a child Uchiha, Sharingan, or 3 Megatama? Minato was shocked and immediately remembered what Senior White Fang said, realizing that this is most likely an illusion. A very outrageous illusion. This five tails, it can't be that this boy rode over here. Has the five tails Jinchuriki changed? But he is still wearing Konoha's forehead protector. But the key is that Highway-san's illusion breaking insect didn't react. Could it be that the five tails illusion can even confuse insect? One thought after another flashed through Minato's mind. Little Sun was reluctant to attack the child, but he had more choices than this. The Flying Thunder God Kunao fell from his mouth and Minato activated Flying Thunder God on the spot, but his body was forced to change its posture from facing the Shadow Clone number 1 facing Wakaka to facing the Shadow Clone number 1 facing Wakaka backward, and smashed the big ball raised Nan on the five tails. Roar! After all, it was a ninjutsu that could break mountains and split rock, and the five tails screamed in pain. Did it work? Minato was a little surprised and quickly turned his head to look at the Uchiha boy just now, but saw that the other party's eyes were red and his hands were making seals. Why did you hurt my friends? Damn it, you are not Konoha's ninjas at all. Then bear the wrath of my will of fire. The Shadow Clone took a deep breath. Fire style. Great Fire Extinguishment. Chapter 51. In this case, Ama Tai Lasai. Fire wave is an attitude. It represents Wakaba's determination to protect his companion. Minato dodged it. Although Shadow Clone number 1 was close to the enemy, Minato still relied on the Flying Thunder God mark left on his teammates to forcibly evade. But Abarame Shiwei was also in the killing range of this fire wave. Minato could only activate Flying Thunder God again and come to Akimichi Choza again. Leave it to me. Akimichi Choza's body size increased dozens of times, holding a black long stick and spinning continuously, and he actually withstood the Shadow Clone's Hahuo extinguishing. The original body should give me more chakra. Shadow Clone number 1 muttered, retreated silently, and returned to the original body. He has used up his chakra now, and it is useless except for taking a beating. It is better to use it for the original body to transfer damage. King Mew, don't move here. Leave it to me next. After instructing King Mew to pretend to be dead, Wakaba is going to do it himself. If it was someone else, Ruohuo would definitely be restrained. He pretended that he couldn't control the five tails. Let the five tails defend themselves, and he would stand on the five tails' head to persuade them to fight. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Don't fight. But the person who came was little son Minato. Then let me meet this future golden flash. Song. The flames condensed and the fire dragon appeared. This time there were 3 fire dragons. In addition to the one under his feet, there were 2 on both sides of Ruohuo. Take off. That is the technique of little Wakaka. The Sandame in the distance changed his expression. Why is little Wakaka there? Little Wakaka. White Fang was also startled. Which little Wakaka? Is it the boy who defeated Kakashi? Yes. The Sandame's expression became complicated. That child has an absolute talent for fire escape, and all ninjutsu will become fire escape in his hands. I have seen him step on a fire dragon and fly into the air in 2 Chunin exams. Only that child can do this in the ninja world. This is a very high evaluation, but it is not used for praise at this moment. White Fang's expression suddenly became extremely strange, and he immediately realized a fact, a tricky fact. So, that is not an illusion. Of course it is not an illusion, not to mention that the distance is so far. Abarame Shiwei's illusion-breaking bug did not react at all. But how did that child appear on the five tails? The Sandame was also puzzled. This White Fang grinned and took a breath of cold air. The kid told me that he defeated the five tails Jinchuriki and became a partner with the five tails. I thought at the time. The Sandame was silent. He understood White Fang, even though the facts were right in front of him. What White Fang said was still a bit far-fetched. The ninjas and the Anbu of the ceiling class all showed doubtful expressions, but the Sandame did not, because Orochimaru had told him. Oh no. The Sandame suddenly realized something. That kid is a little. The Sandame couldn't find a suitable adjective, so he simply gave up and got to the point. Minato, and the others, I'm afraid they have angered him. At this time, Ruoho had already launched an attack on Minato's team. Song. 3 fire dragons moved forward at the same time and met Minato's team head-on. Akimichi Choza had just resisted the Shadow Clone's great fire extinguishing, feeling good about himself, but as soon as he stopped, he saw 3 fire dragons rushing over Minato. Akimichi Choza shouted, "You retreat first." Minato had just launched Flying Thunder God several times in succession, consuming a huge amount of chakra, and Akimichi Choza knew that even if Minato still had enough chakra left, Flying Thunder God would be difficult to launch if he did not cancel the multiplication technique. The only way was to buy time for the 2 of them. The 3 fire dragons and the young man were getting closer and closer, and a shout was heard in the air. The voice was childish but extremely firm and full of anger. Will of fire, give me strength. The fire seals had been completed, and the 3 fire dragons, 1 at the feet and 2 at the side, formed a triangular shape and opened their bloody mouths at the same time. Fire-style fire dragons roar. 4 dragon fires sprayed at the same time. Akimichi Chosa's expression froze at the time. How could he block this will of fire? At this time, the thin figure that could make all the ninjas of Konoha feel at ease suddenly blocked the 3 people. The Sandame can't fly the thunder god, but he can achieve the effect of forced displacement by shrinking the monkey demon that is several hundred meters long. The Sandame made seals with his hands, and a shadow clone appeared beside him. Ninjutsu, thunder water dragon bullet. Boom! The water dragon, surrounded by electric arcs, faced the high temperature flames gathered by the fusion of 4 dragon fires. The Sandame's figure is so thin, but at this moment it is so tall. There are still masters. Ruohuo's sight was blocked by the flames and the fire dragons on both sides at first, and then he realized that it was the Sandame who held up his 4-barrel flamethrower. At this time, the Sandame was not so old. Although he was not at his peak, he was also at the tail of his peak. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is still strong in his old age. A thunder water dragon bullet forced a bombardment, and it was really evenly matched with Ruohuo's fire dragon roar, and there was a faint sign of a breakthrough. 4 dragon fires can't beat a combination ninjutsu. Is a combination ninjutsu so strong? Wakahiro narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, Ama Tai Lasai. The 5-tailed chakra was mobilized, and the high-temperature flames sprayed from Wakahiro's mouth suddenly added a white boiling chakra swirling around it. The scale and impact of the entire technique increased accordingly, and it immediately suppressed the thunder water dragon bullet. This is not over yet. The boiling chakra also invaded the thunder water dragon bullet and also swirled around it, but it was constantly corroding this ninjutsu. Not good. The Sandame was shocked. How could this little guy's technique be so powerful? That strange white smoke could also corrode chakra. It seems that I can only stop him by force. Chewing the soldier pill in his mouth, Minato took a deep breath and took out his sword of ninja love from the ninja tool bag. The information of Senior White Fang must be wrong. The child was obviously not caused by illusion. The Uchiha family emblem, Sharingan, and forehead protector should all be real. Although I don't know what happened specifically, but now it's time to stop it all. But at the moment when Minato was about to launch it, don't be impulsive, Minato-kun. A white hand pressed on Minato's shoulder. Orochimaru, who rode a snake on the road, finally arrived. Orochimaru's voice was still hoarse and charming, sounding calm but a little tired. Finally caught up. So what's the situation now? Why did Minato's team attack the 5 tails? Why did the teacher join in? Did the teacher not receive his emergency message? But he clearly saw many Konoha ninjas rushing to the front line on the road. Or is it that Wakaka, this child, did this child discover the teachers? Orochimaru's expression became strange. Not really. Chapter 52. I don't listen. Mr. Orochimaru. Minato was surprised and delighted. Mr. Orochimaru was a senior whom he respected very much, and he was also a strong man that Jiraiya often talked about. It's great to see you here, Minato said happily. I'm also very happy to meet you. Orochimaru's etiquette was impeccable. So Minato, can you explain the current situation to me? Orochimaru looked at his teacher, but he found that the teacher also looked at him with his peripheral vision, but his eyes were a little evasive. Orochimaru seemed to have guessed something. We are trying to suppress the 5 tails, but this kid's appearance is a bit sudden. The situation was urgent, so Minato didn't say unnecessary pre-information and only talked about the key point. Mission: suppress the 5 tails. Seal the 5 tails. Key point: the Uchiha boy who suddenly appeared and was fighting with the Sandame. Orochimaru felt that he had solved the case. Looking at the teacher again, he was inexplicably disappointed. He thought that Wakaka had also discovered the teacher's little secret. My bug can't get close to him. A Barame Shiwei, who had been trying to support the Sandame from the side, suddenly said, I didn't prepare a parasite that can withstand high temperatures. If you get close, you will be burned to death by the scorching temperature. I just don't know how that child can bear it. Minato took a breath. Let me go. After all, the Sandame is old, and this kind of chakra bombardment consumes too much, and it can't be delayed any longer. But just as Minato was about to move, the pressure on his shoulders suddenly increased, accompanied by a clear pain. Orochimaru forcibly held Minato down. Lord Orochimaru. Minato turned his head and said in surprise, You are. I'm doing this for your own good, Minato-kun. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, looking at Wakaka in the sky. This child is my disciple, not an enemy. Lord Hokage is just worried about hurting him, so he didn't use his full strength. Orochimaru defined this battle as a farce in one sentence, and Wakaka is a very upright person. Once he is labeled as an enemy, it will not be so easy to take it off. But you have already injured his companions, and the child is now in anger and needs to vent. So, Minato-kun, it's better not to disturb him. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he met the sandame's eyes again. The sandame looked a little puzzled. It was not because of Orochimaru's evaluation of Wakana's integrity, although this was indeed an adjective he had not found before. The key is, Orochimaru, this evil disciple, how can you tell that I am still at ease? Can't you see that I can't hold on any longer? Why don't you come to help? Still chatting. Do you really think I am still your teacher? I understand. Minato is a smart man. He has long suspected whether White Fang's information is wrong. After Mr. Orochimaru explained this, Minato also solved the case. Everyone, disperse first. Minato felt a little guilty, but he made a decision immediately and came behind the sandame in an instant. Are you ready, Sandame-sama? The sandame responded with his eyes. When everyone dispersed, Minato immediately launched Flying Thunder God to take the sandame away. The next second, the Thunder Water Dragon bullet, which lost its chakra supply, could no longer resist the small Amaterasu dragon fire. The hot fire wave mixed with white steam fell directly to the ground. The sandame has something. Ruoho was also shocked. Is this the strongest Hokage sandame? Quite fierce. His Amaterasu bombing can be said to have full output, but it is too outrageous to use a combination of ninjutsu to support it for so long. No wonder Uchiha was driven out of the core of the village one after another and dared not speak out. It was not until the Nine Tails rebellion that he really saw the destructive power of the Nine Tails and really had the idea of rebellion. No wonder Orochimaru would rather rebel than coup, and waited until the sandame was 69 years old before he dared to execute the plan of collapsing Konoha. Even so, he still had enough trump cards to dare to face the sandame, and he was still worried that he would be killed instantly. The current sandame is only in his 50s. You are no match for this human now. Indra, five-tailed King Mew has stood up and steam has begun to spew out of his nostrils. Do you need my help? Ruoho shook his head gently. No, King Mew. I don't have the habit of asking for help when I fight with others. Wakaka made a judgment in his heart. Unless his Mangeki Eye technique is extremely powerful, the second stage Susanoo will definitely not be able to withstand the sandame's bombardment. This old man without any blood limit is indeed worthy of the word strongest at this point in time. Little Wakaka, the sandame, who had just withdrawn from the ninjutsu bombardment, just took a breath and immediately shouted to Wakaka in the sky. This is all a misunderstanding. The Five Tails was originally an enemy of Konoha. Other ninjas don't know that it has become your partner. Grandpa made a mistake in judgment on this matter. Grandpa apologizes to you. Wakahiro did not respond and roughly judged the situation of several people. Minato used Flying Thunder God several times and it seemed that he had been drained. Orochimaru came all the way dusty with little chakra and most likely he would not attack Akimichi Choza and a Bear Meishiway. It doesn't matter. Then isn't this a great opportunity to test the strength of the sandame? Wakahiro looked at he glanced at the other Konoha ninjas approaching in the distance and no longer hesitated. He mobilized his chakra and prepared to go all in. Do you know how to apologize now? Weren't you arrogant when you bullied King Mew just now? If apologies are useful, what would the Konoha guard do? Of course, Ruoho would not choose to forgive and the chakra in his body surged wildly. I didn't listen. Ruoho shouted angrily with Dashiki. You hurt my companions. I told you clearly, but you still won't give up. My companion didn't want to hurt you. It kept dodging, but you still hurt it. Ah, the five-tail chakra is fully output. Will of fire, give me strength to protect my companion. King Mew, this Indra, forget it. After so many years of reincarnation, it is normal to lose some things. Or is it to find something back? Snap. Ruoho clasped his hands together. Orochimaru immediately noticed something was wrong. He vaguely guessed what Wakaka was going to do next. Disperse. Disperse quickly. This technique of Wakaka-kun is not something that can be resisted. Quick. Disperse. Teacher. Seeing that the teacher was unmoved, Orochimaru exclaimed. The sandame waved his hand. Since it was my mistake, let me bear the child's anger. Puff puff puff. A series of shadow clones appeared one after another. Don't underestimate Grandpa Hokage. Little Wakaka. Come on. Let Grandpa tell you what real ninjutsu is. And the next second, turn into ashes. The will of fire. The wrath of Indra. There is no limit to ninjutsu, but there is for ninjas. Wakaka really wants to go all in with the fireball, but if too much chakra is injected forcibly, her body may not be able to withstand it. After all this chakra has to pass through his whole body and then spray out from his mouth. So Wakaba only injected 100 times the amount of chakra and stopped. This is a fireball with 5 times the basic power and 100 times the scale. The red flames covered the sky and blocked everyone's sight. The closer you get, the less you can see the whole picture. Perhaps you can only see this artificial sun completely from 1,000 meters away. To be honest, in terms of volume alone, the energy ball that Momoshiki used to hit Naruto during the Chunin exam is probably not as big as Wakaba's Fireball 100 MAX. The Sandame's clones disappeared one after another and then silently formed a seal of submerging in the earth. Borrowed the chakra of the Five Tails. Forget it. This anger. It's better for me not to bear it. Chapter Chapter 53 Grandpa Hokage really has no principles. As we all know, the vegetation rate in the Land of Fire is very high. The 100 max fireball released by Wakaka didn't test the strength of the Sandame, but it did test his face. The land and forest helped the Sandame to withstand the artificial sun, but a large-scale forest fire was inevitable. Fortunately, there was a big river nearby. It was the Valley of the End, where the statue of Hashirama and Madara stared at each other, and the relatively wide river. Although it was not the rainy season, the river water there was still sufficient. The Anbu and the Sealing team played the role of the fire rescue team, and with the help of the Five Tails they quickly put out the fire. I've said it before, my partner has always been very docile and loves the natural environment very much. Under the gentle voice of Orochimaru, Wakaka, who finally calmed down, pointed to the Five Tails King Mew, who was putting out the fire. The fire that is terrifying to humans is just a matter of blowing a few breaths or running a few more steps in front of a 60m tall behemoth. Although the evil Uegakure ninja sealed it in the human body after it regained its freedom, it had no other thoughts except to stay away from them. I don't know where the hostility from the white-haired uncle and the blonde boy came from. How could they bear to kill the Five Tails when it was so docile? It's really hateful. When Wakaka said this, he kept staring at White Fang and Minato. The two could only smile awkwardly, especially White Fang, who caused all these misunderstandings, which was even more embarrassing. Fortunately, it didn't cause a big disaster. White Fang secretly glanced at the Sandame, who was receiving treatment. Although the Sandame avoided the terrifying fire escape in time, the sudden increase in heat still burned his back. It was considered a minor injury, and the medical ninja was helping to treat it. It's all a misunderstanding, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru patted Wakaka's shoulder. I think they will compensate you and your partners. Calm down. You have accomplished an incredible achievement. Wakaka snorted coldly and stopped looking at White Fang and Minato. That little Wakabi. Baya wanted to step forward to explain and seek Wakabi's forgiveness, but was interrupted by Orochimaru's secret gesture. Baya was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and retreated silently. This kid has a bad temper. With the chakra given by the tailed beast, he dared to use the third generation. Thinking of the fire escape that Wakabi had just used, Baya was shocked. Kaiba is still a little scared. The power of the tailed beasts is really amazing. For a fire escape of that scale, only the chakra of the tailed beast can be used right. Fortunately, Orochimaru arrived in time. This kid didn't even give face to the Sandame, but trusted Orochimaru very much. If Orochimaru hadn't explained again and again that it was all a misunderstanding, he also opened his hands without defense, indicating that if Huo was still angry, he could vent his anger on him, his teacher. When he thought of that scene, White Fang's scalp was a little numb. It was indeed his fault first. Now that I think about it, it seems that this little guy wanted to take him with him at that time. I was indeed too nervous. I fled all the way here and suddenly saw the Five Tails chasing me. I preconceived that the Five Tails Jinchuriki wanted to kill them all, so I couldn't distinguish reality and thought it was. How did this kid do it? Defeat the Five Tails Jinchuriki and become a partner with the tailed beast. If the Jinchuriki dies, won't the tailed beast also? Wakaka-kun, tell me about your experience this time. The teacher has not been able to keep up with you, and it seems that I have missed a lot of things. Orochimaru asked the thoughts of everyone present. Everyone pricked up their ears, and the Sandame signaled that the medical ninja could leave temporarily. Is this okay to say? Wakaka frowned. Teacher Oak taught that the content of the ninja's mission cannot be disclosed at will. This is related to the core secrets of the village, and can only be reported to the Hokage. Everyone looked at the Sandame. The corners of the Sandame's eyes twitched. You are quite respectful to me now. You just used fire escape, that's all. Ahem. The Sandame cleared his throat. He was burned when he drilled the soil just now, and accidentally ate some sand, so his throat was a little uncomfortable. It's okay, little Wakahiro. Grandpa has approved it, you can tell me. Wakahiro rolled his eyes. Grandpa Hokage really has no principles. This is what happened, Wakahiro said. Everyone sat on the tall ashes and pricked up their ears to listen to Wakahiro's story. My teacher and I were on a B-level mission, but we met a few rats on the way. These rats? Wakahiro, you don't have to tell me about this. Orochimaru smiled. Some things obviously can't be said now. Everyone looked at Orochimaru, including the Sandame. Orochimaru shook his head silently at the Sandame, resisted the pressure, and smiled. You can tell me from the first raise. Okay then. Wakahiro shrugged indifferently. My teacher and I saw through the conspiracy of those rats and decided to support the team whose distress signal was intercepted and help destroy the Konoha Bridge. White Fang frowned immediately. Destroying the Konoha Bridge. This is his mission. So his distress signal was intercepted by rat. White Fang looked at the Sandame, only to see that the Sandame was also frowning. White Fang realized it belatedly. It seemed that the Sandame and Minato were not here to support him. Orochimaru still had a smile on his face, but he did not stop Wakana this time. I thought time was urgent, so I decided to fly over. The teacher also called out a big snake with the same dark aura as those rat. That big snake, like those rat, claimed to be the teacher's companion. We had a race to see who could reach the Konoha bridge first. After Wakana finished speaking, he asked Orochimaru, "Teacher, should we start from here? You don't have to introduce it so clearly." Orochimaru could feel that everyone's eyes fell on him again. The rat that intercepted the information conspiracy, claiming to be a companion. It's hard not to be misunderstood. It's hard not to think of something. The Sandame made a gesture, and the Anbu responsible for vigilance dispersed immediately. Everyone realized that what Wakahashi was going to say next might be a bit sensitive. "That's right, Wakahashi-kun." Orochimaru smiled reluctantly. "Let's start from here." "Okay." Wakahashi took in everyone's expressions. "Since White Fang is still here, don't blame him for using Kodotenzuki again." Chapter 54 Glass Heart. It's just extreme sensibility. It may be because creatures with the will of darkness are not very smart. I won the first race easily and flew to the top of the mountain where the Konoha bridge is located. At that time, the purple snake was even 2 mountains away from me. What a fool. If it was just a reflection before, then Wakahashi is now making it clear. The will of darkness, the purple snake, combined with the so-called intercepted intelligence and Orochimaru's previous reaction. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows who Wakaka is talking about. What a coincidence. Everyone present has a normal IQ, and there are many who have cage-level thinking. There is no need to say much about the Sandame. Minato is also the future 4th generation. White Fang can be considered half, and Orochimaru is still the future Sound Shadow and temporary 4th generation Wind Shadow. There is such a black name that immediately appeared in everyone's mind. The Sandame's expression was as gloomy as water, and he looked at White Fang at the first time. White Fang was the same, with clenched teeth, tight facial muscles, and the ring finger of his right hand twitching from time to time, all proving that this White Fang was extremely angry. But White Fang was very calm, and he looked at the Sandame. The Sandame shook his head gently. White Fang frowned, exhaled gently, and nodded. White Fang still trusted this old man. Based on the principle that rescuing companions is more important than completing the mission, I decided to destroy the Konoha bridge first. Ruohuo interrupted the two people's eye contact. In this way, those companions who need rescue can retreat without worry. So I rushed down and fought with those evil Uegakuer, and finally defeated the enemy with my will of fire and destroyed the Konoha bridge. Destroying the Konoha bridge is a genuine S-level mission. Ruohuo said it lightly, and the people on the scene didn't feel anything wrong. After all, the power that Ruohuo showed just now is still vivid, and it is mentally prepared. Ruohuo was not very satisfied with this bland reaction, and he decided to change his mind. Then, this guy with smoke all over his body appeared. Ruohuo pointed to Han, whose body temperature was warming up. His name is Han. According to him, someone tried to destroy the Konoha bridge before, and he came to chase those people. Wakaka said seriously, but the Konoha bridge had been destroyed by me at that time, so I became his target. He said he would get rid of me as soon as possible, and then chase the other team so that he could report to the Sandame Tsuchikage. Wakaka didn't dare to make up too much, in case the interrogation department found out from his mind. But this didn't stop him from packaging himself. He is very powerful, stronger than any opponent I have met. Wakaka was telling the truth. If Fugaku and the Sandame were not counted, my Chunin Fire Will was no match for him, but I still tried my best to hold him back in order to buy time for my companions to retreat. Wakao recalled the scene at that time. I didn't have much chakra at that time. Although I could retreat, my rescue mission might not be completed in that case. He was very fast. I was afraid that he would catch up with the team, so I thought of a way. Wakao paused, recalling the time when Han lost consciousness and finally found a breakthrough point. I was going to use myself as bait and launch the fire prison technique while he was attacking me so that the two of us would be trapped together. I succeeded. Wakao's expression was very serious, so serious that no one would doubt what he said, and subconsciously imagined how dangerous the scene was at that time. Fighting with the Five Tails Jinchuriki, the tactic of using oneself as bait, and all this was done just to buy time for companions to retreat. At that time, Wakaka seemed to have not yet become a partner with the Five Tails and obtained the Five Tails chakra. In that case, Wakaka seemed to be a normal child. Maybe he has a good talent, but at this age, how much of his talent can be realized as strength? Fire prison technique. Minato swallowed his saliva and felt a little dry in the mouth. It's the fire escape form of the water prison technique. Orochimaru answered Minato's questions. You haven't been back to Konoha for too long, Minato. This child has a special physique. With the same seal, he can release many escape techniques in the form of fire escape, but it will cause a great burden on the Sharingan. Minato was immediately shocked. It was the first time he heard of such a physique. So the technique he just used? No. Minato realized something and looked at Wakaka fiercely. So you were planning to die together? I refuse to answer your question. Wakahira Wakahiro glared at Minato. You are not allowed to talk to me until my partner forgives you. Minato was stunned. White Fang also laughed but did not laugh out loud. Instead he raised his head as if to stop something from falling. This character is indeed a little kid, and it was such a naive little kid who could see through the conspiracy of those mice. Rushed to the Konoha bridge regardless of everything and stopped the pursuers even if he died together. He probably only knew that he had to complete the task according to what the teacher of the ninja school taught. According to the content of the textbook, he has not experienced life and death, and maybe like other children he only regards all this as a game. Hey! White Fang exhaled a little tremblingly, cautiously, and did not dare to use force. This time I owe you a lot, little kid. It is said that White Fang has a glass heart, but the so-called glass heart is not as it a manifestation of extreme sensibility. Teacher, please don't answer any questions about me from this guy. This is my privacy and the top secret of the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Wakahiro glared at Orochimaru and criticized him seriously. I am a glorious Chunin. I have enough will of fire. I can bear those loads. Teacher, you have to believe me. There is nothing wrong with my eyes. I can do it. Of course. Orochimaru did not hesitate this time and patted Wakahiro on the shoulder. Teacher has always trusted you. This time it was the teacher's mistake. The teacher apologizes to you. Wakahiro snorted coldly, maintaining the pride that an Uchiha should have. Then shall I continue? Okay, Wakahiro, but this guy is too fast and too strong, and finally broke through my blockade. Wakahiro continued to speak but found that the reactions of the people around him were a bit strange, especially White Fang, so he paused. What's wrong with you? It's okay, kid. The Sandame also came over and wanted to rub Wakahashi's head, but Wakahashi evaded it with a Panzhudan dodge. The Sandame put his hand in the air, not embarrassed, and patted Wakahashi's shoulder like Orochimaru. Good kid. You are a good kid. I know. Wakahashi said as a matter of course. My grandma always says that. Then let's continue talking about the call of the five tails. Wakahashi continued. I heard a strange voice at that time. It said it needed my help. Chapter 55. King Mu said that it discovered the will of fire in me. The Uegakure ninja is so evil. They sealed the five tails in the human body and wanted to occupy the power of the five tails, but they never thought of asking for the five tails' opinion. The five tails told me that as long as Han could keep borrowing its power, it could find a chance to break the seal and regain its freedom. So I used all my will of fire and all the fire escapes I mastered, and finally created an opportunity for the five tails. Ruohuo spread his hands. Then the five tails regained its freedom and became my partner. I immediately shared this good news with the teacher. When I saw the teacher being beaten on the road, I used the tailed beast ball to help him out. Then Ruohuo looked at Orochimaru. The teacher knows everything that happened afterward. Ruohuo originally wanted to make up this story, but considering that similar plots may make the audience aesthetically fatigued, and Konoha also has a nine tails Jinchuriki, too many references seem inappropriate. Just stop there. Orochimaru shrugged and looked at the Sandame again. After Wakaka-kun introduced his new companion to me, I use ahem. The Sandame coughed and said awkwardly, my throat has not been feeling well recently. It was quite embarrassing. Orochimaru clearly passed the message back, but after studying it for a long time he still made a mistake. So the sealed-tailed beast still has the ability to pass messages to the outside. Minato was thoughtful. He had a girlfriend who had secretly agreed to spend her life with him. There was a similar situation, but he had not heard of the same problem so far. So should I ask? Minato glanced at Wakaka and found that Wakaka was staring at him after he opened his mouth. He smiled awkwardly, looked away, and looked at Senior White Fang. Well, Senior White Fang also seems to have something on his mind, and he doesn't seem to have the qualification to help ask. So Minato looked at Mr. Orochimaru again, and the thoughtful Mr. Orochimaru, as if he knew what he was thinking, asked before receiving the signal. Wakaka-kun, how did you hear the voice of the five tails? Do you still remember it? This is also a question that the Sandame is very concerned about. If Wakaka can hear the voice of the five tails, then what about the nine tails? It suddenly called me. Wakaka said as a matter of course. Teacher means, did you feel the chakra of the five tails, or did you have any other contact with the five tails Jinchuriki? Five tails Jinchuriki? Wakaka frowned. It's the guy who has the five tails sealed in his body. Him. Orochimaru patiently pointed to Han. This, I forgot. Wakaka looked like he couldn't remember, then raised his eyebrows. But I can ask for you. Without waiting for Orochimaru to respond, Wakaka stood up and looked in the direction of the five tails, taking a deep breath. King Mu. Everyone was confused, but it was not difficult to guess that this was the name of the five tails. What was surprising was that Wakana, who was not a Jinchuriki, could have such a good relationship with the five tails. Boom, boom. The five tails ran towards this side immediately after hearing the call, and its huge body made the ground tremble continuously. Everyone's expression gradually became strange. After knowing the relationship between Wakana and the five tails, looking at this scene. It was kind of the feeling of seeing the pet at home running towards him. Even if the size of this pet may be a little beyond the norm, it seems that the tailed beast can coexist peacefully with humans. Hokage-sama. White Fang finally showed a smile on his face, a smile of relief. Yeah, I have lived for so long, but this is the first time I know that the tailed beasts have named. This child is really amazing, the Sandame exclaimed. Perhaps it was the kindness and integrity of this child that touched the five tails. White Fang's eyes changed a little, and he chuckled and said, people always lose these qualities gradually after growing up, and they lose less and less, and finally become the person they hate the most. The Sandame was stunned for a moment, frowned first, and then sighed. Sakumo, it seems that I have to ask Kakashi for help when I go back. This child has a misunderstanding with me. Kakashi is the same age as him, and he should be able to say a few good words for me. The Sandame nodded and agreed. Indeed, misunderstandings must always be resolved. Yes, as long as the truth comes to light, all misunderstandings will naturally be resolved. The Sandame was silent. White Fang smiled and said nothing more. Stable. Wakaka raised his eyebrows. The Uchiha White Fang plan is going smoothly. Boom. The five-tailed beast braked suddenly when it approached, plowing 2 furrows on the ground. After stabilizing, it lowered its body and put its head on the ground. At first glance, it was just a docile pet. It was a pair of big copper bell eyes staring at Minato, full of hostility. That Minato felt very uncomfortable being stared at, and he gritted his teeth and showed a sunny and apologetic smile. Senior Mu Wang, the situation was special at that time. Anyway, I'm very sorry. Minato bowed 90 degrees with a very sincere attitude. The five-tailed Mu Wang's eyes showed doubt, and he did not respond, or rather, he was disdainful to respond, but looked at Wakatsuki. Indra, what's wrong with this human? The five-tailed Mu Wang's voice appeared in Wakatsuki's mind. I have already scolded him. The people in this world lack the awe of the tailed beast. I will gradually make them recover. Wakatsuki replied coolly. Five-tailed King Mu was silent for half a second, and finally said, I can't tell. Indra, you have changed so much. I am tired after fighting with my brother for so long. King Mu Aruohuo answered fluently. This world is not what he wants to see, nor what I want to see. Compared to the previous dispute, I want to observe this world carefully and see how to make this world return to its previous state. Is that so? King Mu seemed to be thinking. Then I suggest you rescue the other tailed beasts first, and we can help you recover your strength quickly. I want to too. I also want to become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki, but I can't bear the power of the 10-tailed right now. Right, there is no rush for this. I have found my descendant. They all have my blood. It is a very interesting thing to observe their growth. After Aruohuo finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. King Mu said that it sensed the strong will of fire in me at that time, so it tried to transfer some chakra to me. It also said that my will of fire is like the light in the dark night, which it had never seen before. King Mu, is that so? The Sandame nodded thoughtfully. Raka's will of fire is indeed hotter, so there is nothing wrong with this statement. The key is the way the five tails communicates with Raka. Does it need to transfer chakra to communicate effectively? That's true. Orochimaru smiled at his teacher, who was in deep thought. Teacher, Orochimaru reminded gently, maybe we should consider how to provide a place for Raka's companions to live. The Sandame was stunned again. He set out to defeat the five tails Jinchuriki, and he really hadn't thought about this matter. Tisk, why do I have a headache again? What's going on? Why did Danzo's face appear in my mind? Tisk, Danzo, it's Danzo again. The Sandame could already imagine how Danzo would react. He must be eager to become the five tails Jinchuriki. That Wakaka-kun. Minato, who was still bowing, poked his head out. Mr. Mu, did you forgive me? No. Wakaka had no emotions. Mr. Mu was afraid of accidentally hurting you at first, so he kept hiding. As a result, you gave him a tailed beast ball. Minato's raised nan was inspired by the tailed beast ball. Mr. Mu said that the tailed beasts are the most fair. You also took a tailed beast ball from it, and the matter will be settled. Minato. Wakaka tried not to laugh. Go find Kushina to complain. You gigolo. This Indra also misses Kurama very much. He. Chapter 56. Danzo, you can say these words to that child yourself. Uchiha Wakaka subdued the five tails. Yes, you heard it right. Danzo. Hokage's office. The five tails blocking plan was officially declared bankrupt. What needs to be dealt with now is the placement of the five tails. But for Danzo and the two elders, it seems that they need to spend some time to accept the reality. Uchiha Wakaha became the five tails Jinchuriki. Danzo's one-eyed man was half surprised and half doubtful, and repeatedly asked, Uchiha now has a Jinchuriki? I said. The Sandame rubbed his eyebrows. The child helped the five tails break the seal from the five tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, allowing the five tails to regain freedom. The child and the five tails are companions, not Jinchuriki. Thinking of Wakaha's temper and the burning pain in his back, the Sandame knocked on the table. Also, you can't mention Jinchuriki in front of this child. He is very sensitive to the issue of sealing sealing the tailed beast in human. Hearing this, even Midaman N, who had a child filter for Uchiha before, frowned. But this is inevitable, right? The tailed beast have to be sealed. Their destructive power is too strong. We can't just let them run free, right? As soon as Mito Kato N said the word run free, he felt something was a bit strange. Rampant 5-tailed beast. What about the 9-tailed beast domesticated? Indeed. Yuditen Koharu glanced at Danzo, who was still out of form, and agreed. The most urgent thing is to choose the candidate for the 5-tailed Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Danzo's eyes became sharper. The Sandaime knocked on the table again. I said, don't mention the word Jinchuriki, at least not for the time being. Although it was emphasized, the tone was already relaxed a lot. The three elders looked at the Sandaime with doubtful eyes at the same time. You don't understand at all. The Sandaime was a little stressed. That kid won't let you seal the 5 tails. Strictly speaking, the 5 tails is that kid's trophy, but he is also a ninja in the village. He is a chunin of Konoha. He must obey orders. Danzo finally came online and slammed the table, and the folder on the table trembled. The 5 tails must be assigned by the village, and the candidate for the 5 tails Jinchuriki cannot be a member of the Uchiha clan. Letting an Uchiha control the tailed beast. Monkey, have you forgotten Uchiha Madara back then? The Sandaime didn't respond in a hurry. He slowly put the tobacco into the pipe, pounded it, pulled out a small tip, and lit it with his index finger. The child is now at the foot of Mount Kikyo. Orochimaru and White Fang, as well as the Minato team and the sealing squad, are all there. Danzo, you can tell the child these orders in person, but don't blame me for not reminding you. When you go, it's best to bring more people with you. Sealing the tailed beast is nothing more than using the tailed beast's power to the maximum extent possible to prevent it from going berserk and destroying the village. But compared to sealing, being able to coexist peacefully with the tailed beast and making the tailed beast a partner of the village is obviously more valuable. If it's not Uchiha, letting Uchiha control the tailed beast is indeed a bit risky. The Sandaime has actually thought of a way to balance it, and he is confident that he can convince the child Wakan. However, if this plan is to be implemented safely, some people will always need to bear the anger of the child Wakan. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Comrades, for many years you know my strength and weaknesses, and I know your depth. As soon as the Sandaime showed this expression, Danzo knew what this guy was going to do. Monkey, are you sure you want me to take full responsibility for this? Danzo asked coldly. The root can take risk, and the root has always taken risks for you, but the root cannot do nothing and just take risks for you. The root must also profit from it. I didn't say I'll take full responsibility, but since we can't reach an agreement, why not try our own method? The Sandaime exhaled a puff of smoke. It's all for Konoha, isn't it? Danzo's eyes were a little sarcastic, but more of it was fanatical. In that case, then I'll ask you for someone. Danzo looked at the Sandaime with sharp eyes. You must agree. Ruoho-kun, let's just say, is it possible to change the conditions? At the foot of Kikyo Mountain, King Mu prostrated himself on the ground, looking at the weird human in front of him. Minato finally mustered up the courage. This was the third time he wanted to seek the forgiveness of Wakatsuki and the 5-tailed King Mu. The second time he was rejected, and he didn't say anything at the time. Wakatsuki almost asked the 5-tailed king to prepare the tailed beast ball. That was the real tailed beast ball. How could it be easily covered up with a word like getting hit? Fortunately, Mr. Orochimaru was there to stop Wakatsuki and gave him some advice, or to say, to open up some permissions. Impossible. Wakatsuki frowned and said disdainfully, my Uchiha clan is the most disciplined. You give me a knife and I return you a knife. You used the tailed beast ball to attack King Mu, and King Mu also. I have to use the tailed beast ball to attack you. From now on, we will cut off all ties, settle all grudges, and owe nothing to each other. Wakaka narrowed his eyes. Minato, you are also a ninja with the will of fire. You don't even understand this principle? Right, that's the truth, but our tailed beast balls are not the same thing. Minato was a little upset, but fortunately he still had Mr. Orochimaru to speak for him. Wakaka, the teacher thinks that Minato is very sincere. Why not listen to his proposal? Okay then. Wakaka has always given face to Orochimaru, especially after Orochimaru gave him the order to purify the will of darkness. Wakaka gave Minato a dead fish eye. You say it, hehe. Minato gave Mr. Orochimaru a grateful look, stretched out his hand, and chakra began to condense. Look, Mr. Wakahiro, this is the technique I just used, called Raise Nan. It is really not the tailed beast ball, but a non-marked ninjutsu developed with inspiration from the tailed beast ball. Minato had a sunny smile on his face and said, I have been developing this technique for a long time. Now it can be initially applied to actual combat, and some other uses have been expanded. If you are interested, I can. Minato's expression gradually stiffened halfway through his word. I saw Wakahiro also stretched out his two small hands, and chakra gathered wildly on them. It was the Raise Nan, and it was a double-handed pill. This you. Minato widened his eyes. His language system was shocked and disordered, and he shouted out in shock after a long time. How is it possible? You are such a treacherous dangerous ninja, Minato Jonin, Wakaka said with disgust. This is obviously the tailed beast ball, and you lied to me that you developed the unmarried ninjutsu. What else is it called? Raise Nan. What? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I've never seen the tailed beast ball? It's really interesting. Who hasn't learned the Raise Nan for a few years? Chapter 57. Teacher, I'm going to do something big. After Wakaka emphasized that the Raise Nan is a tailed beast ball and once again asked Minato to hit the tailed beast ball of the 5 tails, Minato turned and left as if he had made some kind of determination. He came to a nearby place next to Senior White Fang, squatted down, hugged his knees with his hands and closed them. White Fang smiled without saying a word. Teacher, what's wrong with him? Wakaka asked. Maybe he's thinking about the meaning of life. Orochimaru shook his head. Wakaka-kun, Minato-kun is actually a good person. He deserves your tolerance. Orochimaru fulfilled the obligations of a teacher and guided. Some mistakes can be forgiven depending on the starting point of these mistakes. Like Minato-kun, he accidentally injured your partner. In the final analysis, it was also due to lack of intelligence. At that time, he mistakenly thought that your partner was an enemy. Minato-kun also wanted to protect the village. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, if Wakaka-kun is in danger later, Minato-kun will also stand up. Ruoho spread his hands, but I have given him a chance. He can reconcile by accepting King Mu's tailed beast ball, but he keeps fussing about it. Child, Minato's technique is not even as big as the nostrils of the 5 tails. Do you have any misunderstanding about fussing about it? So Orochimaru was ready to skip this topic. After all, there are more important things to deal with right now. Tailed beast, Uchiha village. Orochimaru knew it very well. If this matter is not handled well, it will definitely turn into a dangerous incident in the village. The teacher hurried back to the village and specially left everyone to accompany Ruoho-kun. Isn't that the reason? Ruoho-kun, have you considered how to get along with your partners in the future? Orochimaru asked with a smile. After all, there seems to be no place in the village where this adult can run freely. Really? Ruoho nodded thoughtfully. But when Grandpa Hokage left, didn't he promise to help me settle King Mu? There are many ways to settle Ruoho-kun. Orochimaru reminded. Hokage-sama must consider the feelings of other people in the village. The conclusion he draws can only be the result of compromise. Does Ruoho-kun have his own ideas about your partners? What ideas can I have? Of course, let you mess up. Uchiha is not good at fighting. I am good at resolving fight. I want to buy a piece of land near the village. The bigger the better. Ruoho looked serious. Orochimaru blinked and entered the fast Ruoho flow thinking mode. Buy a piece of land? Orochimaru asked. Buy a piece of land for the 5 tails. Buy it next to the village. This kid should simply want to buy a place for the 5 tails to live. Right. Very good. This is in line with Wakana's thinking. Although Orochimaru doesn't think this is feasible. Yes. Wakana nodded. I rescued my companions this time and destroyed the Konoha bridge, which can be regarded as 2 major tasks. Indeed. Orochimaru smiled and agreed. I will report to the Hokage. These are 2 S-level tasks that Wakana-kun has independently completed. As a teacher, he is not short of money. Orochimaru, who was not involved in the mission, had no intention of sharing the reward. And that guy named Han, he seems to be an important figure in the Hidden Rock village. King Mu and I killed him, and the village should give us the reward. Of course. Orochimaru nodded again. This can also be considered an S-level mission. What Orochimaru didn't say was that the capture of the 5 tails alone was not something that could be measured by a mission. Of course, the 5 tails is a good partner of Wakana-kun. There are some things that Orochimaru thinks it is not the right time to bring up now, at least not for him. This should be a lot of money. Wakana's eyes lit up. In that case, my capital should be enough, and I don't have to borrow from Chief Fugaku. Capital. Orochimaru was sensitive enough to catch this word, and because of this word he thought of a woman and her favorite thing to do. However, Orochimaru felt that he was overthinking and asked tentatively, what you want to talk about is the deposit. Right. It's not a deposit, it's the principal. Rikuhide corrected seriously. I plan to use this principal as a bargaining chip to make a big deal. Orochimaru had a vague ominous premonition, and this premonition was very strong. Wakaba lit up his 3 megatama and said seriously, Teacher, I learned a way to make a lot of money in the textbook. There is a special group of people in the ninja world. These people believe in a simple and special rule. Within the rule, all efforts may have multiple returns or become worthless. Wakaba lowered his voice and said in a mysterious tone, I have understood that rule. It is very simple. My Sharingan can fully control it. It only takes 1 million taels. I am sure that I can make this money fission wildly in the shortest time and save enough money to buy land. Teacher, do you think the reward for these tasks is enough? Orochimaru's expression was a little stiff. Good news. He finally followed his disciple's thinking this time and successfully predicted his idea. Bad news. He really predicted it. Wakaba. Orochimaru rubbed his eyebrows slightly, always feeling that he missed something, and the premonition in his heart became stronger. The things in the textbook you read at that time should be about about the rules of the 3 forbidden rules of ninjas. Right. Simple and special rules. Pay multiple times the reward or it may be worthless. Isn't this gambling? No. Orochimaru felt that his thinking was a little out of sync again, since it is the content of the 3 forbidden rules with Wakatsuki's upright character. Shouldn't he sneer at it? Yes. Wakatsuki said frankly, the 3 forbidden rules say that this kind of rule is called gambling and ninjas are better off staying away from it. You still know it? Orochimaru asked tentatively. Then Wakatsuki-kun. But Uchiha is not an ordinary ninja. Wakatsuki answered naturally. Uchiha is the guardian of the rules. Since the village agrees to open a casino, it proves that the village also recognizes gambling. Ruokuo said as a matter of course. Gambling is not under the jurisdiction of the Konoha Guard Department and is in line with the rules. And I have already asked the chief of the Fugaku clan. He said that my idea is very good and he is willing to support me with all his strength. Orochimaru was stunned again. The chief of the Fugaku clan also. Suddenly, Orochimaru realized something. His heart skipped a beat and he asked a little nervously, Ruokuo-kun, you just said you asked the chief of the Fugaku clan. Yeah. Ruokuo nodded. When was it? Just now. Ruokuo blinked. Just now. Orochimaru thought it was not good. I sent my shadow clone back to the clan a long time ago to let grandma know I was safe and asked her to leave dinner for me tonight. Then I showed off my new partner to Chief Fugaku and told him about my plan. Wakahiro ignored Orochimaru's gradually stiffening expression and continued. The shadow clone also wanted to borrow some money from Chief Fugaku. Although they were competitors, Chief Fugaku still agreed and said he wanted to see King Mu in person. According to the time, we should be able to see them soon. Orochimaru fell silent. He looked at Wakahiro deeply, stood up, turned his head and looked in the direction of the village. Wakahiro did the same. From a distance it was vague. It seemed that 2 groups of figures could be seen coming quickly from 2 directions. Chapter 58. Little guy, I, your uncle, am a person who specializes in cleaning up the darkness. Wakahiro kept thinking on the way back. How will Konoha deal with the 5 tails? There are only 2 possibilities. Either seal him and become the second Jinchuriki of Konoha to enhance the overall strength of the village. The price of doing so may cause Konoha to become the public enemy of the entire ninja world. The already powerful Konoha also has the strongest tailed beast such as the 9 tails, and with the addition of the 5 tails, wouldn't this break the balance? Of course, Konoha is definitely not afraid. Not to mention that Konoha is now at its peak. White Fang is still alive and there is Minato who is still growing. Although the only usable Sunin is Orochimaru, other ninja villages don't know about it. And the siege of Konoha by the 4 major ninja villages is the unspoken rule of war. Just fight. Can Konoha surrender? The second possibility, it is nothing more than returning the 5 tails to Iwagakure and squeezing out Iwagakure's war reserves by demanding huge compensation. This is also the most likely result in Wakaka's view. The current situation is very different from the original time and space. The Konoha Bridge was destroyed and Iwagakure lacked an important material transportation route. This is a big blow to Iwagakure, whose tactics are based on the violent flow of soldiers. In the original time and space, after Minato's team destroyed the Konoha Bridge, Iwagakure quickly gave up the Konoha battlefield and turned around to beat up Yumagakure. Now that the Konoha Bridge has been destroyed in advance, Iwagakure, who is likely reluctant to lose the 5 tails, will not only be broken bones once they agree to Konoha's redemption treaty. One of their thighs will be cut off, and this is the result that Wakaka is most reluctant to see. Iwagakure must fight Konoha head-on, and the harder they fight the better. It would be best if they could unite with other ninja villages in advance and unlock the final form of the war in advance. Siege Konoha. In this way, under the pressure of the war, the Uchiha can enter the battlefield in advance. Although sacrifice is inevitable, but the Uchiha clan, a fighting ninja clan, originally relied on fighting to improve their strength. If they stay in Konoha all day, what else can they do? Aren't the Konoha high-level officials aware of this? So they would rather seal the Uchiha clan than try to replicate the disappearance of the Senju clan. What if there are 10 or 8 pairs of Mangekis and several Gundams are launched toward Konoha? The Sandame will have to fight with his head. Come on, come quickly. The 2 groups of people are getting closer and closer. What's interesting is the 2 groups of people don't seem to notice that there is another group moving parallel to them. The one on the left is Fugaku with 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 JQKA. So many people. Wakaba raised his eyebrows. He told Fugaku that he brought back a tailed beast and was afraid that it would affect the security of the village, so he didn't dare to return to Konoha. Fugaku was dumbfounded at the time. He just determined the specific location and directly rang the alarm. This wave, it can be regarded as the elite troops of the Konoha Guard Department attacking in full force. It seems that the people that Danzo brought here are not enough. Wakaho looked to the right again. As the figures intertwined, the Sharingan captured less than 10 people in total. Are you really going to use political oppression hard? Wakaho raised his eyebrows house again. It just so happened that White Fang was here. Orochimaru was here too. You do your political oppression and I do my world purification. Even the Sandame has been roasted, so how can he be afraid of Danzo? On the side, also looking at these two groups of people, Orochimaru's eyes were a little subtle. Elder Danzo is here indeed. As Wakaho-kun said, Uchiha is here too. Elder Danzo's coming should be the teacher's instruction, which Orochimaru had expected. But Uchiha, since they can leave the village, the teacher naturally knows about it. But the teacher didn't stop them, so is it to let him go to mediate? Orochimaru's mouth curled slightly. Is this a test before becoming the fourth generation teacher? Raka's call interrupted Orochimaru's thought. What's wrong, Raka? Orochimaru turned his head to look at Raka, but he found that Raka's expression had become very serious. I feel a strong breath of darkness. These rats can't hold back. Orochimaru was silent. This is still so far away. You can feel it. If the breath of darkness really exists, then it can only be Elder Danzo who has not arrived here yet. Orochimaru frowned slightly, wondering if it was an illusion. This child seemed to be targeting Elder Danzo all the time. Is it really his so-called quantifiable will of fire that is working? It seems that this is the only way. After all, this child's will of fire can even be discovered by the tailed beast. Orochimaru suddenly felt tricky. Although he did have the idea of guiding Uchiha and Danzo to be enemies before, now is indeed a good opportunity. But hostility is not a war. Once this kid takes action, it will be a fight to the death and the situation will be irreversible. Teacher, let me go meet these rats in the gutter. Ruohwa rubbed his hands. They must not know that their conspiracy has been discovered by us. This is a good opportunity for us. I can already feel my will of fire burning. Calm down first, little guy. Another voice sounded, not Orochimaru but White Fang, who appeared at some point. Orochimaru, his face immediately restored the smile that he had cultivated hard for the past 2 years, and gave Baya a thankful look. Although Baya was also Orochimaru's rival for becoming the fourth generation, but the relationship between the two has always been good, with mutual appreciation and mutual recognition. In the original time and space, Orochimaru's scientificization was also related to Sakumo's suicide. The appearance of Baya at the moment may temporarily delay the conflict that is likely to break out. What are you doing? King Mu hasn't forgiven you yet. I don't really want to talk to you. Ruohwa looked disdainful. Haha, don't be so angry, little guy. I was blown away by King Mu in a face-to-face encounter. This can be considered a punishment, right? Whiteya smiled heartily and seemed to be good at coaxing children. But before Ruohwa could say anything, he glanced at Orochimaru, and Whiteya's expression quickly became serious again. To be honest, little guy, the dark will of those guys is indeed a bit strong, but I didn't expect you to be able to find it, Whiteya said seriously. Orochimaru frowned slightly, feeling bad. Bya seemed to be coaxing a child, but why did it sound, wow, you found it too? Wakao was surprised, as if he had found something incredible. After looking at Bya suspiciously, Wakao finally nodded and commented, Uncle, it seems that your will of fire is also very strong. Ahem. Bya, who was praised by Wakao, cleared his throat artificially. Little guy, it seems that Uncle needs to introduce himself. White Fang turned around and looked at the figures on the right who were moving towards this place, his eyes gradually cold. Uncle, I am a person who specializes in cleaning up these darkness for Konoha. Chapter 59. Teacher, Elder Danzo is in danger. From Bya's tone, Orochimaru could already feel a faint murderous intent. This was something he had never felt from Wakao. Every time Wakao attacked, he was extremely straightforward, burning everything with the extremely hot will of fire. And White Fang, he is the sharp blade, the White Fang that bites the enemy's vitals. No doubt White Fang has guessed something. Orochimaru also has reason to suspect that White Fang also intends to get something back. And with Elder Danzo's character, Sakumo-kun, Orochimaru looked at White Fang's back and frowned. Don't worry, Orochimaru-san, I'm going to let Kakashi practice swordsmanship and see if he can catch up with this kid. Haha. White Fang turned his head and smiled heartily, then disappeared in an instant. He went straight to Danzo. Orochimaru was not very relieved. The teacher's test is already very clear. He needs to solve this incident perfectly. No matter what the time is, at least there must be no conflict today. Then I can only let you give in, Elder Danzo. Orochimaru made a quick decision. Orochimaru has never been a hesitant person, because he can always find the most beneficial path for himself in the shortest time, including now. Captain Minato. Orochimaru called out. He had the power to command Minato's team. Swoosh. All the members of Minato's team were present. Captain Minato was 3 meters away from Wakaka, secretly glanced at Wakaka but was glared back, and quickly looked at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded and pointed to the group of people on the left. The Uchiha clan's Fugaku clan leader went in the wrong direction. Please guide them and let them meet up with Elder Danzo. We will rush over later. After speaking, Orochimaru walked towards Minato, patted him on the shoulder gently, and whispered, no matter what happens, remember to protect asked Elder Danzo first. Minato's expression condensed. Yes. Minato's team also set off. Their speed is not slower than White Fang. Orochimaru estimated the distance and time. As long as White Fang did not start fighting as soon as they met, he should be in time. With White Fang's personality, he should not disregard Kakashi's safety and do such an impulsive thing. On one side is the head of the Uchiha clan, and on the other side is Sakumo-kun. That should make you retreat, right, Elder Danzo? Then there is only this little guy next to him. Orochimaru looked at Wakaka. Wakaka-kun, do you remember what I said to you before your first race with Manzo? Wakaka nodded immediately and answered very straightforwardly. Teacher said that if I meet those mice with the will of darkness again, I can purify them directly. Wakaka saw the layout of Orochimaru just now very clearly. First he prevented the Uchiha from joining him and the Five Tails, and then told Minato to prioritize Danzo's safety. Isn't this protecting Danzo? It seems that Orochimaru, who is now determined to become the fourth generation, really knows his teacher very well. He knows to protect his teacher's little darling. It's interesting. Well said, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru smiled and said, these rats are everywhere and are good at hiding. They have infiltrated the upper echelons of Konoha and are extremely harmful to Konoha. But Wakaka-kun thinks, Hokage-sama, why do you let these rats run rampant? You know, Hokage-sama is the one with the strongest will of fire in the whole Konoha. Wakaka did not respond, but silently wrote in the small notebook, Orochimaru's awakening progress reset to 0. Indeed, Orochimaru seems to be more fooling than before, but these skills seem to be mastered by Orochimaru. Orochimaru's purpose now seems to be very simple. He really wants to become the fourth Hokage, and he even doesn't hesitate to fool children to vote for him. You should have guessed it, right, Wakaka-kun? In Orochimaru's silence obviously became a sign of thinking. Orochimaru continued to guide. Lord Hokage has his own layout and plan. He needs to let these rats relax their vigilance so that they can catch them all in one fell swoop. You know, some rats will wear the cloak of the will of fire to confuse other ninjas with the will of fire. Raka felt scolded, but he had no evidence. I know, teacher. Raka nodded. You have to believe in Grandpa Hokage. Right. Raka is really smart. Orochimaru patted Raka on the shoulder. Don't worry, Raka. When Lord Hokage locks the list of all rat, Raka can release his will of fire to his heart content. But before that, if Raka finds traces of rats in the village, please be patient. After all, the darkness before dawn is always worth waiting for, isn't it? Raka didn't say anything, just nodded. Orochimaru also nodded with satisfaction and smiled from the bottom of his heart. As expected, it was not difficult to convince the child after understanding his way of thinking, but Orochimaru's smile did not last long. Then let's go, Wakaka-kun, Orochimaru said with a smile. Let's enjoy the performance of those mice. Wakaka nodded silently, turned around, and jumped on the head of the Five Tails. But at the moment when the Five Tails King stood up, Wakaka suddenly realized it and shouted, it's bad. Orochimaru's expression froze. What happened? Did he miss something? Teacher, we may have been fooled. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Were we fooled? What fooled us? Who's fool? What on earth did you think of? Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru tried to slow down his voice, trying to calm Wakaka down a little, but obviously Wakaka was not calm at all now, or he was very calm. Finally I found your loophole, you rascal. It's that blonde guy. Teacher, Wakaba shouted, very anxious. Blonde guy Minato. What happened to Minato? What did he do wrong? Orochimaru habitually deciphered Wakaba's thought, which made him miss the last chance to stop Wakaba. Teacher's words just reminded me that the blonde guy is very likely a rat in the guise of the will of fire. He is very likely to harm Elder Danzo and then frame that white-haired uncle. Under Wakaba's notice, King Mew has begun to accumulate power and is about to launch. This damn guy. I said, why he attacking Mew after seeing my forehead protector? He is really not a good person. Teacher, we must stop him. Elder Danzo is in danger. Boom. With a loud bang, the mountain-like body of the five-tailed King Mew launched out and sprinted directly. The sand and gravel splashed behind him were comparable to an A-level earth escape. Orochimaru dodged immediately, and after coming out, apart from the roar, only Wakaka's shouts could be heard vaguely. Protect Danzo Elder. Chapter 60. So that's it. Is it you, Minato? Danzo was confident before he set out. The old man, monkey, is so old, but his little tricks are still so easy to see through. Didn't he just want me to rush to the front and put pressure on the Uchiha clan, and then he will come forward to mediate and make the Uchiha grateful to him? For so many years he really hasn't made any progress without me. How can you continue to be the Hokage, monkey? Danzo is still quite confident about taming the Five Tails. It's not difficult to put the Five Tails into the body of the Jinchuriki with a strong enough sealing technique. After the fall of the Whirlpool Country, the last Uzumaki princess came to Konoha with the sealing technique of the Whirlpool Country. The sealing technique launched by the Uzumaki clan, starting from the wife of the first Hokage, Lady Mito, has shown absolute suppression of the tailed beast. It's a pity that monkey is too weak and doesn't want him to bring bring the 9 tails Jinchuriki with him. He only agreed to bring the powerful sealing scrolls that Lady Mito left for Konoha before his death. These scrolls may not be able to suppress the strongest tail like the 9 tails. Beast, but under the control of the sealing team it is not difficult to deal with the 5 tails. The monkey obviously miscalculated this time. When I become the 5 tails Jinchuriki, what if I offend the Uchiha? Even if I have been enemies with the Uchiha for generations, what can I do? Do they dare to snatch the 5 tails away? Danzo is very confident, and this confidence dropped by 20% when he met White Fang, who blocked his way. He just stood there with a sarcastic smile on his face. One man, and one sword, motionless. He never drew his sword, but the cold murderous aura he exuded made all the root ninjas feel like they were facing a great enemy, and they automatically set up a defensive formation. Hataki Sakumo, why are you blocking my way? Danzo is not afraid of White Fang. White Fang's son is still in the ninja school. Danzo thinks White Fang is not that stupid. As for why White Fang is in this attitude, damn Orochimaru, he will pay the price one day. Danzo seems a little disappointed to see me come back alive, White Fang said sarcastically. Danzo frowned and his eyes gradually turned cold. So Orochimaru not only took the credit but also exposed the roots behind it. How much was exposed? Damn it, Orochimaru, I don't know what you are talking about. Although he had criticized Orochimaru in his heart, Danzo still kept calm on his face, and this confidence and calmness dropped a lot when a group of Uchiha appeared one after another. Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo's eyes were sharp and cold, and he didn't care about the face of the big family at all. He scolded, you don't have the authority to leave the village. Why are you here? Fugaku frowned. As the head of the clan, he was scolded in front of him. No matter how much he wanted Uchiha and Konoha to reconcile, he couldn't say anything soft at this moment. What's more, Ruokahuo asked the shadow clone to ask for help urgently, saying that he and his tailed beast companions were detained outside the village and could not return to Konoha. Although I don't know how this kid brought the 5 tails back, the shadow clone of this kid also looked indifferent and even asked him to borrow money, saying that as long as he gave enough money to the Konoha high-level officials, he and his companions could stay in Konoha safely in the future. But in Fugaku's opinion, what's the difference between this and being kidnapped and imprisoned? The most hateful thing is that except for Ruokahuo's shadow clone, no one in Konoha came to inform him. My Uchiha clan members are threatened outside, and you ask me why I am here. Fugaku's eyes swept over the seal scrolls carried by several root ninjas. His eyes became colder. Kidnapped a child for a tailed beast. Elder Danzo, do you really think that I, the Uchiha, can be bullied? Shining, shining, shining. The Uchiha men's group drew their swords together. The clan leader is domineering. Minato's heart rate soared. Clan leader Fugaku, you may have misunderstood. Wakaka-kun. Wakaka-kun was not kidnapped. No, who dared to kidnap him? Minato Jonin, thank you for leading the way. Fugaku interrupted Minato. I know this may be a little risky for you, but please rest assured, my Uchiha clan has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. We will never implicate friends who have helped us, and we will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt Uchiha clan members. Oki, follow Ruokahuo. It seems that you can't make it today, Elder Danzo. White Fang also sneered and secretly looked up to Orochimaru in his heart. This guy is really a good teacher. If Minato can lead the Uchiha clan to stop Danzo, then at least Ruokahuo's 5-tailed companion will not be sealed for the time being. I have also repaid part of the favor. It seems that I have to find a chance to discuss with Orochimaru to see if Kakashi can also become his disciple. Parents can always rest assured to leave their sons to such teachers. Even so, Danzo was not afraid at all. I will pass through here today. Let's see who is brave enough. Before he finished speaking, boom, 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 the roars continued, and a childish but anxious voice could be heard faintly, but it was a pity that it was not clear. Everyone looked over and saw Wakaba riding the 5 tails, rushing towards this side frantically. Wakaba. Fugaku was surprised and happy. Is this kid okay? It's good to be okay. By the way, what did he just shout for help? Little brat White Fang was surprised. Why is this kid here? What was he shouting just now? Attack Wakaba-kun. Minato was surprised and relieved at the same time. Wakaba-kun is here, and Mr. Orochimaru is here too, right? Evil Uchiha. Danzo gnashed his teeth, his previous calmness completely gone. This brat really wants to control the tailed beast to harm Konoha. So Danzo shouted, prepare to seal. The root ninjas switched formations again, and several root ninjas carrying scrolls directly pulled the scrolls open. How dare you? Zang. White Kaiba draws his sword. Control the situation. Fugaku gives an order, and the Uchiha men's group shines. I can't stop it. Minato cursed inwardly, and he started to rush towards Elder Danzo. Mr. Orochimaru was right. The situation was out of control, and he had to take Lord Danzo away from this place. Boom. The 5 tails braked hard, splashing a lot of sand and gravel. Ruoka flew out with the help of inertia, stepped on the fire dragon in midair, and swooped down at everyone. Catch that blonde man. He is the mastermind behind the scenes. Protect Elder Danzo! Ruoka roared loudly, anxious. Everyone was stunned, looking around without knowing why. The blonde man on the field. Minato, when did you? White Fang was shocked. At this moment Minato just landed behind Danzo with one hand on Danzo's shoulder, which was a bit like cutting his throat. Minato had a question mark on his face. The worst thing is, so that's it, is it you, Minato? Danzo closed his eyes. The killing intent on the field was a bit strong and he couldn't tell who it was, but Minato was the closest and was the first to attack. Minato's background was clean and all creatures that could come into contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki were thoroughly investigated by the Anbu and the Root. Minato is Monkey's man. So you've made up your mind, Hiruzen. Hat, you've finally grown up, old buddy. It's too late to explain, Elder Danzo. Minato could only bite the bullet and launch Flying Thunder God. Although he didn't know what happened, Mr. Orochimaru would definitely be able to explain it. Swoosh. Minato and Danzo disappeared. No one reacted, including Wakaka. Fire style, Dragon Fire song. Wakaka didn't have time to stop the ninjutsu. The high temperature flames sprayed directly at the Root ninjas, especially those guys with scrolls. Sizzle. Wakaka secretly shouted in his heart. Chapter 61. These are what the teacher told me. Because of Wakaka's previous shout, at that time everyone's eyes were on Minato and Danzo. At that moment Danzo closed his eyes and looked ready to be killed, which made people feel a little sad. After her sadness there was doubt. Minato, is he really a spy? After doubt there was surprise, because Wakaka's fire escape has arrived. All the Root ninjas without exception did not notice the arrival of this high-risk fire escape before Wakaka's dragon fire arrived. The great visual disappearance technique is nothing more than this song. The high temperature swept the crowd and the Root ninjas who had no time to dodge were immediately covered by flame, and screams came one after another. It's bad. Wakaka landed at this time and rushed into the sea of fire in a hurry. Hurry up and save them. The teacher said that the Hokage will catch them all sooner or later, but not now. Danger. Suddenly, White Fang rushed to Wakaka with a low shout and lifted him up. Looking at the Root ninja who was still screaming in the flame, White Fang frowned and said, not knowing whether it was true or false, they can't be saved, and I don't know what kind of forbidden scrolls the Root ninjas are carrying. Let give them a quick death. Swish, swish, swish. White Fang threw out several senbon, accurately hitting the vital points of the Root ninjas, and the screams stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the corpses and the scene fell silent for no reason. It's not that anyone would mourn for these Root ninjas, mainly because the amount of information in just a few minutes was really a bit too much. Danzo brought his men and carried scrolls that seemed to be used for sealing. It was likely that they came to seal the Five Tails, but he was stopped by White Fang halfway. The Uchiha clan arrived in time, and under the guidance of Minato, they also met Danzo. Everyone can accept what happened here. Elder Danzo wants to take the Five Tails for himself, and the Uchiha has the position to stop it. After all, it was Wakana who captured the Five Tails. White Fang's position is unclear, but he seems to have a lot of opinions about Danzo's behavior, which is understandable. As for Minato, Wakana-kun, how did you find out that Minato is a spy? Fugaku finally asked. Bya also looked at Wakaba. He was familiar with Minato. With his understanding of Minato, he shouldn't be, but Danzo's reaction at that time was so. Teacher told me. Wakaba roughly judged the attitude of the people on the scene, frowned and said seriously, teacher has always suspected that some rats would disguise as ninjas with the will of fire and infiltrate the Konoha high level. I sensed the strong will of darkness from a distance at that time, and this white-haired uncle also confirmed this. It would be better if he didn't explain it. Once he explained it, everyone was even more confused, especially Fugaku and a group of Uchiha. The will of fire, the will of darkness rats infiltrated the Konoha high level. This, why can't I understand it, is the information gap between Uchiha and the outside world so big, and Minato's two teammates, Akimichi Choza and Abarame Shiwei, were still in a state of brain failure at this time. Is Minato a spy? Not really. He took Elder Danzo away on the order of Lord Orochimaru, but Wakaka is still Lord Orochimaru's disciple. He won't lie, will he? This kid doesn't look like a liar. And why does Elder Danzo look like he's ready to be killed? Does Elder Danzo know something? Everything is a trap. The two looked at each other tacitly and then looked at their number 2 boss at the same time, the current captain of Konoha Anbu, Hatake Sakumo, codenamed Konoha's White Fang. Then they saw White Fang nodded in agreement and said, indeed, I also found out. At that time the distance was too far. I only knew that some rats with the will of darkness came, but I didn't know their identities. Wakahiro continued, but the teacher told the spy to protect an elder named Danzo. I immediately realized that something was wrong. Wakahiro said this. In fact, he felt a little pity. If you go on, everyone will know that this is a misunderstanding. It's a pity. Minato just kidnapped Danzo and only killed a few Root ninjas. I always feel that today's trip was in vain. He didn't intend to kill Danzo, but he really wanted to take off the gauze on Danzo's right eye. It is said that it might be Uchiha Uchiha Kagami's Manjiki. Although it is likely to be useless if Shisui is obedient enough in the future and has not awakened Kota Amatsukami, it will not delay the transplantation. However, Minato can use Flying Thunder God. He may have run to Konoha at this time. It is too late to chase him. However, at this time, the resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. White Fang suddenly frowned and patted Wakaka's shoulder. Okay, now is not the time to explore these, kid. White Fang said in a low voice. The life and death of Elder Danzo is unknown. The traitor Minato has mastered Flying Thunder God, but he doesn't have much chakra left. It's still time to chase him now. Highway-kun, here. Abaramaze Highway responded instinctively. You should have some records of the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato left in the Land of Fire. Abaramaze Highway was silent for 2 seconds and seemed to be in some kind of entanglement in her heart, but soon came out. Yes, but I can't guarantee that I can find them all. After all, he hid too deeply. Abaramaze Highway took side. Ryokyo's eyes twitched. This Minato is so miserable. Well, let's take it as revenge for King Mew. We meet again, and forgive Minato by the way, and we're even. Abaramaze Highway stretched out her hand and released a small group of insects. After the chakra activation, the insects magically turned into an arrow in the air. This is. Abaramaze Highway hesitated for a moment. Minato activated a Flying Thunder God technique in that direction. That was probably the direction of Konoha. A trick. White Fang frowned again and made the final decision. Without giving everyone a chance to react, he waved his hand. Then chase as soon as possible. Minato knows too many secrets. We must intercept him. After saying that, White Fang looked at Wakaka again. Little guy, the situation is urgent. Can you give me a ride? White Fang blinked at Wakaka. With the previous decisive reactions plus this obvious hint, if Wakaka doesn't understand something, he will be no different from Akimichi Choza next to him. White Fang is not going to catch Minato. This is clearly going to find Danzo. Of course, I wanted to send you back to Konoha from the beginning, but you insisted on doing it. Wakaka muttered and turned to look at King Mew. Waved his hand. King Mew understood, immediately crouched down and lowered his head. Just in time, Orochimaru riding his snake was almost there. So Wakaka gestured to everyone. Everyone come up. Unity is strength. Fugaku pursed his lips. It's not that he didn't find anything. At least White Fang interrupted Wakaka and Abaramaze Highway twice, and Fugaku also understood something. But so what? The purpose of the Uchiha clan's trip this time is to protect Wakaka. Listen to this little guy. Let's go. Fugaku gave an order. All Uchiha, go to the Five Tails. White Fang followed closely, taking Abaramaze Highway with him. Akimichi Choza stood there, looking tangled. What to do? Still unwilling to believe that Minato would be a spy. They knew each other before the Jonin school, played together since childhood. If I remember correctly, when they first met, Minato was only 2.5 years old. Is there really a 2.5-year-old spy in the world? It's not possible. Why are they leaving? Wait for me. Before Akimichi Choza could react, he saw the Five Tails had already taken a step and marched forward. At this time, Orochimaru finally arrived. Chapter 62. Spy Minato held Elder Danzo hostage and headed straight for Konoha camp. Orochimaru had never wanted to learn a forbidden technique so urgently and strongly as he did at this moment. Flying Thunder God. It's not that he envied Minato. He just wanted to cover his outstanding disciple with technique, and then he can catch him back in time when this little guy gets rid of him. It's outrageous. How did he discover that Minato was a spy? No. What about the charred corpse of this ground ninja? When the kid was riding the five-tailed beast, didn't he shout to protect Elder Danzo? Is that how he protected him? Hey. Orochimaru exhaled deeply. Very tired, exhausted, physically and mentally exhausted. Rushing all the way from the border of the Land of Earth to the Konoha Bridge, and then from the Konoha Bridge back to the Land of Fire. A lot of chakra and physical energy were consumed, which was not unbearable for Orochimaru. When he and Jiraiya Tsunade were on a long-term mission in the Land of Rain, they encountered situations that were 100 times more dangerous than this. Orochimaru felt that it would be no problem if there were a few more such large-scale consumptions as today. But in the short time of less than 2 hours after returning to Konoha, old man, did you feel the same way back then? Orochimaru rubbed his brows, even ignoring the tall and strong Kaihudeo Chauza next to him. That Lord Orochimaru. Akimichi Chauza raised his hand weakly. Orochimaru looked over fiercely. Extremely exhausted, Orochimaru temporarily went offline at this moment to compete for the title of Hokage and meet the expectations of his teacher. With his cold eyes locked on Akimichi Chauza, the strong man suddenly tensed up as if he saw a brutal venomous snake locking on him. The real cold Lord Orochimaru. A limited time return. Lord. As expected of Lord Orochimaru. Chauza-kun, can you tell me what just happened here? Orochimaru's tone was calm, but that gentle smile had not returned yet. Here, Chauza thought for a moment and decided to start from the beginning. Shiwei-san and Minato-san brought the Fugaku clan clan leader and the Uchiha here. We almost got into a fight and Minato-san went to protect Lord Danzo. Akimichi Choza carefully observed Orochimaru's expression and after confirming that there was no obvious change in his expression he was relieved but also more confused. Then Wakaka-kun came and he said that Minato-san was a spy and wanted to protect Lord Danzo, so Minato-san took Lord Danzo away. White Fang-sama ordered a pursuit and they were on the Five Tails and set off together without me. Orochimaru fell silent. I was careless. This kid seems to have never seen Elder Danzo before because he knows nothing about Elder Danzo and believes that there is a conspiracy going on. He regards Minato, who hurt the Five Tails, as an imaginary enemy and goes to protect Elder Danzo. Ha! It's really as reasonable as ever. If Minato is really a spy and takes advantage of the chaos to kill Elder Danzo, everyone present, including Uchiha and Sakumo-kun, cannot escape responsibility. You have prevented another extremely dangerous disaster that will never happen. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru rubbed his brows. That's fine. Minato controls the Flying Thunder God. Even if he can't get to Konoha, Elder Danzo's life is at least safe. Although the conflict broke out, no one suffered any losses. Only a few root rats died. Oh. Orochimaru glanced at the corpses and after calming down a little he found some new information. Each root has a fatal senbon, accurate and deadly. The Uchiha clan rarely uses senbon, although they are not ruled out. Orochimaru's first judgment is more inclined to another person. White Fang. White Fang was in charge of the Sand Village battlefield during the Second Ninja World War. Those puppet ninjas like to use senbon to make mechanisms. In addition, they just returned from the battlefield so there won't be too many ninja tools left on their bodies. Senbon. Orochimaru frowned slightly, vaguely aware of something wrong. Looking up, the huge body of the Five Tails has shrunk countless times in sight and a lot of sand and stones are splashing. Chasing probably can't catch up. The Five Tails may catch up with Minato. Let's think about how to remedy it. It's a headache. Chaozu-kun, please explain the matter in more detail. It's best to be specific about every word they said. Orochimaru's eyes gradually turned cold. You can treat this as the first interrogation. Don't miss any information. This is also for your own good. Chaozu-kun. Minato has triggered another Flying Thunder God technique and the distance is not far. The direction of the arrow of the insect remains unchanged, but the size of the arrow has shrunk a lot. This proves that they are getting closer to Minato. Water. Minato's Flying Thunder God is indeed the fastest in the ninja world, but it is obvious that Minato is still a little behind the strong hoof of the Five Tails King. However, the more they chase, it is obvious that they are getting closer to Konoha. It seems that Minato has a lot of ideas. Looking at Minato's figure carrying Danzo from a distance, White Fang suddenly laughed. Wakaka also wanted to laugh. This is the first time these two have been so embarrassed in their lives. Right. Obviously, they are about to reach Konoha. The Uchiha were silent and Fugaku analyzed the situation in silence. Although a lot of information was missing, it was not difficult to guess something. At least the so-called spy Minato held Elder Danzo hostage and went straight to the Konoha headquarters. This statement is indeed not very reliable. White Fang seems to be deliberately covering up something. And Wakaka, who cares as long as Wakaka and the Five Tails are safe? Why worry so much? It's bad. Minato, who was running wildly, thought to himself that it was not good. The roar that was getting closer. He didn't need to look back to know that the Five Tails had caught up. Swoosh. A short knife cut through the air and stabbed into the road in front of Minato and Danzo with swiftness and precision. That was White Fang's knife. Then, Minato found himself shrouded in a shadow that covered the sky for quite a long time. 2 seconds. It seemed that a huge monster flew over the sky, and then, boom, the Five Tails King spun and jumped and landed violently, facing Minato and Danzo. Chapter 63. Elder Danzo. So you are also a member of my Uchiha clan. Danger. The gravel caused by the landing of this huge monster was comparable to a level earth escape. Minato, who was already running out of chakra, was unable to resist it at all. He could only grit his teeth and stand in front of Elder Danzo, using his body to resist the gravel and impact. Danzo frowned. His chakra was abundant, but he didn't want to do anything. Although Minato didn't say anything along the way, after leaving that place, Danzo immediately found that Minato didn't have any murderous intentions. The ones who really wanted to harm him were the guys riding on the Five Tails. Danzo glanced at the village that was not far away and the figures that were approaching here quickly, and his one eye was calm. Back off, Minato. Facing the Five Tails and Uchiha boys and White Fang, Danzo remained calm, composed, and fearless. I want to see what these guys want to do to me. Roar. Before he finished speaking, the Five Tails suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Boom. The violent wind raged, carrying sand, dust and stones, and its power was comparable to a combination of wind and earth ninjutsu. Danzo and Minato were caught off guard and flew backward, hitting the ground hard. Catch that spy! Wakaka shouted and issued an order on the head of the Five Tails. Konoha Security Department, attack Fugaku. Hey kid, your ambition has fallen and it's all all over the floor. Swish, swish, swish. The Uchiha men's group attacked again and captured the spy Minato at lightning speed. Are you okay, Minato Jonin? Fugaku, who had roughly judged some fact, did not make things difficult for Minato. In fact, from the beginning, Fugaku only cared about the elder Danzo next to him. As for Wakaka, Fugaku could only say that this was not the first time Wakaka had caught a spy. The first time was in front of the Konoha security department and the other party was confirmed to be a drunkard. The second time was in front of the Hokage building. Fugaku had reason to suspect that the more than 1 million ryuri claimed by the Sandame included the medical expenses of the 2 garrison ninjas. And now, this is the third time. But no matter what, catching spies is a serious matter and cannot be slacked off. The purpose of the existence of the Konoha Guard is to protect the stability of Konoha. So, just catch them. It was White Fang's order anyway, and the Konoha Guard could only assist the Anbu in the arrest. As for how to treat the prisoners, that was the Anbu's own business. No, it's okay. Minato recovered a little, feeling a little dizzy, but he still remembered his mission. He had to protect Elder Danzo. But when he looked up, Minato saw Fugaku's 3 Megatama. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You are very tired. You have tried your best. The 3 Megatama lullaby was very effective, and the already weak Minato suddenly felt dizzy and fell on the spot. The Uchiha next to him pretended not to see it. Fugaku held Minato's shoulders and said, the suspect Minato consumed too much chakra and fell into a coma under extreme fatigue. Escort him to Konoha Hospital as soon as possible and notify Konoha Anbu to come and take over. Remember, Fugaku lowered his voice. It is not the responsibility of Konoha Guard to investigate spies. Yes. The 2 Uchiha responded and immediately disappeared with Minato. Just as Minato left, hey, Ryukyuo looked at Danzo, who had just climbed up from the ground with a puzzled look on his face, and then looked at White Fang on the side. Uncle, are you sure he is the elder Danzo of Konoha? Why do I feel? White Fang grinned and said, he is indeed elder Danzo. Absolutely true. Little guy, what do you feel? Ryuhyuo pursed her lip and shook her head. The teacher has told me that this is related to the plan of Hokage to eliminate Rat. It is the top secret of the village. I can't tell you. White Fang was stunned for a moment and then laughed heartily. This laughter also carried a sense of relief and some self-mockery. Even a child can see what kind of high level you are, Elder Danzo. Fugaku raised his eyebrows and secretly gestured to signal the Uchiha not to move. White Fang laughed for half a minute, or maybe he was tired of laughing, so he shook his head and slowed down, bent down to pull out the knife on the ground, and looked up at Danzo. Danzo wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth and looked at the back of his hand. It's been so many years since I saw blood. Feeling White Fang's gaze, Danzo raised his head with a cold and indifferent look and crossed his eyes with White Fang. At this moment it seemed no different from just now. The hostile Uchiha, the murderous White Fang, and Danzo, who was targeted by both sides. But this time there was no root ninja to protect Danzo. The only one who protected him, Minato, was on his way to the Anbu. However, as long as the other party was still wearing Konoha's forehead protector, Danzo would never give in. Not just because of power. These little brat, when I and my comrades dominated the ninja world, even your parents had to kneel in front of me and wait for orders. Why should I give in to you, little brat? The reason why you can grow up to this day is all thanks to the older generation of ninjas fighting hard on the battlefield. How many threats have I eliminated for Konoha in exchange for your peace of mind to grow up, plus the support that is coming soon? Danzo can't give in at all now. Hatake Sakumo, you disappoint me very much. Danzo said coldly, I once had high hopes for you, and even considered letting you inherit the root organization, but I didn't expect you to be so useless and even have a rebellious heart. You didn't pass my test, Hatake Sakumo. Ryukyuo raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Danzo has some skills. Is he filling the hole for himself in advance because he knows his deeds have been exposed? In this way, even if the interception of the retreat signal is exposed, it will only become a test for Danzo to the next successor to the root, but the means are a bit cruel. In the original time and space, White Fang died of rumors and gossip and died under public opinion. Now it seems that it was indeed Danzo's hand. So now Danzo is going to show his cards directly and label White Fang as a traitor. Let's say, can White Fang endure this time? White Fang did not speak, and the smile on his face was full of sarcasm. Obviously, no matter how clever Danzo's words were, he could not provoke White Fang's heart. However, you should think more about your son, Hatake Sakumo. Danzo said coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. That child has good talent, but he may have to live with his father as a traitor. Before he finished speaking, swish, everyone saw a flash of white light, and White Fang's figure disappeared and appeared again, already behind Danzo. Even Danzo did not react. Wow. The first to react was Danzo's left arm, and the blood gushing out. Now, do you think I passed the test, Elder Danzo? White Fang grinned, and his smile was so cruel. Ugh. Danzo groaned, knelt on one knee and supported the ground with his right arm. He lost a lot of blood in an instant, causing his face to turn pale. He never expected that White Fang would dare to take action directly. Is this still the obedient White Fang? And suddenly at this time, I understand. So this is all a test. Wakao had rushed to Danzo without knowing when. Elder Danzo, I misunderstood you. You must have disguised your will of fire as the will of darkness to facilitate the capture of more mice so the spy would attack you. So this is the plan of the Hokage. While saying this, Wakao took advantage of Danzo's lack of reaction and grabbed the bandage on Danzo's right eye. Little brat. Danzo wanted to stop him, but he could only use his right arm now. But the palm supporting the ground was accidentally stepped on by Wakao. Elder Danzo, I will bandage and stop the bleeding for you. Please cooperate, Nanny. In fact, Danzo had closed his eyes in time, but Ruohuo still found it. Ruohuo took 3 steps back in succession with a look of surprise on his face and gradually looked at Danzo with confusion and doubt, and finally turned into admiration and worship. Elder Danzo, so you are also a member of my Uchiha clan. Fugaku. Hey. Chapter 64 Uchiha Rebels Orochimaru. It doesn't matter. Hehe. The 3rd generation. The Sandame had just cleaned the burn on his back. At his age, the doctor did not recommend a one-time treatment. He had to change the medicine once a week to ensure that there were no hidden dangers. But as soon as the Sandame sat down in his office, he heard a bunch of unexpected news. Was Minato arrested by the security department sent to the Anbu as a suspected spy? Danzo was also detained by Uchiha Fugaku. The Sandame stood up suddenly, accidentally pulling the wound on his back, and suddenly felt a burning pain. Hiss. Where are they now? Where is Orochimaru? The subordinates reported one after another. The Sandame's expression gradually became uncertain. When the Uchiha left the village, he knew about it. Fugaku personally led the Uchiha elite to support. No matter how strong Danzo was, it was impossible for him to take the 5 tails for himself. There may be some conflict between the two sides, but with Orochimaru present, even if a conflict breaks out, it should not cause serious consequences. After that, he would mediate and everything would be under control. This was the original plan of the Sandame, but plans can never keep up with changes. How long has Danzo been on the road? First, Minato was arrested, then Danzo was detained. The Sandame's heartbeat accelerated. If Uchiha hadn't handed Minato over to the Anbu, he would have thought that Uchiha was going to rebel. Hokage-sama. Another Anbu appeared, knelt on one knee and quickly reported. The root ninja tried to forcibly rescue Elder Danzo and is currently controlled by Uchiha with illusions. The root ninjas under Elder Danzo are now out in full force and are quickly approaching Elder Danzo. The Anbu had just finished reporting. Swoosh pop. A flare cut through the daylight and exploded in the air, and the fireworks gathered into the Uchiha fan group. It was a blood-red fan group. Oh no. The Sandame's heart suddenly shrank. This was the highest standard signal flare in the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage had a detailed record of the Uchiha research note. The Uchiha clan rarely fired flares for help. Most of the time, they would only fire flares to show off and celebrate after a victory. And the flare in the sky at this moment was the signal for a general attack. It was fired by the clan leader himself, and it was the highest standard offensive flare. Is the Uchiha really going to rebel? The Sandame immediately took out the crystal ball, injected chakra to turn it on, and switched to the screen of the Uchiha clan. The figures of the Uchiha ninjas flashed quickly and attacked at full speed, and non-combatants such as women, children, and children gathered together spontaneously, all carrying light packages. The clan leader's wife, who was already pregnant, held a loudspeaker and was mobilizing the rear. The Uchiha are at the moment of life and death. If they can't go home, then the children are the last hope. The Sandame's face suddenly darkened. He turned off the crystal ball and then slammed his palm on the table. What on earth happened? Hokage-sama. Another person rushed in, and the Sandame's eyes suddenly lit up. It was Abarame Shiwei. Abarame Shiwei knelt on one knee and reported quickly. Danzo-sama is suspected of stealing the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and has now been discovered by Uchiha clan leader Fugaku. Fugaku clan leader asked Danzo-sama to explain the source of the Sharingan, but Danzo-sama refused to cooperate. The root ninja tried to sneak attack the Uchiha clan to rescue Danzo-sama and launched a second sneak attack after being subdued by illusion. 2 Uchiha ninjas were injured and 7 root ninjas were seriously injured by fire escape. White Fang and Orochimaru-sama are trying their best to maintain the situation, but they are short of manpower and request rapid reinforcement. After speaking, Abarame Shiwei transformed into a white smoke. This was just a shadow clone. Hiss. After listening to the report, the Sandame felt a little dizzy and the wound on his back seemed to have cracked. Sander-sama. The Anbu who reported earlier hurried to help. I'm fine. Come on. Gather the people and notify the Hyuga clan. Forget it. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, the Sandame calmed himself down and immediately found the most difficult part. Since the teacher became the second Hokage, he has always restricted and suppressed the Uchiha clan. However, once a situation occurs, the teacher will not only not restrict it but will even help. That is, When the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit Sharingan is lost, the Uchiha clan can hunt down the dazzling ninjas and forces in the entire ninja world without restriction until the other party returns the eyes of the deceased. This is the Uchiha clan's reverse scale, an absolute taboo. The ownership of the five tails is no longer the most difficult thing. Now it's how to keep Danzo in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Of course, things have not reached the point of no return. The current Uchiha is not the Uchiha in the war, and the current Konoha is not the Konoha of the teacher's era. As long as he is there, the Uchiha clan can't rebel. But there is always a price to pay. Bang! The Sandame slammed his palm on the table. Danzo, you ruined my plan. Teacher, why do I have to stay so far away from Mu Wang? I see a fight has started down there. The head of the five tails Mu Wang was 2 kilometers away from the battlefield. Wakahiro shot at Orochimaru, who was standing on the five tails for the first time. A sincere question was raised. Of course it's to protect you and your friends, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru's face has returned to a smile. Although he looks the same as before, Wakaka always feels that something has changed. It seems a bit the kind of crazy that Naruto had during the Chunin exam. Is it just too tired? The five tails was activated several times without Orochimaru. Orochimaru always feels tired riding the snake all the way. This is also part of the Hokage's plan to eliminate rat. Orochimaru smiled and said, Clan leader Fugaku and the teacher are worried that the rats will hurt you when they counterattack, so they can only protect you first. Hehe. Let them fight, let them make trouble, and see how far they can go. As long as this child is not in the center of the storm, even if Elder Danzo is hacked to death below, it will not be the worst result. It's better than letting the five tails fire a tailed beast ball at the village. Right. On the way here, Orochimaru had figured it out. Why was he repeatedly left behind by Wakana and could only clean up the mess every time? Is it because the five tails ran too fast and he couldn't keep up? Indeed, unless he mastered Flying Thunder God, he really couldn't keep up with the five tails. But this was just an objective reason. The last ninja who mastered Flying Thunder God had been sent away as a spy, and the lesson of the past was right in front of him. Orochimaru thought the reason why he couldn't keep up with Wakana was mainly due to his thought. There was something wrong with his thought. He always thought that the accidents that Wakana prevented were impossible to happen. This kind of thinking imprisoned his thinking. Putting aside the fact, what if Minato was really a spy? If he could figure this out at the time, could he have stopped Wakana at the source, or at least ensured that he appeared in front of Danzo with Wakana? It doesn't matter. Orochimaru has made up his mind. From today on, no matter what decision his disciple make, he will unconditionally support it. Konoha is so small, the ninja world is so big. Let this child do whatever he wants, and let this child's will of fire shine in the ninja world. I'm really curious. This child's dream is to spread the guard department to the entire ninja world. If there really comes such a day, what will the world look like? Chapter 65. At least we have to cut Danzo again, right? The selection of the successor to the root is too cruel. Ruoka sighed. Is that so? Orochimaru was very calm. Yes, teacher. The white-haired uncle actually cut off the left arm of Elder Danzo in order to pass the test. Is that so? Orochimaru was still calm. Ruoho blinked and said with regret, it's a pity that I didn't have time to bandage Elder Danzo's wound. I don't know if his blood has dried up now. Orochimaru was silent for 2 seconds. That's not the case. Elder Danzo has some experience in arm injuries. He will always recover. Ruoho felt something was wrong. Orochimaru had changed. Didn't he want to protect his teacher's sweetheart? Fugaku fired a cloud-piercing arrow, and all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan came to meet him. Danzo was surrounded by Uchiha, and the scene was like making dumplings. Why was Orochimaru not in a hurry at all? Okay, if you're not in a hurry, then I'm not in a hurry either. Ruoho simply sat down and roughly evaluated the direction of this incident. Fugaku was very angry. After seeing Danzo's Sharingan, he summoned the whole clan without hesitation after asking to no avail. When the flare was fired, Ruoho was indeed a little surprised. The advantage of doing this is that it can put pressure on Konoha, but the disadvantage is also obvious. Fugaku is now in a dilemma. Danzo refused to cooperate, refused to explain the origin of the three Megatama, and even didn't bother to tell a lie. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Uchiha to the end. Uchiha had only two choices: either compromise with Konoha and bow down, or fight to the end for the dignity of the Uchiha clan at all costs. You can't learn from the cowardly family next door, the Hyuga clan, who tattooed their forehead right. Fugaku fired a flare, and it was obviously impossible to compromise, but Ruoho didn't think Fugaku had the courage to fight to the end. From the outbreak of the conflict to now, Uchiha has subdued double-digit root ninjas, but at most they only seriously injured their opponents and didn't even dare to take their lives. If they don't even dare to kill their subordinate, let alone Danzo, a Konoha high-level official. Danzo refused to cooperate, and Fugaku didn't dare to take ruthless action, so they were stuck there. The next step is to wait for the Sandame to come and mediate. Ruoho came to the conclusion the Sandaime will definitely not give up Danzo and he should pay some price to protect Danzo and give Uchiha a way out. And Fugaku has always been an indecisive person. Original time and space. In the story, Uchiha rebelled and Fugaku chose the path of coup because of public opinion. The text is for personal study and trial reading only. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you like this resource, please buy the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. With Fugaku's pseudo-tough character, if the third generation asked Danzo to hand over the 3 Megatama and made up a story that Uchiha could accept, Fugaku would most likely choose to compromise. This is not okay. Ruoha frowned slightly. Although the theme of the second 5-year plan is steady development, harmony brings family happiness, and by the way, infiltrating Konoha and opening the Mangeki. But after all this trouble, Danzo only lost an arm, and it was not cut by him. I always feel that there is a lack of participation. Ruoha was not very satisfied. At least he should be allowed to cut Danzo too, right? Although Danzo does not have the wood release cell now, he should be able to take another blow, right? Wakahiro didn't intend to kill Danzo. It was fine for him to have fun, but it was not appropriate to break off relations with Konoha. He also planned to keep Danzo to target Uchiha so as to provide nutrients for the rebellion, but Orochimaru was determined to seal him and the Five Tails here, so it was not appropriate to force his way in. Then I can only use my ultimate move in advance. Wakahiro pursed his lips. He originally wanted Shisui to use this move, but judging from the current situation, it might not be possible to delay until then. Elder Danzo is really a great ninja, teacher. Wakahiro attacked. Is that so? Orochimaru responded calmly, but soon felt something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at Wakaka and couldn't help wondering, why do you think so? Because he is the elder of Konoha. Wakaka responded, as a matter of course, and he is also a member of my Uchiha clan, and he has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, which proves that he is destined not to be a dirty rat. My Uchiha clan has always been upright. This is the wool engraved on the solace of the feet. If you have a dirty mind, you will not grow tall. Orochimaru hesitated. He was hesitating whether to tell Wakaka about eye transplantation on behalf of Fugaku. Danzo is not your clan member, kid. In this world, who would hope that his entire clan would die out? Teacher's words reminded me that some rats in this world can disguise themselves with the will of fire. I misunderstood Elder Danzo before, thinking that he was also a big rat who couldn't disguise himself. Waka continued, but it wasn't until I lifted the gauze on his right eye that I realized. Elder Danzo had been covering up his will of fire. He wanted to disguise himself as the owner of the will of darkness so that he could cooperate with Lord Hokage to eliminate all the rats. Orochimaru nodded decisively this time. You are right, Waka-kun. Appeared that wonderful feeling, impeccable logic, irrelevant fact. Since someone can disguise themselves with the will of fire, why can't someone disguise themselves with the will of darkness? After thinking it through, Orochimaru's mentality changed. He no longer fought with common sense and felt that he was suddenly enlightened now. Teacher, I can completely keep up with your thinking, Waka-kun. Waka was really surprised this time. Orochimaru, I won't take it. Sensei, what happened to you today? Why do you look like you are playing bad? Do you want to continue? I feel something is wrong with you, but we have come this far. I always feel that Elder Danzo is very kind, especially after seeing his 3 Megatama. Wakaka said with a stiff face. I can feel the strong will of fire from his eyes, which is the same type as my will of fire. I don't know if Lord Danzo can turn all his ninjutsu into fire escape like me. These words were originally prepared by Wakaka for Shisui. After all, Shisui is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Kagami is the only member of the Uchiha clan who has opened the Mangeki in the intelligence since the establishment of Konoha village, and he was Danzo's teammate when he was young. These don't matter. Wakaka originally wanted Shisui to hint to Fugaku that he had a special sensory with those eyes. Combined with Shisui's life experience, Uchiha would naturally think of some things such as backstabbing and digging out eyes. Then the Sandaime will be useless no matter how he tries to clean himself up. But now it's such a big deal. Fugaku's signal flares have been fired, and this matter will definitely be resolved on the spot today. If Shisui goes to cry, then the effect will not be so good. So Wakaka can only take it on himself. What does Wakaka-kun mean? Are Elder Danzo's eyes the same type as Wakaka-kun? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a different light, and his whole body exuded a strong desire for knowledge. Wakaka seemed to see two entities and locked his sight on Danzo. Like Wakaka's magical fire will Sharingan, there is more than one pair. In the past, other Uchiha had opened it, but Elder Danzo took it for himself. So the reason why Elder Danzo was willing to pay such a huge price to kill Wakaka-kun. Ruoho swallowed his saliva. Did he use too much force? This Pandora's box that was finally closed was opened again. He looked down and looked at the crowd on the ground that suddenly separated automatically, and the thin figure walking toward Fugaku and Danzo from the crowd. Well, the Sandaime has already come come on stage to support Danzo. Then the real leader of their Uchiha clan should also come on stage. Yes, teacher, Ruohuo admitted. Although Elder Danzo is full of darkness, the will of fire contained in his 3 Megatama is as obvious as a candle in the dark. Ruohuo patted the 5-tailed King Mu, and King Mu cooperated by spewing 2 streams of steam from his nostrils. Look, teacher, Ruohuo pointed at the 2 white smoke. King Mu also found it. Yes, hey. Orochimaru took a deep breath. Then he bent down slightly and patted Wakaka's shoulder. Wakaka-kun, now that things have come to this, the teacher feels it is necessary to tell you something. Orochimaru smiled. Remember that night when you first met those people with dark wills? Chapter 66. Is this the world in Wakaka's eyes? Before the arrival of the Sandame, the Uchiha's encirclement was divided into 2 parts. The surrounded Danzo and the surrounded root ninja. Hokage-sama, Sandame-sama, Sandame-sama. After the arrival of the Sandame, the Uchiha clan members automatically parted ways and saluted the Sandame. Most of the Uchiha clan members at this time still respected the Sandame, the strongest in Konoha, not only because the Uchiha clan respected the strong but also because of the influence from childhood. It is not without reason that the Sandame is called the strongest Hokage. At least in terms of political brainwashing, the first and second generations combined are not as good as the third generation. It is not accidental that Obito in the original time and space aspired to become a Hokage since he was a child. Yet, oh, you are so tall now. Very good. This knife is not bad. Wow, this little muscle must have suffered a lot. The Sandame was not wearing armor this time. He had one hand behind his back and held a pipe in the other hand, nodding from time to time, just like he usually strolled on the streets of Konoha. Very friendly. He was not here to intensify the conflict. He came to negotiate. Sir Sandame. The Sandame finally walked in front of Fugaku, who nodded and saluted with a slightly helpless look. The Sandame glanced at Danzo, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed and his left arm missing, and White Fang, who had his hands folded across his chest in a calm expression. Alas, why is it so? The Sandame sighed, but he also had a clear judgment of the situation. Danzo, forget it. It's not the time to investigate internally. White Fang, forget it. It's not too late to enlighten White Fang later. Fugaku is a relatively easy-to-talk kid, although he succeeded the head of the Uchiha clan at a young age and summoned all the Uchiha because of Danzo. But from Fugaku's reaction, this kid is also sensible. It seems that there is still a lot of room for easing today's matter. Sander, Fugaku said in a deep voice. Elder Danzo is a high-ranking official in Konoha and is respected. I summoned the clan members today, and I didn't mean to hurt the elders in the village. Please understand, Sandame. Don't be too nervous, Fugaku. The Sandame waved his hand. You are all Konoha ninjas, wearing Konoha forehead protectors, and many of the Uchiha kids grew up under my watch. The Konoha Guard has maintained Konoha's internal stability for so many years. How could it possibly harm the village? This matter is just a misunderstanding within Konoha, and I am here to help solve the mystery. With a Konoha ninja on the left and a Konoha Guard on the right, the Sandame simply characterized this as a misunderstanding and tried to make a big deal out of it. But at this moment, Fugaku, under the gaze of all the clan members, obviously could not compromise at all. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he could not let his clan members Sharingan wander outside without giving them an explanation. But as the head of the Uchiha clan, Fuyu also knew what the result would be if he summoned all the Uchiha to force the Konoha high-level officials. The old clan leader had repeatedly warned him when he handed the Uchiha over to him. The Uchiha was strong in the past and future. The present Uchiha was just a big clan in Konoha, nothing more. In Fugaku's Uchiha clan rise plan, there was no link to fall out with Konoha now. At least not today, not at this moment. But this does not mean that Fugaku will compromise. Just as Ruokahuo expected, Fugaku did not intend to escalate the matter, but he would not choose to give in because of the words of the third generation. Fugaku was also a smart man. He knew clearly what this chaos could bring to the Uchiha. More funds, more extensive clan land, more blessings, profit. These are tempting, but Fugaku still tries to fight for something more important. For example, retaining the right to control the 5 tails. Sandame-sama. Fugaku's expression never softened. Whether it's a misunderstanding or deliberate, the Uchiha clan now just wants to know what's going on with Elder Danzo's eyes. Fugaku turned his head and looked at Danzo, his eyes gradually colder. As the clan leader, I must be responsible for every Uchiha. The Sandame's expression froze, but he quickly recovered and said slowly, Fugaku, I understand your feelings. Why don't you let me do it? Halfway through his word, the Sandame's attention was attracted by a scene in the distance. It was a fire dragon formed by the gathering of flames staggering towards this side, with a young man standing on the fire dragon, and under the fire dragon was hanging and holding Orochimaru. What kind of posture is this? Teacher, I still don't quite understand. Wakaho tried hard to maintain the stability of the fire dragon bullet and asked in confusion, those rats are all Elder Danzo's people, so why did Elder Danzo hurt me? Didn't he find the will of fire in me? We are all Uchiha. Wakaho was very puzzled. This question may require the chief of the Fugaku clan to answer it for you personally, Wakaho-kun. Orochimaru held the chain with one hand and covered it with chakra to isolate the temperature as much as possible. One hand blocked his mouth, otherwise he would be blown away when talking. Although Wakaho's fire dragon was shaky, Orochimaru was stable below, worthy of being the hot candidate for the 4th generation Hokage. Teacher has been worried that the rats will counterattack, but now that the Hokage has come, the Uchiha have also restricted the rat. Wakaka-kun, if you have any questions you can go to the Fugaku clan leader and the 3rd generation or the Elder Danzo to find the answers. Orochimaru was calm and composed. Although the initial plan was to let Wakaka and the Five Tails stay far away to prevent the possibility of intensifying the conflict, but since Wakaka discovered the secret of the Elder Danzo's eyes, then he, as a teacher, can't just sit back and do nothing. The matter has become so heated. Why not just expand the situation and let the teacher make a choice now? Anyway, the Elder Danzo will most likely not support him to become the 4th generation in the future. Anyway, he tried his best to save the life of the Elder Danzo before the teacher arrived. Then he has to think about himself next. Orochimaru discovered, after gradually getting rid of the shackles of common sense, the perspective of looking at things has indeed become much clearer. Is this the world in Wakaka's eyes? It's really simple and easy to understand. Oh, the fire dragon dissipated after flying over the crowd, and Wakaka and Orochimaru landed steadily. The Sandaime and Fugaku frowned at the same time. If you ask who these two don't want to see the most now, Wakaka must be ranked first. Sure enough, the first sentence Wakaka said after landing made Fugaku feel troubled and also made the Sandaime's eyebrows swell. Clan leader Fugaku, Grandpa Hokage, tell me the truth. Wakaka said seriously, is Elder Danzo a member of my Uchiha clan? Chapter 67. This kid can actually find the will of fire in me. The Sandaime felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. Wakaka's question can't be said to be irrelevant to the current situation. On the contrary, it is very important, vividly interpreting the meaning of children should go away when adults are talking. But the Sandaime would definitely not say that. Looking at Orochimaru with some doubt, the Sandaime questioned with his eyes, disciple, what are you doing? Orochimaru kept smiling, shrugged, and indicated with his eyes that there was another Five Tails 2 kilometers behind him. Teacher, I tried my best. This child is too irritable. We can't let him stay with the Five Tails. Right, the one who can launch the tailed beast ball. Naturally, Fugaku couldn't say anything harsh to Wakaka, but this question was really a bit embarrassing. In fact, the situation is so tense now. Any topic related to Danzo is a bit embarrassing for Uchiha. Fortunately, there is still one person who can speak at the scene. Of course not. Little Wakaka. White Fang appeared. White Fang hidden on the spot after cutting off Danzo's left arm, and finally appeared again at this moment. He looked at Danzo with his eyes closed with a playful look on his face and said, the eyes you see are indeed from Uchiha, but Elder Danzo is obviously not from the Uchiha clan. His Sharingan is transplanted. As for how Elder Danzo's eyes came from, you may have to ask Elder Danzo yourself. White Fang drew his sword earlier, not for himself. Ruoho, this kid desperately stopped the Five Tails Jinchuriki and completed the task he failed to complete. White Fang remembered this favor, so when he found out that Danzo wanted to seal the Five Tails, White Fang made a realization. This knife was cut for Uchiha. Although it may cost a lot afterward, it may not necessarily help Uchiha keep the Five Tails, but White Fang does not regret it, and White Fang is not just confessing blindly. Danzo, he couldn't let go of the dirty tricks he had done, but Ruoho didn't expect that he would accidentally discover the secret of Danzo's private Sharingan. That's interesting. White Fang remained invisible and stayed by Danzo's side the whole time. As long as Uchiha didn't do anything impulsive and let this good situation collapse, Danzo might not be able to escape unscathed today. White Fang's current mood is, I have Danzo in my hands. I can't even keep the Sandaime. I said it. Well, White Fang is the big villain now. After listening to White Fang's word, Ruoho made a decision in 1 second. So Elder Danzo is really not a member of our Uchiha clan. Ruoho was surprised, but I clearly felt a very strong will of fire in him. Hey, Danzo finally opened his eyes, but still only opened one. The sharp eyes were directed at Ruoho. Disgust was the tone, but the main part was shock. What on earth is this kid talking about? Feeling the monkey's gaze, Danzo closed his eyes again and refused to communicate, but he had some doubts in his heart. This kid could actually find the will of fire in me. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru patted Wakaka's shoulder. Is there a possibility that the will of fire you feel actually comes from the Sharingan transplanted by Elder Danzo? The focus is on the Sharingan kid. Since it is already known that Danzo is not a member of the Uchiha clan, the Hokage has started the rat removal plan again. Shouldn't you use your will of fire to purify this dirty big rat? This is a great opportunity. Kid, are you sure you don't want to go crazy? That's not the case, teacher. Wakahiro shook his head and said firmly. Danzo-sama himself also has a firm will of fire. Although he looks like he is covered by the will of darkness, I can feel it really. Even without the Sharingan, Danzo-sama's will of fire is very strong. Is it because he can't suppress it after being injured? Wakahiro suddenly realized and then sighed. The assessment of the root organization is too strict. So teacher, what does the root organization do? Orochimaru kept smiling and fell into silence gracefully. Fugaku had a dark face and stretched out a hand to signal his clansmen not to act rashly, but he almost couldn't help wanting to kick Wakahiro away. Don't talk nonsense, little devil. The root organization is the training base for the Anbu. Kid, the Sandame smiled with relief and said slowly, the Anbu are ninjas who protect Konoha in the dark. They need to undergo rigorous assessments and cruel training. Only after passing the assessment of Elder Danzo can they better protect the village. What a good kid. Although every sentence sounds so naive, it is a manifestation of a pure heart. It is precisely because of this that we can ignore the messy information and see the truth of the matter directly. Danzo's actions are indeed a bit extreme, but his starting point is for Konoha. Speaking of the will of fire, Danzo, hasn't he inherited the will of his teacher? The Sandame glanced at Orochimaru again. It seems that Orochimaru has been influenced a lot by this child during the time he taught this child. Not bad. Even Danzo was a little puzzled. Of course, my will of fire is firm, but how did this Uchiha kid find out? Is it so obvious? But if it was to protect the village, why did Elder Danzo send someone to kill me? Wakahiro suddenly asked. And this question also made the Sandame's expression stiffen instantly. Fugaku frowned and asked before the Sandame opened his mouth. Wakahiro, what did you say? Did the people from the root assassinate you? Twice. Wakahiro pointed at Orochimaru. Teacher knows that many people came the first time good at wind escape and water escape, but I purified them all. Only 2 people came the second time. One was called Ryoma, who could use insect. Anyway, that's what the teacher called him. The other one was an orange-haired man whose name was unknown, who could only run away. He also gave me a heart on the way, and I purified him with the fire prison technique. Wakahiro looked around and found that everyone's expression was very stiff. Even White Fang was the same. The Uchiha's expressions also became cold, but with Fugaku's previous order, they did not move for the time being. Wakahiro looked at Orochimaru again. Teacher, I don't think Elder Danzo will do anything to me. My will of fire is so strong that Grandpa Hokage praised me. There must be something wrong behind this, Wakahiro said firmly. Either those guys recognized the wrong person, or their training is not up to standard. Lord Danzo is the elder of the village. How could he assassinate me? Chapter 68. Danzo, monkey, it seems that I can only accompany you until today. There was a silence. Danzo clenched his teeth and closed his eyes as if in a trance, but he already knew everything in his heart. This evil Uchiha, all this is the scheme of this brat and Orochimaru. This master and apprentice are just like birds of a feather. The situation is not favorable for Danzo, but the only thing Danzo can do now is to remain silent and leave everything to the monkey. The Sandame can only remain silent. In addition to the matter of White Fang, Danzo even assassinated this child. Danzo really went too far this time. His behavior has touched some bottom lines. The Sandame is really angry this time, but no matter how angry he is, Danzo's life must be saved. In fact, in this case, in addition to saving Danzo's life, the Sandame can't ask for anything else. Fugaku also fell silent. Although Wakaka was assassinated by the root, this also made Fugaku and every Uchiha very angry. But objectively speaking, the current situation is very favorable to Uchiha. If Wakaka is assassinated, Uchiha will have another bargaining chip. But every word Fugaku says now may become the fuse for the clan members to lose control, so he must be cautious. It is best to let the Sandame express his position first, and then he will consider whether to put pressure on him. Orochimaru did not respond to Wakaka's question. He had already guided her secretly once before, and if he answered directly this time, it would be the same as saying it openly. Some things cannot be said in this occasion, especially when the teacher is still there. However, but what Orochimaru dare not say, someone dares to say. Uncle knows the 2 people you are talking about. Little Wakaka. White Fang grinned but looked directly at the Sandame, saying playfully, the guy who can use insects is called Aberme Ryoma. The guy who made a heart with you should be called Yamanaka Osamu. They are all the personal guards of Elder Danzo. So little guy, you may be disappointed. The personal guards of Elder Danzo are the elite among the elite. They never recognize the wrong target. They are just going to assassinate you. White Fang has gone completely crazy. He is like a big villain, ruthlessly pressing the last flame of hope in Wakaka's heart to the ground and rubbing it crazily. Impossible. Wakaka widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows immediately. Here it comes, this familiar feeling. His students have extremely hot wills of fire. Every time they enter this state, those wills of fire will erupt like a volcano. In the past I could only fix the mess because I couldn't keep up with Wakana's thinking, but this time is different. Orochimaru secretly mobilized his chakra and prepared to act. As long as he could suppress Wakana at the first moment when Wakana went berserk, then there is no doubt that he would be the biggest beneficiary of this accident. Not only can he gain the friendship of Uchiha, but the teacher will further recognize him, and even the big rat Elder Danzo must admit that he saved his life. Although Elder Danzo may be out of the power center of Konoha from today, but Orochimaru knows it too well. As long as the teacher is still in office, Elder Danzo will not disappear. Would release experiment Fire Will Sharingan. After this incident, Elder Danzo should not mind sharing these secrets with him. Right, so go ahead, Wakana-kun. Burn him with your fire release. Purify him with your fire will. I understand. Suddenly, Wakaka shouted and clapped his hands. Orochimaru almost couldn't help but move, but Wakaka didn't make any moves, nor did he use any ninjutsu, but looked at Danzo with expectation. Elder Danzo must be testing me, just like he tested the white-haired uncle before. Elder Danzo must have discovered that my will of fire is comparable to that of the white-haired uncle, so he sent those rats to find me. It looks like an assassination, but it's actually an assessment. Elder Danzo is testing whether I have the strength to purify those rats. Orochimaru frowned. After a little thought, he realized what Wakaka was going to say next. His pupil shrank. He was about to open his mouth to stop her, but suddenly felt a sharp and cold gaze. It was White Fang. He had stopped Wakaka from telling the truth once before, but White Fang obviously didn't want him to stop her a second time. Not only White Fang, Fugaku also noticed something, and his Sharingan also looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately gave up the idea of stopping Wakaka. He returned to a smile on his face, elegant and calm, almost surrendering. He looked at the teacher. The teacher also looked over. The master and the disciple looked at each other, and the Sandame shook his head gently. I understand. Wakaka pretended not to feel the confrontation of the eyes of several people, and continued to analyze with a firm face. Elder Danzo intercepted the distress signal of the white-haired uncle. The purpose is to test whether the white-haired uncle has the ability to become the next leader of the root organization. At the same time, Elder Danzo also believes that I can inherit the next leader of the root organization, so he tested me twice. The first time was assassination, and the second time was to let I will complete the same task. While speaking, Wakahiro also looked at Danzo. Danzo had opened his eyes. Still only one was open, but there was no longer the previous doubt in his eyes, only calmness, inexplicable calmness. Wakahiro blinked and asked expectantly, so, Elder Danzo, did I pass the test? There is more than one way to stab Danzo. If possible, Wakahiro hopes that the third generation will do it himself. White Fang's continuous assists were within Wakahiro's expectations. Cutting off Danzo's arm was a helpless move by White Fang. If there were not too many concerns such as the so-called overall situation, such as Kakashi. Otherwise, Wakahiro had reason to believe that White Fang might even chop off Danzo's head. In this case, the more shit pots are put on Danzo's head, the more White Fang will help, because I wish Danzo couldn't go back to Konoha today. Now, everything is out in the open. Danzo intercepted the distress signal of the White Fang team and intended to harm White Fang. Danzo ordered the root to assassinate the genius ninja of Uchiha twice. Compared to this, his unknown Sharingan has become the one with the Lee sense of existence. Under the gaze of all Uchiha, Wakahiro has welded the knife to the hand of the Sandame and activated the GPS. With this knife, the Sandame has to chop it down no matter what. As for whether the Sandame's knife will kill Danzo, it depends on how close the relationship between the two brothers is. However, at this moment, a scene that Wakahiro did not expect appeared. You are very good, Uchiha kid. Danzo suddenly spoke. This was the first sentence Danzo said after Wakaba removed the bandage on Danzo's right eye. He gave Wakaba a thumbs up as soon as he opened his mouth, but Wakaba immediately realized that this matter might not be that simple. Wouldn't it be something like dying advice? Before dying, remind the Sandame that this brat is extremely evil and must be eradicated as soon as possible. All the ninjas of my Uchiha clan are here. Who will eradicate whom? It's just that Fugaku doesn't have the gut, otherwise the fourth Hokage would have to be selected tomorrow. However, Danzo didn't do it. I didn't expect that all this I planned would be seen through by a naive brat in the end. It seems that even the heroic spirits of the previous generations can't stand my behavior. Danzo laughed at himself and then closed his eyes as if he accepted his fate. Monkey, it seems that I am destined to accompany you only until today. Do it. Third Hokage, if I die here today, I will give an explanation to the children. Danzo's will to die moved everyone. Although almost everyone wanted to kill Danzo in the last second, no one refuted anything at this moment. Sandame-sama. Fugaku realized that this was his chance. If he could be more generous, Uchiha would obviously get more. But the Sandame also closed his eyes. No need to say more, Fugaku. This is Danzo's own decision. His repentance repentance and enlightenment. Let the children go back first. I will send him off for the last time, and then I will give everyone an explanation. Fugaku was silent. Ryokyo was silent too. Let's just say that Uchiha Madara's use of Izanaga's fake death to escape should not be recorded in the diary, right? No, you two are singing the same tune. Do you really think no one can see through the trajectory of your yin mao? Chapter 69. I am considering the future development direction of the root organization. Since the Sandame said so, Fugaku naturally couldn't say anything more, waved his hand signaling the clan members to temporarily disband and return to their own homes. As for the explanation given by the Sandame to Uchiha, we can only wait. I can't urge him. Right, Ryokyo also wants to go home, and he wants to take the five tails back to Uchiha with him. But this is obviously impossible. Let's not talk about whether the five tails may go berserk. Just because of its huge size there is no place to stay. But I want to introduce my new partner to my grandmother and brothers. I have already told them about my shadow clone. Wakahiro frowned at Orochimaru. Trust me, teacher. Grandma and my brother can see Lord Mew clearly even if they are in Konoha. Orochimaru really didn't lie. Because Wakahiro was on top of the five tails before, he could see the Uchiha clan's territory. When Lord Mew stood up, the altitude was more than 60 m. In any open place in Konoha, Lord Mew could be seen from afar. Okay then, seeing that Fugaku had secretly instructed a dozen Uchiha elites to go and protect Lord Mew, Wakahiro agreed immediately. Before leaving, Wakahiro looked deeply at Danzo. After clearing the area, several Anbu rose up around them. The barrier. It was about the last words of the elders of Konoha, and it was Konoha's top secret. Inside the barrier, Danzo closed his eyes again, like an old monk in meditation, exuding an aura of non-confrontation, as if he had really accepted his fate. Should I notify the Hyuga clan to come and visit? Ruoho thought secretly in his heart. Danzo must be reluctant to die. If he really died, he would also drag a few Uchiha with him before he died. What's more, he still has Izanagi. But Danzo must die, because this is about the reputation of the Hokage. If Danzo doesn't die, the Sandame will be teasing the entire Uchiha, and it will be like starting a war. Now it's the time of the Ninja World War, and the Sandame won't be so confused. Ruoho has already predicted the actions of Danzo and the Sandame. Elder Danzo will be sent away by the Sandame himself, which not only gives an explanation to Uchiha but also stops the gossips of the crowd and further compresses Uchiha. At least on the issue of the five tails, the Sandame has a greater say. But Danzo can obviously survive. He can retreat to advance, and maybe he can gain more power in secret. I have sacrificed everything for you, and I can only live in the shadows for the rest of my life. Can't I ask for some compensation? This game, I'll just tie with you, old thief Danzo. Wakahiro narrowed his eyes and thought secretly. At this time, Wakahiro, what are you thinking about? Orochimaru, who was walking beside Wakahiro, suddenly asked. Wakahiro hesitated for a moment. I've been thinking about challenging the head of the Fugaku clan recently, and the future development direction of the root organization. Come on, in the second game, I'll play the card first. Advanced version of stealing and stealing directly. Please take it. Orochimaru pursed his lips and remained silent. Child, you are really worried about me. I thought you would have some resistance to the root organization. Wakana-kun. Orochimaru couldn't help but say, and then felt that this statement seemed too common sense and not in line with the Wakana style thinking, so he added, after all, the root organization's assessment method is more cruel. Orochimaru was still reflecting on his previous misjudgment of Wakana's thinking direction. Unexpectedly, Wakana did not explode the will of fire this time, causing him to stand in the incident just now. But Orochimaru never expected that Wakana would insist that Elder Danzo also has a very high will of fire. So has Wakana's view of the root organization changed? Wakana glanced at Orochimaru. His teacher seemed to be awakening more and more towards the direction of a scoundrel. Fortunately, he had also seen Orochimaru's peak period, so it was not difficult to deal with him. It's a bit cruel, but fortunately I have passed the review of Elder Danzo, Wakahiro said calmly, but I'm not sure if I need to compete with the white-haired uncle later. After all, he has also passed the review of Elder Danzo. Orochimaru frowned slightly and tried to keep up with Wakahiro's thinking. But didn't White Fang fail to complete the task? Wakahiro should have an advantage. Ah, teacher, have you forgotten I seem to have told you? Wakahiro looked at Orochimaru in confusion and said seriously. White Fang cut off Elder Danzo's arm in time to make up for the failure of the Konoha Bridge mission, and he has passed the assessment. Orochimaru remembered that Wakahiro did tell him when he was on the top of the five tails, but that shouldn't be an assessment, right? No. Since Wakahiro thinks it is an assessment, then it is an assessment. Hehe, what has he experienced before? Who has always denied this child? Minato is in prison. Elder Danzo has lost his arm and is now ready to sacrifice. Who will be the next one? It's a pity that Lord Danzo is going to die soon. Wakaha said regretfully. I haven't asked him where the base of the root organization is. Orochimaru kept smiling and remained silent elegantly. The teacher knows this, but the teacher can't tell you. You can ask Lord Hokage. Elder Danzo should tell him in his last word. Yes. Wakaha's eyes lit up. I still have to discuss the purchase of land with Grandpa Hokage. Speaking of which, teacher, can I really get a bounty of 1 million taels for the tasks I completed? I don't know about this, teacher. After all, the teacher has never completed so many S-level tasks in one go. Orochimaru smiled. Is that so? Well, I don't know if Elder Danzo has left me enough funds. Wakaha shrugged. If it's really not enough, I can only look for the Hyuga clan. Hyuga clan. This is Orochimaru's blind spot in knowledge. Uchiha is short of money. Go find Hyuga. Hiss. It seems like there is indeed some root style. Well, they injured Obito before, but they only paid me 100,000 ryo. I calculated they probably still owe me 800,000 taels, including principal and interest. If they continue to default on their debt, I will ask King Mu to help collect the debt. I heard that this was a conflict between Uchiha and Hyuga. Orochimaru didn't want to have anything to do with this topic. However, as the teacher of this child, he couldn't avoid this issue when it came to the 5 taels. The Konoha high-level officials would not let Uchiha have control over the 5 taels. Although Elder Danzo has paid the price of his life for this, this policy will definitely not change. This will also be the second round of confrontation between Uchiha and Konoha, but in Orochimaru's view, the core of the problem is still Wakaka. After all, even if the teacher persuaded Fugaku and Wakaka didn't agree, there is a high probability that Wakaka will ride the 5 taels and challenge Fugaku on the spot to compete for the position of clan leader. Chapter 70. Notify clan leader Fugaku to make the damned Hyuga disappear tonight. Grandma, Obito, I'm back. Big brother. Obito, who had already returned home from school, jumped directly from the second floor window. Huo. Wakaka suddenly remembered an ancient news story he had read in his previous life. A man returned home from a business trip and his dog jumped directly from the balcony, causing the man to break 4 ribs. He was hospitalized for 3 weeks before he could barely get out of bed. But this situation obviously wouldn't happen to them. Obito rolled in the air to relieve a lot of force, and after landing he rushed over directly. You're finally back, big brother. Okay, come down quickly. Brother brought you a gift. When he heard there was a gift, Obito immediately became energetic. Gift? Yeah. Wakaka patted the ninja tool bag and there was a clanging sound inside. Big brother has seized a lot of good things this time. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru behind him reminded appropriately. Don't you want to introduce it to the teacher? Yes. Orochimaru has not left yet. Just as Fugaku gave the order to guard the 5 taels with his eyes when he disbanded his clansmen, Orochimaru also received the order from the Sandame. Keep an eye on Wakaka. Orochimaru knew that this was probably to prepare for the upcoming 5 taels negotiation. On the way back to Konoha, Orochimaru saw that many Konoha ninjas had rushed to the front line and they were all traveling at full speed and lightly equipped. Orochimaru inferred that Konoha's defense force should be relatively empty at this time, so the next negotiation will definitely be very sensitive and critical. Oh, this is my second brother, Uchiha Obito. Obito, say hello to the teacher. Wakaka patted the back of Obito's head. Obito immediately bowed 90 degrees. Hello, teacher. Then he immediately turned his head to look at his elder brother. Brother, what's in there? Are there any shurikens? I'll give you everything. There's also a space scroll inside. I'll teach you how to make it later. Space scroll? That's expensive. Brother, what's that? Ruohuo turned his head to look in the direction of the 5-tailed beast, but the distance was too far and there were too many obstructions, so he couldn't really see it. Wait, tomorrow I'll introduce you to a new partner. Its name is Mu Wang and it's a big guy. Big guy? Is it bigger than the Chudeo in the 5th grade? You'll know tomorrow. The two brothers chatted with each other, walked back home with their arms around each other's shoulders, and then slammed the door shut. Orochimaru, who was left at the door, kept the most elegant smile. Inside the house, as soon as they entered the house, the expressions on the faces of the two brothers changed immediately. The excitement on Obito's face disappeared, replaced by full of tension. Brother, isn't that guy your teacher? How? The two brothers have been in the Uchiha district for so many years, killed so many people, and caused so much trouble. How can they not have a tacit understanding? There are more than a dozen options for the strength and position of Wakaba's knock on the back of Obito's head. Speak softly. Wakaba also had a serious face. It's true that he is my teacher, but this guy is very dangerous. You must be careful when you see him in the future. Don't believe anything he says. Pretend to agree to whatever he asks you to do, and then run away to find me. Understand? Got it. Obito nodded hurriedly, and then thought of something. I will tell Shisui later. Big brother. Wakato was a little surprised. Obito seemed to have become smarter after not seeing him for a few days. Looking out again, Wakato lowered his voice and whispered, this guy is watching me. I can't get away. You can find a way to go to the Fugaku clan leader's house later and help me tell him a message. Remember, when you meet meet the Fugaku clan leader, you must confirm your identity first. If the other party is a fake, you know what to do. Turning around and running, shouting for help. Obito nodded. He was familiar with this aspect. Big brother, what message? Tell him that the time is right. I have agreed with the Five Tails to attack the Hinata. Let him prepare. Ryuohuo whispered. He only needs to hold the Sandaime back and tell him that he agrees to hand over the Five Tails to Konoha. When I get the signal, I will immediately let the Five Tails launch the tailed beast ball and make the damned Hyuga disappear tonight. Remember the key point. If you promise to hand over the Five Tails to the Sandaime, I will let the Five Tails launch immediately. Grandma, Wakahiro said halfway, suddenly changed his face to smile and showed a mouthful of white teeth and patted Obito's head. Grandma. Obito immediately showed the same innocent face. Didn't I ask Grandma to save food for you? Go and eat. If you want to do big things, how can you not eat a full stomach? Grandma hunched her waist and walked to the door with a cane. Also, remember to be polite in the future. The guests are here. They are not Hyuga. How can you shut them out? Got it. Wakahiro agreed obediently. The two brothers hurried to eat. Wakahiro was really hungry. He hadn't eaten much for 2 days. He couldn't stop eating after tasting Grandma's food. Obito was also crazy about showing off his food. Soon, the voices of Grandma and Orochimaru rang at the door. Then I'm sorry to bother you, senior. Don't be so reserved, young man. You always have to respect your seniors. You haven't eaten yet. That's right. Let's eat together. We always have to eat. Grandma slowly brought Orochimaru in. Wakahiro winked at Obito, who understood immediately and shoveled rice into his mouth frantically. Finally, he picked up a big chicken leg with his left hand and didn't forget his ninja tool bag with his right hand and rushed out directly. You just ate. Don't run too fast. Grandma scolded. I'll call Shisui over and let big brother teach us shuriken. Obito responded vaguely. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Finally alive. Wakahiro had just finished eating, looked up and saw Orochimaru and blinked. Teacher, didn't you go home? Did Wakahiro forget that you have to go to the Hokage building later to report the mission? Orochimaru smiled. Should I go to Ryuohuo? Blinked again. But isn't Grandpa Hokage executing Elder Danzo? Is he free? Hokage. Grandma suddenly spoke up. How many generations? Still the Sandaime. Grandma. Ryuohuo replied. Still the Sandaime. Grandma paused. He's in his 50s, right? Isn't he going to abdicate yet? That's right. Orochimaru agreed with a smile. I also think that the Sandaime has reached retirement age. Chapter 71. A chicken leg with weight. Most Uchiha went home, but Fugaku didn't. Behind him stood several Uchiha elite waiting in front of Elder Danzo's mansion. An hour ago, Elder Danzo had returned to the mansion under the escort of the Sandaime and the Anbu, changed clothes, took a bath, and gave his last words to the tribe members. To be honest, Elder Danzo's last words were really a bit too much. After talking to the Sandaime for a long time outside Konoha, he came back. He explained for more than an hour. Fugaku was indeed a little impatient. He hadn't even eaten dinner yet. The one at fault was Elder Danzo, who assassinated Wakaka and took away the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Such crimes were too numerous to list, but Fugaku could only wait. After all, this was the last moment of Elder Danzo's life. Elder Danzo had already confessed his guilt, and he confessed under the coercion of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't urge the third generation to take action now. Right, Fugaku-kun, everyone. Suddenly, at this moment, Fugaku heard a familiar voice, as gentle as water, which immediately dispelled his inner irritability. Mikoto, why are you here? Looking at his wife carrying a lunchbox and walking slowly, Fugaku smiled from the bottom of his heart. Mikoto-sama. Several Uchiha elites nodded and saluted. You are really something. You don't eat yourself, and you don't let others eat. Come on, here are some cooked food I bought. Everyone eat it while it's hot. Mikoto opened the lunchbox, which was filled with freshly bought sushi and rice balls neatly arranged, and there was also a big chicken leg which looked a bit abrupt. Why is there only one chicken leg? Fugaku raised his eyebrows. This is specially given to you by Obito-kun. Mikoto smiled gently, took out the big chicken leg and handed it to Fugaku. He said he was thanking you for bringing his brother back to the village. This kid. Fugaku laughed dumbly, and the touch of his palm sliding made him stunned again. His wife was secretly writing on his hand with her fingers. Fugaku looked at his wife, who was smiling gently, and realized something. Ruka-kun and the Five Tails are ready to destroy the Hyuga clan tonight. This was the first sentence that Mikoto delivered. This sentence also made Fugaku feel the weight of this chicken leg. This child's way of thanking seems a little special. Fugaku smiled a little reluctantly. He kept confirming with Mikoto with his eyes, but saw Mikoto shook her head and continued to slide his palm. He needs you to hold the Sandaime and give him a signal. Hold the Sandaime. Signal? No. Are you serious? Indeed, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not on good terms. Words like I will destroy the Hyuga clan sooner or later. Not only children but even adults sometimes say a few words, especially when there is a conflict. Even some old Uchiha seniors after dinner talk is how to attack Hyuga. But don't joke about the tailed beast tonight. Inform the Sandaime Sandame that you agree to hand over the tailed beast, launch the tailed beast Jade, and destroy Hyaga. Mikoto passed the last information to her husband. Both husband and wife saw solemnity in each other's eyes. By the way, where is that kid? Fugaku forced a smile. Why didn't he come over? Obito-kun said that Lord Orochimaru was a guest at his house, and Wakana-kun and Grandma were entertaining him. Fugaku was silent. Orochimaru was a guest at Wakana's house. At this time, Orochimaru is a student of the Sandame and is very likely to be the future 4th Hokage. He has been following Wakana closely, obviously preparing for the next negotiation in advance. Even guiding Wakana to hand over the 5 tails to the village is not necessarily. From the information passed by his wife, Wakana at least knows about the next negotiation, and there is a high probability that he will participate. So, is this kid serious? Chief Fugaku. Just as Fugaku was thinking, a middle-aged woman came out with a cold expression and a cold tone. Danzo has reached the end of his life. In his last word, there is something to be returned to Uchiha, and he asked Fugaku to confirm his death. If Fugaku doesn't mind, please come with me. The middle-aged woman turned around and left after saying that. It was as if Fugaku was the murderer who killed Danzo. Fugaku frowned. The other Uchiha elite couldn't stand it anymore. They are obviously the criminals, but they are still acting like victims. That's right, the victims are obviously the Uchiha whose eyes were gouged out, and that kid Wakaka. Behave yourself, Fugaku said in a low voice. After all, he is the elder of Konoha. He has chosen to apologize. Look at the clan emblem on his body and maintain the demeanor of a big clan. The Uchiha stopped talking. Fugaku exhaled. Wait here for a while. After that, Fugaku walked towards the middle-aged woman. Come to the main hall. Danzo was lying on a clean quilt covered with a white sheet with the Shimura family emblem. Several women were sobbing not far away, and several Shimura clan ninjas were glaring at Fugaku at the door. Fugaku frowned, and the words "I am sorry" that he wanted to say were directly invalidated by him. The Sandame stood aside and walked toward Fugaku. Fugaku, this is the Sharingan that Danzo asked me to give you. The Sandame handed Fugaku a box, and Fugaku took it and opened it. Inside was a pair of eyes soaked in nutrient solution. It was a pair of 3 Megatama. The origin of this pair of eyes, alas, in fact, I have always known it, but because it was too sensitive, I kept it as a secret. The Sandame sighed again and told a shocking secret. Sir Sandame. Fugaku was very surprised. Let's talk while we walk. Fugaku. The Sandame shook his head and walked out of the main hall. Fugaku looked back at the body of Elder Danzo, and then glanced at the Shimura clan members who were full of resentment but few in number in the room, frowned, and finally nodded. My condolences. After saying that, Fugaku did not stop, turned around and followed the Sandame. The two walked to the door of the Shimura clan's house, and Fugaku gestured for the clan members and his wife to go back first. Looking at his wife's back, Fugaku's doubts became even more intense. He even temporarily forgot about the heavy chicken leg. Xander, I don't understand. Fugaku frowned. That's right, Fugaku. The Sandame exhaled a puff of smoke. Just like back then, Danzo and I didn't understand why an Uchiha clan member would suddenly assassinate the second Hokage. Fugaku, Danzo's eyes were not stolen. I can assure you of this with Danzo's soul. Chapter 72 Grandma's Words and Deed. Under the Sandame's sincere description, Fugaku learned about an unknown past between the Uchiha and the second Hokage. This is a vicious incident that should have been buried in history. After the Shodame and Uchiha Madara established Konoha, Uchiha Madara announced his departure from Konoha due to differences in ideology, but the Uchiha at that time saw the hope of peace and was unwilling to continue to follow Uchiha Madara to live a life of war. Afterward, Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha with the 9 tails, was defeated by the Shodame, and was buried in Konoha. This result may have stimulated some Uchiha clan members. The seeds of hatred took root and sprouted, and the gears of fate began to turn. Finally one day, the Uchiha clan member with hatred found an opportunity. He should have died on the battlefield, but he suddenly appeared, intending to kill the second Hokage and avenge the former Uchiha clan leader. Of course he failed, but the second Hokage did not want to take his life but instead influenced him with the strong will of fire. This Uchiha was ashamed and chose to commit suicide. The debt of death was cleared, and the second generation Hokage also sealed this matter and buried it deep in history. But the eyes of the Uchiha remained, and the former leader of the root, Shimura Danzo, was blinded in his right eye and his right arm was severely injured in a mission. Elder Danzo didn't want to become a useless person who made no contribution to the village, so he activated this pair of forbidden eyes. Story. Anyway, this is the story. Uchiha didn't know if Fugaku believed it. Anyway, when Fugaku told him, he really believed it. Elder Danzo is really a strong ninja. Uchiha crossed his arms and nodded very agreeingly. His will of fire is the most special one I have ever seen. This kind of story can be made up. Is he determined to fool Fugaku? Fortunately, he had already made preparations. Come on, you try your best to fool. I see if Fugaku dares to agree to you. Big brother brother is right too. Obito and Shisui also agreed. Fugaku actually didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long. As expected, the Sandome had to hold a meeting to discuss the issue of the ownership of the Five Tails. The reason was that the Five Tails chasing army on the Uegakure front had suspended its offensive. The third Tsuchikage Onoki had sent out a negotiating envoy who was expected to arrive in Konoha tomorrow for negotiations. The Hokage was going to hold an internal meeting before the negotiations tonight to clarify the direction of tomorrow's negotiations. From the importance of the content of the meeting, this should have been a meeting of the highest level of Konoha decided by the Sandome and the elders. But since Elder Danzo had already apologized, and in his last words before the apology he specifically mentioned that Uchiha should be involved, Elder Danzo repeatedly emphasized that after his death Konoha should fully respect Uchiha's opinions, make up for his mistake, and not let the misunderstanding deepen further. And the Five Tails was the trophy that Wakatsuki captured back, and it was a partnership that surpassed Jinchuriki. So Wakatsuki also needed to be there with him tonight, and the Sandome also hinted at Fugaku. Wakatsuki's opinions were very important, but given his young age and immature mind, the final decision was made by him as the clan leader. This made Fugaku feel relieved for a while, and he was very moved but also felt incomparable pressure. The past is over, and the debt is cleared when people die. As Wakatsuki said, Elder Danzo was a strong ninja who was dedicated to Konoha. Although he made a mistake, he had already apologized, and in order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, he also fought for a lot of power for Uchiha in his will. But the key, this little brat doesn't play by the rules. Why are they going to bomb Hinata again? Fugaku always felt threatened. It was obvious that the kid himself was unwilling to hand over the Five Tails, but Fugaku felt that something was wrong with the kid's personality. Would he do such a roundabout thing, threatening me, the clan leader, to save the Five Tails? Shouldn't he threaten Konoha directly with the tailed beast ball? Wait, this seems even more serious. It seems that you have understood that the will of fire and the will of darkness are compatible. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru, who was sitting next to Fugaku, smiled and said, this can be regarded as the wealth left by Elder Danzo after his death. Indeed, Fugaku echoed. Darkness and light seem to be opposite, but they are also mutually dependent. There is no absolute right or wrong, and there is no irreconcilable contradiction. No matter when, forgiving the enemy will always gain more than destroying the enemy. Fugaku said the last sentence while staring at Wakaka. If Orochimaru was not here, he could have said it more clearly. Wakaka tried not to laugh and was about to pretend that he didn't understand, but heard his grandmother suddenly speak. Little Fugaku, I seem to have heard this sentence from a senior when Konoha was just established. As soon as the voice fell, Fugaku and Orochimaru immediately sat up straight and looked at their grandmother with a serious face. The same is true for the three brothers of CBD. Even grandma has to call him a senior. Could it be a ninja from the Shogakuji era? I remember that the Shogakuji said something similar to that senior, saying that he should forgive his enemies and influence his opponent. Grandma recalled then that senior refuted the Shogakuji. He said, the Uchiha clan has always been good at using fire escape to forgive their opponent, but few people can bear it. That senior is right. Ruoha praised on the spot. If you want to be forgiven by the will of fire, you must be prepared to be baptized by the will of fire. Brother is right. Obito and Shisui shouted. Grandma nodded with satisfaction. Fugaku and Orochimaru looked at each other and smiled awkwardly but politely. Broken the case. This kid's strange will of fire really requires teaching by example. That's enough. Grandma waved her hand at this time. Little Fugaku and this young man, what's your name? My name is Orochimaru, senior. Orochimaru responded politely. Oh, you too. You should have something to do with Syaruokuo. Right then, don't delay. Go quickly. Grandma waved her hand. Try not to be too late. The child is still growing and needs enough sleep. What about the Hyaga? Senior, is this kid going to let the Hyaga sleep together with the tailed beast ball? Fugaku was getting more and more anxious, but with Orochimaru here, he really couldn't speak. It shouldn't be too late, senior. Orochimaru smiled. Well, Grandma nodded. Fugaku also gritted his teeth and agreed. I will try to bring Wakan-kun back as soon as possible, senior. Don't be so anxious, Grandma murmured. Business always have to be done well. Chapter 73. Bang 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 bang. In the conference room, Hokage building. Conference room. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening. After a day of many events and accident, the ownership of the Five Tails has finally come to the negotiation table. The Sandome sat at one end of the long conference table, and the two elders sat on the left and right. Orochimaru and Fugaku sat in the middle of the conference table. Wakan-kun sat on the other side, across the conference table, looking at the Sandome from a distance. Little Wakan-kun, you don't have to sit so far away. The Sandome was a little helpless. Ordinarily, if it wasn't for Fugaku's complete letdown, Ruoha wouldn't even be qualified to sit at the table. But the teacher said that this meeting will determine the future of King Mu. I can't let my partners suffer any injustice. Ruoha looked serious and went straight to the point. He knocked on the table again and added, "Protecting my partners is my bottom line." The Sandame took a puff of cigarette. First he glanced at the two elders and found that both of them looked a little unhappy, or they were suppressing their anger. Danzo is dead. Executed by him personally. The head of the Uchiha clan personally identified it. In the morning the Konoha high level had already held a meeting about the ownership of the Five Tails. At that time Danzo was still ambitious and wanted to seal the Five Tails even if there was a big quarrel. In the blink of an eye it was almost time for Danzo's funeral. They have been comrades for decades. The two elders can still sit here calmly and sit at the same table with a little kid. It is all ready for the overall situation. Little Ruohuo. The Sandame sighed secretly in his heart. No matter how much the two old friends put pressure on him with silence, he had to pretend not to see it. The meeting had to continue. "Do you have any ideas about King Mu?" asked the Sandame. "Of course I do." Ruohuo widened his eyes. "But please, Grandpa Hokage, settle the reward for this mission for me first. I have a perfect plan, but I need a certain amount of startup capital." The two elders frowned. Orochimaru kept smiling. Fugaku had been frowning since he entered the scene. He was still considering the next word. How Ruohuo got in touch with the Five Tails, Fugaku didn't know. But after leaving Ruohuo's house, especially after hearing the instructions from his grandmother, Fugaku was sure that Ruohuo would definitely do what he said. Ruohuo said that he never let his grandmother down. So what attitude should he use to respond to the Sandame in this negotiation? First of all, he must not hand over the Five Tails. But the Sandame has hinted to him that it would be best to convince Wakaka to use the Five Tails as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Uegakuer, and the proceeds from the negotiation will also belong to the Uchiha. The apology and last words of Elder Danzo have built a bridge of understanding between the Uchiha and the village. As long as he not, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village may gradually disappear. But in the same way, the Hyuga clan may also disappear. Orochimaru stayed with him all the way, and he didn't even have the space to talk to Wakaka. Fugaku also tried to hint, but the little bastard responded with a look of "I understand" every time. It can be seen that this kid really wants to blow up the Hyuga. Fugaku didn't dare to take risk, but he didn't dare to say it clearly. After all, the idea of using the tailed beasts to bomb the Hyuga is actually no different from using the tailed beasts to bomb the village. If Orochimaru reports this to the Sandame, wouldn't Elder Danzo have apologized in vain? The Sandame secretly looked at Fugaku, but he was shocked by the bitterness and hatred on Fugaku's face. Fugaku, has he begun to doubt? Otherwise, based on his understanding of Fugaku, after hearing Danzo's last word, it shouldn't be like this. Is this to let Ruokuo test his attitude? The Sandame secretly calculated in his heart, but before he said anything, he saw Udat and Koharu knocking on the table first and said in a cold voice, "This meeting is about tomorrow's negotiations with Uegakuer. Hokage, are you going to waste time with this brat? If so, then I don't need to participate. Wait until you coax the child and tell me again." Udat and Koharu Mizudamanyan on the opposite side also snorted coldly. In this kind of situation, children should not. "I say, who are you two?" Mizudamanyan was interrupted by Ruohuo halfway through his word. Ruohuo asked in a puzzled tone, "Isn't this meeting about the future of King Mu? What's the matter with this old lady and old man? If this resource infringes your rights by mistake, please notify us to delete it in time. Did you go to the wrong place?" Ruohuo-kun. Fugaku gang stopped him. "Bang! I am the elder of Konoha. Kid." Utain Koharu slammed the table and pointed in the direction of the door. "Now, get out of here immediately. This is not the place for you." Koharu. The Sandame gang stopped him. Bang! Wakahiro slammed the table. "I've been annoyed with you for a long time, old woman. Only great ninjas like Elder Danzo are worthy of being elders of Konoha. Why are you sitting here?" Wakahiro pointed to the door. "Get out of here." "That's enough," the Sandame shouted, first glaring at the two elders. Danzo had almost ruined his big plan once, and he finally saved it at a great cost. "You two want to ruin it again." The Five Tails was originally a partner brought back by Wakahiro from the battlefield. According to the wartime rules, it is also Wakahiro's trophy. If you two don't recognize this, then submit your resignation to the daimyo. Every ninja fighting bloody battles on the front line of Konoha will not recognize the existence of elders like you. The Sandame shouted at the two elders in front of the Uchiha clan leader. Utain Koharu and Midaman Ento were both confused. "No. Do you want to listen to what you are saying, monkey?" It was Midaman En who reacted first. Something was wrong with the monkey today. Danzo was dead, so the monkey should be the one who should be attacked. But the target of the attack turned out to be him and Koharu. This is very abnormal. Could it be that Grandpa Hokage is right? At this time, Wakaba suddenly shouted loudly, calling for the Sandame. "Get down from the table first." Fugaku couldn't help it and shouted, "Okay." Wakaba got down from the table and sat down honestly. Looking at Orochimaru, the smile on Orochimaru's face was still elegant. "It's really interesting. Elder Danzo apologized and committed suicide, and and the remaining 2 elders were scolded by the Hokage in public and even asked to submit their resignations. In just one day, the top leaders of Konoha became so chaotic, and the source of all this, in the final analysis, is still a B-level rescue mission that didn't exist. This world is really wonderful. Bang! Sandaime-sama, urgent report from the front. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja rushed in. The Sandaime immediately looked at the ninja. Speak. The Iwagakure ninja launched a surprise attack an hour ago, and the Four Tails Jinchuriki destroyed our defenses with the tailed beast ball. According to the report of the Hyuga clan ninja, a Iwagakure troop of no less than 2,000 people has crossed the border of the Land of Fire and is heading toward Konoha at full speed. Sandaime-sama. As soon as the ninja finished reporting, another ninja rushed in. The Kumagakure ninja launched a surprise attack an hour ago. They have broken through our defenses and the frontline ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Sandaime-sama. The third ninja rushed over. The Sandaime's expression was a little twitchy. Who is it this time? Is it Sandagakure or Mistagakure? It's Uzumaki Kushina. Who? The Sandaime's mind couldn't switch for a while. Who? Uzumaki Kushina. Jonin left the village without permission. She claimed that she would beat up the Five Tails and avenge Minato Jonin. The ninja who reported this time spoke in a lower voice. Bang! Ruoho slammed the table and turned to walk out of the meeting room. How can you avenge a spy? Let me meet her. Chapter 74. That big sister. I'll take you for a ride. This is destined not to be a peaceful night. Iwagakure's firm determination to recover the Five Tails is beyond the imagination of Konoha's top leaders. On the surface, it sent a negotiation signal, but in fact it secretly assembled ninja troops, and the Four Tails opened the way and forcibly broke through Konoha's blockade. Ruoho had heard a theory in his previous life. In any battle, a lone army going deep into the enemy's territory will not have a good ending. Until there was a group of special rabbits who were not afraid of life and death. Because they were too poor, they could only use the tactical insertion to the extreme, and they completed the Wuchang copy and opened the Sky Gate with one punch. Since then, the lone army going deep into the enemy's territory has gradually evolved into a new special decapitation tactic. Of course, the Iwagakure ninja tonight is obviously a little crazy. The 2,000-man Iwagakure army forcibly broke through the Konoha defense line. Part of it was used to counter the encirclement, and part of it went straight to the Konoha headquarters. There are tactics, but not many, but they are easy to use. It is foreseeable. Yes, Konoha was caught off guard, and many ninjas were bound to be surrounded and captured by Iwagakure. If Konoha chooses to rob Peter to repair Paul in order to stop this Iwagakure army, then a wrong operation may cause the entire defense line to collapse. Because Konoha's enemy is not only Iwagakure now, there is also Kumagakure, who launched a surprise attack with Iwagakure at the same time. Actually, Wakaka has a lot of credit here. He and Orochimaru rushed to the Konobe bridge, which seemed to be a surprise attack, but in fact it was a disguised way to let Iwagakure pre-assemble the ninja troops. Afterward, riding on the Five Tails to escape also allowed Iwagakure to launch a large-scale assembly and pursuit in the shortest time and with the most resolute determination. On the other hand, Konoha, although it supported the Iwagakure front line in the shortest time, it lost the best defense opportunity and was not as resolute as Iwagakure, so it was forced to break out of such a large gap under the bombing of the Four Tails. The most crucial thing is, the golden decision-making period of Konoha was delayed for a whole day by various accidents. First, there was the oolong accident of the Five Tails attacking Konoha. Then the spy Minato attacked Elder Danzo, which led to the Elder Danzo's deeds being exposed, and finally chose to commit suicide to apologize. The third generation was delayed for the entire evening just to act as a Keishakunin for Danzo. During this period, Iwagakure completed various strategic deployments and cooperation negotiations with Kumagakure, and launched a full-scale raid an hour ago. These idiots of Iwagakure have started to set fire to the mountain. If Huo was riding a fire dragon in the sky, he could see the flames in the distance even if they were far away. The distance from the border to Konoha is not close, but it doesn't seem that far at the feet of the Five Tails. You can see the flames from here, so you can imagine how big the fire is. This is also a delaying tactic. Wakaka-kun, Orochimaru, who was hanging under the fire dragon, said the big fire can block the enemy troops on the flank and cause a lot of trouble for the enemy. If the fire is too strong, it is equivalent to a continuous fire escape ninjutsu. If you want to force through the interception, you will always have to pay a price. Whether it is to bypass the fire scene to intercept or to put out the fire, it will consume time and require a lot of manpower. The frontline defense line will inevitably be affected. Fighting in the enemy's territory can always easily put the opponent's commander in a dilemma. Orochimaru calmly popularized battlefield knowledge for Wakaka, as if he had forgotten that he still had to run for Hokage. No wonder Hanzo of the Salamander wants to launch the Second Ninja World War. Wakaka raised his eyebrows and suddenly understood the demigod a little. A small country in a tiny place actually launched a war against the 3 major ninja villages at the same time, isn't it? Who can tolerate that my country is used as a battlefield by others all day long? Pushed and pushed, rubbed and rubbed again. Nagato always said, you ninjas from big countries don't care about the feelings of small countries at all. Wakahata now has a direct feeling. I support you, Nagato. Senior brother. Wakahata suddenly found a figure on the ground with red hair and long skirt, followed by many Anbu. However, these Anbu seemed a little timid. They were obviously not slower than this one, but they kept their distance and didn't dare to get close. Teacher, do you still have chains? She seems to be in trouble. Let's take her with us. Orochimaru also found Kushina and pursed his lips. He especially wanted to tell Wakahata, now kid, this woman probably doesn't need your help. She is here to beat up your partner. But considering that his first task is to stabilize these 2 troubles, the purpose is to delay time. So Orochimaru agreed. Of course, but it's not long enough, so we have to go down a little bit. And are you sure you can bear the weight of 2 people? No problem, I brought eye drops. Wakahiro did not forget to give himself an eye injury buff. He would not tell Orochimaru that his fire dragon bomb could at least carry 3 Akimichi Choza around Konoha several times. Hey, the big sister with red hair down there, grab the chain, I'll take you for a ride. Wakahiro controlled the fire dragon to dive. Kushina heard the sound and looked back. A boy riding a fire dragon, hanging a man, and going down a chain. Wow, this is the world outside Konoha. Kushina's eyes lit up immediately. Here, hurry. Whoosh. The fire dragon flew over the ground at a low altitude. Kushina grabbed the chain steadily, and Wakahiro controlled the fire dragon to tremble, and then flew forward shakily. Woohoo. It's so exciting. Kushina was so excited that she made faces at the Anbu behind her. When she first heard that Minato was yelled at by the 5 tails, she was really angry and wanted to seek revenge on the 5 tails without thinking. After running for a distance, Kushina suddenly calmed down. It seemed that she couldn't leave the village, but she was out now. Since Grandma Mito sealed this big guy into her body, she hasn't seen the world outside Konoha for a long time. Then let's have some fun. Ho ho. Is that the 5 tails? Why is it a big dog? Why is it so bright over there so late at night? Kushina followed like a curious baby. She has not left Konoha for a long time and is curious about everything. That's the battlefield, kid. The ninjas from Uegakure are coming. Orochimaru smiled and deliberately avoided Kushina's name. It's better to delay it for a while. This voice. Kushina looked up. Lord Orochimaru, what are you? Kushina was a little panicked. Did Lord Orochimaru come to catch her back? Don't be nervous, kid. My disciple wants to take you for a ride. I just handed him a chain. Orochimaru is trying to improve his disciple's impression. If he can't beat him later, he might get a lighter blow. Is that so? Kushina was surprised and waved her hand at Wakaba above her and shouted, thank you, boy. I'll treat you to ramen later. It's a deal, Wakaba replied with a smile. Chapter 75. Be honest. Kurama. The fire dragon swayed and flew towards Mount Kikyo. Kushina was shouting and screaming below, so excited. Orochimaru smiled but said nothing. Ruokoi also smiled but said nothing. The 3 of them were getting farther and farther away from Konoha, and the Anbu behind them were left farther and farther behind. After confirming that Orochimaru was also above, they simply gave up the pursuit. Go back to the village to report. Not long after, Ruokoi and the other 2 finally arrived at the 5 tails. The Uchiha elites who were responsible for guarding the 5 tails were gathered in front of a bonfire. The 5 tails lay on the ground, looking at this group of Indra's descendant. The scene was actually a bit warm. Hehe. Kushina didn't forget her original intention of running out. Young man, just put me in front of that big guy. Thank you. Ah, sister, are you here to find King Mewtwo? Ruokoi asked knowingly. Yeah, my little brother was caught by this big guy. Kushina was halfway through her words when she suddenly found that the chain on her hand loosened. It was Orochimaru who had let go of the chain, but he only let go of a small part. Orochimaru smiled and said, sorry, my hand slipped. I was scared to death. Kushina was still in shock. Jun Wakabe, who was riding on the fire dragon, pretended not to hear it. He controlled the fire dragon to let Kushina go, and then flew over the head of King Mew under Kushina's gaze. Orochimaru did not follow Wakabe or Kushina this time, but chose to land next to the Uchiha. Lord Orochimaru. The Uchiha stood up one after another. Orochimaru had a high status in Konoha, and he was also Wakabe's teacher. He also had a high reputation in the Uchiha clan. Everyone, it may not be safe here later. If you believe me, you might as well move to the other side temporarily. The Uchiha looked at each other, and before they could react, they saw the red-haired woman who had just landed not far away coming over, rolling up her sleeves, looking aggressive. Hey, everyone, you are the one who bullied my little brother, right? Kushina shouted. The 5-tailed king blew a breath from his nose. Indra, I feel some of Kurama's chakra from this human, but it seems to be controlled by a very strong seal. Well, the reincarnation of Ashura sealed it with a slap of wood release. Calculating the time, that was more than 40 years ago. While responding to the 5 tails, Wakahashi did not forget to shout to Kushina, big sister, what what is your little brother's name? Kushina put her hands on her mouth and shouted, his name is Namikaze Minato. Boy, get out of the way, I want to avenge my little brother. What? Wakahashi said in surprise, so you are the one who wants to avenge the spy? Kushina was also surprised, but Minato is not a spy. He wanted to assassinate Elder Danzo and was arrested by the Konoha guard in the afternoon. You can ask them. Kushina then looked at the Uchiha in front of her. These Uchiha were the elites who followed Fugaku out of the village at the beginning. When Fugaku used illusion to hypnotize Minato, they were by his side. But the situation is like this. Everyone, time may not be much. Orochimaru smiled and gestured. Please come this way. Several Uchiha looked at each other but still did not give a definition of whether Minato is a spy. Under the guidance of Orochimaru, the figure flashed and temporarily came to one side. Why did you leave? Kushina was wondering. Minato would actually assassinate Elder Danzo. No way. He is so timid. Did he hear her secretly cursing last time? But she cursed the Sandame. Lord Orochimaru, did Minato really assassinate Elder Danzo? Kushina asked Orochimaru for help. Orochimaru kept smiling. Yes and no. What? In Wakaka-kun's eyes, Minato did assassinate Elder Danzo, and Minato is also a spy in Wakaka-kun's eyes. What? Kushina was really shocked. Lord Orochimaru must not have lied to her. The boy named Wakaka helped her run so far, so he is obviously a good person. So Minato, that kid Minato is really. But in the eyes of people other than Wakaka-kun, Minato-kun did not assassinate Elder Danzo, nor is he a spy. Orochimaru continued to smile and said, it depends on your relationship with Wakaka-kun and whether you can recognize Wakaka-kun's will of fire. The same thing from different perspectives can get different conclusions. No one can say whether these conclusions are right or wrong, just different perspectives. So Kushina, what is your conclusion? Kushina was a little dizzy, but Wakaka was not dizzy. Lord Mu put some pressure on her. Understood. Lord Mu immediately sprayed a lot of steam from his nostrils. After feeling the temperature of the steam, Orochimaru's interest in his eyes did not decrease but increased. He raised his two fingers and prepared to run away, and at the same time reminded, follow your heart. Kushina. Swoosh. Orochimaru disappeared. Kushina looked weird. He looked up at the Five Tails, who had already stood up muttering you're crazy, and saw that Wakaka had already formed a seal with two fingers in front of him, so he also formed an opposing seal. Roar. The Five Tails activated his most innate skill, the Five Tails Roar. Don't underestimate this move. Although it doesn't have any technical content, Orochimaru, White Fang, Minato, and Danzo have all been injured to varying degrees because of this move. But for Kushina, too noisy, big guy. Kushina's red hair blew wildly, but her body did not retreat at all. Chakra surged wildly, and she clapped her hands fiercely. Vajra seal. Two chakra chains immediately shot towards the Five Tails, growing longer in the air, aiming at the two front hooves of the Five Tails. No need to hide, King Mu. Ruohuo said calmly. Let her tie it up, whatever she wants. Swoosh. Two chains tied up the front hooves of the Five Tails, but the Five Tails fell down directly in the next second, pressing down with its whole body, and actually brought Kushina forward. In fact, Kushina was stable at the beginning, but at the moment when her Vajra seal tied up the Five Tails, two chakras suddenly connected to her consciousness space, making her lose consciousness for a moment, and then she staggered forward 2 steps. How did you get here? Kushina's mind stood in the sealed space. Behind her was the caged Nine Tails, in front of her was the Five Tails crawling on the ground, and Ruohuo on top of it. The two chains became the bridge connecting the two sides' consciousness spaces. Ruohuo didn't say anything but just glanced at Kushina coolly, and her eyes came to the Nine Tails behind her. Roar. The Nine Tails roared fiercely. It didn't want any tailed beast to see it in such a miserable state. Kushina frowned and was about to turn around and scold, but she heard Wakabi on the head of the Five Tails opposite her suddenly shouted coldly, be honest. Nine Tails. Chapter 76. Nine Tails. Indra, help me break this seal. Quick. Wakabi's voice exploded in the entire sealed space. Her eyes flashed with scarlet light, and the pupil power with Indra's mark penetrated the cage of the 8-diagram seal and went straight to the Nine Tails. It was different from the first time she saw the Five Tails. The 8-diagram seal space is also a spiritual space. Although this is Kushina's home court, the pupil power of the Sharingan can obviously be better exerted. This time, the Five Tails and the Nine Tails have a clearer perception of Wakabi's pupil power and Indra's mark. Indra Huabai was a little bit unbelievable. Compared to the Five Tails that had just broken free from the seal, the Nine Tails now was obviously not so confused. Wakahiro first made a stop gesture to the Nine Tails, flew from the Five Tails head to Kushina, and waved his hand. Kushina. No response. Little Pepper. Still no response. Little Tomato with red hair. Still no response. Then it's safe. I didn't expect the Sharingan to be so useful in the spiritual space. Save the step of invasion and connect directly in. The effect seems to be amplified a lot, so in the future, when recognizing relatives with other tailed beasts, maybe we can ask Kushina for help. help, connecting to him on the left and other Jinkriki on the right. With Kushina as the transit station, it feels like one control is accurate. Not bad. Wakahiro nodded with satisfaction. After confirming that Kushina had been charged, he turned his head to look at the Nine Tails, looked her up and down, shook his head, and said with some mockery, "You look a little embarrassed." Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, who was full of tsundere attribute, rarely got angry after hearing this. It stared at the three Megatama of Ruka and was silent for a long time. It still couldn't deny Indra's chakra and said in a complicated tone, "You are not the same as the Indra in my memory." Indra. This response was a bit awkward, but it was indeed the intuitive feeling of Nine Tails now. Everything looks like Indra. No, if you close your eyes and only feel this chakra, this is Indra. The old man only has these two sons. It can't be wrong. But looking at it straight, in addition to strength, he also lost a lot in reincarnation. Things, but also got a lot of things. Ju Lama. King Mu explained in a complicated tone. This saved Ruo Huo some effort. This is no longer the world I am familiar with. What I used to be is no longer important. Ruo Huo waved his hand and said generously, "Let me get to know you again. I am Indra, who has awakened from reincarnation, and I am now a ninja of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Ruo Huo. This world has been polluted and chaotic by humans. I decided to re-establish a set of order for this world and restore the glory of the ninja clan era. Ju Lama, are you willing to help me? Ruo Huo said the same words to Ju Wei again. It's just that Ju Wei's situation is obviously more complicated than Wu Wei. Wu Wei ran away from the sealed space by himself, and now Ju Wei is still separated from him by a Bagua seal. Of course, Indra, help me remove this damn seal first. Quickly. Huabai became more and more excited as he spoke. How dare you seal me for so long? I'm going to kill this woman and then kill all those bastards in Konoha. Kill them all. Huabai's killing intent was as strong as stress. In the sealed space, the water surface representing Kushina's chakra was splashed with ripples by the killing intent of the Nine Tails. Ruo Huo suddenly felt something was wrong and retreated decisively, flying back to the top of the Five Tails. Huabai hadn't reacted yet when he saw this hateful red-haired woman finally wake up and said with some displeasure, "Why are you still so noisy, big fox?" Oh no, Huabai. Ruo Huo saw it clearly. With Kushina's awakening, the Huabai's previous influence on the outside of the seal disappeared directly, and the water surface inside the seal rippled, but there was no fluctuation outside the seal. What a strong seal! The Five-Tail also discovered that this was not at the same level as the seal it encountered in Han's body, and this woman's chakra also has a strong restraining effect on me and the Nine-Tailed Llama. Ruo Huo did not respond. In Kushina's consciousness space, you can't have a private conversation with the Five-Tail. Not only him, but even the Five-Tail wanted to express something out loud. "You don't deserve to call me by my name, woman." The Nine-Tail was touched on the back and immediately entered the rage mode, completely crazy. "Indra, help me destroy this seal quickly. I want to kill this woman with my own hands." Roar. The Nine Tails roared again, but Kushina obviously didn't take it seriously. She stretched out her slender jade finger and lightly stroked the Nine Tails. "It's my business how I call you. Don't keep yelling." Boom. A red torii, the same as the Myojinman, fell from the sealed space, hitting the Nine Tails' neck accurately and pressing the Nine Tails' head onto the water. Boom boom boom. One after another, the torii fell, locking the Nine Tails' tail and limbs one after another. "Have a good sleep." "Really? After teaching you for so long, you still have no manners at all." Looking at Kushina, who just moved her fingers and rubbed the Nine Tails on the ground, Ruohu suddenly regretted that he had mentioned his Ninja World Guard department plan to the Nine Tails so early. The Nine Tails' temper was too violent and it was inexplicably stimulated, and it also disturbed Kushina's chakra, causing Kushina to wake up immediately. "If I had known earlier, I would have asked for some chakra first and built this tailed beast group first." The Nine Tails Shina is indeed not such an easy Jinkriki to deal with, even though he has the Sharingan. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and mental energy. With Shitanla Senju and Uzumaki, he is naturally resistant to illusions. Otherwise there would be no Senju in times of war. The Uchiha would go to the bottom lane in groups of two, one controlling the other shooting shuriken, and they would have pushed the enemy flat long ago. But Ruokuo actually didn't think of going against Kushina. He's not a big villain. There's no grudge, so why do you have to kill someone for it's under a fox? Even if you want to go to war with Konoha, it's not the time to do it now. The current 5-year plan is to grow. Confronting Konoha is the third 5-year plan, which is still a long way off, although it's highly likely that you can't beat it now. "Hey, little guy, why do you know the name of this big fox?" After dealing with the Nine-Tailed Fox, Kushina was ready to deal with Wakaba. Chapter 77. The Nine-Tailed Fox was not only sealed but also abused by this woman for a long time. Wakaba narrowed her eyes and stared at Kushina. Kushina must not know that she was under an illusion, otherwise her hair would be flying by now. Kushina could not accept those taboo words. Kushina also narrowed her eyes and stared at Wakaba. She and the Nine-Tailed Fox have been together together for so many years. Every time she came here, the nine-tailed fox would not communicate with her except for yelling and saying some very annoying word. This little guy should be here for the first time. But what does the big fox think? It seems that they have a good relationship with him. In addition to curiosity, Kushina was a little jealous. The tailed beasts all have their own name, but you just don't know them. Wakahiro crossed his arms and said coolly, only the purest will of fire can be recognized by the tailed beast, and your will of fire? I don't want to be recognized by this big fox, Kushina muttered, looking back at the hypnotized nine tails. This big fox only looks cute when it is sleeping. So you are going to help this big fox break the seal? Kushina turned around and her tone became a little dangerous. Wakahiro had a serious expression and thought seriously. He nodded first, then shook his head. The tailed beasts all yearn for freedom. In order to get their power, they are sealed in the body. This is a very bad practice. This is said to the five tails. Indra still cares about the rights and interests of the tailed beast. Please rest assured, babies. But now the nine tails seems to have a bad personality, always thinking about killing people. This is a bit difficult to deal with. Ruoho ignored Kushina's dangerous eyes and patted Mu Wang's horns. Mu Wang was the nine tails so irritable before. Mu Wang thought for a while, I haven't seen it for a long time. But the tailed beasts and humans were not enemies from the beginning. We have lived in peace with humans and helped humans solve many disasters. But since humans betrayed us, Mu Wang exhaled from his nostrils, we hate betrayal, and we also begin to hate humans and hate human. The nine tails has been sealed for too long, and it is normal for it to hate humans and hate human. Kushina pursed her lips and listened to the words of the five tails, thinking, Mito grandma also told her similar word. Probably the power of the nine tails is too dangerous, but we need to use this power to protect our homeland. Kushina felt it was very unfair at the time. It's not only unfair to the nine tails, but also to her. She doesn't want to be a nine tails Jinkraki. After the nine tails lived in her body, it screamed all day long. At first, she thought this big fox was pitiful, but over time, this feeling faded in the nine tails' screams. I understand. Ruoho nodded, frowned, and looked at Kushina, and then looked at the nine tails behind Kushina. The nine tails was not only sealed but also suffered long-term abuse from this woman, so he became so irritable and wanted to kill all human. Ruoho labeled Kushina an animal abuser. This may be something that no woman can accept. I didn't abuse the fox, Kushina muttered dissatisfiedly, but every time it sees me, it yells and doesn't listen to anything. If it listens, it scolds me, and the scolding is very ugly. What can I do? Kushina's aggrieved look really made Wakahiro unable to deal with it. He was still thinking about whether to provoke Kushina and put some pressure on her to see if she could mobilize the nine tails chakra. Anyway, he can fly, so he is not afraid of being beaten. As for the five tails, Kushina can only restrict the five tails anyway. She can't seal the five tails into her body, right? But looking at the current situation, well, actually, Kurama's own personality has some problems. Ruoho said, it is different from King Mu. I think it seems to be very easily stressed. The ant who has a dog next door said that this situation is due to being locked up for too long. Too much energy is accumulated, too strong, and needs to vent. Kushina was stunned for a moment. She wanted to say that she was actually locked up in Konoha for a long time, but Ruoho's metaphor was a dog, so how to vent? Can you use Kurama's chakra, launch the tailed beast ball or something? Ruoho was stunned as soon as he finished speaking. Launch the tailed beast ball. Tailed beast ball? Oh, you can, but the Sanda may never let me use it. And are you sure you want to do this? Kushina frowned and said, the big fox doesn't like me to use its power. It screams for a long time every time. Ruoho blinked and pointed behind him. I have a way to let Kurama vent freely in all kinds of ways, and the Sandame grandfather can't control it. Do you want to try it? Am I wrong? The scene returned to the foot of Mount Kikyo. As soon as Kushina stood up from the ground, Ruoho shouted, you vicious woman, how is it different from those evil ninjas in Uegaku to abuse the tailed beast like this? Hey, Orochimaru, who was not far away, was slightly startled. How did the conversation between the two suddenly change the topic? So they started to discuss the issue of the tailed beast. Of course, Orochimaru would not think that Kushina tied up King Mu with 2 chakra chains, which was abuse of the tailed beast in Ruoho's eyes. This child should have discovered the 9 tails in Kushina's body. So the 9 tails, did the tail also ask for help from Wakaka-kun in the same way? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, feeling bad. And at this time, I've said it before, I didn't abuse the big fox. Kushina couldn't suppress her anger at all. Her chakra surged, her red hair flew wildly, and she had already entered the devil chili pepper mode. Little brat, I must teach you a lesson today. What? Wakaka was shocked. How can you have such a strong will of fire? You, who are you? Hehe, are you scared? Kushina rubbed her hands and proudly introduced herself. Listen carefully. Sister, I am Uzumaki Kushina, the first female Hokage of Konoha in the future. Hokage humph. Don't make fun of me. The Hokage will not see the Konoha ninjas being bullied on the battlefield but hide at home to abuse the tailed beast. Orochimaru was was shocked. You dare me to defeat the evil Uegakure ninja on the battlefield? Uzumaki Kushina, Wakaka challenged. Orochimaru was shocked again. You are quite brave, kid. Then lead the way. I also agree with your will of fire. Kushina raised her hand and immediately fired a chain at the horns of the five tails. The five tails lifted its head and swung Kushina over its head. As soon as Kushina landed, she saw Orochimaru rushing up with a few flashes while the five tails hadn't gotten up yet. Wakaka Kushina. Orochimaru smiled elegantly. If it's convenient, can you take me with you? Chapter 78. Uchiha also needs his own route. Boom, boom. The five tails ran freely on the ground. The speed was far more than 70 miles per hour, but Wakaka was not so comfortable. Orochimaru was too fast. Last time he went to catch Minato, he didn't have time to catch up. I didn't expect him to be so decisive this time. I always feel a little uncomfortable with Orochimaru following me. Wakaka secretly complained. She glanced at Kushina and found that she was more nervous. I don't know if it was because it was the first time she did this, but she was sweating. But Orochimaru didn't say anything from beginning to end, just stood there, smiling without saying a word. It felt like a ruthless smiling machine. Then never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Ryuohuo raised his eyebrows. The Uegakure attacked, and the Kumagakure also launched a sneak attack. The situation is already very serious for Konoha. Although Konoha will definitely hold on in the end, it is foreseeable that Konoha's losses will not be low. This situation is the best time to brush up military merit. They are all killing enemies, all one-tailed beast ball, and can cause damage. But the meanings in different scenarios are different. When he ran away from Uegakure before, it was at most icing on the cake. No matter how much he bullied Uegakure, the top leaders would only pay attention to King Mu he brought back. But now the situation is very different. The front line was broken through, and there were signs of collapse. He and the five tails fell from the sky, repelling Uegakure, defeating the four tails Jinchuriki, and saving the Konoha ninjas on the front line. This kind of military exploit will only be effective if you earn it, and Ryuohuo doesn't plan to earn it by herself. It would be best if she could bring all the Uchiha with her. The five tails and the Uchiha's number one genius followed the nine tails Jinchuriki to the front line privately. The Sandaime has no extra ninjas to mobilize now, Ryuohuo thought secretly. There is no one left in Konoha now. The Sandaime must either go himself or unseal the Uchiha. If Fugaku can't even seize this opportunity, then he can go to accompany Danzo. Danzo is definitely not dead. Only the title and position of Elder Danzo died. Others don't know. How can he not know? The Sandaime and Danzo used this move of retreating to advance, and the route will be completely integrated into the darkness in the future. They also poo a Fugaku in the process. Although they may not win, at least they will not suffer any loss. If Fugaku really does not have this ability, he can just fake his death and escape into the darkness with Danzo. Uchiha also needs his own route. I just don't know if the system can recognize it. Ryuohuo smacked his lips and thought. The system's A-level family task is to join the route/Anbu, saying that it is to infiltrate Konoha. The route is impossible at the moment, but the Anbu, it seems that they are about to reject him. After all, he behaves so sunny, and it seems that he does not meet the conditions for joining the Anbu. It would be great if this task could be changed to joining the guard department, Ryuohuo thought secretly, but he knew it was impossible. The A-level reward has a Mangekyo as a guarantee. He was originally a ninja of Uchiha. After completing the first two tasks, he basically locked the title of Uchiha's first genius. If you want to join the Konoha Guard, it's probably just a matter of a glance. It's strange that the system can give you this task. Kushina took Wakaka to the front line. Nonsense. The Sandaime, who was exhausted after a day, lost control of his emotions again and almost threw away the 30th birthday gift his wife gave him. The big pipe was smashed to pieces. At present, Konoha's defense is already empty, and these two strategic weapons have left the village without permission. What if something unexpected happens? What if the village is taken advantage of? Orochimaru, haven't you been following Wakana? How could you let him do such a thing? The Sandaime looked at the shadow clone of Orochimaru who came back. Orochimaru is still very steady in doing things. This time, if he could keep up with Wakana's pace and not be left behind, he would use the shadow clone to report the situation and also prevent the teacher from making a mistake again. The situation at that time may be a bit complicated. Teacher. Orochimaru's shadow clone, with the same elegance and calmness as the original body, calmly explained. At the beginning, the child and Kushina had a fierce battle because of Minato. As for the scale of the battle, Orochimaru paused. He did not lie, but left room for the teacher's imagination. The Sandaime thought about what Orochimaru said and was stunned for a moment and asked, then what? Then they recognized each other's will of fire, but there was a conflict over the matter of becoming Hokage. Finally, Ryuohuo proposed that becoming a Hokage means protecting everyone, including the ninjas on the front line. Kushina agreed with this, so I don't know what words of Orochimaru touched him. The Sandaime was silent. After a long time he looked up at Orochimaru. So this is why you didn't stop them? Orochimaru smiled slightly. This is why I followed them, teacher. Didn't you do the same thing when we were 3 kids? The Sandaime was stunned. A decisive kill. Although I don't know what Orochimaru was talking about, the Sandaime has devoted all his efforts to the training of his 3 disciples. When Orochimaru said this, the Sandaime immediately thought of his younger self, but he soon realized that something was wrong. When I was young, I had enough strength to protect my disciples, but now, Orochimaru has to protect 2 people. Someone. The Sandaime subconsciously sent people to reinforce, but when he saw the Anbu in front of him, he suddenly thought that the ninjas who were still staying in Konoha seemed. At this time, dong dong. Sir Sandaime. A steady voice sounded from outside the door. It was Fugaku, who had just left the Hokage building and returned. Fugaku. The Sandaime recognized Fugaku's voice because of the attacks of Uegakure and Kumagakure. The issue of the ownership of the 5 tails came to an end for the time being, and the subsequent emergency battle meeting was not in the same order as the authority of the Konoha Guard Department, so Fugaku left first. Now he suddenly came back. I asked someone to notify the Fugaku clan leader. Teacher. Orochimaru's clone answered questions for the Sandaime. The Sandaime frowned slightly and looked at Orochimaru. He used his eyes to ask Orochimaru why he acted on his own initiative this time. Orochimaru still smiled calmly. Konoha needs someone to take charge. You can't go to the battlefield in person, teacher. Chapter 79. King Mu. Come on. As the 5 tails sprinted tirelessly, the fire that could only be seen in Konoha gradually revealed its full picture. When he reached a mountain peak with a better view, Ruoho realized that the battlefield in the distance seemed different from what he imagined. The fire was not in one place nor in 2 places. After the breakthrough, the Uegakure ninjas immediately dispersed and interspersed horizontally, directly igniting every forest they passed. Dozens of fires were burning with raging flame. Once connected, the fire would span dozens of kilometers, comparable to 10 Uchiha Madara releasing the great fire extinguishing at the same time. It's not like Ruoho hasn't set fire to the mountain before, but that was the Chunin test, and venting anger at the Sandaime was also a single ninjutsu. Compared with the sea of fire in front of us, it is just a child play. This is the disadvantage of too high vegetation rate. The Uegakure ninja should have used earth escape to change the terrain, filling the river or burying it underground. Orochimaru made an inference. They want to block the return of Konoha ninja through this fire so as to advance all the way to the heart of the land of fire. As he said, Orochimaru took out a map from his ninja bag, threw it and spread it on the head of the 5 tails. We are here now, about 70 kilometers away from the nearest fire. Orochimaru pointed to the smaller fire. The flames were not big, but there were many trees which were obviously just ignited. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a group of Uegakure ninjas on the march there. Ruoho looked at the fire in front of him and looked again. The thick smoke blocked his sight and he could not see the situation in the distance. His biggest goal this time, the forge in Kriki Old Zi, should be behind this black smoke. So, should we put out the fire first? Kushina frowned. If we let this fire continue to burn, it may not be good. Orochimaru did not respond but looked at Wakaka. Wakaka shook his head. Rather than putting out the fire, I think it would be better to put out the Uegakure ninja who set the fire. Hearing this answer, Orochimaru's smile became more intense. Good idea, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru pointed to the distance again, where a ball of fire that was obviously man-made had just appeared, but the enemy's tactics may cause their positions to be somewhat scattered. Are you going to find them one by one? This is obviously an immersive war class. Orochimaru is guiding Wakaka's thinking, wanting Wakaka to find the most correct way by himself. But teacher, shouldn't they come to me? Wakaka spread his hands and said, as a matter of course. Didn't they set this fire just to buy time so that they can get close to Konoha and then capture King Mu? As he said that, without paying attention to Orochimaru's approving eyes, Wakaka patted King Mu's horn. King Mu, give it a big one. Huh. King Mu understood. Steam spurted out of his nostrils, opened his mouth, and the black and purple yin chakra and the blue yang chakra gathered in 28 and then kept compressing, and a black-tailed beast ball quickly condensed. Ruoho's order was big, so the 5-tailed King Mu prepared for 30 seconds directly. This was an oversized tailed beast ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the left again, a little bit down, right. Ruoho and King Mu connected their thought, and the 3 Megatama determined the final direction. Ruoho stomped his feet fiercely. Release. Ooh. The tailed beast ball was launched fiercely, and it actually rushed out of a vacuum zone in the air all the way, and fell steadily into a sea of fire, followed by a deafening bombing sound. Boom. The night seemed to be shattered by the bombing sound. The flames of the explosion even overshadowed the sea of fire, and the air waves extinguished a large area of the fire. The power of the explosion alone was comparable to the gale caused by dozens of A-level wind escapes at the same time. This fire extinguishing efficiency is so good. Ruoho raised his eyebrows and aimed in another direction. King Mew, can the tailed beast ball hit it at this distance? Ruohuo gave a thumbs up and blinked his eyes to measure the distance. It felt that it was more than 100 kilometers. Of course, but it will take some time. The five tails gave a positive answer and began to condense the tailed beast ball. Ruohuo was not worried that the tailed beast ball could not hit that far. After the death of the third Raikage, the fourth AI asked Killer Bee to stay in Yunli Gorge in the future. If anyone dared to attack, he would directly launch a long-range tailed beast ball. This advanced tactical concept was extended all the way and finally allowed Union to develop a super chakra cannon that could even shatter the moon. It's really a bit outrageous, but the idea is right. Wakahiro glanced at Orochimaru, wondering if he was interested in developing this aspect. Although the tailed beasts claimed that their strength was not determined by the number of tails, Wakahiro didn't know how long it would take for the eight-tailed beast to launch a long-range tailed beast. Anyway, the five-tailed king only held back for 30 seconds this time and then fired a tailed beast ball at the distance. It was a forest completely covered by a sea of fire, and Wakahiro was not worried about the presence of his own ninjas, although he didn't care much. According to Wakahiro's plan, after tonight these ninjas would be responsible for being grateful to him. Boom! Another loud noise that tore through the night sky, but Wakahiro didn't appreciate the power of the tailed beast ball this time. Standing high and seeing far, although he didn't have the sight distance of the Byakugan, Wakahiro could already see the Uegakuer ninjas gathering from all directions from afar. They finally found us, Wakaha-kun. Orochimaru smiled slowly. Not only them, your clansmen should be able to find us too. Wakaha was stunned. You heard right. Orochimaru patted Wakaha's shoulder. I persuaded the teacher to let the chief of the Fugaku clan lead the guards to urgently support our actions. If the Uegakuer can be repelled tonight, then the Uchiha clan will have saved the entire Konoha. Wakaha-kun. Wakaha blinked, feeling a little surprised. What Orochimaru said was not an exaggeration at all. Although it is not difficult to save this battle with the overall strength of Konoha, it will definitely not be easy, and it will cost a great price. The desperate operation of the Uegakuer ninja is not something that can be saved. But what Wakaha never expected was Orochimaru would actually take the initiative to persuade the third generation to let the Uchiha join the battle. This operation is a bit like helping someone in need. Wakahiro was still a little worried that Fugaku didn't dare to go to the Hokage building to volunteer. After all, he was trying to avoid suspicion during the Nine Tails night. What do you mean the Uchiha clan saved Konoha? Kushina next to him was unhappy and muttered in dissatisfaction. I'm here too. Wakahiro raised his eyebrows. It seems that Chili is very willing to fight. Don't worry, your chakra. I have another great use for it. Chapter 80. Only the tailed beast can call me Indra. Roar. Accompanied by a clear and loud roar, in all the Uegakuer ninjas who had infiltrated the land of fire looked on. The five tails jumped down from the mountain, its huge body and agile body charging towards the sea of fire in the distance. Although standing on the top of the mountain, waiting for Uegakuer to attack by themselves is also a good choice. A few short and rapid shots of the tailed beast balls. The 5-kill prompt sound will be numb. But Uegakuer is definitely not a fool, and they have to give Fugaku and the others a chance to show off. Right. Wakaka didn't intend to take the credit for himself. What he wants is much bigger than this. Not long after Shisui went to the battlefield, he evolved into instant body Shisui. He is Shisui's elder brother after all. This kind of treatment that allows the enemy to choose to retreat when they meet and can actively give up the mission. You have to fight for it anyway. Right. Tonight is a great opportunity. Wakaka didn't let Kushina idle. Huff. Shadow clone number 1 appeared and walked in front of Kushina. Sister Kushina, can you call the Nine Tails? I want to borrow some chakra from it. Kushina was stunned. It was the first time she heard such a request. Orochimaru was the same. This tailed beast chakra, can it be borrowed? Why does it seem that Wakaba and the Nine Tails have a good relationship? Orochimaru couldn't help but think of the brief fight between the two. Although he didn't know what happened specifically, it was obviously richer than what he saw. I'll ask it. Wait a minute, maybe it was quite fresh. Kushina didn't refuse. Her mind came to the sealed space, looking at the Nine Tails fixed on the ground, and she remembered Wakaba's words abusing the tailed beast, and her eyes flashed with reluctance. Raising her hand, Kushina slightly lifted the seal on the Nine Tails' neck. The Nine Tails immediately opened its copper bell-like eyes and stared at Kushina. Let me make it clear first, Big Fox. It's that little guy Wakaka who wants to borrow some chakra from you. Don't yell. If you understand, just blink. Although Kushina can also directly mobilize part of the Nine Tails chakra, Wakaka's words have reminded her. The tailed beasts are not evil, and their hostility toward humans also comes from betrayal. If you want to get the recognition of the tailed beast, you must at least have enough respect. At least Kushina is quite envious of the way Wakaka and the Five Tails King get along. The Nine Tails still stared at Kushina, insisting not to blink. I won't listen to anything you say. Wakaka, why does this name sound like Indra? Damn, why hasn't Indra broken the seal yet. Is it because he hasn't recovered his strength yet, so he needs to use my power to break the seal? Yes, it must be like this. This stupid woman was really deceived by Indra. No, it seems that deceiving people is not Indra's character. What's going on? As she thought about it, the nine-tailed fox blinked unconsciously. Kushina smiled excitedly. This was the first time she had communicated effectively with this big fox. Raising her hand, the torii gates disappeared and the nine-tailed fox immediately regained its freedom. She instinctively wanted to roar to vent her anger, but when she thought that Indra was still waiting, she held back. Let me make it clear first, woman, my power is lent to Indra, not to you. The nine-tailed fox stretched out its claws and tapped the prison that sealed it. I know. Kushina, who was still in an excited state, immediately passed the exit approval of this chakra. Let's go first, big fox. On the head of the five-tailed fox, Kushina's whole body was covered with a blood-red chakra coat, and she actually entered the three-tailed fox mode directly. It agreed, but it only gave this much. Kushina opened her eyes, and her pupils had become the same vertical pupils as the nine-tailed fox. Ruoha blinked blankly. 3 tails. Is this called only giving so much? Is this chakra? Obviously, each tail is a sincere ambition of the 9 tails. Well, for Kushina, these chakras don't seem to be much. Thank you, sister, and please thank Kurama for me. Ruoha's shadow clone number 1 stretched out his hand obediently. Kushina gently grasped it, and the next second, the majestic chakra was directly poured into the shadow clone. The shadow clone frowned immediately. Even with 300% damage immunity, it can only withstand the amount of 1 tail at most. It was the first docking, and the chakra obviously could not reach the forced compatibility like Naruto at the end of the ninja war. Can your shadow clone hold it? Kushina frowned. No, but this is enough. Shadow clone number 1 let go of his hand and turned his head to look at the original body. Now, the chakra amount of shadow clone number 1 is even higher than that of the original body, and it enjoys 300% damage immunity. Then I'll set off first. The distance of hundreds of kilometers has been crossed by the 5 tails. At this time, the 5 tails has rushed into the sea of fire, but this temperature is not difficult for the 5 tails to bear, and the 5 tails' frequency of attack is extremely fast, and it will even extinguish a large amount of fire wherever it goes. Shadow clone number 1 jumped directly from the 5 tails. She jumped down, summoned a fire dragon in midair, and finally landed steadily. Are you going to borrow these flames? Orochimaru saw what Wakaka was going to do. Wakaka could borrow the power of fire just like a water-style ninja borrowed the power of water, regardless of whether it was caused by fire or not. Well, we can always eliminate the people who created the fire and eliminate the fire at the same time. Flames are also a resource. It would be a waste to just burn the forest. As Wakaka said, the 1-minute cooling time ended, and he called out Shadow clone number 2 again. Shadow clone number 2 continued to receive the 9 tails ambition from Kushina, and then jumped into another fire scene. By the way, little Wakaka, Kushina suddenly remembered something. Why did that big fox call you Indra? Kushina had wanted to ask for a long time. Do the tailed beasts also like to give humans strange names? It's not a strange name, Waka responded calmly. Only those who have the pure will of fire can have this name. If you don't believe it, we will go to find the 4 tails Jinkriki later, and the 4 tails will call me that. As he said, Waka looked at Orochimaru again. Teacher, as one of the future successors of the root organization, can I have my own code name? Of course. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. Indra is a good name. Do you want to use this name? That's not the case. Only the tailed beasts can call me that. Waka waved his hand. Then what code name do you want to give yourself? Orochimaru asked. Ruoha frowned. He originally wanted to use Konoha-Xi, but recently he thought Konoha-Zunlong was also good. It seemed a bit wasteful to use a code name to describe his appearance. Ruoha still wanted a more impressive code name, so Ruoha said coolly, Teacher, shouldn't the enemy give me a code name like this? Chapter 81 The Fear of Being Dominated by Uchiha. The 5-tailed king rushed into the fire scene at an absolute speed, and the Iwagakure ninja didn't even have time to complete the encirclement. Swish, bang, a blazing white flare was launched into the air. Iwagakure's mountain fire tactics can isolate Konoha's reinforcements and interfere with Konoha's intelligence transmission and command transmission, but this Iwagakure ninja who went deep into the land of fire obviously had the same problem, and their solution was also simple and crude. This flare was the color of the 5-tailed. Return for help. We can't let the 5 tails join the Konoha ninjas on the front line. This is our great opportunity. Recapture it and then defeat Konoha's defenses in one fell swoop. Konoha is at the end of the road. Stop going deeper and return for help at full speed. Stop advancing. Set up detonating tags and traps as soon as possible. We need to intercept Konoha's reinforcements now. The Iwagakure troops are not creating destruction all at once. The 2,000-man Iwagakure troops were divided into several battalions when they launched a breakout. After going deep into the territory of the land element of fire, they will temporarily lose contact, so each battalion has its own highest priority task, including recapturing the 5 tails, creating chaos, and blocking Konoha ninjas. This flare is the signal to activate the highest priority task, but just when the Uegakure ninjas turned around and prepared to fight back to the front line along the gap in the sea of fire song, the blazing flames on the fire scene began to stir restlessly, as if they had their own consciousness. Under the gaze of all the Uegakure, they began to gather by themselves and forcibly condensed into a pillar of fire that reached the sky. This pillar of fire directly extracted most of the flames from the fire scene. The blazing fire that was originally burning in the forest was instantly reduced to a tiny spark. Although the temperature was still there and the flames immediately reignited, the entire fire scene was still dimmed by a large area. This is actually a new way to extinguish fire. Shadow Clone number 1 raised his eyebrows, then pulled his hands apart suddenly, and chakra was output crazily again. Fire style, the will of the fire god. Under the gaze of all the Uegakure, this pillar of fire was actually spread out directly, like a scroll, with the pillar of flames as the axis and the flames as the scroll, gathering in front of them into a wall of flames. This is not over yet. A giant flaming dragon with orange flames rose into the sky, hovering in the air, and condensed into a symbol of a flaming fan. Is that Uchiha? The Uegakure ninjas who were blocked by the flaming wall looked at it in amazement. It was the flaming clan emblem of the Uchiha clan. Is this fire escape a technique of the Uchiha clan? Did the Uchiha clan join the war? Uchiha, that is the oldest clan in the ninja world. My child, the teacher has heard of their glory from the mouths of the ancestors. They are a very powerful fire clan. In the Chunin exam, Ruohuo used a flaming dragon that could fly into the air to briefly awaken the terrible memory of being ruled by the Uchiha clan, which was dormant in the deep memory of the Konoha ninja. Memory is not inherited, but fear is. Just like a newly weaned mouse, even if it has never met a cat in this life, it will instinctively feel fear. In the war-torn era, how could the ninjas who were once ruled by the Uchiha clan be compared to the ninjas of Konoha? Retreat. Stay away from this technique quick. The world-weary novel Transfer Station 1799-43164. The blocked Uegakure ninjas did not dare to stay, and turned around amid the shout. This was not a technique they could force their way through. I've been waiting for you here for so long. Don't just talk about Uchiha. In the air, Shadow Clone number 1, who was stepping on a fire dragon, muttered softly, Uchiha is still a few hours away from here. Let's play for a while. The Shadow Clone formed a seal again. Fire style, saturated fire dragon bomb. Giant dragons of flames emerged from this scroll of fire and launched an indiscriminate bombing of the Uegakure ninjas below. The flames in this sea of fire were not created by chakra. Although Ruohu could extract flames like water style, it also required a lot of chakra. The 9 tails chakra made up for this, and the Shadow Clone also had 3 megatama, but this was a super large scale technique after all. If you want to activate it a second time, chakra control will be a problem, so these fire dragons that came out of the fire scroll will be particularly manic. Boom! The bombing sounded one after another. One after another, the fire dragons came out of the dragon's nest, randomly selected a poor guy to charge, and then exploded in the crowd. The screams came one after another. The Uegakure ninjas did not dare to stop, and they fled in a hurry as if they were avoiding a natural disaster or a tsunami. Even if the Uegakure ninjas who were prepared to sacrifice stayed and tried to resist for a while, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they could not buy much time at all. That is, the Uchiha who were on their way finally saw the wall of flames from a distance, as well as the flaming fan group belonging to the Uchiha in the air. Master, that's Wakaka's technique. It seems that little Wakaka has encountered the Uegakure ninjas. After a brief shock, Hyugaku decisively issued an order. Everyone, speed up. The 1st Brigade will follow me first and support Uchiha Wakaka as quickly as possible. Make sure to bring him back safely. We Uchiha don't have the bad habit of letting children take the lead. The Uchiha boys accelerated their sprint. Hyugaku selected elite backbones to follow him, distanced himself from other Uchiha, and rushed to the battlefield at full speed. Seeing Wakaka making such a big fuss, Hyugaku's eyes were filled with astonishment and excitement, but also with some worries. Although he had the assistance of the 5 tails and Orochimaru, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki were by his side, Hyugaku still couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, it was an Uegakure troop with more than 2,000 people. They came for the 5 tails, and they must have ways to restrict the tailed beast. Don't let anything happen to you, little guy. You are the future of Uchiha. Hyugaku rushed forward quickly, his eyes firm, but obviously his worries were unnecessary. Has this idea been used by number 1? Meeting the enemy first is indeed advantageous. Shadow Clone number 2 looked at the Uegakure ninja approaching from the other side and silently formed a seal. A fire dragon took off first and also circled the Uchiha's flaming clan emblem in the air. This is very important. The Hokage in the fire scene gene was extracted by Shadow Clone number 2, gathered under the fire dragon and condensed into an oversized ball of fire. Feel the baptism of the flames. Evil Iwagakur. Shadow Clone no 2's vertical pupils turned cold. Fire style. Fire God cry. Chapter 82 Tailed Beast Peaceful Breakup Plan. In order to intercept Iwagakur, it can be regarded as buying time for Uchiha. Ruoho left a total of 6 Shadow Clone. The enhanced version of the Shadow Clone has a limit on the amount of chakra, and the Nine Tails ambition solves this problem very well. The amount of chakra in the 3-tail mode is not as simple as the sum of the 3 tails. The skin of the 4-tailed Naruto was peeled off, which was equivalent to a little 9-tail. The chakra of 3 tails is considered the limit of a certain conventional mode, but the amount of chakra is not small. Even if it is evenly distributed among the 6 Shadow Clones, it only reduces 1 tail. Wakaka also took some for herself to establish a tailed beast chat group, and the rest was returned to the 9 tails so that one was not wasted. The 9 tails chakra does not increase the ninjutsu, and Wakaka still has the boiling chakra of the 5 tails in her body, which is also convenient to use. However, after getting the 9 tails chakra, there is also the buff of Little Fire God plus 300% damage resistant. Wakaka's Shadow Clone team is really not worse than the original body, and every time before using a big move he would not forget to put the Uchiha clan logo. This effectively intercepted the Iwagakur ninjas and also ensured that the war credit would be retained to the maximum extent before the Uchiha arrived. And Ruohu, after the 5 tails boiling escape mode attack, finally broke through the blockade of the Sea of Fire and came to the front line, a rocky valley that looked familiar. I think I passed by here on the way back to Konoha with King Mew for the first time. Ruohu looked at the rocks on both sides and remembered the Iwagakur team that tried to seal the 5 tails with Earth Escape and the Seal Squad. This is already the territory of the Land of Earth. Lord Wakaba. Orochimaru did not take out the map this time. He was much more familiar with the battlefield environment than Wakaba. King Mew likes this place very much. There are no trees to block the view when running, so the touch will be much better. Wakaba looked at Orochimaru and said seriously, "Teacher, if I want to own this place, what procedures do I need to go through?" Orochimaru was stunned, and keywords such as negotiation, fighting, ceding land and compensation, land expansion and so on immediately emerged in his mind, and above these keywords there was Wakaba's will. "This may be a complicated question, Lord Wakaba." Orochimaru smiled and said, "I think you can ask the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakur in person. Of course, it would be best if you can go with Lord Hokage." "Is that so?" Wakaba nodded thoughtfully and fell to gaze again. He turned his head and found that Kushina was looking at him with a complicated expression. "What's wrong?" Wakaba asked. "Nothing." Kushina retracted her gaze and shook her head. "I just think that your relationship with King Mew seems to be very good." Ruoho is thinking about how to find a comfortable home for the 5 tails, but the big fox currently only has a lock cage, which makes Kushina feel a little guilty for some reason. Of course, Ruoho noticed Kushina's mood, raised his eyebrows, looked into the distance and said, "King Mew is my best partner. King Mew and Kurama have a good brother, the 4 tails, who is still controlled by the evil Iwagakur. I decided to help King Mew rescue his good brother first." "Sister Kushina, do you want to help?" Ruoho threw out an olive branch. "If there are 2 good brothers to guide him, Kurama may be able to recover sooner." Recover? Orochimaru next to him caught a strange word and asked curiously, "Yuabai, Kurama, is he sick?" "That's what I mean, Lord Orochimaru." Kushina was not in a good mood. The big fox has been locked up for too long. It's easy to be stressed. The tailed beast, will they also be stressed? Orochimaru looked at his students silently. The keywords in his mind, headed by Ruoho's will, seemed to have another dangerous thing behind it. Treat the 9 tails. Liberate the 9 tails. Here comes the problem. So, as the teacher of this child, should I help my student fulfill his wish, or stop this dangerous idea? It's so hard to choose. Orochimaru showed a smile beyond elegance, which was very small but very pure. "I've decided, little Wakaka." Kushina waved her fist and said with a firm look, "It's my responsibility that the big fox will become like this. I will help you rescue the big fox's good brother." "Yes," Wakaka encouraged. "We will definitely make Kurama recover soon." Yuabai, as the most powerful partner of the Uchiha clan, Wakaka certainly doesn't want it to be stranded outside and locked up in Kushina. In order to make Kushina understand his feelings, it is best to give some support. So, Wakaka also tailored a plan for Kushina. First understand the feelings of the tailed beast, then reconcile with the 9 tail. Take the initiative to let the 9 tail regain freedom. Give up the identity of the human pillar. The 9 tail is free. Abbreviation: Tailed Beast Peaceful Breakup Plan. This plan is very safe. It can be implemented step by step in the 5-year development plan. There is no need to worry that Konoha will get angry, which will affect development and cause the Uchiha clan to lose points in the strength rating. You know, if you don't have the confidence to win and force a fight with Konoha, then even even if you win, the Uchiha clan's strength will probably be completely lost. This plan is safe throughout the process and the cost is extremely low. You only need to solve a small problem, the life guarantee after the separation of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. This is not difficult. If you just want to save your life, you can consider arranging a small drama of reincarnation to reassure Kushina, or you can use the Shikigami Fujin to leave a life-saving amount. This process is best to let the resurrected Danzo execute it, and Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en can also do it. Of course, if the Sandame is willing to support it, he will definitely welcome it. Anyway, under the illusion, the elders of Konoha can become the spokespersons of the will of fire. The Uchiha route which is about to be established is specifically for this purpose. As for the possible rebellion from Konoha after the success of the plan, well, let's do it. Resist as much as possible, otherwise this copy is meaningless. So, kid, our current goal is to find the four tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure and rescue them, right? Orochimaru asked with his new smile. 95% elegant and 5% evil. Looking into the distance, there are densely packed Iwagakure ninjas there. The five tails is too big to hide its whereabouts. It rushed all the way and even rushed into the territory of the land of earth. Iwagakure has long been prepared to recover the five tails. So many people, Kushina muttered, closed her eyes with her hands in a seal, and pointed in a direction. When she opened her eyes again, little Wakaka, there, see that, it's there anyway. There are too many people. Kushina, I can't point it accurately. Lord Mew. Ruoho patted the horns of the five tails. Aim at that area. 3 rapid shot. Ready. Fire. Lord Mew. Chapter 83. Ruoho. Lord Mew. Sprint towards the direction of Iwagakure. Get lava release. Why are the tailed beasts regarded as strategic weapons by major villages? The huge body and chakra amount, the destructive power of overwhelming. The power of each shot is comparable to that of S-level ninjutsu, but it is like a sneeze in the mouth of the five tails. This is the best embodiment. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, the small-tailed beast balls hit the Iwagakure troops, and each shot contained unparalleled power. But why are the tailed beasts only regarded as strategic weapons by major villages? You know, if it were other small world with the setting of tailed beast, it would be enough to get a kami. There are only 2 reasons. One is that there are quite a few tailed beasts, 9 in total, and even one more tail can be left after the 5 major ninja villages distribute them. In addition, the tailed beasts are not invincible and their attack methods are single. If you find the right way, you can control and seal the tailed beast. You can even directly extract the power of the tailed beast, and the Jinchuriki comes from this. In most cases, the Jinchuriki who has become a half-tailed beast can use the power of the tailed beast more perfectly. For example, the purple who has directly entered the two-tail mode. This guy is directly translated as Old Purple, but it is too difficult to call it, so I will just call it Purple in the future. Get out of the way. The four-tailed Jinchuriki Purple's control over the power of the tailed beast is obviously stronger than Han. He directly borrows chakra to enter the two-tailed chakra mode, and at the same time quickly seals with both hands. Lava escape. Burning river rock technique. A ball of magma spewed out of the mouth of Purple, facing the small-tailed beast ball in the air, and the power was not inferior at all. This is certainly because the five tails didn't concentrate much chakra. It is also a proof of Yukari's own strength. Yukari is not a perfect Jinchuriki, but she has the blood limit of lava release. With the blessing of the four tails who also has lava release chakra, she can be regarded as a perfect Jinchuriki. Boom! The small-tailed beast ball and magma ball exploded in the air, and the hot magma splashed everywhere. With Yukari's previous reminder, the Iwagakure below carefully avoided and quickly approached the five tails. It's time to go. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru immediately judged the situation. The number of Iwagakure ninjas was beyond imagination, and they were well prepared. There were many ninjas carrying large scrolls. Obviously, the Iwagakure sealing squad was also the main force of this encirclement. Of course, even without the sealing squad, Orochimaru didn't think that only the five tails and Kushina could stop so many Iwagakure ninjas. If that were the case, Iwagakure, which had the four tails and five tails Jinchuriki, would have reached Konoha long ago. Are you going to run away? Wakahiro frowned, but Uchiha never chooses to retreat, and King Mew's companions are right there, being drained of their power by that evil ninja. Orochimaru's worry was correct or normal, but Wakahiro didn't think they had no chance at all. The five tails has such strong mobility, and it feels like it won't take long to run around the ninja world on 4 legs. With Kushina here, shouldn't the Iwagakure ninja run away? Besides, he wanted to try out the ninjutsu he had just acquired. Ninjutsu type A-level lava release. Burning river rock jutsu. Trigger the effect of little fire god. You can learn all escape technique, but the escape techniques you use will be replaced by flame. Successfully learned ninjutsu. Lava release. Burning river rock jutsu. In theory, any bloodline limit learning must at least bring the conditions of 2 chakra properties extraction and chakra fusion, and the learning difficulty must be at least S level or above, but the system obviously has has its own algorithm. Compared with the previous boiling escape, the escape technique learned this time is completely Lao Zi's own blood ninjutsu, not the gift of chakra, so the prompt of attribute fusion was not triggered. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. To trigger attribute fusion, the tailed beast chakra is required to activate. The power of the blood escape technique learned normally may not be bad. Of course, Wakaka-kun Uchiha never runs away, but in the face of powerful enemies they can choose tactical evasion. Orochimaru did not fully use the Wakaka flow thinking mode this time, which is unnecessary in this case. Just like in a battle, when you release fire escape at a distance to prevent yourself from being hurt by mistake, it's always right to keep a certain distance, and Konoha's defense line is not too far from here. If we evade our defense line with the help of Konoha ninjas, it will at least make Lord Mu feel a little relieved, right? Orochimaru smiled and said, Lord Ruohuo doesn't want to see Lord Mu get hurt in the siege, right? Ruohuo hesitated for a moment. Tactical evasion, yes. Orochimaru nodded and said, this is a tactic that requires enough courage and wisdom. Can I understand, teacher? Waka's eyes lit up. Not good. Orochimaru was shocked. He was too familiar with Waka's expression. Sure enough, Lord Mu, get ready. Sprint in that direction. Puff. The five tails blew steam from its nostrils. The boiling chakra entered the boiling point state and entered the full speed running mode again. Orochimaru looked at the direction Waka pointed and his heartbeat accelerated again. Good news. Waka seemed to have heard it. That was indeed the direction with fewer Iwagakure ninjas. Bad news. That was still the direction of Iwagakure village. If we really want to attack from that place, it would not be a breakout for Iwagakure. It would be the five tails going home by itself. Waka-kun. Orochimaru's smile was a little stiff. Teacher's suggestion. Waka shouted. Teacher's suggestion is correct. Facing a strong enemy, we must keep a distance. But that's the direction of Iwagakure. Wakaka-kun. Konoha is. Then keep your distance in the direction of Iwagakure. Mu Wang. Charge. Boom. After receiving the order, the five-tailed Mu Wang launched and rushed directly to the direction of Iwagakure. At this moment, Orochimaru instinctively thought that if Wakaka just wanted to find a home for the five-tailed in the land of Earth, did this kid really plan to talk to Onaki? But soon, Orochimaru realized that this matter was not that simple. Prepare to turn left ahead, Mu Wang. Wakaka shouted and at the same time clapped his hands, and the whole person rushed to the right corner of Mu Wang. Turn. Puff. Mu Wang leaned to the left, braked his foreleg and made a drift turn, and Wakaka's ninjutsu was officially completed. Fire escape. Burning river rock technique. Chapter 84. Liquid fire. 4-in-1 air-to-ground fire dragon turret. Facts have proved that the Jinchuriki who can mobilize the power of the tailed beasts can indeed better exert the power of the tailed beasts before a certain limit. Isn't the strength of the perfect Jinchuriki because the Jinchuriki can fully mobilize the power of the tailed beast? But is this cooperation mode really the best solution? Anyway, Wakaba doesn't think so. At least not all tailed beasts are suitable for this cooperation mode, such as the five-tailed beast. In Wakaba's opinion, the cooperation mode with the five-tailed beast must be the cavalry mode, and it is best for the four-tailed beast to ride on the five-tailed beast and then put on a Susanoo suit, forming a true Susanoo suit knight. And there are 9 tails, but now he has no Manjiki and no 4 tails, so he can only play with Archer first. Boom. One after another, flame water balls hit the Iwagakure ninja, who was tactically avoided by the 5 tails. After hitting the ground, they did not cause an impact like Z's lava release, but more like a water ball filled with liquid flame exploding. This technique is not bad. Ruoha made an evaluation the moment he launched the ninjutsu. Under the buff of Little Fire God, all escape techniques other than fire release will be replaced by flame, but they can retain certain characteristics. For example, earth release. Although it cannot mobilize the earth to change the terrain and can only change its form with its own chakra, it can also use ninjutsu of the same form, and it will retain the chakra concentration similar to earth release. For example, the most basic earth release, earth flow wall. Wakahira's fire style. Fire flow wall is like an earth style ninja using earth style, earth flow wall in the air. It is impossible to borrow the land, but you can use your own chakra to change the nature and spray it out from your mouth and then force it into the fire style. However, the fire style earth flow wall can only last for a short period of time. After all, it is made of flames and will soon dissipate. Although it can barely be considered to have a certain degree of defense, it is obviously not the same as melting style. The defensive effect is far inferior to the fire style of water style, water array wall, which makes the flames flow and has good defense. This has nothing to do with the level of ninjutsu, but is due to the nature of the ninjutsu before it mutate. And molten style is a combination of earth style and fire style. It has a certain fire nature, and then the earth nature is changed. Compared with the conventional earth style, the chakra concentration is reduced again, but the temperature can be increased. This leads to the molten style fire style, which can keep the flame in a state infinitely close to liquid, similar to candle flame. Flame is a chemical reaction. The higher the temperature, the more it changes its form. If you do that, it will be too much water, which is not the style of Uchiha. Although lava release does not involve any water attribute, this lava release ninjutsu actually has a sense of D. Copyright JVU of the flame version of water release. Water bullet from the effect. I have to study lava release when I go back. If I can use it well, the ninjutsu restraint will not exist in me. Wakahiro noticed this keenly. Last time, the Sandame used a thunder water dragon bullet to forcefully fight his 4-dragon fire boiling release blessing version for a long time. He has remembered this for a long time. Before obtaining wood release, which can summon a super flame giant and make the power of ninjutsu change qualitatively due to quantitative change, Wakahiro obviously still has a lot of room for improvement. I just don't know what fire release under ice release will look like. Will it be solid flame, water and wind crystal release? Tisk. I feel that wood release is still reliable. Although the temperature of solid flames is relatively low, the physical damage is high. Coupled with the fairy technique, isn't this the nemesis of Otsutsuki? Thinking about it, he was a little excited. Ruoho immediately formed a seal and continued to release chakra. With the supplement of the 5-tailed chakra and the buff of Little Fire God, Ruoho didn't worry about the consumption problem at all. The 5-tailed chakra was responsible for tactical evasion, and he only needed to be responsible for tactical strike. Fire style. Fire Dragon Bomb. A fire dragon appeared out of thin air, but did not leave with the 5-tailed chakra, but stayed in the air with its bloody mouth wide open. Tap 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 tap. One after another, the liquid fire bombs launched a saturation bombing in air-to-ground strike mode. This looks like a ninjutsu, but it is actually a 4-in-1 composite ninjutsu. Fire, water, dragon bomb and fire, earth, dragon bomb and burning river rock technique, and the boiling style chakra is added to increase the continuous lethality. Ruoho is an Uchiha. Although the chakra is sufficient, the Uchiha clan has always held themselves to the highest standard. The calculation of chakra for each ninjutsu must be accurate and meticulous. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet. The second air-to-ground fire dragon is ready. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet. The third one. The fourth one. The 5 tails is responsible for running wildly, while the fire dragon bullet keeps leaving thick turrets in the air. The fire dragons are like bright lights hanging in the night sky, but they are constantly spreading fire into the darkness. After a few fire dragon bullet, it feels a bit like fighting zombies in CF biochemical mode. My leg, my leg. This fire is poisonous. Avoid those fire styles. Avoid them. Teacher. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Protect the ninjas of the sealed class. Be careful. You must die. Obviously, this is not a game, and the Uegakure ninjas are not zombies but flesh and blood enemies. Screams came one after another, and there was also the courage and awareness to protect their companions at all costs. These qualities are noble. Although the positions are different, Ruoho is too far away to hear. Of course, even if she could hear it, Ruoho would definitely not be soft-hearted. This is war. It is a place to vent the violent genes in people. It may not be suitable for murderers and violent element, but the Virgin Mary and the Buddha are definitely not suitable. The Virgin Mary is more suitable to stay in the rear as a medical soldier. If the Buddha's body is not hard enough, it will be smashed in minute. Roar. When the 5-tailed king drifted through the corner for the second time, and Ruoho's aerial turret just came to the 10th turret, the first fire dragon bullet had already used up all the chakra and dissipated in the air. The 4-tailed Jinkraki Zi finally took the risk to enter the half-tailed beast 8. Although there is a certain risk of losing control and may accidentally injure his own ninjas, if this continues, sooner or later even the space for accidental injuries will disappear. As for this, Ruoho was not panicked at all. Sister Kushina, I'm here. Kushina's tone was a little flat. She was not an evil person, but she would not be soft on the enemy. In fact, Kushina was an out-and-out warmonger. Her home was destroyed in the war, and she was almost abducted by the ninjas of Humagakure after she came to Konoha. Kushina knew how to protect herself, and she also had her own mission today. Big fuck, I've locked you up for so long. It's time to let you out for a breath. Kushina clapped her hands and opened a big hole in the bagua seal for the first time. She turned her head and glanced at the 9 tails, smiling slightly. Go and play with your good brother, Kurama. Chapter 85. Big Bai Kabuto specializes in treating Tsunderum monsters. Roar. This was a roar that had been suppressed for more than 40 years. A huge amount of chakra gushed out from the sealed space, and with full of negative energy, Kushina actually entered the 4-tail mode directly. 4 tails. This is already the limit of the 4-tail Jinchuriki Zi below, but the 9-tail is obviously not satisfied with just this. Roar. The 9-tail chakra on Kushina's body is even more concentrated, and it feels like it will open the 5-tail form in a minute. The manic chakra spread out, and even the 5-tail lowered its head. Wakaba tightly hugged the horns of the 5-tail to prevent it from being blown away. Orochimaru, who was standing like a thug before, also lost his elegance and pressed his hands and feet tightly on the head of the 5-tail. This full of negative energy. Maybe Wakaba can now understand how big the shadow that the Great Pilla's big dick caused to the Nine-Tail. So if it weren't for the fingernail-piercing Minato and Kushina, plus the half of the soul that was deducted, how difficult would it be for Naruto to reconcile with the Nine-Tail? Indra, let Kurama roll off my head. King Mew was angry. It seems that the Nine-Tails is now focused on breaking the seal and has no time to care about the tailed beast space group. I'll try. Wakahashi la Kushina with 3 Megatama. To be precise, it la Kurama. Wakahashi was actually not sure. Although he had Indra's logo blessing, the pupil power increased greatly, but the illusion was still at the B level. This is related to the proficiency of using spiritual energy, and he has not had time to practice. Otherwise, when he controlled Kushina before, he would not have declared failure because of the Nine-Tails complaint. But just when Wakahiro was about to bite the bullet and shock the Nine-Tails, that's enough. Big fuck, you will ruin my clothes. Kushina hit her head, and the manic chakra on her body instantly calmed down by more than half. Swish. Wakahiro also happened to activate the Sharingan, and his consciousness forced to come to the sealed space, and then he found a magical scene. Kushina's whole body was covered with bubble-like Nine-Tails chakra, and the outline of the Nine-Tails could be seen clearly in her head. Just a large piece of her face was missing, which should be the one Kushina just took. And I don't know if this big bitch Kabuto seemed familiar, or if he saw Indra coming in. The furious Nine-Tails really became honest. Ruoho hesitated, but still said that Mu Wang was hurt by you, Ju Lama. It told you to be gentle. Shua. Ruoho slipped away. In reality, the changes in Kushina were also different. The previous violent aura still existed, but it changed its nature. It was no longer the nine-tailed fox who was angry, but Kushina. I asked you to come out and breathe, but you are not allowed to damage my clothes, Ju Lama. Otherwise, I will be angry. This is Kushina's voice. This is still Kushina's voice, but it obviously changed its tone. Got it. Roar. This is the roar of the five-tailed fox. You two, get out of here. Roar. This is the voice of the four-tailed Jinchuriki Shizuku. Keeping the last bit of sanity, the four-tailed Jinchuriki Shizuku aimed at the temporarily motionless Mu Wang, opened his mouth and condensed chakra frantically. This action annoyed the three bosses at the same time. Boss A, Five-Tail, huff. With steam spraying from his nostrils, the Five-Tail also opened his mouth and the tailed beast ball quickly condensed. Boss B and Boss C, Kushina and Nine-Tail. There was no communication, and no one knew who was in control of the body. Kushina supported herself with both hands. Yes, even when she entered the four-tail chakra mode, she still stood up, opening her cherry mouth. Chakra was also gathering crazily. Whoosh. The four-tail Jinchuriki was the first to fire. Whoosh. Then he saw two-tailed beast balls coming at him. Roar. This roar was not angry, but more anxious, expressing the emotion of everyone quickly disperse. But at the moment when he turned into a half-tailed beast, the surrounding Iwagakure had already dispersed, and the one who really needed to run away was himself. Boom. Kushina and Nine-Tails tailed beast balls arrived first after launching, and the four-tails Jinchuriki Shirakawa dodged in time, but was still knocked away by the impact of the explosion. Boom. The five-tails tailed beast ball still failed to hit Shirakawa, who had already dodged, but the impact of the explosion was closer to the Iwagakure ninjas. But these Iwagakure ninjas were here to seal the five tails, and they were well trained. The Iwagakure ninjas launched Earth Escape ninjutsu almost at the same time, and the earth walls were like dominoes blocking the tailed beast balls, which at least allowed the tailed beast balls to explode in advance. Boom. The power of this tailed beast ball was visible to the naked eye, but the lethality might not be so ideal. However, the next second, Kushina and Nine-Tails had already fallen from the five tails. They did not launch directly, obviously taking into account the feelings of the five tails King Mew. This also proves that Kushina is still in control now. As expected of Little Pepper, Ruoka Hana silently gave a thumbs up. Is she worthy of being Naruto's mother? When her life was in danger, she could control the Nine-Tails with just a raise of her hand. So the Nine-Tails was just beaten into obedience by a big bite. Not really. Such a tsundere. Hey, it seems that the big bite specializes in treating tsunderes. It doesn't matter. If Kushina can really become a perfect Jinchuriki sooner, it won't be a bad thing. Ruoka Hana raised her eyebrows. Kushina is also a kind girl. She will definitely not bear to see the Nine-Tails staying in the sealed space. Even if the seal is lifted, she can see the good brothers enjoying freedom outside. With such a comparison, Kushina will definitely not bear it. At that time, we only need to popularize some research of the root organization for Kushina, such as Elder Danzo's mastery of a magical medical ninjutsu called Kishi Reincarnation, or the life-threatening Sandame wants to use a small operation like Shiki Fusion to satisfy Kushina's small wish. Sprinkle some water. Rokuho raised his eyebrows and patted King Mew's horn. Let's go, King Mew. Let's continue tactical avoidance. Chapter 86. If there must be right and wrong, then why can't Rokuho be right? The Iwagakure ninjas who participated in the capture of the five tails were still sighing at the determination and and decisiveness of the Commander-in-Chief Lord Huangtu 1 hour ago. Although Lord Han was weirdly, however, under the command of Lord Huangtu, Iwagakure immediately defeated Konoha's defense line with a surprise attack. The wildfire that almost spanned the entire border of the Land of Fire reminded the Iwagakure ninjas of the scene where the Hokage of Konoha signed a surrender treaty with the third Hokage Tsuchikage. But the good times did not last long. The wildfire on the other side of the Land of Fire was still burning, but above the wildfire the flaming emblems of the Uchiha clan appeared one after another. It seemed that the wildfire was not a destruction of the Land of Fire by the surprise attack force, but a grand debut ceremony of the Uchiha clan. Then, the huge body of the Five Tails rushed out of the Sea of Fire. Instead of supporting the ninjas on the front line of Konoha, they headed straight for the Land of Earth. Lord Huangtu once again demonstrated his decisive decision-making ability. While the Konoha ninjas were still stuck in the quagmire of choosing to hold on or retreat, the frontline troops shrank again and completed the encirclement with the surprise attack force. As long as the Five Tails can be recaptured and Konoha's defense line can be defeated in one go, it will only be a matter of time before Konoha's Hokage surrenders to Iwagakure. But when those flaming dragons illuminated the entire night sky, when the monster jumped off the Five Tails' huge body and beat up Lord Purple, who had almost completely unlocked the power of the tailed beast, when those flaming bombs covered the entire battlefield, the Five Tails was still running tirelessly, but no Iwagakure ninja tried to intercept it. They fully covered the retreat of the Sealing Squad to the valley where the Five Tails just appeared, and then joined up with the remaining surprise attack troops that escaped the Uchiha flame blockade. When the two defeated divisions met, the despair of defeat spread. The most fatal thing was that the retreat directions of the two defeated divisions were still conflicting. There were Konoha ninjas chasing behind them, making good use of fire escape, and it was suspected that Konoha had thrown the Uchiha into the battlefield. In front of us is the demon who rides the Five Tails and hangs fire dragons all over the night sky. Teacher, they seem to have lost the will to fight. Wakahiro crossed his arms and stood on the head of the Five Tails coolly, looking like a buzzcut version of the boy Madara/Indra. Yes. Orochimaru nodded gently, and he agreed. You made them feel the fragility of life. Life is indeed fragile. No matter how powerful a ninja is, there will be a day when he dies, and being weak will only accelerate the arrival of this day. This is the truth that Orochimaru has understood since a long time ago. It's not like that, teacher. Wakahiro shook his head gently. Life is not fragile, only will is fragile. They can't bear my will of fire, so they feel fear. If the Uchiha encounters this situation, then we will only use up our last chakra and strength to defeat the enemy and protect our glory, instead of standing here, waiting to be smashed like a stone. Orochimaru was a little surprised. Wakaba's interpretation of life carries a strong Uchiha fire will. Orochimaru doesn't want to judge whether this interpretation is right or wrong. He has gradually become accustomed to weakening the concept of right and wrong, but it is undeniable that Wakaba's will is absolutely fiery. He even made a seal. Wakaba-kun, are you going to? Orochimaru's expression was a little strange. Is he going to kill them all? I have to solve all this as soon as possible before they surrender, teacher. Wakaba said seriously. I have many competitors. Whether it is the chief of the Fugaku clan or the white-haired uncle, they are far superior to me in terms of mission resume. Killing enemies on the battlefield is also a way to accumulate mission resume. I want to have a high-quality resume that exceeds theirs in the shortest time, and I also need enough mission rewards to provide my partners with a safe and comfortable living environment. Orochimaru spent half a second to catch up with this jumping thought. Mission history, mission reward. Yes, this kid's purpose seems to be very simple from the beginning. Be patient, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru patted Wakaka's shoulder and stopped the technique that Wakaka was brewing. The value of prisoners on the battlefield will be much higher than a corpse. Wakaka frowned. How much higher? There is no specific conclusion on this. Orochimaru smiled. But whether it is asking for a bounty from Iwagakure, or inciting rebellion, or interrogating for intelligence, it must be more valuable than a corpse. It is common sense that the value of prisoners is far higher than that of corpses, but common sense in Wakaka's eyes is obviously different. But prisoners also need to consume supplies, and there is a possibility of failure if they are persuaded to rebel. The information obtained through torture may also be lies. Ruoho frowned and said, and the value of the corpse is not low. Grandpa Hokage said that where the leaves of Konoha fly, the flames will never stop burning the enemy to ashes and nourishing new branches. Ruoho pointed to the wildfire that was still burning in the distance. Our vegetation has suffered serious damage. Now is the time when new branches are needed. That fire was set by Iwagakure. Burning their bodies to ashes can be used to provide nutrient. This child finally attacked the fire will of the predecessors. Burn the enemy to ashes to nourish the new branches. Hehe. Orochimaru smiled slightly. You are right, Wakaka-kun. Why does this world have to have right and wrong? If there must be someone wrong, why can't it be the predecessors. They are all providing nutrients for the new branches, so why can't the enemy's bodies be used? But the teacher still wants to remind you, the bounty for the captives is at least 5 times the body. Orochimaru stretched out 5 fingers. Duo shao. Wakaka's eyes widened. 5 times. 5 times is still the lowest ratio. Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru smiled elegantly. If there is a high-value target, this ratio will be even higher. High-value target. Wakao was thoughtful and then looked into the distance. The battle between the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the 4 tails Jinchuriki has ended. The 4 tails Jinchuriki Zi has lost consciousness and is lying on the ground motionless. Kushina and the 9 tails stood there, also motionless, looking into the distance in the dark. Wakao did not have the Byakugan, and there were no mountain fires in the distance. He did not have such a long range in the night sky. But Wakao did not think that Kushina and the 9 tails were thinking about life. After all, Kushina mastered the Kagura Heart Eye, and it was likely that she sensed the approach of the enemy. And from Kushina's perspective of looking up, "Teacher, I have a question." Wakao made seals with both hands again, but it was a seal of shadow clone. "If I can capture the Tsuchikage of Uegakuer, how much reward will Grandpa Hokage give me at least?" Chapter 87. We only have one chance. We can't be careless. From the idea of fighting Onoki alone before her 7th birthday, Wakaka is indeed a little too proud. This is not a question of whether she can beat him or not. It's a question of whether Obito and Shisui, or even whether her grandmother, wants to open her eyes. Besides, the option of fighting alone does not exist in front of Onoki. This is the founder of the Uegakuer violent soldier style, and in the future he personally led the tragedy of the 3rd generation Raikage being beaten by 10,000 Uegakuer ninjas. That's 10,000 Uegakuer ninjas, and they were 10,000 ninjas in the late stage of the war. 10,000 people fighting one person as strong as the 3rd generation Raikage. A tough guy who could force a duel with the 8 tails died of exhaustion in the end. It can be said that once this person appears on the battlefield, at least he has to stand behind him more than 4 digits of Uegakuer ninjas. Just now, the 4 tails Jinchuriki Shizukari had a big show. The densely packed Uegakuer ninjas plus the sealing squad and the ninjas who came later. Although Ruohu didn't make a specific calculation, he conservatively estimated that there must be about 2,000 people. Obviously, this is at least 5 digits away from the actual strength of Uegakuer, so a one-on-one duel is impossible. It's not that Ruohu doesn't give Onoki a chance, but Onoki, the Tsuchikage, has the attribute of group fighting. However, as a noble Uchiha, retreat and escape are not options for Ruohu. The Uchiha clan is not all reckless, but they can't be cowards. Besides, it's not like he has no chance at all. The value of the Sandame Tsuchikage cannot be measured in money. Ruohu, he is one of the few extremely high-value targets in this world, and in this regard he may be only slightly inferior to the Hokage. Orochimaru also looked up at the sky. He didn't have Kagura's mind, but he had an instinctive perception of high-risk situations. High-risk situation in that direction. Yes, the commotion was so big that the teacher almost went to the front line in person. It's reasonable for that person to step into the battlefield in person, right? It seems that Wakaka is destined to not be able to exchange these prisoners for bounties. Orochimaru retracted his gaze, looked at Wakaka, and asked, "Wakaka-kun should know that one's own value is proportional to one's own strength, right? To be on the safe side, it's better to test Wakaka's attitude first." Of course. Wakaka nodded. The shadow of each village represents the highest combat power of the ninja village and is the strongest ninja in the village. The 3rd Tsuchikage is the Hokage in the hearts of the Uegakuer ninjas, and he should be very strong. Poof. As soon as the voice fell, Shadow Clone number 4 appeared. The previous Shadow Clone number 1, number 2, and number 5, in order to ensure the ownership of the military merit, squandered chakra at all costs under the Uchiha logo, and now they are suspended due to arrears. The Shadow Clone sequence automatically moved up. "I'll go to Kushina to borrow some chakra." Shadow Clone number 4 did not stop and summoned the fire dragon with a seal and went straight to Kushina. Orochimaru watched Shadow Clone number 4 go away, frowned slightly, and felt bad. Borrow chakra? Could this child know? The 3rd Tsuchikage is a ninja of the same era as the Hokage. The dust release he mastered has extremely high destructive power, and even the Hokage finds it a bit tricky. Orochimaru tried to popularize some very useful common sense for Wakana. This common sense can at least save the child's life. As a teacher, he couldn't just stand there all the time, which was also the purpose of his following Ruohu. "Is that so?" Ruohu nodded again. His expression was a little solemn, as if he had heard it, but it seemed not. "Then we must not be careless." Ruohu patted King Mu's horn. "King Mu, take a break quickly. Our next battle will be extremely difficult, and the opponent is a difficult existence even for Grandpa Hokage. We only have one chance. We must not be careless." Huff! Steam spurted out of the 5 tails nostrils as a response. Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly, and the smile on his face became a little stiff. Sure enough, there was no option of retreat in this child's dictionary. Only one chance? Are you serious? Orochimaru pursed his lips and began to hesitate. Although he had learned to look at the world with Ruoho's eyes, he did feel unprecedented clarity from a new perspective. This child definitely has the potential to change the ninja world. Orochimaru firmly believes in this. Even this child's unique will of fire is already affecting the pattern of the ninja world. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was defeated effortlessly by Kushina, and Iwagakure lost two-tailed beasts in just 2 days. This is a big blow to them. But the premise is, if Wakahiro can bring the Four Tails and the Five Tails back to Konoha safely, instead of waiting for the arrival of the third Uchiha here, looking for something, the only chance, can Wakahiro find a chance to defeat the third Uchiha? Orochimaru thinks, yes, if Wakahiro thinks there is, then this opportunity must exist. But Orochimaru does not want to witness the birth of this opportunity at this time. It's very simple. If Wakahiro is given a certain amount of growth space, the probability of this opportunity succeeding will naturally increase infinitely. So, it can't be now. At least, it can't be now. Orochimaru smiled slightly. He didn't plan to persuade Wakaka to retreat. As a teacher, sometimes you need to point out the way for students and let them move forward along this way, and then find reasons on the way forward. It seems it's time to let this kid take a break. When Jiraiya was young, he also made similar situations, and the teacher's approach, it seems that I have to be a bad guy for once. But suddenly at this time, teacher, Wakaka looked serious, staring at Orochimaru with 3 Megatama, and said faintly, why do I feel that your will of fire has weakened a little? Is it the fear of these Iwagakure ninjas that has been transmitted to you? Wakaka had discovered it a long time ago. When the Four Tails Jinchuriki Shizukuri led a group of Iwagakure to launch a siege, Orochimaru had been trying to trick him into retreating quickly. Now that Onoki is here, Orochimaru obviously doesn't want to fight hard, but that is dust release, blood elimination, a fusion of wind and earth and fire. Under the buff of the little fire god, what form will it become? Ruoho doesn't know, but he will definitely not miss this opportunity. So how to convince Orochimaru not to run away first? There are so many captives here, and there is also a four-tailed Jinchuriki. There is no need to run at all. Fear is a manifestation of weak willpower and a manifestation of the lack of firmness of the will of fire. Orochimaru shook his head gently and said calmly, but what the teacher has to do has nothing to do with fear. The main thing is to promise Ruoho's grandmother to ensure Ruoho's rest time. So, Orochimaru raised 2 fingers and smiled. Ruoho doesn't want the teacher to break his promise. Right. Ruoho silently raised his thumbs. Transfer station 1 superscript 1 superscript 1 plus or minus. You are amazing, teacher. Chapter 88. Orochimaru is just lame. Orochimaru's face is beyond Wakaka's imagination. He even brought up his grandmother, which Wakaka never expected. It is obvious that he is determined to make her forced to rest, and even the seal of opposition is formed. Then Wakaka feels that there is no need to waste his breath. After all, Wakaka's grandmother is a very respectable elder. Orochimaru smiled and said, teacher promised Wakaka's grandmother, you can't let her down. I still remember that when Jiraiya was still a genin, he was too excited during a sea-level mission and almost caused a disaster. The teacher at that time did the same thing. It's just that the teacher was more decisive at that time and directly put Jiraiya into a deep sleep. Although the effect was very good, it was not so polite after all. This is not Orochimaru's style. Although the purpose is the same, Orochimaru still wants to give Wakana enough respect. It's just, sorry, teacher. Wakana took back his thumb and raised 2 fingers to form the seal of opposition. If Grandma finds out that I choose to retreat when I encounter a strong enemy, she will definitely beat me with a cane. Wakaka said with a firm look, this is not the style of an Uchiha. I have 2 younger brothers who look up to me as a role model. I can't do this. Don't say it. Looking at Wakaka's firm and sincere eyes, Orochimaru really hesitated for a moment, but this hesitation did not last too long. Orochimaru immediately disrupted his own chakra. His eyes regained clarity, slightly turned to the side, and easily avoided Wakaka's fist. Teacher has always been paying attention to your growth, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru stretched out his arm and shot out a series of intertwined small pythons from his sleeves. The shadow snake hand. Patriarch Fugaku once praised your talent for illusion to me. Although you don't have much chance to use it normally, the teacher dare not underestimate you. This is a snake secret technique unique to Orochimaru. It is a kind of spiritual technique, not a escapism technique, so Wakaka has never learned it. To be precise, I don't want to learn. Actually, Wakahiro doesn't really like snake. Of course, this idea and form are both good, and it's good for sneak attacks or defeating enemies at close range. Wakahiro now has 3 Megatama and liquid fire. Maybe she can try to create a hidden fire snake in the future. But now, fire style, great fire snake. Wakahiro turned around suddenly and sprayed a flaming python at Orochimaru. You're so gentle, Wakahiro-kun. Orochimaru smiled with relief. Although the will to resist was clear, Wakahiro's methods were obviously much gentler than when facing a real enemy. He had seen what this kid looked like when he was angry. With the help of the Five Tails power, the kid even used the fire style, which was as powerful as an artificial sun, on his teacher. The fire snakes and pythons were entangled together. The pythons turned black under the scorching flames and kept falling off, but they kept rushing towards Wakaka. Wakaka frowned and gave up the fight immediately and quickly formed a seal fire style fire dragon bullet. Want to stay away from the teacher. Orochimaru looked calm. But Wakaka-kun, have you forgotten how the teacher left Konoha with you? Orochimaru stretched out his arm again and a giant python shot out from his hand. The length and explosive power were amazing. He opened his mouth and rushed directly towards Wakaka in the air. Fire style dragon fire. Wakaka's reaction was not slow either. The great fire dragon spurted out high temperature flame and the three Megatama aimed at the mouth of the long snake, ready to feed it some flame. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru smiled again. This child is gifted, and his talent and strength in fire ninjutsu even surpass most jonin. With just this fire ninjutsu, Wakaka can undoubtedly be rated as a special jonin. This child also has a wild imagination. Even when facing so many Uegakure ninjas, he can use imaginative tactics to evade their attacks while attacking them. Orochimaru feels that he has made a good bet. In the future, this child's name will definitely be known throughout the ninja world, but now, he is still a little immature. You are careless, Wakaka-kun. The long snake suddenly changed direction and turned in mid-air. Although it did not evade the dragon fire, a small snake came out of the long snake's mouth. This little snake is all white and is also a psychic creature, but it has been fed by Orochimaru's chakra since childhood. The little snake that ran to the Sandame's desk to report is also a similar little white snake exclusive to Orochimaru. Whoosh! The little white snake shot out, spitting fire. Waka was a little slow to react. Before she could dodge, she saw the little white snake had already rushed in front of her and bit down on her neck. It's over, Waka-kun. Have a good sleep, Orochimaru said to the air. Poof! Shadow clone number 5 appeared and glanced at Orochimaru, who was motionless, smiling but with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. Is it inappropriate to expose the level of illusion so early? Shadow clone number 5 asked. Who cares? Waka raised his eyebrows and checked the system interface again. About the evaluation of the strength of illusion. As expected, the current illusion rating is already A. Anyway, there is still a lot of room for improvement. A to S end is still a long way off. It doesn't matter. That's true. I'll go find Kurama. Shadow clone number 5 also called out the fire dragon and rushed out. Waka he glanced at Orochimaru, shrugged, and looked into the distance. Orochimaru is so lame. He can't even withstand an A Sharingan illusion. It is said that Orochimaru has reincarnated too many times and his soul strength has been divided too much, so his illusion resistance is worse than that of the tailed beast. Now it seems that Orochimaru's own illusion resistance is not that high. Of course, it may also be that his Sharingan illusion is more powerful. Don't think that Chili's chakra can break free after being disturbed a little bit, because Shitanla itself can provide good illusion resistance, and in the current ninja world there are still Shitanla ninjas. It seems that there are only 3 people, Kushina, Nagato, plus Tsunade. Anyway, Orochimaru doesn't count. Onoki, it's impossible to count. Hey, Wakahiro made a seal again. His eyes were a little excited. The Sharingan cannot copy the blood limit, which has been broken by the little fire god buff. The lava ninjutsu obtained from Yukari before is the best answer. Then the blood elimination, no, high temperature elimination, should also be able to be copied. Wakahiro is already a little impatient. The flames of the dust version combined with the scale of the wood ninjutsu. Let's say, what kind of combination ninjutsu can withstand such a combination? Chapter 89 Kushina. My head is itchy. I need to grow a brain. You want Kurama's chakra this time. Kushina has returned to her normal form. Looking at Wakahiro's shadow clone number 5, her expression is a little puzzled. This is the second time that Wakahiro's shadow clone has asked her to borrow chakra since she defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It's just that the first time he asked for hers, but this time he specifically asked for Kurama's. Well, Kurama's chakra has obvious characteristic which can be used to attract attention. Shadow clone number 5 said. Attract attention? Whose attention? Kushina didn't quite understand, but she did it anyway. After a simple communication with Kurama, a layer of chakra coat appeared on Kushina's body and her pupils temporarily became vertical pupils, and this time the 9 tails accurately lent a tail. Attract the attention of the Sandame Tsuchikage. Shadow clone number 5 received the 9 tails chakra and a layer of tailed beast coat appeared on his body just like a little Jinkraki. The tailed beast chakra coat is still recognizable to a certain extent. Maybe we can create some opportunities later. Kushina was even more confused. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage. She quickly reacted and pointed to the horizon. Are you talking about the guy who can fly? Yes, the teacher said he is the 3rd generation Tsuchikage. Shadow clone number 5 said calmly. Kushina was surprised but more excited. We have already alarmed the shadow of Uegakure. Yes. Shadow clone Clone number 5 made seals with both hands, summoned a fire dragon to step on it, and then flew directly to the direction Kushina pointed. Kushina blinked. What is he going to do to die? Shadow Clone number 4, who got Kushina's chakra, replied, and at the same time made seals with both hands. After a transformation, he turned into the appearance of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina looked at Shadow Clone number 4 and then looked at the real Four Tails Jinchuriki, who was forcibly beaten back to human form from the half-tailed beast state by her, and suddenly felt a little itchy in her head. The Shadow Clone went to die. Is it to delay time? Then it became like this. What are you doing again? Kushina scratched her head as if she was going to grow a brain. I am a bait. Maybe I can sneak attack the third Hokage later. Shadow Clone number 4 answered very straightforwardly. After speaking, he carried the Four Tails Jinchuriki, summoned a fire dragon, and stepped on it. Sister Kushina, you grab his feet first. Okay. Shadow Clone number 4 held Z's hand. Kushina held Z's feet, and the fire dragon flew towards the Five Tails and finally landed on the head of the Five Tails. As soon as she landed, Kushina found that something seemed wrong. There was a canyon directly in front of the Five Tails, and behind the canyon were the Uegakuer ninjas, who were ready but obviously in low morale. Facing the Five Tails' gaze, they did not take the initiative to attack but just stood there nervously, maintaining a distance they thought was safe. What are they doing? Kushina asked with a frown. They are all captives, and they are the bargaining chips to be used to exchange for land later. Wakaka replied. Is that so? Kushina seemed to understand, but she always felt something was wrong. Turning her head, she found that Wakaka had called out another shadow clone. Kushina blinked, looked at the two Wakaka in front of her, and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What are you two going to do? Please lend us 2 chakras. Thank you. Wakahiro raised his hand and replied, I may have to temporarily separate from King Mu when I have a decisive battle with the third Tsuchikage later. Shadow clone number 6 raised his hand again. I need enough chakra to fly over the hidden rock village and try to bomb their village. Kushina opened her mouth and was speechless for a while. Wakahiro and the shadow clone actually said it very clearly. Kushina was not stupid either. After a little combination, she roughly figured out Wakahiro's plan, delaying time and pretending to be the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and even planning to bomb the hidden rock village. I understand all this. Kushina pointed to Orochimaru not far away. Orochimaru was obviously not right. With his hands behind his back, he faced the horns of the Five Tails alone, muttering to himself in a low voice, and no one knew what he was saying, like a psychopath. But what is Lord Orochimaru doing? Oh, the teacher thinks my plan is too dangerous. He wanted to stop me. I thought he was too much of a nuisance, so I cast several illusions on him. Ruokuo said calmly, but illusions can't control the teacher for too long. Can Sister Kushina help tie him to the horns of the five-tailed beast? Kushina was stunned. Right. Ruokuo blinked. The teacher also said that in order to ensure the safety of the tailed beast, he will report to the Hokage after returning to the village this time, so that we can't leave the village in the future. Kushina was silent for half a second. Vajra blockade. A chakra chain shot out from behind Kushina, directly binding Orochimaru tightly. Orochimaru regained consciousness instantly and immediately noticed the restraint of his body and chakra. Frowning, then Orochimaru looked down and saw the chains on his body and followed the direction of the chains to see Kushina injecting the tailed beast chakra into the two Wakakas. Orochimaru immediately understood something. Your illusion is beyond the teacher's imagination, Wakaka-kun. Wakaka rolled his eyes. I didn't realize that the teacher would be so despicable that he would use Grandma as a shield. Grandma. Kushina felt her head itchy again. Orochimaru exhaled. Looking at the two Wakakas wearing the tailed beast chakra, he couldn't tell which one was the real body, and smiled and shook his head. It was the teacher who underestimated your determination, Wakaka-kun. Orochimaru paused. Can you tell the teacher your plan? Just as the words fell, boom, a violent roar came from afar, and the dazzling flames briefly illuminated the night, but soon the flames were swallowed up by a bright white light. This white light came and went quickly, and the night sky returned to darkness as if nothing had happened. The battle has begun. Ruohuo frowned slightly. It was Shadow Clone number 5 who went to intercept Onoki. He has not been defeated yet, but he should not have been copied to dust release. Ruohuo estimated that Shadow Clone No 5's fire escape blocked his sight and missed the opportunity for Onoki to make hand seals and mobilize chakra. But soon, the speed of light is faster than that of sound. Ruohuo clearly saw 2 fire dragons appear in the sky, but they were instantly blocked by a rectangular white light and then directly swallowed up. This is not over yet. The white light hit the front again, swallowing up the last fire dragon. Oh, Wakahiro raised his eyebrows and looked at the prompts that appeared almost simultaneously. The first stage of the battle plan was successful. Chapter 90. Grandma always said, kill them all. Ninjutsu type S level dust release original realm separation technique. Trigger the effect of little fire god. You can learn all escape technique, but the escape techniques you launch will be replaced by flame. Successfully learned ninjutsu. Fire release original realm separation technique. The system prompts only 3 sentences. Wakahiro watched carefully and read repeatedly and finally saw 2 words in the gap between the lines loading. This is the first S-level ninjutsu that Wakahiro copied, but using ninjutsu to describe what he gained this time is obviously superficial, one-sided and very narrow, because it is not only a technique but most importantly it is a blood elimination. Developed by the second generation Tsuchikage, it is a fusion of the 3 nature changes of wind, earth and fire, and a blood elimination that is superior to the blood limit. The most important thing is that dust release itself is actually a form, and there is only one form. The caster can only change the shape or increase the scale, increase the duration. This is a perfect match with Wakahata's little fire god buff. The C-level main skill, fire release, great fireball technique, which has helped Wakahata to repeatedly gain military merit, is not only powerful but also powerful because it can change its form at will. Dust release has the same effect. Although it is a skill, it can be changed into any shape according to the caster's ideas. It seems I have to set off. Shadow clone number 6 has been automatically promoted to Shadow clone number 5. He exchanged glances with Wakahata and was about to set off immediately, but the direction is not the Uegakure village that was originally planned, but it rushed to the location of the third Tsuchikage again. Now that dust release has been obtained, the overall plan can be slightly strengthened. Wakahata waited for a while, formed seals with both hands again, and supplemented the position of Shadow clone number 6, and then looked at Kushina. I understand. Kushina was very sensible. She called the 9 tails when Wakaba was making a seal. After a big diplomatic exchange, and after venting her anger by beating up the 4 tails Jinchuriki, the relationship between Kushina and the 9 tails obviously warmed up a lot. Almost instantly, the 9 tails deployed its chakra and passed it to Shadow clone number 6 through Kushina. The plan can now enter the second stage. The little 9 tails Shadow clone number 6 set off first. Wakaba also snapped her fingers coolly, summoned the fire dragon directly, and pulled Shadow clone number 4, who pretended to be the 4 tails Jinchuriki, to step on it. Sister Kushina, please help to remove the seal of the 4 tails Jinchuriki. Wakaba said, King Mu will take you to a safe place. I will try my best to stop the third Tsuchikage. When the time comes, you can let Gaku ride King Mu to find me as soon as possible. Well, Gaku, riding the white dragon horse, it smells like that. The teacher will stop the Sandame first. But can you do it yourself? Kushina frowned. Your shadow clone has Kurama's chakra, and it lasted less than 5 seconds. Shadow clone is not the same as the original body. Sister Kushina. Wakahiro pointed to shadow clone number 4 next to her. And I'm going to negotiate. There may be unexpected result. Wakahiro-kun. Orochimaru, who was tied up tightly, had a different light in his eyes. You learned it, didn't you? Forgot. Almost forgot. As a teacher, I almost forgot this child's most powerful talent. This child can launch all ninjutsu in the form of fire escape. This child can also learn all ninjutsu in the shortest time. You don't know my grandma at all, teacher. Ruokahuo said indifferently. Grandma often said that only those with the purest will of fire can become the most powerful Uchiha. Uchiha never fears, because the will of fire will bless every brave Uchiha, giving them courage, wisdom, and strength. Once they choose to retreat, the will of fire will dissipate. I once asked Grandma how I should protect my companions when facing an enemy stronger than me. Grandma told me, kill them all. Song. The fire dragon soared into the sky, carrying Ruokahuo's determination, and followed the flame not far away. The flame had rushed to the front of the third Tsuchikage, using all the chakra, and sprayed a huge fireball at Onoki that was enough to illuminate the entire night sky. But the protagonist tonight does not seem to be the small sun that appeared again. Another white light bloomed, spreading in a circle in front of the entire fireball like a shield, but swallowing up the fireball completely. The night sky briefly returned to darkness, but then there was another dazzling white light, and the firelight was finally swallowed by the white light and disappeared. The night was briefly illuminated again. Once again it returned to darkness. A dark cloud covered the moon, and the entire night sky was suddenly left with only the increasingly tiny firelight which rushed over again. This child. The heat in Orochimaru's eyes gradually faded, and the expression on his face was less elegant, although he had long known that Ruoka Hana's overly hot will of fire came from her grandmother's words and deed. But what Ruoka Hana said just now made Orochimaru see another side of this child. The will of fire is inheritance and protection. This child's will of fire may have a little more warmth, which made him misunderstand for a while, but the facts prove that the child's will of fire is indeed based on protection. Protect. So, the ninjas on the front line of Konoha are far away on the other side. The distance between Konoha Ninja Village and here is so great that even the huge Five Tails would need more than 2 hours to sprint at full speed. Behind them are a group of Uegakure captive. Further back, the reinforcements of the Uchiha clan are obviously still a certain distance away from here. So this child, what is he protecting? The Five Tails blew out steam from its nostrils nostrils, gathered a little strength and started running at full speed again. Orochimaru seemed to understand something at this moment. Is this child trying to protect his partner? But if his partner runs at full speed, no one in the ninja world should be able to keep up. Oh, Minato might be able to, but the Uegakure ninjas can't do Flying Thunder God either. Orochimaru frowned and fell into deep self-doubt. What did he miss at this time? What, this can also be called a seal? Kushina pouted, chakra attached to the palm of her hand, and slapped the four-tailed Jinchuriki's belly. The seal is broken. There is no trick to break the seal. Kushina directly slapped the seal. Song. The next second, from the 7 orifices of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, a series of scarlet chakras suddenly rushed into the sky. King Mew, don't run too far. Get ready to turn around. Kushina clapped her hands. We have to support that little guy. Chapter 91. The Uchiha clan only accept surrender, not negotiation. Another shadow clone, Onaki, floating in the air, frowned. This is already the 3rd flying fire dragon. The fire escape of that little Jinchuriki is quite powerful, and the ones coming are all shadow clones, obviously delaying time. So is this Uchiha kid the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Or Onaki is not sure now. The 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha has always been a mystery, and the information Uegakure has about the 9 tails Jinchuriki is still 40 years old. It is a woman named Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. She is powerful, but her life has come to an end. The new 9 tails Jinchuriki. The identity of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki is still a mystery. The Kumagakure, which has temporarily reached a cooperation intention, did share some information. It is said that Konoha's 9-tailed Jinchuriki is a red-haired woman, and Kumagakure almost kidnapped her, but unfortunately failed. For this information, Onoki, who has always been suspicious, does not believe it very much. The 3rd Raikage is not a guy with only muscles. The 3rd Hokage is an old guy who is hypocritical and cunning to the extreme. Konoha never puts the 9-tailed Jinchuriki on the battlefield, and the protection of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki is airtight. How can you, Kumagakure, judge that it is not an intelligence trap and almost kidnap someone? It's ridiculous. Unless you see the 9-tailed Jinchuriki transform into a tailed beast with your own eyes, Onoki will never believe this information. The Uegakure spy in Konoha previously sent back the information that Uchiha and Konoha have a huge potential contradiction. Didn't this Uchiha kid become a Jinchuriki? Song. The fire dragon is getting closer. The tailed beast chakra coat on the kid clone is so obvious again, but this time it's not just one person, and it seems to be holding. Old Zi is defeated. Onoki narrowed his eyes, his killing intent growing stronger. The 2 candidates for the 2 Chouriki were all chosen by him personally, and they are trustworthy ninjas. Han has died in battle. Old Zi is also held in the hands of this kid, but the more this is the case, the more Onoki dares not mobilize chakra to launch dust release. Things may still turn around. Old Zi may still be saved. Ruohuo slowed down a little and observed the position of the Uegakure troops. The horizontal distance is not far. Onoki is just above the Uegakure troops, but the vertical distance is not close. Onoki is obviously trying to prevent the air battle from affecting the Uegakure ninjas, and the height he flies is not low, at least 300 meters. This made it difficult for the perception ninja to provide information. 2 shadow clones, 2 interceptions. It was not just a simple delay. It was all tactic. The fire dragon stopped 10 meters in front of Onoki, and its body circled into the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Wakahiro held the collar of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki with one hand, staring at Onoki expressionlessly. Are you here to negotiate this time, Uchiha brat? Onoki said in a deep voice. Negotiate? Wakahiro raised his head with a look of disdain. You think too much, old man. Can't you see such a big emblem? We, the Uchiha clan, have always only accepted surrender, not negotiation. Onoki felt a surge of anger in his heart. This arrogant Uchiha brat. But Onoki frowned again and suppressed his anger. As a Tsuchikage, he was not so angry as to be infuriated by a little kid. Are you trying to delay time, kid? Onoki crossed his arms and said calmly and indifferently, it's useless. Before I arrived here, I had already defeated all your ninjas on the front line. Look at these Uegakure ninjas below you and count how many of them there are. Kid, Uegakure is more powerful than you can imagine. Before dawn, these ninjas will rush into the territory of the Land of Fire and kill Konoha in the shortest time. In the future, Konoha will have to hang the flag of Uegakure. While listening to Onoki threatening the little kid, Ruohu silently calculated the time in his heart. Last time, the 5 tails, which was almost in full condition, broke through the seal and took nearly 10 minutes. The 4 tails had been beaten up this time and might be in a weak state, but Kushina has lifted the seal. Let's just say 8 minutes. Ruokawa is here to delay time. When the tailed beast knights are ready, it will be useless no matter how many Uegakure ninjas come. As for Onoki, are you done? Ruokawa mentioned the 4 tails Jinchuriki and threw it directly down. Onoki's heart skipped a beat and he almost couldn't help but catch it. But soon, Onoki found that old Z's hands had been tied tied up with an iron chain, and the abominable kid held the other end of the iron chain and hung old Zi in the air, hanging in front of the fire dragon that was coiled into the Uchiha clan emblem. Ugh! Shadow clone number 4 groaned at the right time but still didn't open his eyes, interpreting the image of a coma being ravaged to the fullest. Ruohuo raised his 2 fingers and the fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and rich chakra gathered in its mouth. If you don't want this guy and the 4 tails in his body to be roasted by me, let these guys retreat immediately. And don't turn around, walk backward and watch this guy retreat immediately. Immediately. Dong 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 dong. Unaki's heartbeat began to accelerate. Old Zi is not dead yet. That fire dragon is a fire escape ninjutsu which has a certain temperature. It is obviously impossible for the clone to disguise it. So, before the kid spoke again, the big Nogi made a decisive decision and suddenly shouted, "Ridiculous!" Buzz. A white light condensed in Onoji's hand and the dust release quickly took shape. Kid. The heart of the Uegakure ninja is as tall and hard as the Rocky Mountains of Uegakure. This is a battlefield. Everyone is ready to sacrifice. We are not playing house with you. Kid. Dust release. Original realm peeling technique. Don't dare to take this move head on. Ruohuo didn't dare to be careless at all. He had seen Onoji cut Uchiha Madara's wood release in one breath. The pre-swing of dust release takes a certain amount of time, but once it takes shape it is unmatched in terms of power and controllability. But it's not a big problem. He had already left enough space for sprinting. Ruohuo immediately threw Shadow Clone number 4 to Onoji and at the same time controlled the fire dragon to dive directly at the Uegakure ninjas. Ruohuo's 3 Megatama locked Onoji firmly. If Onoki can really be ruthless and cut the Uegakure ninja together, then he can only start plan B. According to the system, when he completes the task he can get a pair of Manjiki Izanagi, a life-saving skill, but it will blind one eye. Wakaka has wanted to try it for a long time. Anyway, it can be refreshed, so it's a waste not to use it. But obviously, no village shadow can do this. Not to mention Onoki, who inherited the son of the first generation Tsuchikage and the disciple of the second generation Tsuchikage, and the ninjutsu is protecting Uegakure at all costs. It's just a brat. A smug look flashed in Onoki's eyes. Even the Byakugan that can see through rocks can't see through the heart of the Uegakure ninja. You are too immature. Brat. Onoki mocked and grabbed Old Purple. But suddenly at this moment, you should have surrendered earlier. Old man. Old Purple, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and formed seals with both hands. Fire escape. Fire prison technique. Chapter 92. Are you going to try to strangle me? The Uchiha genius in the cradle. Dust escape. Original world peeling technique. At the moment when the fire prison was formed, Onoki finally used dust escape. Dust escape instantly decomposed everything in front of him into powder, including Shadow Clone number 4. Is it the Tsuchikage? Did he keep a hand? Ruohuo muttered and temporarily cancelled plan B. Whether it was the suspicious Onoki who kept a hand or the quick reaction, although Shadow Clone number 4 had been crushed into powder, plan A was obviously successful. At least it bought him enough time. Fire escape. Ruohuo formed seals with both hands again. Still the tiger seal. Original realm stripping technique. Then he took a deep breath and the chakra reacted quickly in his body, puffing up his mouth, leaving only a small opening, and finally ejected a straight laser beam from his mouth. What Onoki didn't have time to be surprised, and his survival instinct and physical potential were activated at the same time. He chose to evade the moment Wakaka's ninjutsu was formed, but he still couldn't escape Wakaka's laser beam. A piece of meat was directly cut off from his calf and the wound was directly burned. So it's this form. Wakaka raised his eyebrows. Without the decomposition effect, the range is also compressed and it finally becomes an ultra-high temperature laser. The fire release, dust release, whether it is the activation method or the steps of the ninjutsu formation, is very different from the original dust release. In fact, after learning melting release, Wakaka has considered this situation. According to the boiling release fused with Little Fire God, it should be possible to bring some attributes after learning melting release ninjutsu. For example, adding magma attributes to flame, but it didn't. The lava version of fire escape only turned fire escape into liquid fire. The form did change, but Ruohu discovered it himself. The system didn't prompt it. It's a normal phenomenon. No fusion is needed. The boiling escape provided by the five-tailed chakra actually provides attributes rather than an escape technique, so it needs additional fusion. The boiling escape used by Han before should strictly be ninjutsu to provide amplification to the body, so it didn't trigger the learning effect of Little Fire God. The real boiling escape ninjutsu still needs to be found by Mei Terumi, but dust escape is different because of the attributes of Little Fire God. The form of dust escape will be replaced by blazing flame, but it is obvious that the form of blazing sun has also changed drastically. The effect of dust escape is decomposition, which is a bloodline elimination with an upper limit that is almost overflowing. It is extremely powerful and has a large range. It is is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most lethal. After turning into fire escape, the decomposition effect is obviously gone, but it increased the damage of the flame to the extreme, turning it into a super high temperature laser beam. "You little brat!" Onoki's expression was extremely ferocious due to the severe pain, and he gritted his teeth and uttered these words. "You chose to be the enemy of Uchiha, old man." Ruoho tilted his head. "Why, after being its Uchikage for so many years, do you think you can do it again?" Looking at Onoki in the sky, Ruoho was calm instead. To be honest, the second step going to the battlefield, he would have to face an opponent like the third Uchikage, so Ruoho was still a little nervous. Before setting off, he was even ready to activate Izanagi. Anyway, it would be a waste if he didn't use it. That being said, he could only use it once at most. You can't let yourself go blind, right? The two shadow clones he launched earlier were to test Onoki's attitude. If Onoki always launches dust release as soon as they meet, he will have to make an exception for Uchiha. With so many captives and the Four Tails Jinchuriki, it's not impossible to negotiate, but Ruoho didn't expect that the battle plan would be so successful. Although the shadow clones didn't succeed in the sneak attack, the effect was not bad. Even if Onoki wasn't hit by his high temperature laser, the fire prison technique just now did cover Onoki. At least it gave him the opportunity to launch the high temperature laser. Now, the initiative is completely in his hands. "Don't show such an expression, old man. I still like your rebellious look at the beginning." Ruoho raised his head and spread his hands arrogantly. "Why, do you want to try to kill me, the Uchiha genius in the cradle? Once a genius like me grows up, it will definitely be a difficult matter for Iwagakure, right? Come on, try it. Use dust release on me. I promise not to hide. But the hard hearts of you Iwagakure ninjas should not be able to withstand your dust release, right? It is impossible not to hide, but Ruoho is sure to kill Onoki before he makes a move. Dust release is indeed a bloodline elimination with overflowing power. In the ninja world, there are many ways to kill people. 1,000 bones, a kunao, even a huge fireball can kill the enemy, and dust release is the most lethal ninjutsu. The lethality is extremely high, and if the caster has enough chakra, the upper limit of power can be increased again. You know, Onoki, who had chakra provided by Tsunade, killed 25 Susanos in one breath. That is to say, Naruto does not know dust release. Otherwise, Naruto in the Sage Fox mode with just the Sage technique, dust release is enough to flatten the ninja world. But dust release also has weaknesses. As a certain unborn Byakugan Wolf Jinkriki said, any ninjutsu has weaknesses. Apart from the difficulty of learning dust release and the unreplicability of Sharingan, the pre-swing of dust release is long enough, but these do not exist for Wakana. The fire release original realm stripping technique may not have the ability to decompose, but the extremely high temperature laser beam and the fast art provided by the little fire god buff are enough to make up for it. At least facing Onoki in front of him, at this distance he can definitely blow his head off before Onoki launches the genuine dust release. Onoki clenched his teeth, endured the severe pain, and made a decision in his heart. Just as this Uchiha brat said, letting such a genius grow up is definitely a disaster for Iwagakure. But this brat is obviously not looking for death. Are you still hesitating, old man? If you hesitate for too long, the cost of surrender will become higher. Ruokuo pointed in the direction of Iwagakure. My shadow clone has been on the way for a long time. His goal is to take advantage of the emptiness inside your village and destroy Iwagakure like the god of destruction Mubihashi. Ruokuo showed a harmless smile. Old man, do you want Iwagakure to be the first village destroyed by Uchiha? Chapter 93. The surrender qualification of the Senju clan was obtained by the life guarantee of the Senju clan leader. I don't know if it is an illusion caused by the severe pain. At this moment, Onoki was a little dazed, and some memories that had been sealed for a long time appeared in front of him again. That was more than 40 years ago. The head of the Senju clan shook hands with the Uchiha clan, and the two terrifying super ninja clans established the Konoha ninja village system. The ninja clans of major countries followed suit, and the 5 major ninja villages were established. The first generation Hokage was a powerful but tolerant ninja. My father said before he died that his heart was even broader than the land of Iwagakure. Following the eyes of the god of ninja, perhaps we can see a peaceful future. When he was young, he came to Konoha with a passion and the friendship of Iwagakure, wanting to sign a covenant with the god of ninja, protect each other, and maintain peace, until they met another man. That man was from the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja as famous as the god of ninja, and everyone called him the Shura of the ninja world. He showed his unrivaled strength and crushed all the Iwagakure ninjas who went to Konoha. He refused to make an alliance with Iwagakure for an extremely arrogant but reasonable reason. Why should a high and mighty god care about the feelings of Ant? Onoki will never forget the look in that man's eyes that night. Red eyes, disdainful attitude, as if he didn't care about anything. Little brat. Onoki gritted his teeth, overcoming the physical pain, but the psychological shadow could not be be suppressed. The look in this kid's eyes, it was very much like the Shura of the ninja world that night. Don't just look at me, old man. Take a look at the Uegakure ninjas below. You are the third generation Tsuchikage they respect the most. Ruoho spread his hands and said, but before your dust release affect them, at least take a look at them. It's a pity that you flew too high. Even if they want to say goodbye to you, you probably can't hear it. Ruoho locked his eyes on Onoki. As long as Onoki showed signs of launching dust release, he would launch a laser beam without hesitation and take Onoki's body, then run away decisively. Of course, if Onoki could figure it out himself, that would be the best. He also wanted to have a friendly negotiation with Onoki. Will the angry Uegakure attack Konoha regardless of everything after their Tsuchikage died? No. After the death of the third Reikage, the tough guys of Humagakure knew that they had to start defending, stabilize the situation, and prevent other ninja villages from attacking. Once the cage of a village is killed, the rhythm of the war will be interrupted. If you want the ninja world war to continue to consume Konoha, it is best to keep the forces of all parties at a balanced limit. Then let Konoha break this limit, thereby accelerating the ninja world war into its true form, siege Konoha. So if possible, Ruoka still wants to reach an agreement with Uegakure. Reach an agreement to work hard to attack Konoha. What do you want from me? Onoki tried hard to maintain his dignity as a Tsuchikage. Even if there was only a little kid standing in front of him, this kid was definitely the most difficult enemy of Uegakure now. Don't say anything about asking Uegakure to surrender. I tell you, it's impossible. Even if I agree, the men of Uegakure will never agree. Onoki was very tough. Then why don't you just surrender? Ruoho said indifferently. I didn't ask Uegakure to surrender. 2,000 ninjas surrounded me and I drove them into a cage. Why do I want such trash to surrender? Little old man, you have to understand one thing. Not everyone is qualified to surrender to the Uchiha clan. Ruoho spread his hands and said, don't you know how Konoha was established? The Senju clan leader used his life as a guarantee, and then the Uchiha clan leader's surrender was approved. Ruoho paused. He remembered that it was the Great Pillar who beat Madara violently and then used his life as a guarantee, which made Madara let go of his hatred. Well, it doesn't matter. History is written by the victors. But in the future, you can use this to mock Uchiha Madara. You, a guy who can't even beat the Great Pillar, still led the Uchiha clan to surrender to the Senju. No wonder no one recognizes you as the clan leader. I chose to give you this chance because you taught me dust release. Ruoho continued. We Uchiha clan are very grateful. You taught me dust release. I will give you a chance to surrender, and we will be even. Onoki was shocked, and at this moment he could not even feel the pain in his body. When did I? Is it that technique just now? Onoki's eyes flashed with the technique that Ruoho just used. It was extremely fast. The temperature was extremely high, and the key was that the activation speed was also very fast, but it was obviously a fire escape. No. Onoki's eyes widened. This kid is hinting at himself. He can use that technique again before he activates dust release. Ruoho also saw the change in Onoki's eyes and gave him a look of, do you want to try? The Uegakure ninjas below have begun to disperse. Because of Wakahiro's position and the high enough height, the Uegakure ninjas could not attack him, but Onoki's use of dust release on him would affect the lower part. The Uegakure ninjas were not fools. Although they did not have the ability to attack in the air, they could at least not drag down their own Tsuchikage. The Uegakure ninjas at the front were speeding up, and the ninjas at the back also dispersed, trying to gain space for Onoki to launch dust release. Wakahiro had already noticed this situation, and he estimated that Onoki was also waiting. Perhaps Onoki had received his hint just now, but this Tsuchikage would not necessarily surrender. It was also possible to kill the evil Uchiha at the cost of serious injury, but it didn't matter. He was also waiting. 5 minutes had passed, and Kushina should be. Roar. Thinking of this, an extremely angry roar suddenly exploded. Ugh. Wakahiro's smile widened. It seems that the Four Tails has been completely unsealed. Old man, the Four Tails Jinkriki who almost cremated you on the spot just now seems to be very important to you. If you surrender to me now, I can consider leaving his body to you. By the way, Wakahiro rubbed his hands. According to the time, my shadow clone is almost reaching the top of the Uegakure village. If you can't see the signal sent to him, Onoki couldn't stand it anymore. If I kill you now, your shadow clone will disappear. Wakahiro could no longer bear it and suddenly formed a seal. You are not going to listen to me, right? I gave you face. Onoki was shocked and formed a seal quickly while retreating. Dust release. Swish. Wakahiro's light is faster than dust release. This time it pierced through Onoki's shoulder. It's not that bad. Onoki's arm must be lost. If the arm can't be saved, the seal can't be formed. Wakahiro charged directly, grabbed Onoki's neck with one hand, and rushed straight into the air. Immediately. Right now, surrender to me. Otherwise, I will let the Four Tails ride the Five Tails and run to the gate of your village to release the tailed beast ball. Chapter 94. If you don't want to surrender, I can only compensate you in other ways. ways. Sandajime Tsuchikage. The moment Wakahiro's attack was successful, the hearts of all the Iwagakure ninjas were lifted, especially Huang Tu, the frontline commander of Iwagakure against Konoha. As the son of Onoki, Huang Tu is one of the strongest men in Iwagakure, but he knows his father's situation better. Even if there was no waist injury that would occur from time to time, his father's close combat skills had been abandoned for a long time due to the work of the Tsuchikage. Once he was close, the situation would become extremely dangerous. What's more, his father was injured before he was rushed away. That is, Huang Tu didn't know that Ruohuo had mastered the dust release, otherwise he would definitely not be able to force himself to calm down like he is now. Don't be nervous, speed up, protect the Sealing Squad. Our mission is to recover the 4 tails and the 5 tails. Believe in the Tsuchikage. Huang Tu's tough commands temporarily stabilized the morale of the army, but soon, roar, 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 3 consecutive roars almost at the same time. Then, the Iwagakure ninjas saw a scene that they had been prepared for, but they really didn't want to see the most. In the distance, the huge bodies of the 4 tails and the 5 tails were rushing towards them at full speed. Nothing is more frustrating than seeing your own tailed beast charging towards you on the battlefield. It's not like Iwagakure has never had examples of tailed beasts rioting, but this is the first time that 2 tailed beasts rioted at the same time. Perhaps the only good news is that this place is still far away from the village. Defense formation. Prepare to meet the impact. The sealing team retreats temporarily. Be careful of being affected by the tailed beast Jade Fur. Seal the 5 tails with all your strength. Prepare the earth escape. Huang Tu calmly commanded the Iwagakure ninjas without any panic. Although Iwagakure suffered heavy losses in the past 2 days, the uncounted casualties alone may have reached more than 3,000. But as long as the 2-tailed beast can be recovered, this loss can be made up. Huang Tu looked at the sky again. The distance was too far, and he could only see the flames going farther and farther away. Huang Tu was getting more and more worried, but at this moment he was powerless. He could only try his best to seal the 2-tailed beast. The men of Iwagakure are invincible. Earth escape. 10,000 miles of earth flowing wall. Boom. The 5-tailed beast rushed towards the Iwagakure army first, but was blocked by a thick and hard earth wall. As the ninja village that is best at earth escape, Iwagakure has its own advantages in defense, especially for dealing with the riots of the tailed beast. It has a complete system. At least no cage has to sacrifice himself to seal the tailed beast. Seal squad ready. Huang Tu was about to give an order and try to seal the 5-tailed beasts in the shortest time, but he soon gave up the idea. Get ready for the tailed beast ball. It was indeed a tailed beast ball, but it did not come from the 4 tails, but from the 4 tails Kushina on the 4 tails head. Below Kushina, on the hoop-shaped horns of the 4 tails Son Goku, there was a man bound by a chakra chain. Kushina, you can consider putting me down first. Really, I will no longer interfere with Wakaka-kun's will. As his teacher, I should be able to help. Kushina, Kushina, roar. The 4 tails roared deafeningly, and Kushina also activated the tailed beast ball. Lord Orochimaru, I didn't tie you to the horns of King Mu, which is already very tolerant. Boom. The tailed beast ball smashed into the defense line of the Iwagakure ninja, but Kushina, who was covered with the 9 tails chakra, frowned. I sensed a lot of chakra fluctuations of the sealing technique. Wukong, go to King Mu. She is worthy of being the mother of the son of prophecy. After the great diplomacy of Kabuto, he temporarily reached a less-than-companion relationship with the 9 tails, helped the 4 tails to remove the seal, and with the 5 tails guaranteeing the 4 tails also had a certain good impression of this human. Roar. The 4 tails slapped his chest and rushed to the direction of King Mu. He punched and directly helped the 5 tails break through the first earth escape defense line of the Iwagakure ninja. It's bad. Yellow Earth secretly thought it was not good. The previous tailed beast riots were not good. Whether it was the 4-tailed or the 5-tailed, they only knew how to vent their power randomly. Facing 2-tailed beasts at the same time, this time Huang Tu found that the tailed beasts would cooperate with each other. No, it was a 3-headed tailed beast, and there was a Jinkriki on the head of the 4-tailed. Seal squad, get ready. Defense squad, trap them. The fight was in full swing below. It was much easier for Ruohu. He dragged Onoki with one hand and flew for several kilometers. Onoki did not resist the whole time. Ruohu realized that the old man was already unconscious. Well, half of it was hurt and half of it was burned. What should I do? Ruohu was also a little hesitant. The original plan was to persuade Onoki to surrender, but it didn't seem to work. The stubbornness of this old man was beyond his imagination. If he hadn't taken action in advance, it felt that Onoki would choose to die with him even if he died. Ruohu really didn't doubt this. If he couldn't shoot Onoki in the head with the laser, even if he hit Onoki's heart, the old man might have used dust release before he died and forcibly disintegrated him. It's a pity that I didn't get to experience Izanagi, but you taught me dust release after all. If you don't want to surrender, I'll compensate you in other ways. Wakaka pondered for a while, decided to send Onoki back to Iwagakure safely. If he doesn't surrender, forget it. It's like he cares about no one. Hey! During the flight, Wakaka suddenly saw Shadow Clone 6 in front of him. Now it's number 3. There was one less Shadow Clone left before leaving the border, and now he has only 3 Shadow Clone outside. The progress of Shadow Clone number 3 was relatively slow because in order to avoid Onoki's sight in the first half of the journey, he had been flying at a low altitude. It took a while to fly before it started to take off. Hey! Ruohuo caught up with the Shadow Clone, and the 2 fire dragons met in the air. What's going on? The Shadow Clone looked at the Onoki in the original's hand and then looked at Ruohuo's 2 alive eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression gradually became strange. Did you win? The dual mutated dust release is more powerful than dust release. No dual. Number 4 cooperated with me to successfully launch a sneak attack, but the output method is different from dust release. There is no decomposition, only ultra high temperature burning, and the current form is laser. Ruohuo thought for a while and said to Shadow Clone number 3, I have to go back. You send Onoki back to the Hidden Rock Village and test their power. By the way, it's best to use laser to carve a sculpture on their mountain. This time, don't use Uchiha, just carve Konoha to stir up hatred. Shadow Clone number 3 frowned. Then I will use Kunao to tattoo Onoki directly. He is over 50 years old. Ruohuo felt a little moral restraint. Tattoo on his face. Try to make this old man look in the mirror and be ready to fight Konoha to the death. Chapter 95 Wukong. Catch it for the master. After handing Onoki over to Shadow Clone number 3, Ruohuo immediately turned around and rushed to the front line. What Konoha Ninja Shadow Clone number 3 will do to Onoki and Uegakuer, Ruohuo is not sure yet, but Uegakuer will not easily forgive Konoha in the future. It can be expected that the Third Ninja World War will speed up some progress. Heroes are made in troubled times. Uchiha took the opportunity to rise, experienced the baptism of war, and was reborn from the ashes. Although they do not seek to recover to their peak period, they must at least have a certain deterrent power. Although casualties are inevitable after experiencing war, but there is no way around it. Ruohu believes that 100 clansmen who have not opened their eyes are definitely not as good as 10 clansmen with single Megatama in terms of strength assessment. The current strength of Uchiha will be embarrassing. It is true that they follow the elite flow, but the elite flow is not very sophisticated. Including him, not even a pair of Mangeki was really a bit shabby. I must join the Anbu as soon as possible. Ruohuo secretly made up his mind that he must get the Mangeki as soon as possible. Despite his development, he had a hunch that the Sandame would never want him to go to the Anbu based on his current performance. If it really doesn't work, then he can only join the route. Fortunately, Elder Danzo gave him a thumbs up before he died. Otherwise, he really would have no excuse. By the way, is the current Uchiha Madara counted in by the system? Ruohuo has always been very curious about this question. In theory, everyone is Uchiha, and Uchiha Madara was once the head of the Uchiha clan, but when this guy left Konoha, he expelled all the Uchiha. This is difficult to judge. What worries Ruohu the most is that if the current A-level strength assessment of the Uchiha clan really includes Uchiha Madara, and it accounts for a large proportion, this is very likely, and what's worse is that although senile Madara doesn't have the Samsara Eye, if we insist on talking about strength assessment, he might still have an S. Who can say for sure? After all, he is the existence of 3 Megatama opening Susanoo. If the A-level assessment of the Uchiha clan really relies on Uchiha Madara's S, and it is only A that drags others down, that would be embarrassing. System, can you understand my worries? Ruohu called silently. Although the system is basically an interface, it is not without interaction. Before, it is said that completing the S-level task can open the family vassal function, but he has not even touched the edge of S yet. After completing the A-level task, the family strength assessment module can be unlocked. A prompt appeared in front of him, which was the response of the system. Then we have to work harder. Infiltrate Konoha and join the route/Anbu. Ruohu narrowed his eyes. It depends on whether the third generation can do it. Boom. Kushina fired another tailed beast ball, which shattered layers of earth walls and blew away many Uegakuer ninjas, including a sealing team that tried to get close to King Mu undercover. But the situation is still not optimistic. Thousands of Uegakuer ninjas launched Earth Escape at the same time. Even if the tailed beast ball has super destructive power, it will be repaired by the Uegakuer ninjas in the shortest time. These guys have a mature set of tailed beast counter tactic. This set of tactics is not complicated. It is nothing more than using Earth Escape to encircle the tailed beast, compress the space, consume the power of the tailed beast, and continue to attack. Then the sealing team approaches and uses a large number of sealing techniques to seal the tailed beast. As the last princess of the Whirlpool country, Kushina looks down on these sealing techniques, but there are too many Uegakuer ninjas, and their Earth Escape is also very powerful. There is no place to land on the ground, either in the mud or on the earth thorns. This is very uncomfortable for the four-tailed and five-tailed, and the relationship between the four-tailed and the five-tailed four-tailed does not seem to be very good. Kushina wanted them to follow Wakaka's plan from the beginning. The four-tailed rides on the five-tailed, which will definitely be very powerful, but the five-tails was unwilling to do so, and the four-tails also clearly refused. Kushina knew that she might have to take a little risk. Kuruma, I know you have had a very unhappy life these years. When Grandma sealed you in my body, I could feel your anger. In the sealed space, Kushina stood in front of the cage and suddenly said, Kuwabai snorted coldly, not wanting to pay attention to this woman. I once had the same anger. My home was destroyed. I escaped under the desperate escort of my clansmen, and they handed me over to Konoha. And since then, I have never left Konoha for a single step. Konoha is actually a big cage for me and Grandma. Kushina's tone was a little low, but very sincere. Kuwabai, whose chakra was linked to Kushina, felt it very clearly. Kuwabai snorted again, but the sound was a little smaller. Kushina continued, I don't have many friends. They always like to laugh at me. After I beat them up, they start to be afraid of me. The nine-tail was silent. Kushina did not lie. It knew it very well. But later, I subdued a younger brother. Kushina suddenly laughed, and this joy was also conveyed to the nine-tail. Although life is still boring, that younger brother always tries to bring me joy. Kushina turned her head and looked at the nine-tail. Kuroma, Ruohojun reminded me that humans and tailed beasts are not enemies but can also be partners. I also want you to be happy. If there are humans who want to hurt you, I am willing to stand in front of you. So, are you willing to be my younger brother? The nine-tail was silent for 2 seconds. Roar. Shua. Kushina was driven out of the sealed space, and even her chakra was taken back by the nine-tails. The nine-tails also blocked the gap in the sealed space by itself and forcibly disconnected from Kushina. What if you don't want to? Then don't want to. Why are you angry? Kushina pouted, not very happy. But suddenly at this time, Gaku, catch the master song. Ruoho rode on the fire dragon and launched a dive, and forced to jump out in mid-air. The fire dragon smashed fiercely at a rock hider, and Ruoho formed a seal in the air. Fire escape, original world peeling technique. A laser shot out from Ruoho in the air, directly cutting a large hole in the earth escape of the rock hider that surrounded the four-tailed and five-tailed. Roar. The four-tail roared loudly towards the sky. King Mu and Nine-Tails did not lie to it. That was indeed Indra's chakra. Boom. The four-tails soared into the sky, carrying Kushina and Orochimaru, and caught Wakahiro steadily in the air. Mu King. Wakahiro roared again, and King Mu rolled his eyes when he heard the voice, but still rushed to the landing point of the four-tails very cooperatively. The next second, boom, steam spurted out of King Mu's nostrils, but he still bore the weight of the four-tails. Snap. Wakahiro put his hands together, and the tailed beast knight, half of the power, transformed. Chapter 96. You just can't bear to see the tailed beasts regain their freedom, right? Tail. Does the beast rider really have any special advantages? Really not, but in terms of mobility, the five tails carrying the four tails has become a little slower, and the size has become larger, making it easier to be attacked by ninjutsu. If you must say, the four tails and the five tails can launch the tailed beast balls at the same time when they merge, but even if they don't merge, it doesn't matter. But this thing is so cool. Boom, boom, boom. Every step that the five tails Mu Wang takes will cause the ground to tremble. Four tails Gaku condenses chakra in his mouth, and the tailed beast ball is ready, and he blasts at the earth escape wall cut by Wakaka. Previously, because of the siege of the Uegakure ninjas, the thick and hard earth escape layers kept compressing the activity space of the two-tailed beast, resulting in the tailed beast balls being able to only blast a limited gap every time they are launched. Then they were quickly repaired by the Uegakure ninjas, who came one after another. But with the laser of Wakahiro opening the way, plus the impact of the tailed beast ball, the four tails tailed beast ball actually blasted a big hole directly. The ceiling squat at the outermost edge of the earth wall was affected, and many people were blown away and at the same time exposed. They are going to break through. Quick, make up the gap. The ceiling squat is ready. We can't delay any longer. Lord Huangtu. The ceiling squat is not sure whether it can seal two-tailed beasts at the same time. Then prepare to seal the four tails first. Huangtu waved his hand. He must join the battlefield to deal with the tailed beast riot. Each ninja village has its own way. The Uegakure method is to suppress the tailed beast with thick earth escape and compress the tailed beast activity space with precise tactics, but in the final analysis it still relies on force to suppress. Huangtu and a group of Uegakure are seen jumping on the earth wall. One by one, the Uegakure ninjas are repairing the earth escape wall, trying to prevent the tailed beast knight from breaking through. Huangtu and the tailed beast knight were getting closer and closer, and the first person to discover him was Orochimaru. Wakaka-kun, they seem to have a big shot coming. Be careful, Orochimaru reminded. Wakaka then noticed that there was still Orochimaru tied to the four-tailed head. Blink, teacher, are you still here? Didn't he hint to Kushina to throw Orochimaru in front of the Uegakure ninja in the canyon? Why did he tie him all the way here? What to do with those captives? In order to maintain the stability of the Third Ninja World War, war. He gave up Onoki, the high-value target of Iwagakuer, and wanted to capture more captives to stop the loss. Nice to see you again, Wakaka-kun. Although he was tied up and looked a little embarrassed, it did not prevent Orochimaru from maintaining his elegance. But I'm not very happy, Wakaka muttered, and his eyes swept over and saw Huangtu's figure. Can a person really not change his appearance for 20 years? It really is possible. Anyway, Ruohuo recognized the burly Huangtu at a glance among the group of Iwagakuer. Such a big guy. He looks like he's in his 40s even though he's in his 20s. Ruohuo made a seal. He remembered this guy. With his earth escape technique, mountain earth technique, he first suppressed the outer path demon statue and then even the 10 tails. Fire escape technique, original world peeling technique. Buzz. The Sharingan aimed and predicted Huangtu's movement, and at the moment when Huangtu was about to land, a high temperature laser shot straight at Huangtu in the distance. Shua. Huangtu's head was directly pierced, but his body immediately turned into earth yellow earth lone. In front, Kushina suddenly shouted. In this situation where there are Iwagakuer ninjas everywhere and the number is likely to be close to 10,000, no matter how good the perception ninja is, it is impossible to accurately lock the enemy. The chakra interference is too great, but Huangtu, who suddenly appeared in front of the tailed beast knight, is not in this category, because this burly ninja is bursting with unparalleled chakra. Earth escape mountain and earth technique. Boom. The earth walls on both sides suddenly changed their shape, and two semicircular huge rocks suddenly merged towards the tailed beast knight with a scale that even exceeded the sum of the two tailed beasts. This is the super earth escape that can even suppress the 10-tailed beast. Ninjutsu type B-level earth escape mountain and earth technique. Trigger the passive of the little fire god. You can learn all escape technique, but they will be replaced by flames. Successfully learned ninjutsu fire escape mountain fire technique. Fortunately, I learned it now, Ruohuo muttered. To be honest, if this B-level earth escape technique was obtained on the way to blow up the Shinryubi bridge, it would not be a shadow clone of the escape technique, and he might have ignored it. This is a long-range enhanced plus version of the fire prison technique. With a clap of his hands, he would burn whoever he saw and cremate them on the spot with a one-stop funeral service. Roar. Wakaka, who wanted to learn this technique, did not stop it, and Huangtu launched this technique at the right time. But at the moment when Shantu launched it, the 4 tails and the 5 tails, which had chakra connections with Indra, also reacted immediately. The 5 tails suddenly stopped without breaking out or retreating, and just stopped within the range of Shantu's technique. The 4 tails suddenly stretched out his arms and forcibly withstood the combined attack of this ninjutsu temporarily. I can't hold on for too long, Indra. The 4 tails voice was heard by Wakaka. Rang in his mind. Although it had been prepared, it was not the first time it had faced this technique. Generally speaking, it did not like it very much. Leave it to the master. Ruohuo's indifferent eyes were fixed on Huangtu in front of him. You just don't want to see the tailed beasts regain their freedom, right? Ruohuo's voice was not loud, and it could even be said that he was muttering to himself. Huangtu naturally couldn't hear it. Perhaps he could barely tell from his mouth shape, but Ruohuo was not talking to Huangtu's day. Kushina next to him pursed her lips and said nothing, but her eyes changed slightly. Fire escape. Ruohuo suddenly put his hands together. Huangtu, who was trying to suppress the 4 tails, suddenly felt a burning sensation, and then, chant, a raging fire suddenly ignited on both sides of Huangtu, and quickly gathered into a semicircular shape. This is the fire escape version of the mountain and earth technique. Great fire prison. What mountain and earth technique? This is the long-range advanced version of the fire prison technique. Boom. Huangtu gave up the mountain and earth technique at the first moment and used the instant to escape from the sea of fire, but in just a moment he was also seriously injured. The semicircular boulders on both sides of the 4 tails scattered. Although the Iwagakuer ninja could also help maintain this technique was not completed after all. As soon as Huangtu gave up, this technique was directly terminated. Ruohuo raised an eyebrow. It was not surprising that Huangtu's reaction speed was strong. The long-range version of the fire prison technique had some advanced swing, and anyone could evade it in advance. The main thing was he suddenly thought of a new way to use this technique. The fire-style mountain and earth technique obviously did not need to rely on the terrain to start. It was a bit similar to the fire-water dragon bullet, which generated flames in the air. This was obviously an all-round long-range ninjutsu, whether it was air to ground or ground to air. Add the lava release chakra given to me by the 4 tails. Fire release Chibaku Tensei. Isn't that it? Chapter 97. Don't regret. I've already made the entire Iwagakuer bloodline limit lava release activated. How to obtain chakra gift. Trigger the passive of the little fire god. All your escape techniques will be replaced by flame, and the attribute fusion is successful. Your flames can obtain the solidification effect. Need to be activated by the 4 tails chakra. Solidification effect. After your fire escape ninjutsu is formed, it will enter the solidification state, reducing temperature loss, and the duration depends on the amount of 4 tails chakra. 1 4 tails and 1 5 tails gave 2 kinds of chakra effect successively. The 5 tails is a boiling escape package, and the chakra can be added with corrosion effect or enter the steam ninja mode through the 5 tails chakra. The increase in the 4 tails chakra is 1 less birth skill of the S-level tailed beast. Because of the little fire god, Wakahiro's lava style does not have the magma special effect, but it has a solidification effect, which is a bit like Terumi Mei's dissolution style. With defensive fire style or fire prison technique, mountain fire technique and other restrictive fire style, the effect should be good. Other flow type ninjutsu should also have a certain bonus, such as the sky crying technique. The fire rain can solidify in the air, the temperature loss is reduced, and there is more impact which can be used to bomb Konoha in the future. Tisk, I still have to join the Anbu, I can't have such an idea. Wakahiro smacked his lips and locked his eyes on Huangtu again. Huangtu did not rush to launch an attack, nor did he pay attention to the serious burns on his body. He made a slight gesture behind his back, and the Uegaku ninjas immediately began to act. The 5 tails and the 4 tails were close to breaking out of the encirclement. It was too late to continue to reinforce the encirclement. If he wanted to seal the tailed beast, he had to take advantage of now. He had to buy some more time. Your nose is very similar to that old man, big fool. Do you have any unknown relationship? Ruoho's voice was a little louder, and this time it was not only Kushina who could hear it. Wang Tu pondered for a moment. We are father and son. Wang Tu didn't really want to answer, not because he didn't want to admit this relationship, but mainly because he was afraid of affecting morale. This kid is back, but the 3rd generation Tsuchikage didn't. Perhaps the only good news is that this kid didn't take his father's. Wang Tu didn't dare to think about it, but he must be prepared for everything, no matter what his father's situation is. Today, the Uegaku army gathered here, and he must recover these 2-tailed beasts and capture Konoha's 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Father-son relationship. Ruoho nodded thoughtfully. Then you must know this technique too. Fire style, original realm stripping technique. Ruoho formed the tiger seal and inhaled violently. A large amount of chakra reacted in his body and was compressed into a thin ray of light. Zi. The high-temperature laser was silent, but the water in the air that was burned did. A high-temperature laser went straight to Huangtu, who successfully used the instant body technique to dodge, but the earth wall behind him was directly pierced through, and then Huangtu heard screams. What is this? Ah, my hand, my hand. Teacher, 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 don't scare me. Teacher, no. The Uegaku behind the earth wall were constantly moving. After Ruoho's laser penetrated the earth wall, many Uegaku passed by there. If they were not careful. Kushina frowned. She had experienced all this, but she did not sympathize with the enemy. But Kushina did not like this kind of scene. Indeed, no one would like this kind of scene. Even Uchiha Madara was not a pervert who enjoyed killing people. Ruoho was not either, but this did not prevent Ruoho from making others think he was. As an Anbu, you must have darkness in your heart. You are much faster than that old man. He could not dodge my technique, although he taught me this technique. If the fire missed the first shot, he fired the second one. Zi. The high-temperature laser shot at Huangtu again, and this time the forward swing was faster. Huangtu still successfully dodged it and loudly reminded the ninjas behind him. Stop moving forward. Get down. Get down. Huangtu's reminder was very timely, but many Uegaku ninjas were still tricked. The Uegaku ninjas all wanted to seal the 2 monsters as soon as possible. At present, Lord Huangtu had stopped the 4-tailed and 5-tailed neck. They only needed to suppress them completely, and then the sealing team could reseal the tailed beast. The screams sounded again, but it did not affect the morale of the Uegaku ninjas at all. It was not the first time that Uegaku encountered the trouble of the tailed beasts going berserk. They dispatched so many ninjas this time, and it was only a matter of time to take down the tailed beast. As for sacrifice, this is a battlefield. Zi. Ruokuo didn't care. It was the 3rd laser, still aimed at Huangtu, but the damage was borne by other Uegaku. Kushina couldn't stand it anymore. Little Ruokuo, there are so many of them surrounding us. Kushina didn't want to stop Ruokuo, but wanted to remind Ruokuo that it was time to find a way to leave the battlefield. But Ruokuo ignored her, and the 3 Megatamas still locked Huangtu. Are you sure you want to keep hiding? After 3 consecutive lasers missed, Ruohuo did not plan to continue using it. After all, this technique puts a heavy strain on the eyes. Huangtu did not respond, but gestured to the Uegaku ninjas under the earth wall behind him, temporarily stopping to prevent unnecessary casualties. It seems that you are indeed smarter than your father. He did not know how to hide. He was hit by me twice in a row. I don't know if his arm can be saved. Huangtu was shocked. This kid was not exaggerating to undermine the morale of the Uegaku. Before he was rushed away by him, his father was indeed hit twice by him with the technique just now. Seeing that the Uegaku ninjas were about to complete the encirclement, Huangtu gritted his teeth but still couldn't help but asked in a deep voice, where is the Sandaime-sama now? In the Uegaku village. After all, he is is the shadow of the Uegakuer. Ruohuo answered very straightforwardly. Huangtu frowned. He obviously didn't believe this answer. But don't worry, although he refused to surrender to me, I learned a lot from him after all. In return, I have asked the shadow clone to send him back to Uegakuer. But then again, speaking of this, Ruohuo's mouth suddenly grinned, revealing a playful but cruel smile. As the shadow of the village, at least he should be buried in the village, right? It's a pity that he missed many opportunities to die with me in order not to hurt you. He is a qualified shadow. It is a pity that you who are protected by him cannot attend his funeral. But it doesn't matter. I have let the entire Uegakuer village bury him. Ha! Ruohuo suddenly put his hands together. After receiving the signal, the Five Tails limbs were fully charged and the chakra had already reached the boiling point. It launched and rushed directly to the last few earth walls. The Four Tails was condensing chakra on the back of the Five Tails and the tailed beast ball was ready. Seal squad ready! Wang Tu shouted immediately, blocking the tailed beast ball and then using the mountain earth technique to trap the tailed beast. This was the last chance for Uegakuer. Boom! The tailed beast ball was indeed blocked, but there was a gap in the last defense. Earth style mountain earth technique. Thousands of Uegakuer ninjas launched the mountain earth technique at the same time, and the scale was so large that it even exceeded the sum of the volumes of the Four Tails and the Five Tails. After all, there are more than half of the ninjas in the Uegakuer ninja village here. Roar! At the critical moment, the four-tailed beast suddenly grabbed several people on its head, including Wakaka, and threw them into the sky with a violent swing. Vajra lock. Kushina tied Orochimaru with chains at the first time. Of course, in this case the confinement time has ended. Kushina just doesn't want Orochimaru to fly too far. Kushina's hands are tightly holding Wakaka, and chakra is constantly transported into Wakaka's body. Wakaka immediately injected these chakras into the ninjutsu. The five-tailed beast and the four-tailed beast are temporarily sealed by the mountain soil technique, so Wakaka doesn't have to be polite. I hope this technique can give you some inspiration so that you can give me a domineering nickname. Wakaka's eyes turned cold. Fire escape. Great fire extinction. Chapter 98. Achievement of Long Aotian. Ruohuo's fire style is mostly pronounced as fire style, but it is actually an ordinary fireball with 5 times the basic power. War can always hone people. Ruohuo has made great progress in these 2 trips to Uegakuer. Indeed, whether it is the chakra special effects of molten style and boiling style, or the laser technique that he thought he would have to wait until he learned water break wave to master. Ruohuo's gains in the past 2 days, although not much is shown on the system panel, only an unrelated Sharingan illusion has been upgraded from B to A, but when he fully digests what he has gained this time, the overall evaluation is not to break through to the level of Cage, at least the elite Jonin. Well, the elite Jonin probably can't break through. The physical limitations are here. The physical attributes are too limited, and even the chakra can't bear much. Age is Ruohuo's advantage, but also Ruohuo's weakness. Ruohuo heard a saying in his previous life, at what age you should do what. It dawned. Wakahiro raised his head and looked at the rising sun, feeling somewhat emotional. Happy birthday, Wakahiro. Orochimaru is always so considerate. The dates in the 2 worlds are not equal. Wakahiro's birth date in this world is 2 years after the day his grandmother picked him up. Not many people know this, but it's not hard to find out. After all, it's on Wakahiro's identity file. But Orochimaru obviously remembers it very clearly. After today, Wakahiro will be 7 years old. Thank you, teacher. You are the first person to say happy birthday to me besides Obito and Grandma. Wakahiro said sincerely. Then I'm the second one. Kushina also came over. Little Wakahiro, do you have a birthday present you want? Sister is super rich, and I can buy you anything you want. Birthday present? Wakahiro thought about it carefully and still shook his head. I've got the birthday present I want most. Although it's not a one-on-one duel, but the number of Uegakuer is there after all, and Onoki was defeated by him with tactic. Well, rounding it off, Uegakuer was actually defeated by him alone. At the age of 7, Ruohuo was very satisfied with himself for achieving this long Aotian achievement. At least he did not embarrass the army of time travelers. This is also thanks to the support of the old friends of Uegakuer. The earth escape formation used to besiege the four-tailed and five-tailed, which is comparable to a giant wall, perfectly received the 101 MAX fireball, and the mountain and earth technique used to suppress the four-tailed and five-tailed, but it became the shelter of these two-tailed beasts. When the Uegakuer reacted, the two-tailed beasts directly broke out of the ground, stepped on the residual heat of the fire, passed through the earth escape maze that was unable to maintain, and walked out of the encirclement of Uegakuer. As for how many Uegakuer ninjas died under this 101-fold scale and 5-fold basic power increase of the fireball, Ruohuo didn't know, and didn't care. The Uchiha clan never bothered to finish off the enemy on the battlefield. They could withstand such an ultimate fireball. His account with Uegakuer, well, he doesn't seem to have any account with Iwagakure. Then the 4 tails and 5 tails account with Iwagakure is settled. From now on, the Uchiha clan's 4 tails and 5 tails will be completely free again. But then again, Wakaba sat on the head of the 5 tails facing the early sun, looking at Orochimaru who was tied to the 5 tails horns. Teacher, why didn't other Konoha ninjas come to cheer us on after we've been fighting for so long? It was so dangerous just now. I almost thought I wouldn't see Grandma and my 2 brothers anymore. That's right. Kushina was also a little angry. How long has it been since we set out? It's already dawn. They should be here crawling here. Is there a possibility? Orochimaru, who was used to being tied up by Kushina like this, smiled and said, most Konoha ninjas don't actually know that our support army is still fighting with the Iwagakure ninjas on the front line. Iwagakure ninjas? Kushina frowned. But weren't they all roasted by little Wakaba? The Iwagakure ninjas are far more than just this number of troops. Kushina. Orochimaru shook his head but didn't argue anymore. Wakahiro didn't doubt what Orochimaru said. You know, the Iwagakure, which has maxed out the tactics of the rush flow, can still gather 10,000 ninjas in the late stage. And the Iwagakure is very stable. No matter how many ninjas are sent out, there are still many garrison troops in the village. Going to test the shadow clone of the Kagami version of the dust release has confirmed this. Wakahiro estimated that it was to prevent the preparation of the Cloud Village's surprise attack, just like Uchiha. Although Konoha has been excluding Uchiha, once the war starts, the Uchiha Guard will become Konoha's second to last line of defense. But the current situation is obviously different. Because of his instigation and Orochimaru's great help, the Uchiha's demon sword, which should have been unsealed in the late stage of the war, has now arrived at the battlefield in advance. Looking aid in the distance, the Uchiha wearing green vest and shining Sharingan, who were only a few dozen people but could intimidate hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas, made Wakahiro feel sincerely relieved. Red-eye patients are still a family. Wakahiro jumped down from the head of the 5 tails, summoned a fire dragon in mid-air, swooped down on the Uchiha, swept past a group of Iwagakure, and finally locked Fugaku's position and landed steadily. You little brat! Fugaku saw Wakahiro from a distance and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked around Wakahiro up and down, confirmed that he was not injured, and breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, nothing was missing. Otherwise I really don't know how to explain to your grandmother. You little guy, don't mess around like this in the future. Wakahiro frowned. The worry in Fugaku's words was not false, but this was not what he wanted. What's wrong? Seeing Wakahiro's unhappy expression, Fugaku was a little nervous. Could it be someone sacrificed? But Fugaku just looked through the telescope. Kushina is still there. Orochimaru is also there, and the 5 tails is also fine. This was the case when the team set out, and there was an extra 4 tails when they came back. So what went wrong? Nothing. Wakaha shook her head. Even Orochimaru knew to say happy birthday to him, and Fugaku, the clan leader, forget it, he won't be the leader for long anyway. The Uchiha clan must have its own route, and Wakaha has decided to let Fugaku be the head of the route, hone on the battlefield for a few years, and finally find an opportunity to sacrifice. Well, by the way, help the clan members open their eyes or something. Chapter 99. Tell the truth. Are you still thinking about blowing up the Hyuga? Kushina once again showed her strength. The diamond lock can summon many chakra chains, which can block chakra, and it is not only useful for tailed beasts. Orochimaru has personally tried it. He was tied up by Kushina from dusk to dawn. In the middle, he experienced the unsealing of the 4 tails and the roar of the 18 tails. 5 + 4 + 9. Not only did his eardrums shatter, but his mind was not very clear for a while. He was thrown around by Kushina over the Iwagakure troops and kept coming over the heads of the 5 tails and the 4 tails. He was unable to resist the whole time. His chakra was like a quagmire and he couldn't even struggle. But the absolute blockade of chakra is only the tip of Kushina's powerful iceberg. Without borrowing the 9 tails chakra, Kushina can separate 4 chains of hundreds of meters by herself and accurately tie up every Iwagakure ninja tightly. These are hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas. Like bacon hanging on a rope, they are hung on the shoulders of the 4 tails in strings. Even so, Kushina still doesn't feel any pressure. Little Ruohu, there are quite a few Iwagakure ninjas left over there, and that big guy is also here. Do you want to capture them back to Konoha? The big guy refers to Huangtu. Facing Ruohu's earth escape that was like an artificial sun, Huangtu did not retreat at all. He used all his strength to dig out a huge space underground, protecting quite a few Iwagakure ninjas, but he himself also suffered a lot of damage. What surprised Ruohu was that this guy was still alive. He wanted to give Onoki another fight to the death buff, but it doesn't matter. Huangtu's survival is not a good thing for Konoha, so there's nothing wrong with that. And Huangtu is the father of the leg shadow. As long as we take the prisoners, we won't care about them. Ruohu still rejected Kushina's proposal, but those people are also prisoners, right? Fugaku, who had the honor of standing on the 4 tails for the first time, said there are not many high-value targets among these people. If Only those who have lost their fighting spirit can be considered prisoners. The Uegakure over there are just losers. They have not lost their will to resist. Ruoha frowned and said, Grandma said that we should respect every opponent. Even if they are defeated, we can give them a chance to challenge again. We Uchiha are not afraid of being challenged, let alone challenged by losers. This is the source of our Uchiha's strength. Applause for understanding. Snap snap. Kushina was the first to support and gave Wakatsuki a thumbs up. Grandma is so right. Fugaku felt 5 finger marks on his face, each of which was related to Wakatsuki, but after thinking carefully, there was nothing wrong with what Wakatsuki said. As expected of an old generation of Uchiha. You're right, Wakatsuki-kun. Grandma taught me another lesson. Fugaku's humility and open-mindedness also won the following of the tribesmen. Wakatsuki watched silently and had to say that Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, had a good reputation regardless of his future achievement. Unfortunately, in the end, he acquiesced to his son's massacre of the entire clan, and as the owner of the Manjiki, Fugaku didn't even have the thought of resisting. What if he saved some people? 2 sons are sons, but the children of other tribesmen are not. You still have a lot to learn. Head of the clan, Fugaku, Wakatsuki said coldly. Fugaku would not respond to this. Ruoha's eyes were still cold, and he did not intend to hide it, and said bluntly, and you don't have much time left. Fugaku would not respond to this. He did not even understand. I originally wanted to challenge you after becoming a chunin, but the teacher told me that it would be better to wait until I become a jonin. I have accumulated a lot of military exploits recently, and the teacher said that I have the qualifications to become a jonin. What I lack now is experience. Wakahiro said coldly, when I obtain the jonin level will of fire, you will not be my opponent. Fugaku was silent. He wanted to say that if he wanted to challenge the clan leader, it was not enough to become a jonin. He had to practice hard and get the support of the clan members. No matter when, it is important to encourage the younger generation. But looking at the sincere and determined look in Wakahiro's eyes, and considering Wakahiro's current 2-tailed beast companions and Wakahiro's ambitions that often fell to the ground by accident before, Fugaku realized this kid might be serious. Fugaku pursed his lips. He frowned slightly and looked at Wakatsuki. There were outsiders around, and there were some things he couldn't say, but he felt that if he said some things in private, it seemed that this kid wouldn't listen. Wakatsuki-kun, I have a question for you. Fugaku finally made a decision. Just say it. Children speak without restraint. The future of Uchiha is the most important. Ask. Although we are opponent, but Grandma said that we should respect your opponent. I know. Fugaku interrupted hurriedly and deepened his determination and said with a stiff upper lip, tell me the truth. You want to be the clan leader, right? Tisk. Are you still planning to let your partners destroy Hyuga? As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, all Uchiha, including Wakatsuki, showed surprised expressions. What did the clan leader just say? This little guy has always planned to use the tailed beast to destroy Konoha-Hyuga. Kushina was even more so, staring at Wakahiro with her big eyes. She didn't expect this little guy to be so wild. Orochimaru, on the other hand, showed a so that's it look in his eyes. No wonder that night Fugaku-kun had that expression of wanting to say something but not being able to, and being impatient. Wakahiro was also surprised. This matter, Fugaku really dared to say it out. Orochimaru is still here. Wakahiro pursed his lips, frowned, and looked at Fugaku. The two of them did not give in to each other's eyes, and their positions were very stable for a long time. Is there anything wrong? Wakahiro said calmly. Since he was going to show his card, he simply stopped acting. Let's not talk about the fact that the Hyuga clan has been shamelessly competing with the Uchiha clan for the first place in the ninja world. They also injured Obito. As a brother in an Uchiha clan, shouldn't I take it as my responsibility to eliminate the Hyuga clan? Ruoha's eyes were like torches, and he said in a sonorous and powerful voice, and the Hyuga clan has the ability to see through things and can easily obtain Konoha's confidential information. As one of the successors of the root organization appointed by Elder Danzo, shouldn't I eliminate these rats for Konoha? Chapter 100. The only target. Boom boom. The four tails walked forward step by step. Although it was also called Sun Wukong, and even its horns were copied from the golden hoop, the four tails was indeed just an orange gorilla, taking the pace of a gorilla. Each step was extremely powerful. Walking side by side with the five tails who were taking a leisurely walk, the speed was not low, but on the head of the four tails there was a strange scene. Quiet, deathly silent. Fugaku was the first to give up in the eye contact. Wakaka's clear and firm eyes carried a kind of obstinacy, a kind of stubbornness, a kind of mysterious stubbornness. With Wakaka's size, it is easy to associate him with a dream called boyhood, which makes people reluctant to burst it and even want to protect and encourage him. But this kid's dream is too dangerous. The key is that this kid is quite reasonable. Wakaka gave 3 reasons. Fugaku automatically ignored the reason of Obito was beaten, although it seemed to be the only normal reason. In fact, Fugaku has always been very unhappy with the competitive relationship between Hyuga Hyuga and Uchiha. It is obviously a coward clan with a caged bird carved on their forehead, but they dare to compete with Uchiha for the first largest clan in the ninja world. Why didn't I see you compete before Konoha was established? You are so shameless and don't know it. Competing with such a family is clearly an insult to Uchiha, but just for this, two-tailed beasts are needed to destroy Hyuga. It's not that Fugaku is weak. The Uchiha present all think that this idea is a bit exaggerated and very dangerous. What puzzles Fugaku is the third reason given by Wakaka. How did you become Danzo, the successor of Elder Danzo? Fugaku's temples throb. What did he miss? Elder Danzo once explained. Orochimaru, who was tied up next to him, smiled and said, the root organization intercepted Sakumo-kun's distress signal. In fact, it was a test for Sakumo-kun. Wakaho-kun believes that this is a selection of the successor to the root by Elder Danzo, and Sakumo-kun passed the test. Wakaho added he made up for it by cutting off Elder Danzo's arm in the end, which is considered a make-up test. Fugaku didn't say anything because he didn't understand, and Orochimaru was tied up like those Iwagaku captives. He didn't understand much, but the one who tied him up was Uzumaki Kushina, who was a bit of a big shot, so Fugaku couldn't say anything. But I'm different. Wakaho puffed up his chest. I perfectly completed the task given to me by Elder Danzo, and was recognized by Elder Danzo himself. My test results must be higher than the white-haired uncle. Fugaku still didn't quite understand, but he probably understood the meaning. With a slight frown, Fugaku stopped looking at Wakatsuki and exhaled, holding on to 9 points of calmness, and looked at Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru, you are the teacher of this child. I would like to ask for this child and his grandmother. Is this what the Hokage meant? This topic is a bit sensitive for Uchiha after all. Fugaku, who has always been cautious, needs to find an endorsement from Orochimaru. But unfortunately, no matter how tied up a snake is, it is still slippery. The world-weary novel transfer station 294-8327 8.00. I don't know about this. Fugaku-kun, you know, I was always with Wakatsuki-kun at the time, and I came to the battlefield with Wakatsuki-kun as soon as possible afterward. I haven't had the chance to report to the teacher yet. Wakahiro also interrupted. And didn't clan leader Fugaku ask the wrong person? This matter was clearly decided by Elder Danzo. You should ask Elder Danzo. Indeed, Orochimaru cooperated. Didn't clan leader Fugaku see Elder Danzo for the last time? Didn't that adult mention it to clan leader Fugaku? If Elder Danzo had mentioned it, would I still need to ask? It's obvious that this little guy misunderstood Elder Danzo's meaning. If it was a test, Elder Danzo wouldn't have to commit suicide to apologize. Hey, Fugaku exhaled. Elder Danzo only returned the eyes of the clan members and didn't tell me anything, and the Sandaime-sama never mentioned it to me. Wakahiro, this may be a misunderstanding. Don't. But what does this have to do with my desire to destroy Hyuga? Ruoka Hana frowned and interrupted. Elder Danzo has spent his whole life cleaning up rat. His will of fire is so clear. Isn't this the truth? The Hyuga clan is a great threat to Konoha. They are very likely to steal Konoha's intelligence. They are an out-and-out rat clan. For the sake of Konoha, shouldn't this rat clan be eliminated? Many Uchiha didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, but couldn't help laughing. Kushina was confused, but perhaps because of her preconceived ideas, she felt that Ruoka Hana's words made sense, but it was not easy to show it. Orochimaru smiled but said nothing. Fugaku's temples throbbed, but if he wanted to stop Ruoka Hana's idea, he would inevitably have to excuse the Hyuga clan, such as the Hyuga clan is also a ninja clan of the village. Hyuga ninjas have also made contributions to the village. We just have conflicts with the Hyuga clan, not to the death. Fugaku couldn't say such words. After holding it in for a long time, Fugaku finally found a compromise. Wakaka-kun, the Hyuga clan's land is actually the property of Konoha and the village. They are just living there temporarily, and they may have to move in the future. I understand your feelings, but you can't use the tailed beast ball against Konoha, right? At this point, Fugaku didn't plan to reprimand Wakaka. No matter how this kid views Hyuga, it doesn't matter. Anyway, his teacher is Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's teacher is the Sandaime-sama. As for the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Hyuga, can't use the tailed beast ball against the village. Wakaka repeated this sentence, thinking seriously for several seconds with an extremely tangled expression, but soon he didn't know what he thought of, raised his eyebrows, and suddenly became clear. I understand. Looking at Wakahiro's expression, Fugaku had reason to suspect that if this kid found out that the Hyuga clan had left Konoha one day, he would definitely let the tailed beast activate the tailed beast ball. But what Fugaku didn't know was, Wakahiro actually didn't have that much prejudice against the Hyuga clan. From the beginning, Wakahiro had only one goal: to overthrow Konoha.